Self-realization. Who am I? What do I stand for? What do I stand for as a person? Yeah, that's it. Self-realization. Then you can never be bought. Like the way people are being
May
bought.
you
You
wind
can
up?
never be bought. All right, I'm winding up. And thank you for this chance. Godspeed. God bless you, all of you. God bless Kenya. We're going to win this war. That's it. Period.
Yeah, we have also to involve God, because where will our souls go for this fight? Let's have Bakari. Let's have Jebichi. Bakari, are you in? Bakari?
Thank you very much. I had spoken earlier. We can pass the mic to the next speaker.
Okay, Jebichi. Are you in? Jebichi?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, I'm here, but niko na mafundi hapa, so sijui ni wache kwanza waende because they are almost completing, so that we can have, I can have time to speak. But I can start. If you see me stopping, just know that the fundis who are here in my house are finished what they're doing, and they need to go. So I'm speaking to you from Australia. Good morning. I know it's some of you haven't slept, and it tells us what is at stake. And that what is at stake is our future, and the future of our generations to come. And if we can remember, in the during the fight for independence, there were sellouts as well, and there were people who were doubting the fight for independence. And I want to use the same kind of encouragement to you guys, that you young people, because I'm not young, but I have children who are your age, some, and maybe they could be classified as Alpha or whatever, Generation Alpha and Gen Z. But what I remember, what I want to remind you is that you are doing it for yourselves. You're doing it for the future of this country. And if you can see what's happening is that the politicians are already, the president actually was cornered by the demonstrations. And that when he realized that he was cornered, he ran to where he knows best. The people that he knows will do his bidding. He went to raided ODM to cement his hold to power. And by doing so, his ultimate goal is not to change Kenya. Although he came up with a very long statement of promises, those promises have been made. He made promises before elections. He's been making promises, including the one that I can remember very well is he promised border riders that they're going to get electric powered border motorcycles. I'm just saying just one out of the many promises. So the promises he made before he named his cabinet was aimed at duping people to believe that he's actually going to do anything or something to change the country. He has had 2 years. He was vice president, deputy president for 10 years. He has had 2 years. What has he done? Because I expected him to say, okay, while you guys, you were talking like this is what I've done for this country. When I have posted one of the videos where a senator by the name Onyonka was talking about the accounting system that is not even in place. How do you run a country when you don't know where money is coming from and where it is going? Even a small kiosk owner in the village, even our grandmothers in the village who are running kiosks, They know how much they've sold by day, and they know what they are going to get next. So this lack of accountability in the systems, or lack of systems of accountability in our country, is meant to serve a certain purpose. And that purpose is to perpetuate that kind of, the loopholes that they've used since independence to loot our country, to loot our money. And where does that money go? They loot, and then during elections, that's what they use to bribe. I will tell you one thing. In 2012, that is 12 years ago, Ruto wasn't a billionaire. So calculate what he was earning when he was a deputy president. Just do your math. He was a deputy president for 10 years. Multiply that by the number of months that he was earning, maybe one. Just give him even 2 million for 10 years. You can clearly tell what these people have been doing, and we don't need anyone to tell us that, and they will continue doing that. Yesterday he was in Meru, and I listened to that to his speech in Meru. He was telling Meru to build a governor's headquarters and promising them some money, which was not budgeted for. Where is that money coming from? So the looting will continue. What I urge you guys is never to relent. Don't relent. Let's keep pushing. I will continue doing my part as a Kenyan here. People will try to divide you, and I have seen it happening. But remember, that is, politics thrives on propaganda and division. For those who were born by 1992, when Moi was in power, and there was agitation and the repeal of Section 2A that introduced multipartyism in Kenya. What Moi did was to divide opposition. What did he do? He planted seeds of doubt, hate between Ford and between people in Ford who had worked together for many years to agitate for multipartyism. And he succeeded. What happened when he succeeded? He went to power another 10 years. Moi should not have been elected after 1992, but he divided Ford into two factions, the Matiba faction and Jaramogi faction. He did that, and that you have to know, you have to understand that that is how these people have continued to survive in power, dividing people. So any seeds, any doubt that they are trying to create in your movement is to serve their purpose, and that is to hold on to power. And all these people going towards regrouping, they are all threatened because you guys, you're asking for accountability. You're asking for better governance. And because they have benefited from a corrupt system, they feel threatened that they cannot survive. So what do? They divide you so that you disintegrate. Once you disintegrate, it will be business as usual. So I urge you, please forgive each other, because in a movement like this, you're going to see a lot of things. There are going to be days that you feel you want to give up. Please don't give up for the sake of Kenya. People will be bought. Please, those who want to stand firm will continue standing firm. Those who have the heart of the country, or who have the country in their hearts, and they truly want to see a change Kenya, will not be bought. They will not be divided. Avoid looking at small things. Don't, I have seen, some of the arguments online amongst you guys. Small things. I never did this, I never did that. Please. That is how divisions start, and that is how the enemy will divide your movement for their own benefit. At the end of the day, young people, you will not have jobs. The people occupying positions right now in Kenya, if you see most of them, they did not get employed in a competitive process. I was in Kenya. I applied more than 200 jobs because I didn't have a godfather or a godmother. I didn't have someone to fix me into a job. And this is the system that we need to change. So things will come, waves will come. Stand firm. Stand firm. Never relent on asking for accountability. And when we talk about accountability, the other day, when they were doing what do we call this, vetting of CSs, somebody like Murkomen, I'll give an example because that's what I had him talking about. He was what? I have a billion by then. But there was the MPs that were vetting them did not put them to task how he earned that money. If you ask me, Chebichi, right now, how much I own, I will tell you and I will show you how money came in and how I spent to buy A, B, and C. Why are our MPs who are tasked with vetting not doing a thorough job? They don't do that because they are bribed to pass things. So when we talk about this, even the new people who have been appointed, you will see what will happen in Parliament. It will be the same story. How much are you what? And they just pass. No accountability. No. In 2013, Kibaki started a system where everyone was so transparent and they explained their sources of wealth. And that is what we want for Kenya. We are not saying people cannot make money. People can do businesses. And I am happy with that. And I agree with that. And I encourage that. But people must be accountable. Our leaders, people that we elect into positions of power, must be accountable. And it starts from us agitating for that. So even right now, because this movement is not a short-term, it is not going to be a short-term journey. It is going to be a long journey of changing Kenya. So our next point of asking for accountability is during the vetting of these people that have been appointed. We have to ask, where are the source of their wealth? What did they do to get that money? That they are telling us they are worth 50 million, they are worth 100 million, they are worth 1 billion. Because all those people who have been appointed, majority, especially the new ones appointed the last 1 week or a few days ago. Look at their track record, even in their own, those who were governors. Look at what lays behind them. Cases
0
that have not
seconds.
been sanctified, or they've been forgotten, and they're actually been nominated already. So we have to ask for accountability. So please don't relent. Your next push, because one day I talked in another forum and I said you have to itemize the things that we Kenyans want how to happen. And one of them, the next one coming now, is the vetting of these ministers. Our MPs will be vetting them. But we will demand the sources of the wealth that they are saying they own this and this. And thorough statements. And we have to involved civil society, because one day the people were saying, please, this is a GNC movement. We don't want any other people. No, we want people who are like-minded in this journey, because you cannot do alone. If you want to, and give me just a 1 minute, if you want to understand or if you want to know who owns what, the civil society can do some of those things. So you need them on your side. We need people of like-minded, whether they are old or young, but people we know are people of integrity. Thank you so much. I've taken too long. I'm happy to speak later, but I need to finish with the fundi now. Thank you so much.
Asante sana. Is KOT in? KOT, are you in? We have all thing. We have another KOT here. Big, can I give you the co-hosts? I am sure I cannot assign you as a co-host, but can I give you a go-ahead to maybe lead the team? Big, are you okay with that?
For sure. How many minutes are you? 1 minute?
No, I'm saying
Yeah, you can.
you can lead, eh?
Yes, you can.
Oh,
Yes, I can. Sorry.
thank you. I need just to have a rest. I feel now I'm totally exhausted. And then maybe I'll call Kioti to come on board. Thank you so much for appreciation. Allow me to have a rest. It's a good morning. 24 hours I've not slept. So bye-bye. Big, go ahead. All things had not spoken, and another KOT here had not spoken. Then the others, I think, are just repeat so as you are. So proceed. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah. So thank you, everybody. As we follow protocol, I bet 1 minute is more than enough for everybody as we wind up because it's morning. I know some people have been through all night and some people are just coming in. So I think 1 minute is more than enough for everybody to put their point through. So we can go on as it was going. So maybe Nonini, are you there? Nonini? No? Okay, Nonini is not there. So Fabish?
Yes, thank you so
Okay,
much. And
go on.
good morning, everyone. Good afternoon, depending on where you are listening from. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I want to echo the sentiments of my sister Jepichi, who talks about, taking these new nominees and other leaders into accountability and transparency of their resources. But the problem is that what we must understand is how do you expect a goat to get a justice in a hyena's court? Because those people that they are vetting them, they are the same caliber. They are their business partners. They are the looter partners. So we cannot expect that from parliament. Even when last time, when you are doing vetting, you saw how Speaker Wetangula, was trying to canvass and protect them, directing which questions should be asked by those other members who are vetting them. Even when Aisha Juma was asked about this, you see Wetangula coming in. And this is also the replica that we are expecting to see. When we talk of civil societies, we should also agree that when we are talking of the overhaul of regime, even including the civil societies, because most of the civil societies that we have nowadays, they are just cosmetics. Most of the civil societies nowadays, they are more corrupt than even the government themselves. I can tell you for a fact. And we have seen when you approach, maybe you have an issue and you want the civil society to amplify. Some civil societies, when you approach them, first they will ask you is whether you can fund them. you know, and they should be doing this because they are funded by well-wishers. So even the civil societies, the Gen Z, the millennials, we need now to have our own civil societies that are branded and that are vibrant, and also that are corrupt-free. So all our societies is rotten. And secondly, I want to urge everyone that voted for William Ruto, forgive yourself. Please, never judge yourself again. Based on what happened, how we see the greediness of Baba, it is the right time that anybody that voted for William Ruto, forgive yourself. Don't ever regret, because there was no other option better, you know. And so we could not expect better alternative. So when we are talking of that we have to drain the swamp, we cannot expect justice for this parliament. We cannot expect justice from Ruto government. We cannot expect justice from even Odinga side. They are all the same. They wear the same clothes. So it is us Kenyans. And what has happened now, it is that the line have been drawn, the red line in between the politicians, the political class, and the Kenyans. This is what we must understand. I saw yesterday people celebrating, you know, in Coast. I saw other people celebrating in Rift Valley, you know, in Kisumu. Then you would wonder, you know.
Let's wind up, I wish. Let's wind up.
Yes. So let us stop these excitements. Let us stop these excitements. Why would you celebrate when a politician is given a job and a doctor is jobless, and you are not talking on that? And the doctor actually is the main component of the society because he will treat you. You know, you don't celebrate when a teacher get a job and he's the one that actually is helping our children, you know, to better the education. So let us do this excitement of a politician and be objective on the Kenya we want. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Fabish. I'll look for people who have spoken. KOT Hugh.
Yes, good morning, everyone. I think for me, I just have one point to put across. Yes, this is a leaderless revolt, and our main aim is that we are fearless and we are leaderless. But I think it is high time we wake up and smell the coffee. We cannot remain to be leaderless all this time because we stand to lose. For me, I think we're on a losing point. We need representation. It is high time we wake up, we smell the coffee, and we realize that without representation, these guys are going to hijack our movement and they're going to put their interests first. And we can just even compare with what has been happening for the past few days. We've seen Raila Odinga and ODM. They've benefited from the blood that we've lost from our movement, from what we've been championing all this time. So to cut things short, I think it is high time we realize that we need a representation. We cannot remain to be leaderless. We need a representation, and we need to go back to the drawing board, re-strategize, and come up with a strategy that is going to be a win-win situation for us as the youth and for the leaders that are there. Let me just wind up at that.
All right, thanks, KOT. But I think you're reverting, you're getting away from the main issues about this movement. But anyway,
yes.
So I think all things you've been raising your hand. Then I'll go to another person who hasn't spoken here. All things, are you there? All things.
Hi, good morning, everybody. And I think a lot has been said throughout the night. As for me, I just want to. I know most of the things have been said. There's really nothing much I'm going to add on to it. But I think from my side, from what I've observed, like the Maandamano ya Thursday, Maandamano ya Tuesday, I think we have been talking a lot on these platforms, and the challenge that we have been having is there's no consolidation of what is going on, whereby unapata watu wanaongea mambo mob na ni mambo zenye are very ziko relevant sana, but there is no consolidation, so we are seeking a lot of advice, but ni advice yenye hatutumii. Tumekuwa na lawyers hapa wamekuwa wakituambia what to do, but we really haven't been using using the information that we have been having. I know we have been channeled by anger, and people are still angry. Watu wenye it's known wale watu wenye walikuwa kwa hizo rallies na wenye walikuwa naongea jana kuhusu sijui the new appointments, how they are good, how they are happy. We all know they have been paid. It's public information right now. So I think we still have a chance to fight and a chance to change. Na when you wanasema ati we should have leaders, I don't think that is what we need right now. And at the same time, tunaona vile like Rao ana ride on the wave na ni watu wamekufa. People have died for Christ's sake. Alafu mtu anakuja and then anaichukulia like it's something normal kwake, meaning amekuwa akitumia hivyo. Huwezi chukua maisha ya mtu and ride on it like it's nothing. Si ng'ombe imechinjwa, si kuku wamechinja. These are people. And also we know Ruto sahi anatafuta anybody kumsanitize na amepata Raila, who is, well, we have all seen he's the political prostitute of our time. So wacha basi ajaribu kumsanitize, of which we know it isn't going to work. The only thing I can say is our strength is in our numbers. Alafu we have very able people wenye wamejitokeza, and we know like vile wanaenda like kuongelelea our agendas, especially kama like vile sahi the media houses zimezimwa, so like our agendas zitakuwa very suppressed. So I think we need to support them, kina Masi, kina Kaskazini, and there are people who are very good at other things, want to push other agendas for us, like the IDs. We have Professor for that. Amekuwa akipush that agenda very well. We have Hanifa amekuwa akideli na wale watu wako Hosi, hata kama anahitaji like usaidizi. If you can help with that, I think tutakuwa tunasonga. There is also that guy mwenye anafanya story ya missing persons, whereby una report tu mtu mwenye amemiss, inaekwa kwa database. There is a database with wale watu wenye wote wamemiss. We have the machinery to run this country in a way that is digital. Na I think itatusaidia sana. There is also another guy mwenye ametutengenezea a website. It's a digital parliament for the Gen Zs, whereby you can tunaweza maybe pass our votes. We can wakivet tunavet, and everybody is open, is welcome to join that database too. So I think we have enough people with enough capabilities to run the agendas.
Make a landing on things. Sorry.
It's okay. So I think hao ndio watu wenye tunafaa like sahi kufuatilia, cause with what is going on right now, okay, we also need to maybe think and re-strategize, because watu wamechoka, people are mentally exhausted. So let us, ukiona mtu na something that's going to help us, wacha tuendelee kumpush. Wakivet tunavet, wakiweka mtu mwenye tutaki tunakata. We still have the power, and let us not forget that. So anyway, have a good day everybody, and tuendelee tu kushikiliana. That is all I can say.
Oh, thank you, all things. Just a cue there. Yeah, the media apparently were invited to State House, and they were could I say threatened, or could I say they made a deal that they wajizime ama wapewe advertisements za gava that they never used to have on the same queue. So next we're gonna have Jojo Shokali, and then Jack Success, and then Brandon on that regard. Thank you.
Wow, thank you.
Jojo Shokali.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm so proud of each and every one of you, KOT, and every other listener who is burning the midnight oil to save Kenya from Goliath. This thing of looking at a mirror and lying to yourself is what most of us are out here against. The one thing, I just have a minute. The one thing that I want everybody to realize is this: you are strong. The only way that money, not even the government, money is there because you approve it to be there. The Kenya shilling is there because you approve it. The government, these politicians are there because you approve, you accept for them to be there. What I'm suggesting is this. Thank you, all things, for suggesting about the guy who is creating a parliament. I need us. I gave you the solution yesterday, and I said this. Me, I'm taking an extra step. I'm calling Washington D.C. If I'm calling everywhere. I'm going all the way. If it means stationing, power to power. Me, I don't fear nobody, not at all. A man who takes shit as I do, I don't fear him. I will never. Don't tell us that all these degrees we went to get. Don't come tell me that these fool politicians are greater than us. Sasa ingine wanasemanga, that's a small boy. What is he saying? I want us to identify. I want us to create a digital government that we will give respect to. That's what I said yesterday. It's very possible. Let us identify the areas that this digital government can start working. And then we start making some small baby steps. Register ourselves digitally. Okay, you can ask myself, okay, how can, a government, you need a jail, you need a church. No, you don't need a church. You need a hospital, you need a school. There are some departments you need. Let us identify these departments. By the way, Ayo lost his glasses, and by Saturday, we'll have the money for glasses. But what I can ask you, if you're in the diaspora, even if it's $5, $10, sai unaona Marvin Mabonga number up here. Say that number. But me, I told you yesterday, I have good news for you. I have seen it. You are different. You are not Kenyans. You are not Americans. You are something new. You have to understand you are something new. And we can learn ourselves digitally. Hospitals, they're going to come to us to start registering with us, with our government. We don't need these fools, my people. Remember, you was created by God, who, with a purpose, even before you was born. Your resources, your gifts, your favors were already kept there by the Almighty God, and there is no man, no human being can take them away. Let us identify for this digital government to operate. Diaspora, we are losing people. There is some people in Australia, the people in Dubai. Me, I have done comedy for a very long time. I'm afraid to a lot of these people. Let us create a digital government, a digital global government that has no boundaries. You're going to see hospitals coming to align with us. And if you align with us and become a hospital of the digital government, we're going to give you some rules. There is no need to keep praising these people who are killing us each and every day, who are thinking it's a joke. We don't have time to waste, my people. Let us create a digital government, and I'm telling you, the diaspora in Australia, the diaspora in Japan, they will join. And I'm telling you, the diaspora is the constituency with the most money. Kenyans in Kenya will join.
Tamatisha, please.
Yeah, I'm finishing. Let us identify the areas of the digital government. The problem here, the problem with Kenya is something we call accounting. Accounting. Like we don't do. The problem is accountability. Accounting. Is this something to disturb us? My people, I have seen cities learn on software. I have seen government like Estonia, Singapore, Argentina. They learn a very good software system. We can do this. Let us create a digital government and utilize blockchain for the records, for the purchase orders, for everything else. I love you, my people. Stay strong.
Thank you, Jojo. Thank you, Jojo. Jack Success, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there.
The floor is yours.
Sorry, thank you. I had spoken earlier. So
you want to speak or you want to give someone else?
I would like to wish everyone a good day. and tell them, let us stay united for change. Okay? Change is inevitable and we must make it happen. Unity is strength, my friends. Thank you very much. Somebody can take over.
For sure. Brandon, are you there? Then we can have Dika. Brandon, then Dika.
Good morning. Good morning.
Morning, Brandon.
Oh,
Can you be closer to the mic, please?
okay. Are you getting me?
We're getting you loud and clear.
Okay. So mine kwanza ni kusema ni kushukuru tu kwanza, by the way we've had a good morning. Then secondly, I want to tell us not to relent, because relenting and we lost our brothers and friends, it will be like we have done nothing. You know, the blood of those guys wale wenye walienda itakuwa kwa mikono zetu. That is if we decide to relent. Right now, the government imesikia kenye tunataka, by the way. And we are not too far. We are way close. So let's not relent. These people are going. Washachoka. And hiyo kuleta the opposition into government, hiyo ilikuwa ni tu nini, ilikuwa ni, it's a tactic they just want to use. You know these politicians well. They'll always want to exploit us in their selfish interests. So let us not accept any politician who come our way and forge ahead. By the way, we have so many people. By the way, ukiangalia hapo Kenya wanataka kufanyia interns, and hawa ni watu wamesoma for 4 years, wengine 6 years. So it's painful where the country is leading us today. So let's not relent and keep to the track. God is fighting for us anyway. Otherwise, thank you.
All right, thank you, Brandon. Dika, are you around? Dika, going once. Dika, going twice. Aisha, are you there? Aisha, going once. Aisha, going twice. All right, Sanjay.
Yeah, yes. I want to echo what Jojo said. Actually, let's support this cause. Let's support the KOT and the Master and even Ayo. Let's try and give something. Especially since diaspora, we are very very ready to support you guys. We can even see whether we can reach as many people as possible. Twende mashinani. So we are very very willing guys for support, and you need to be very proud of yourself because you're actually making history. You are fighting for your country. Hakuna tofauti yako na Mau unajua hivyo. And the South African apartheid was fought by the two children. The Mau actually were not old people; they were young people. And we know it's us versus the political class. So it's Kenyans. Sasa hakuna Raila and the Ruto is not working for Kenya. They are working for themselves. So kama hata wewe uko hapa and you supporting Ruto and Raila ama mtu ya kwenu unasema mtu ya kwenyu, I'm very 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 disappointed. You should be ashamed because we want to work for our Kenya. And you know, just like I told you, hakuna. The system doesn't work and it's already rigged. Kutoka kitambo, it's never gonna work for us. You know that. So nyinyi, we need to hire you guys. We need to fire all those politicians and hire you guys to run this country. So that's what you need to know. So kila mtu hapa ajua kona jukumu. You are the leader now. You are the leader. We trying to fire these people. Si ndio tuwapea hiyo kazi. So we have power to fire them. Kama tunaweza kuwapigia kura, if you can give you a job, then we also have power to fire you. It's that simple. So Ruto doesn't work for you. The MPs who voted against the infamous bill was never representing us. They were representing Ruto and their stomachs. And that's the day they broke our contract. So that's the day they ceased. Mimi sitaki kusikia mtu ambaye akona uoga hapa tuenda mbele. So we'll go forward. We'll go forward and we want to make this government uncomfortable, very uncomfortable. And it will be unpredictable. That's why we don't have leaders. That's why everybody, one of you is a leader. We want to make them uncomfortable. We want to make sure they feel the pain every single day. Now to mobilize, kabisa, to our support. Mark you, the biggest currency, foreign currency, ni Kenya, ni watu wa diaspora. Tunashida hiyo hata safari, tunashida hiyo coffee, any sector. Na hiyo pesa tutamobilize hapa na Bwana George, na everybody else. Hapa na wenye wako Australia, wenye wako Canada and the US. We want to help you guys. We want to support you. Na Ruto akitaka kujua sema nini tuna afford. Sisi wa Kenya ndio tunajifadi sisi wenyewe. Aende kama akona vitu ya majinga yake hapa wanatusikiza, mwambie akuja na tumuogopi my friend. Kwanza tutawapiga mbaya sana. Na pesa yetu si ya kuiba kama yao. Where's yao? We will support these young kids. We are very proud of you guys. And they end to fight. By the way, we aren't the like of watu ambao najua you guys are very young, but tulikuwa na kina Obama alikuwa anaitwa Wangari Maathai. Hiyo njia unajua the road named after her. That lady was standing against Moi. Anasema msikate miti, alikuwa anapigwa kila siku. I happened to witness. Matter of fact, that time I was on the other side. Nilikuwa nafanya kazi ya General Service Unit. I saw that woman being brutalized for studying. She's the only woman in Africa ambaye kupata the Nobel Peace Prize. So you guys, you are the Mandela of today. Nyinyi your Martin Luther wa sasa hivi wa Kenya. So msiogope. Pesa means nothing, really. Pesa means nothing. Mimi nilikuwa Mount Kenya, nimetoka Mount Kenya. I saw Ruto, one Mr. Ruto, bribing vijana wa Mount Kenya. Every single day, alikuwa anatumia 5 million, 20 million. Every week, hiyo pesa alikuwa anatoa wapi? Kuja kujenga makanisa na jengea makanisa nani? Ulikuwa unajengea nani? Hiyo pesa sasa hivi, hiyo pesa anaokota ya ushuru, ya by force ya nyumba, na anataka kurudisha pesa yenye alikuwa anatumia. He was coming there, alikuwa anapanda, sasa wanavuda. All those politicians wote kutoka akina they are all rotten. Every minister in Ruto aliweka ni mwisi kama yeye. That's actually, it shows you exactly what the kind of person he is. He knows them. Wote akina Joho, akina Raila, what? The Ruto, they were friends with Ruto anyway. Once they used to work with them. Wakati whatever. So, na nyinyi mendeleeni kupiga. Every time mko pale kwa maandamano, wherever you are, please take videos. Take videos. Ukiona polisi akimbrutalize mwananchi, take those videos. Send them, share them. Itakusimamia, usijali, chukua hiyo video, itasimama. Kama uko na gadget. Ninyi mko na, you are very, 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 very lucky. Mko na gadgets, mko educated, you are informed, mko na technology. Kama watu wa mama walikuwa wanapigana na wanasoma kama ninyi. Sasa nyinyi ndio mnaweza kushindwa. By the way, Ruto anawaogopa. Every politician fears you because you are empowered and you are informed. Don't fear. Hapana ogopa, usikuwe na uoga tafadhali. Tutakuwa na plan A, B and C. So plan C ikuwe sasa everybody, kila mtu amake sure anaenda mashinani, unaenda mtaani, everybody akuwe na kitambulisho. That's our plan C. Yes, mambo kienda mbaya. Ya pili ni hiyo kumake sure tunakuwa na grassroots yetu. And then the first one, ndio hii tunafanya sasa hivi. Kila mtu follow one another, by the way, to be strong. When we decide what the next course, we'll do it. Kama ni the 88 tuende kule, kama tulifanya Uhuru Park tena. And these guys watasikiza, washasikia na wanajua. Na sasa hii waje wako kwa shida. Sisi hatuko kwa shida. We are doing the right thing. They are not. Mnapaswa kujua ya kwamba nyinyi ndio mko on the right side. Wao wako kama watoto wenye wameuliwa. How those kids who have died, they are our heroes. Watu ndio wa maana Kenya. Hao ndio mashujaa wa Kenya.
Okay,
Sio Ruto. Asanteni sana. Mungu awabariki. Tutawafanyia everything, we'll do everything it takes. Mpaka we clean this swamp.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Sanjay.
Asante sana.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Sanjay. So, dear patriots, let's take this time to remember people like Wangari Maathai. Let's take this time to remember all those people who are martyred by the state because of fighting of a cause that would help Kenya, will help our nation in one way or another. Wangari Maathai, all those people who died since the 25th of July. So I'd like to invite Mohammed. Are you there, Mohammed?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, the floor is yours.
To be honest, I'm very
2 minutes.
disappointed because yesterday what I saw in Mombasa, it is hypocrite. Kwa sababu wale watu bana, kusema la kweli, hata mimi nilikuwa hapo, walikuwa wameblock hizo njia, watu walikuwa wamezuiliwa wasiende makwao mpaka rais amalize kuongea. That's why uliona ile video watu wameblock hizo barabara zote, walikuwa wataka kuonesha. Lakini tuseme tule ukweli, mimi mwenyewe natoka katika kaunti ambao gavana wangu alipewa hiyo mining na ni msomi. Halo? Gavana wangu mwenyewe alipewa hiyo mambo ya mining na ni msomi, na sisi wenyewe pia tumesoma. Mimi hapa nilipo niko na master, lakini hakuna kitu ametufanyia, na sisi wenyewe tumejipanga na wala tujasherekea. Sasa amepewa tena waziri wengine, mbona sisi hatujasherekea? Na sisi tushajipanga kwamba tutahakikisha hii serikali ya UDA tunaiangusha. For better, for worse, we don't fear anybody. #Ruto must go. Si kama watu wa Mombasa, very primitive. Hao wenyewe kwanza wavivu, wanapenda starehe, hawajasoma. Watu wameanza toka kitambo haya mambo ya revolution, alafu leo hii eti wao wamejisahau. Blood yote ile imemwagika, watu wote waliokufa wamelipwa shilingi 200 pale kupumbaza watu. That's bullshit. That's all I have to say.
Asante Mohammed, asante. Charles, are you there? Vincent?
Yes.
Kim, as tukifuatana hivyo. Charles, are you there? Charles, going once. Charles, going twice. Right, Vincent?
Yes.
Vincent, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Yeah.
Vincent? Vincent, inaonekana tumekupoteza. We're losing you. Kim Felix, are you there?
Yes, good morning, comrades and fellow criminals.
Good morning.
So you guys, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yes, I'm from Mombasa. Jana nilikuwa kwa hiyo shit the so-called what is it, Ruto? Most of it, hiyo part mnaona hizo ni zinaitwa photo merge. Hakukuwa na population kabisa. And like the Muhammad venye amesema, people walikuwa wanablokiwa wasiende anywhere. Just imagine, wote walikuwa wanablokiwa wakiletwa kwa mkutano wa rais. So I wondered how. So sisi huku coast, most of wenye tuko huku coast, wengi sana ni wabara. Ni watu tuseme Ukambani, Kisumu, nini. So if we mean coast ni kubwa. We don't mean that ni sisi wote eti watu wote ni wavivu. In fact, me na mobilize from my side. Niko around hapa airport. I'm still mobilizing. Niko na group, niko na waseka ambao hivi tulitokea nao maandamano siku ya kwanza. So sisi tunafanya tu venye tunaweza, tuone kama hii kitu ita make, and we will make it. Mombasa tu huwa ni polepole, ni polepole, ni polepole tu. Hata watu wengine sasa ndo wanajua ni nini inaendelea Kenya, but we are still working tirelessly. We are working tirelessly, tuna mobilize, alafu pia tukiwafunza millennials, pia nikikutana na wazee nikiwa nao base nawaambia what is going on, and people are coming out. So we are pushing it together. Ni vile tu siwezi nikiwa peke yangu. Coast tuko very few mobilizers, watu ni kidogo sana. So at least kama kuna wase wa Coast wako hapa, tuendelee kusapotiana hii kitu. Si ya mtu mmoja, hii ni ya Mkenya wote. Si eti ni Mcoast ama Mnairobi ama Mkisumu ama hii ni staff ya watu wote. So on my side I'm working tirelessly. Sasa hii nikipata kuna mtu ako missing, tweeting, we are amplifying this shit together because unity is strength. Back to you, Kioti Sonko.
Thank you. Sorry, it's big kahuna co-hosting now, but yeah, thank you. Hata uko na mtu wa Coast hapa, Mohamed alikuwa hapo, ni mtu wa Coast. And yeah, as we go forward, yeah, are you there? Yeah,
Yes, I'm here. So thank you.
the mic is yours.
Thank you so much. Mi nataka tu kusema hiyo mambo ya kucelebrate ati juu leaders wamechaguliwa imeniudhi sana man. Imeniuma sana, si kitu yenye inafaa kufanyika. Kama mimi nikiwapea example, mimi natoka Tharaka Nithi. Huko Tharaka Nithi sawa, tumepatiwa Kithure Kindiki, lakini Kithure Kindiki hatujaiona kitu tu, yani ametufanyia yani kitu substantial yenye unaweza sema wananchi wana benefit ama wana enjoy. Since the time the guy was a senator of Tharaka Nithi, we didn't really see anything he was doing. Naelewa kazi ya senator ni oversight na wapewi pesa ya mashinani huko development, but pia I didn't see any kind of facilitation alifanya in Tharaka Nithi County. So man, inaonekana from what I learned from hiyo episode yote jana na this week ni kwamba we have a lot of groundwork to do. We have a lot of civil education kufanya. Wazazi wetu ni wale watu wenye they think wao ndo wanafaa kuambia the younger generation, lakini when the advice is coming from younger generation upwards, inachukuliwa kama mchezo. Unaona, these are the same parents wenye walikuwa wafikiria kutuchapa ndo to shape up, like they can't speak to you kwa kuongelesha pole. So we have a lot of the work to do pale kwa ground, na kama tunataka kuchange turudishe. Unaona kama wale watu walikuja maandamano 25th of ilikuwa that 25th, tulikuwa watu wengi. What can we do to rudisha watu the same amount of people kwa streets? Kwa sababu inaonekana tumeenda chini kidogo, na najua tumeuliwa, which is bad, very unfortunate. So tunaumia na watu wanaogopa kwenda street, like what can we do hata kwa hizi spaces turudishe that amount of people or even more, unacheki. So hapo kuna tisho kidogo. And then hawa polisi wenye wanaua wananchi pia wao wanafaa kuelimishwa juu hakuna vile unajua watu they are on the right, but wewe unaua watu just because you got directions from above. Polisi wanatukosea. Naomba wale lawyers wote tuko na wao natusikiza, tafadhali please prosecute those police officers. Do your best all you can. Kwa kama hatutasikizwa kwa hizi court zetu, go beyond. I don't know what you can do, but I know you lawyers were goodwill, you can do something. Hao watu washikwe kwa sababu inaonekana inaenda vibaya. Nilicheki hiyo video, hiyo mama mwenye mtoto wake aliuliwa na alitagetiwa ile sehemu na canister, na hiyo kitu ina hurt sana man, it's hurting. So turudisheni watu kwa street. Hiki kitu lazima tueducate watu hata before we do anything else. kwa sababu inaonekana kuna watu wenye sasa, kama ule jamaa wa bunge la mwananchi anaitwa Omosh anasema ati sasa Raila ako sawa kama pamba, so unashindwa una benefit aje watu wenu hao watu wakubwa wakipewa job? How do you, kwa sababu from kitambo hatujaona vile una benefit wakubwa wakipata job, lakini we celebrate. Unaona mtu kama huyo anafaa kuwa educated, yani kupewa, kuonyeshwa vile iko vizuri. Yeah, so hiyo ndio submission yangu. Lakini mimi watu wa serikali wenye tumewekewa sijaiona benefit, to be honest, na hiyo yote ni PR na I make sense. Asante.
Thank you, yeah. Aisha had called you earlier. Umerudi, are you back, Aisha?
Yes. Good morning, host.
All right.
Okay, good morning, host, co-host, and my fellow criminals. Okay, when you called me, I was not in the speaker, but sorry. I'm from Coast.
Go on.
I'm from Coast. Ukweli tunajaribu hata kutokea barabarani tunajaribu. As mwenzangu vile amesema pale, most of the people are kutoka hapa from up country. Na unaonanga watu wengi ambao wanajitokeza sana ni kutoka up country. Lakini tunajaribu. Chenye kinaendelea ukweli hakuna mtu anafurahia. Hakuna mtu anafurahia. Yes, wachache hata saa hizi najua nani Zakaya huku. Lakini hakuna mtu anafurahia. Hakuna mtu kama amepewa shilingi 200 pengine ni watu wa kwao wakina Joho. Pengine group ya kwao ni kabila yao, lakini sisi tunajaribu iwezavyo. Hakuna mtu anafurahia chochote kile saa hizi. Hata yule mama vile alikuwa analia jana ni kama watu wa polisi alikuwa anataka kumnyonga. Hatufurahii. Lakini tunajaribu. At least nitajua wenzangu wa Coast ambayo wako hapa, at least tujaribu kusaidiana. Tujuane. Mimi pia niko Coast. Yangu ni hayo.
Asante sana Aisha, asante. David, are you there? David?
Yes, good morning, comrades.
Thank you for waiting, David. The floor is yours. Loud and clear.
Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, I'm David from Orania. Let me say, first of all, I'm so much disappointed.
Can you come close to the mic, please, Pole, a bit?
Yes.
Come close to the mic.
Yes, I'm saying I'm David from Orania. And I'm very, very disappointed with what is going on. Okay, what I would like to say is we need to up our game. And you can only do this by doing what we call economic liberation. For example, we can visit each and every county. And I want to give an example from our county, Moranga. We depend majorly on cost. And
David, you're not clear enough.
Yes? Hello?
You're not clear enough.
I'm not clear enough. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
I can, but you're struggling.
Okay. Maybe it is a network issue. Okay. What I'm saying, co-host, we need what we call economic liberation. Hello?
Yes, not clear enough yet.
Not clear enough yet?
Yes.
Hello? And now?
Better.
Okay, the better. Okay. Vile mimi nataka kusema watu wenye wamekuwa brainwashed particularly sana ni wazazi wetu. Sasa ile kitu tunafaa tufanye, we visit each and every county. Kama tunaenda, for example, let's say tea growing areas, we show them vile wananyanyaswa kwa hiyo majani yao. When we go to coffee areas, we show them. Tuna watu wako maybe huko kwa, for example, national hizi ni za coffee, National Coffee Exchange. Tunawaletea bei yenye kahawa inauzwa. You show them, you tell them, angalieni vile mnanyanyaswa. We go to the tea areas. We go to those people wenye wana na dairy nini. So we show them, and then they will come up and join us later. I heard that, lakini I'm so very disappointed. We have to.
Yeah, I think we lost you, David. I think we lost you, David. Anybody can hear David on their side?
Ana akaendiem.
Okay, Kure. Kure. Kure, going once. All right, Kibe.
Hello, good morning. Thank you so much for giving me this chance. Yes, I just have a few to say concerning concerning what's going on right now. I'm very disappointed for what is going on with the government and the opposition because we have a very big problem with our people. I was shocked yesterday to see what was happening in Tarakaniti and Mombasa. In Mombasa, I've been in Mombasa for a very long time, but what I saw yesterday is just mobilization from Joe and his brother. Joe can use a lot of money. He can buy many people. Most of the people who were celebrating yesterday are normally bought by Joe. And if you try to see most of them doesn't have even voters card, ID. Most of them are those tax that he has been using them for disruption of rallies. Even from rallies. So what you have to do is educate most of the people. Especially, I don't know what you what we can tell people from the Nyanza side, because they are very psychophantic to Raila Odinga. I don't understand why. They don't understand that when we have a problem with economy of this country, it's going to affect each and everyone, not a few. So we have to educate most of the people. If you try to see people from Rift Valley, most of them focus the side of South Rift. Most of them focus on the progress of this country, but some from side of North Rift are sycophants to William Ruto. But most of them, even from that side, consider the progress of this country other than Mtuetu. So those are the things that I have. We need to educate most of the people. They need to understand that when we have a problem, everybody has a problem, not only the people from the tribe of the president or the deputy president or Raila Odinga. That's what I have for now.
Thank you, Kibe. So yeah, you comrades, anarchists, we're getting the point here. Yeah? It's not about tribal. It's not about faces. It's not about where you're from. Get the fundamental points of this movement, then get on the space. Abanasu Ken, are you there? Abanasu Ken, are you there? Ken Siror? Okay. Ken Siror? Philex?
Hello, good morning.
Philex, are you there?
Hello, I'm
Good morning. Go on.
Kitu moja mnafaa mjue, Ruto amerudi kwa ground. Hizo viti amepewa watu akina Joho, ametaka kugain ground kidogo na amerudi ground na anabai watu, si kitu ameanza saa hii. Ruto hii vitu ya kubeba watu kupeleka kwa rally ameanza kitambo. Sijui kama mmenotice hiyo kitu, ameanza kitambo. Ruto akienda Kakamega, watu wake kwa ground wanaletanga watu. Hii kitu ameanza kitambo na ananunua wasee. Kitu umeona Mombasa si kitu ya kwanza kufanyika. Ni venye ametaka tu kugain watu, kurudisha Joho, aende huko, anunue watu wamshangilie. Hii vita ameona si tunampiga online na ndo ameanza kufanya. Anaita watu wa media wanarekod, watasema watu wa Mombasa hakuna mayouth wanateseka. Mayouth wengi Mombasa ni bodaboda. wengi sana wanafanya bodo, wengi wana job. Unaona? Sasa kitu tuko tunasema, umesema civic education. Tuwezi fanya Nairobi peke yake. Tutembee hizi makaunti zingine. Tu print posters, maagenda zetu, siku zetu zinaenda kwa hizi makaunti. Kama ni Kakamega watu watokee, Bungoma, nini, na si tunafanya maandamano, tunakaa tu place kama ni stadium ndani, tunakaa hapo hivyo the whole day, tuna educate each other how to fanya hizo vitu venye tutafanya. IBC kwanza ikifunguliwa, wasiende wa register hizo ma cards, tukue tuna voice yetu, watashtuka. Tuanze tu sahi, tuendelee, tusichoke ati tumeona huyu jamaa amerudi ground nini, ati we are leaderless. Huyu jamaa anatuambia ati we are formless. Yeye ndio formless hadi ameendea rao tu, hata kuwaigiza wa jamaa serikali. Si ndio tumeforce ama jamaa wakuje pamoja. Naona the best thing ni twende civic education, we go counties to counties, tuendelee tu hivyo hadi venye tu ama jamaa watachoka. Hii nini zao zitaharibika zote. Sahii Azimio inaharibika, Martha Karua jana ametoka. Juu ya nini? Juu yetu, tuna push hard. Kuna time itafika hata sisi watuone huko mbele, wasema hizi kura zao lazima tuharibu, sisi ndio tukue majority. The best thing ni civic education. Hiyo ndio kitu ya maana, counties to counties. Tusichoke, tuendelee hivyo. Ruto kazi yake ni kubeba watu, kupeleka kwa rari, kuita media, kuonesha venye kuna watu watiamaza kugain ground. Hakuna kitu kama hiyo. Hiyo ni mchezo wa town, hiyo tunaijua. Si pia tunafaa tu mobilize funds. Si pia tukue tu na watu wetu, watu wasiendenge tu tunakati tumekuja maybe counties kama Eldoret. Najua tutakaa hapo almost the whole day. Watu watataka kula, watu watafanya nini, so we need at least funds. Tuchange hizi vitu, watu wakienda huko hivyo, at least kuwe tuna some drinks to educate each other. Unaona, kila mtu si ati kila mtu ako fiti kwa mfuko. Mayouth wengi wana kazi. Unaona, kukaa pale the whole day bila anything itakuwa wasteful of time. So ni hivyo, we need funds. Somebody to create a link where tutatuma do. Kila mtu atumenye ataweza 50, 20, tuko wengi. Hizo funds zitatusaidia sana. Ni hiyo tu.
Thanks, Phil. Isaac Miregwa, Kevin Boss, MCA.
Hello.
MCA Samiko. So Isaac Miregwa.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me?
The floor is yours, Isaac.
Na kusikia ukikatakata, sijui kama you can hear me clearly.
Clear, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, KOT and Big, for this space. Mi ningetaka kusema tu kitu moja, like make kind of an observation. Nikiangalia kile gava inafanya, like gava inajaribu kuwa narrative. They are trying to kill the purpose of all this movement that we started. Like target yao ni wash down so that at the end of the day wao waonekane ndo wanajaribu kuleta order and peace, while sisi tunajaribu kuwa watu wenye tuko chaotic, hatuelewi kenye tunafanya. I've tried to talk to some wazae wengi, unasikia wanasema mayouth, kwani mnataka nini? Mnataka ninyi ndio mnataka kulead wazee ama yani, like that is the narrative that Ruto anadai ku create around. So yeye sahi akona one advantage, akona gava, and they can misuse the resources to drive the narrative ambayo akona hayo. So like it comes down upon us to ensure that we also try to educate people that whatever we are saying, the demands we are making, si ati ni vitu zenye sisi tunataka tiku benefit sisi peke yetu. And mostly whatever we are saying is to we are aiming to create an environment where all of us can prosper and flourish and get to improve the economic prospects. Ukiangalia the things we are asking for, si ati zita benefit majenzi ama youth peke yao, mpaka hawa wazae wetu. Business environment itakuwa vizuri, hiyo yenye wanalialia ati biashara yao imeharibika, they'll get to know. They don't understand the big picture. The big picture ndo gava inajaribu kuwash down na propaganda. The real thing is that gava inakula do, na ikikula hii do unaikula through corruption, and that is why for them to continue running about their business inabidi wapandishe maushuru waendelee, ambayo inaumiza Mkenya wa kawaida. Lakini sasa hii narrative kueleza mtu mkubwa au sana sana wazae wetu and the old generations, sababu trust you me, awase uvote na hiyo propaganda huingia sana, and that's why you are saying like jamaa Ruto na wengine they are ignoring all whatever we are saying, because they assume that from the demographics, I think if we can maybe get to us to acquire the data ya voters, say for example in the last election, tuelewe which percentage of youths voted. We don't want to know who voted who, but tujue kwa watu walivote below 30 ni wangapi, below 35 maybe, above 50 ni wangapi, or above 40. Tuelewe these age groups, what are the voting patterns, so that tuanze na kumobilize ma youth wote wenye ukua 18 and above. Trust me, kuna youths ambao tuko nao wenye bado hatujashika the big picture, hatujashika the economic implication ya hii Kenya tunasema. Let me wind up by giving a scenario. Ukiangalia Kenya sahi tuko kwa situation yenye watu ni kama mayouths tuko hopeless kind of, yani, and the government wants to ensure that we remain like that, like tujaribu kuwa fight to a point wao watu subdue, so that we also get to reach a point where tunasema manze, ni kama huwezi kufight gavana ushinde, huwezi kufight. Hiyo ndio kitu, that is the same narrative wazai wetu waliuziwa, that huwezi kushinda gava. A government can be defeated, and if you realized, it is not the government, is us. Hawa wenye tunaongelelea actually, hata mimi nimeiweka vibaya. The government is us. The politicians can be defeated. They have only regrouped together. Ametafuta kina Joho, kina baba ametuangusha, ameingia hiyo side, and I think watu wengi wanafaa learn that baba is nothing. Baba is shit, just like any other politician. Hawa ni watu wamekuja pamoja kushikana for their own good, like they have realized that the political class is under threat from the common mwananchi mwenye ameshaanza kufunguka macho, anajua kwamba these people have been taking us for a ride. Hii gava ukiangalia yote, Ruto, Mudavadi, Wetangula, Baba, Sifuna, au watu wote, you mention almost all politicians, Kalonzo, whether there some of hata kama mpaka wale wenye wanapinga hiyo, wenye wana behave ni kama they are on our side. All these people, and watu wamestay in government for a very long time. They've had opportunities to do everything right, but they've never done it. That is why we must keep fighting. And mimi na encourage my youths. Kuna kitu mimi hujiuliza. Some of these politicians wakiwa wana campaign, unawaangalianga, unaona mtu msee anaongea ni kama mpaka unaona akifika pale manza anaweza bring the light that we are looking for. I don't know. Will it be the same? Sisi my youth rise to those positions. We are the same people leo tunalia, tuna discourage bad governance, tunakatalia hii mambo yote. Will we get there and play that same story, or we will write our own story differently? Because a day is coming, trust you me, a day is coming when we the youths will be in those positions. When the youths, some of the youths are in government and they are heading there, they'll get to occupy these oppositions. Tutafika pale pia sisi tuanze kubutilik kina IMF, tuanze kubutilik the West, tuanze kuimplement the Western agenda, tuanze kuangalia tumbo zetu rather than I wonder mbona ukiangalia politicians wase wako na billions kwa account. Even without working, these people can never get poor. Even their generations, around 10 of them coming, hawatawahi teseka. But still,
Let's wind up like that,
sorry,
please.
yes, I'm winding up. I wonder why mtu haezi angalia aone Kenya is big, Kenya is for all of us. Si ati ni kitu this is whatever they are looting is not what they deserve. Like si ile kitu na deserve, anakula tu ya mwananchi mwingine shamelessly. Huyu mwananchi atauliwa, apigwe risasi na yeye haoni issue, haimgusi. When people are shot on the streets, these people they report it that watu wawili tu ndo wamekufa, like it's nothing, like that life doesn't matter. But tell me one politician apigwe na kibahati mbaya or something happens akufe, you will see how the government will react to Kenyans. Tutapelekwa mbio ni kama sisi ni wezi, kama ni wajinga. So it's like their lives matter, but hii lives ya Kenya doesn't. I want all of us to take an opportunity wherever we are to learn more about good governance, to learn more about what really belongs to us, to learn more about the resources we have as a country and how they can better help our nation move forward. That is my call. And I am also requesting finally that when you get to this position, not forget, do not become glutinous, not become selfish, do not be corrupt. Please remember your service to the people, service to country, and most importantly, fear God. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you, Isaac. Interesting submissions, yeah. As I'm following, you're saying, Ruto has the instruments of power. He has the ears of the old. So we are lost in between as a people, as a movement. So, Kevin Boss, are you there? Kevin Boss?
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, you had spoken earlier, right?
I've not spoken. Something I want to say. I have something that is doesn't sit right with me, and I usually feel bad when I experience that. Like sometimes back last month, I was feeling my teeth was very painful. I went to the hospital. I was told like my NHIF does not support civil. It supports only servants and blah blah. And as the police, something like that. I felt so bad because I don't have money. I've been paying all that NHIF for nothing. Like the health should be something that should be looked upon. Even if they have money, they just sacrifice that health. Health is very important. Now my eyes, I have one eye which is very painful. Yesterday I went to another hospital. I saw the same thing. I feel bad. That is one thing that makes me feel bad. So don't have much to say. I'm just sharing what I feel. Thanks.
Sorry, Kevin Boss, man. We feel with you. Sorry. I hope these systems will change and they'll serve us as the youth, as the people of Kenya, other than being here talking about our grievances. Pole sana. MCA, Samik? MC
Yeah, I'm
Samik?
here.
The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Hey guys, I hope you're good. Talking is kind of a different person in the stage. Manze, guys, mini bro, Charles Owino. That young dude who was killed in Kitengela, date 16th, on Tuesday. A very young man, 19-year-old boy. Wadau, this guy comes from Ugunja, where Opio and I is representing. And I can't believe that my brother had to die for Opio and I to eat of that position of cabinet secretary. I can't believe that had to happen. And he was not fighting for that. I too was in the struggle, and I too am still in the struggle. I'm not leaving, neither will I ever leave soon. I had a target I knew what brought me out, and I'll march for it. I'll go for it. My mom too joined me. She'll be in any demo anywhere. And the urge is either we find what we went out for, or we go home lifeless like our brother is. They shot our brother. They shot our brother and took him to mortuary, city mortuary, and recorded it on accident case. Like that guy was knocked in Juja by a car. Eh, Buda, tunaishi nchi gani? Tunaishi nchi gani? Wase tuamke, tuamke bana, tuamke, tuamke guys. We can't live this way. We can't live this way. We won't live this way. We know the power that we have. We know what we are capable of doing. You saw what happened that day in parliament. That is us combined. That is the energy. That is the capability that we have. And that is the only weapon we are left with. None of these politicians is coming to rescue us. None of them is coming to get us from this deep shit they made us be in. Guys, why are we backing off? Why are we going home? Some of us are already lifeless, more than 60. Suddenly, my brother in the list too. I too willing to be, maybe I'll be the 70th or 100th, but I'm willing. But I know what I'm going out for. I know what I'm going out for. Currently, your minds have been deviated. Mmesumbuliwa akili, you've been distracted, and you are kind of losing focus. Anybody talking is coming with some good suggestion. Can't you see everyone has been suggesting and none of them is being implemented? The only language that this guy understands is the protest, demos, shutdown, occupation. Ndo chenye hawa jamaa wanaelewa, mtu yangu. Mbona sasa tunaongea vitu mingi na tuoni ikitupeleka mahali? Can't we just get back to our senses? Chenye ilitufikisha hapa ni demos. Hii maandamano ndo ilitufikisha hapa. Hii maandamano ndo ilifanya hizi space zikakuwa this active. I guess this space went through the night just because of the demos. If it was not for the demos, hatungekuwa tuna hold hizi space kubonga hizi mambo za nchi. Ni maandamano ilifanya wasee wakaamka, na ni maandamano itaamsha hao wasee, ni maandamano itatoa wasee kwa power mzee. And if you're not willing to bana, achana nayo kabisa. Hata usikam kukaa space ati unanisikiza na unajua you're not with me. Why then waste your time? Just give focus to something else. Wadau, mi nabonga na I'm talking as a victim. Get me right. I'm talking as a victim. My brother was killed. My brother was killed. But I'm not relenting. Cause I know I'm not safe. I'm not safe. You too, you are not safe. Where you think you're running to, where you think you're hiding to, you are not safe. And let me tell you something. If you ever pushed for this agenda of Ruto must go, or if you ever participated in any way of giving support to these demos, guys, let me tell you for free. Bana, ukitulia tu hivi utakujiwa. Hata useme tu umedelete tweets. Manze, kuna serikali haiwezi kosa mse wa kukutrace. Utakujiwa my guy. Na wase wanakujiwa, wase wanakamiwa. Tena wana sympathy. Mnaona hata wengine wao hata tuko nao hapa. Some of them in the streets tuko nao hapa, and that's why they are masked up. Mi mwenye nabonga hata sijui next ni nani jirani yangu. Mnaona kumbe hao vijana tunabonga nao hapa masansi, hata niko sure lots of them wanaisikiza hapa saa hii. Wako kwa ground, wako kwa streets, wako kwa ground, wako kwa streets kama sisi. Unasikia? Bana, let's wake up my guys. Let's wake up. And then on matters to do with hiyo mazishi ya bro wangu.
Kimalizia MC,
Yes.
kimalizia.
Yeah, I'm winding up. Manze, mi nawakaribisha mtaa 10th August, hiyo area code ya Ugunja kwa Opio Wandai. Manze, maguys tutokee bana, majenzi wa Siaya, majenzi wa Kisumu, hata wale wanaweza travel kutoka Nairobi. Guys manze, karibuni nyumbani. Let's come home to bury kijana kama hero alive. Thank you KOT. Landed.
MC, on a lighter note, pole sana, we grieve with you. Is your dad's father's name George? MC,
Hello?
MC, Jambo. MC1,
Hello?
are you there?
KOT, I'm trying to speak. Can someone confirm if you can?
I can hear you, but you're cutting off.
Can anyone hear me, please?
I can hear you.
Please continue. Just continue. I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Hello?
Hello?
Kindly, if you are hearing me, I guess my side has connection problems. KOT, can you mute me? Then I'll be
We can
back
hear
when.
you.
Samuel, are you there? Samuel.
Yes, I'm here.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you. First of all, to the previous speaker, mwenye amepoteza brother yake, I share his pain, and I just want to say I'm so sorry. And
Samuel, you're going off.
I think kuna issue space inakuwa ni kama haijakuwa refreshed. Refresh the space please.
All right, cool.
okay.
We can hear you loud and clear.
What about me? Can you hear me now?
Loud and clear.
Okay. Yeah, if I'm cutting off, just let me know.
Loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. The lives of innocent children, of innocent people are being taken away. That is not something to joke with. That is not something to keep quiet about. That is something that should concern every Kenyan. That you can just leave your house today and you'll be shot down just for asking for accountability. Literally, what kind of world are we, what kind of country are we living in? And yet we have a constitution that was accepted by the majority of people in the republic. And yet, just few people have taken that constitution and violated everything that constitution stands for. They have literally broken the principles of the republic. And as you listen to this right now, just know that we are on a battle, we are on a war. We are on a war. And we have the most powerful weapon, which is our constitution, because this war became it is the people versus the government, the illegitimate government. Because we recalled them, it was a clear recall when all of us went and said, we do not want this finance bill, and they dropped it, even after they had said that they will pass it by fire by force. And yet, that took many lives. That took many lives. It took many lives, even us, to get that bill dropped. So we are in a war, and a war that the regime does not care about the common man, the people who pay them. And here is my suggestion: we can block all the roads traveling to Uganda to take food, traveling to Tanzania to take food. It is time for us to keep them grounded. It is time to keep them grounded. And when other countries are not receiving food, when Uganda is starving, when the people of Uganda are starving, they will revolt, and Ruto will receive more pressure. Another thing, this thing about impeachment, that there are some of our comrades, I really wapongeza sana for taking that bold move, because of course I know we are in a fight, to taking the matter to court, to be given away for a referendum. Do we really trust these people, and can we really trust our justice system in particular right now? And I know in the justice system we have people who really fight for what it's for, for the constitution of the Republic of Kenya, lakini kuna watu wengine ambao who are so much corrupt. I have met lawyers and judges who are very much corrupt. They will still allow this thing to go on. And then this is another thing: even if we manage to go to referendum, there is so many rules that need to be followed. And those are the rules that we will revisit when we win this war, because we will definitely win. Because nobody has ever stopped against change and survived. We will win this, and we will win this strategically by making sure the government is not receiving any taxes. And the other thing, by going to every bank and getting our money from those banks, because those banks are with the government, in bed with the government, making sure that no one who is in the government is speaking to us. Sijui kwa nini Ruto anaenda akiongelesha watu na watu wanampatia mic. Who as who? Why are you giving him that mic to speak as who? He has already been recalled. He's literally violating the constitution, that if today it was to be followed correctly, Ruto would spend the rest of his life in jail. He would literally spend, and he's violating all that because it is only by him kuonyeshana na kifua, that's on the way he can stay there. But we will defeat him. Him and Commander Raila Odinga, they're all going down. But not only about those individuals, because I hope everyone by now understands the cause we are fighting for when we are saying Ruto must go. Because we are fighting for a lot. Yes, it is a battle, but we are fighting for a lot. A lot to live so that our country can develop. We will come with as many strategies as we can to make sure he falls. Another thing, as they are going to pass this new to vet this incompetent cabinet that has been picked, we will be out there waiting for them. We will be right there waiting, seeing them, what they will do. And we will remind them again that it is the people who own the country, it is the people who have the power, and it is the people who can stop the government from taxes. Tunaweza decide hatutalipa taxes hata moja, tuone serikali itafanya nini. All those are the power we have as people. Another thing, nikimalizia, we need to change this constitution after we win this war. I know we have lawyers here. I don't know if this is Degwajiro or is imposters, but Degwajiro, if you're here, and I know there are other many lawyers, we need to know, can we change this constitution in a way that the president can be removed from power straightforward instead of kupitishia kwa brokers? Because people are easily corrupt. If leo ni Opiyo Wandayi who is dining, who is in bed with President Ruto, we have definitely learned a lot. We have definitely learned our lesson. Please, if we can have a constitution where if it is impeachment of a president, how can we do it straightforward instead of going through all those process? Because that's where tunapoteza mwelekeo huko ndani. Please, everyone, if hujapata ID yako, tafadhali chukua ID. Hata ukisikia Kenya tuna katiba mzuri, if you do not have an ID, if you do not vote, wewe ni baggage. You are just a baggage to us. Wewe unaturudisha nyuma. If mtu amefikisha miaka 18, tafadhali chukua kitambulisho. Nasikia vitambulisho viko na shida, but we are putting pressure. Hizo vitambulisho na mtu ajiregister. Because 2027 is when they won't believe. That is when sasa hawa watu watajinyonga juu ya venye tutajitokeza wanting leadership, wanting good leadership. Juu let's not tukue ati tunataka tu hawa leaders waondoke ati tulete tu wengine. Even the leaders hata akiwa ni Gen Z, those people have to obey the constitution. If we cannot live by the book, by the supreme law of the land, then that is not a country. If we are living in a country where someone can just bend the law for just someone anajua, that is actually taking our country to anarchy. The reason why unaona ati parliament imepelekewa bill na inasema no, this bill tukiipitisha kuna watu watatusiu. This is a problem of corruption. This is now people can see how law contradict you. Katiba imeletwa ya kuna ile taratibu ya kufuatwa, lakini sasa wewe umekuja mamlakani, umeona kama kiti ni chako, umeona serikali yako, you want to change, unaanza kuleta ofisi zingine ama na budget zingine zenye haziko kwa katiba, unapata reasons are very mismanaged. That's why hatuna hospitali na hatuna nini, corruption in county government. And this is something I'm really encouraging. Enda kwa huyo MCA wako ujue anafanya nini. Huyo MCA wako enda ujue anafanya ni mswada gani wanapitisha huko, because we elect people, we pay them millions of money, na even they do not sit in our parliament to listen, even to pass the bills that affect us with the majority.
1 second is
Thank you.
all right.
Okay, those
I
are things
wanted to
that we are getting rid about. Those are the things that we want to get rid of when we are saying Ruto must go, and we must not relent. Let the blood of our heroes not have been spilt in vain. Thank you so much. And tafadhali, please follow me if you haven't followed me, and follow the people who are hosting you, because that's how we are connecting. Thank you.
Thank you, Samuel. Thank you, Samuel. Interesting sentiments. We all heard it. Is that Ndegwa, the
Yes,
lawyer? I wanted to give one of our buddies.
yes, I am here.
I can see. No, wait. I can see a Genevieve. Genevieve, are you there?
Niko hapa. Sonko.
Exactly. You go first, and then Ndego will go. Ndego is the lawyer. If he's the lawyer, he'll go next and explain all those. If you can change the katiba, all that things. Thanks, Genevieve. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Hata sitaki hata kuongea mob. Wase wengi wameongea hapa. They have said what I wanted to say. Nilikuwa nataka kufuatilia tu hii maneno ya Shad. I don't know what we are going to do, lakini we really need to know where that guy is. Those people, kulingana na vile tunasoma vitu kwa timeline, things are not as in hao wasee si wapoa. They can do that guy dirty na tutaanza kuongea story ingine. I don't know how we are going to find him, ama tujui nani amecommunicate na yeye, but if there is anybody mwenye ameongea na yeye, please let us know, ama tujue ako wapi, tutampata aje. Let us approve of life, tujue ako kwanza, alafu we know what to do next. Thank you.
Thanks, Genevieve. Hata actually Ndego hata to guide on that. Ndego, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, KOT. Please allow me to recognize the presence of Stella Nyanzi. Stella Nyanzi is listening to us from Uganda. She's one of the serious activists and human rights fighters in Uganda. She has been put into prison for many, many years by Museveni for fighting for change. If you get an opportunity of giving Stella Nyanzi, I can see her on this platform, you'll give her the opportunity to just address us. I have 3 issues I want to address. One is about the petition that we have filed in court, the petition that is calling for referendum. We have realized that Article 1 has 2 levels of application. The first level is where we are applying the people's power through the democratically elected individuals. That is parliament for this case. We have also realized that the other level is direct participation. So when we enacted the constitution, we reserved some residual powers to our own selves. So these residual powers can be our saving grace as and when times do
Is
change.
anyone speaking?
Hello? Can you hear me?
We're listening, Dagwa. We're listening.
So that at the fullness of time, when the situation gets to where it is, we can go back and pull from our wardrobes and pull that MasterCard and Masterstroke card of the people's power. So the petition that is filed in court, we prepared that petition, we worked on it. It is meant to ask the court to interpret to us whether when the people's parliament fails, when the elected parliament fails, are people so helpless that we cannot resolve our issues through direct participation of the people? Number 2, we have always made an assumption that referendums are meant to bring forth perhaps new constitutions or boundaries or anything else. But a referendum is a process of people's making a decision. So we want to ask the court, now that parliament has no capacity, now that parliament has been emasculated to the extent that it cannot impeach William Ruto, can we conduct a referendum to do it? To ask the people whether they want to be governed by William Ruto or they do not want to be governed by William Ruto. That is the gist of the constitutional petition that is now pending before Parliament. I can critically say or confidently say that the lawyers behind that particular petition are people beyond reproach. We have the Mount Kenya jurists, the one that you saw writing the letter to the UN. I am the chairman of the Mount Kenya jurist. We have Kibe Mungai, he's a patron of Mount Kenya jurist. We have so many other lawyers who are behind that particular petition. And equally well, even the petitioners themselves are people of credible character that we can trust. They cannot be bought along the way. Allow me to go to the next limb of my submissions, which is the question of how do we deal with those persons who have been arrested, abducted, and killed? And how do we make sure that our agitation attains the international level? My view is one. As long as we shall keep on defining these individuals as accused persons or abductees or arrests, will not catch the international eye view. Why? Because the international community will be thinking that Kenya is dealing with their local or domestic criminal aspects. I am advising that we must start defining these individuals as political prisoners. Those who have been shot, killed, and abducted, we must define it as political persecution. So that at the fullness of time, it reaches the international standards, where we are saying that it has now ceased from being a domestic question to a situation whereby we are saying people have been abducted, killed, imprisoned for believing in a particular cause. If you give Stella Nyanzi an opportunity to address you, I know she'll be able to confirm this. So that then we are pushing from the international eye perspective that these are not just these are not just mere criminals. They are individuals who have been arrested and detained for believing in a particular political cause. Number 3, and the final one, you saw the DPP indicating or writing to the IPOA saying, oh, there is no evidence, you have not identified the perpetrators, all that thing, all that nonsense. Just because they are not willing to prosecute the perpetrators of these crimes. Our saving grace again is the international arena. If you want to understand how international jurisprudence works, it has three folds. Why will the ICC come to Kenya to investigate the situation? Why will other human rights courts like the African Court of Human Rights, we need to write to them. We need to write to African Court of Human Rights. We need to invite them here to come and monitor the situation. We need to write to the European Court of Human Rights. But how will they come in? How will the ICC come in? How will the United Rapporteur come in? They'll come in where we shall be able to demonstrate that the municipal or the local justice instruments are not willing to act, or they are not able to act, or they are not in existence. That's the only circumstances where the international jurisprudence or jurisdiction will be brought in. It only works in three circumstances. One is where the local courts or the local system, criminal justice system, is not willing to act, as has now been demonstrated by the ineptness of the investigator and the ineptness of the DPP. That is a clear demonstration that the local and the municipal courts are not, the local and the municipal justice system is not willing. Number two is where they are unable to prosecute or they are unable to investigate. And that has also been demonstrated that the government is not willing to investigate because government agents are the perpetrators. The final one is where they are not available to prosecute or they are not available to charge or they are not available to roll the criminal justice system. The criminal justice system in Kenya is available. It has not diminished, but they are not willing and they are not able. So that at the fullness of time, that agitation must be pushed to make sure that all these deaths are accounted for. 50 or 60 bodies or persons dying as a result of an agitation, which is a constitutional agitation, are way too many. We cannot wait to get to 100, or we cannot even wait to get to whatever number for us to start inviting the international community. I was speaking to individuals, and they're saying that most of them are following up on what is happening. I've just indicated that in this space, we have Dr. Stella Nyanzi. She's from Uganda. She's listening. So that if we're able to then to trigger such kind of mechanisms, if they're able to help us deal with the situation, they'll be able to deal with it, to help us. There's a contributor who indicated a very interesting argument that we need to start choking the entire of East Africa. We choke East Africa through the economic sabotage. And he has given a very good, clear roadmap of how that can be done. So that this pain that we have here should be shared with our neighbors. Our neighbors need to understand what is happening to us. They are so silent. I've seen them trying to agitate. Stella Nyanzi, if granted an opportunity, she'll be able to address us. But we need to share the Kenyan pain with them. Let them not continue to enjoy our transport system. Let them not continue to enjoy food from Kenya, oil from Kenya, and other products from Kenya. Let them understand that Kenyan problem is an East African problem, and that will escalate further to other countries. So, in my view, let's keep on pushing. Let's not be intimidated. Let's focus our eyes on the ball. And let's operationalize those other international tools that are available to us to call the eye of the individuals to come and check out what is happening to us. I believe we should continue to having an agitation to occupy parliament so that parliament may not vet these inept members of cabinet who have been proposed. KOT, I
Okay.
beg to rest my issues that I have raised.
Thank you, Akilindegwa. Thank you. Genevieve, you had your answer. Caliph, political prisoner. You had. That's the answer. Stella Nyanzi, I invited her to speak, but she hasn't requested to speak. So we'll invite another body, Josephine.
Thank you, KOT. Good morning, everyone, fellow Kenyans. We keep on condoling with our fallen soldiers as well as praying for those who are in hospitals for quick recovery, and also those who have been abducted to be released. That's our greatest prayer, and because we have to proceed together, leaving no one behind. Thank you for giving me this opportunity this morning. Yes, I want to just to start saying that whatever we are seeing, it seems to be quite abnormal, because already we are seeing the president has already gone back to campaigns, and now is in a campaign mode all over the country. And I'm really asking myself, where are we? Are we safe in the situation at which we are in right now? And definitely my answer is no. Then, as Gen Zs, as millennials, what are we supposed to do? Is it the high time we join hands with the other parties so that also they can join us? We call upon sensitizers and our relatives, and we join hands, and also we try to invite the police officers and their commanders in these platforms, that we sensitize them on what we are doing, so that once we get out there, they will only come there to protect us, but not to harm us. They have the capacity, knowing that even they have been commanded and it's a must for them to do what they are being told to do. They can even paralyze their vehicles. They make sure that once they get there, the vehicles cannot move. And for that reason, they will only give us protection. They are not going to fight us. They are not going to kill us. They should know they are our brothers, they are our sisters, they are our relatives, they are our uncles, they are our daddies. And we love them and we respect them. And we respect the work they do for this nation. However, we don't agree with the abductions and the killings. Mr. Deko has just told us we should stop calling it abduction. But what we are seeing really, it's very pathetic. Right now, I understand people are still being abducted here and there, and they are being tortured simply because they are raising up their voices. We need to be free and to be given opportunity to make our noises up there. We need to cry out and everybody hear our cry. We need to use the best terms ever, so that which can be understood by the international communities, so that they give us reinforcement and they join us and tell Ruto, you know, your people are saying they don't want you. Can you fuck and go? Because it's so bad. What we are feeling, it's bad. Again, I would also want to request Wakili Degwa, kindly, can you share with us the links of the proceedings, so that we are able also to join the courts and see the proceedings and listen to the proceedings on how they are doing, so that if we have anything we think it's important, we can also bring it out to you as you articulate and represent us. We really appreciate the good job you are doing for us. As you prepare these documents, it's also good. Some of us are also, we normally appear in court, and we have been having cases in court, and we have also our way of thinking. So if we see that also the documents, maybe we can add something and we move all together. For those of us who are much interested in how the court runs and how the court moves issues. So these are some of the things that I really feel we need to consider them. Again, despite that we are in a revolution whereby we still believe we do not have leaders, it's a high time we come up with structures. Remember, we are saying that we need accountability. However, who are you asking to account for? Because even you are not in agreement with that person, you are not even comfortable with them offering services to you. Then how are we going to ensure that we need accountability from him? He will tell you, you don't recognize me, you don't know, I don't know what you want. So I've given you what you want. I've given leaders to which are different areas, actually recycled leaders, which the people who've been just given, I cannot even imagine. I don't have a title to give them, because they know themselves, and deep down in their hearts, they know how Kenyans feel about them. They know how many things they have done to the Kenyans, how many times wamedhulumu wa Kenya. Guys, can we stand out? Can we plan properly? Can we commit ourselves to see to it also without letting? Can we see to it that all Kenyans who do not have IDs, they get their IDs? And also, should we not forget to say that we need the IEBC in place so that people can take their voters card in time? So that's my submission this morning. I want to wish everyone a good day. Let's keep praying. Let's keep watching out. In case you see anything, kindly just report. Post it so that we can repost it and then we can make noise and save one of our own. Thank you so much, KOT, and your cause. May God bless us. Thank you.
Thank you, Josephine. Thank you, Josephine. Very interesting sentiments. Very interesting sentiments.
KOT, allow me just to weigh in on that issue of the petition.
Mr. Ndegwa, you need to speak?
Yes, on that issue of the petition.
1 minute. 1 minute.
What we shall do is that we want as many as we can get people to join the petition. We'll be generating a form where people can join the petition and support the petition, because the more the merrier.
You're done?
I'm done. So we'll be.
Yes,
thank you.
I will be more to the petition if I get it.
Thank you, Akili Ndegwa. Thank you for your sentiments. Thank you for your advice. It's good that we have such people in these spaces. Now I want to invite Mr. Mbugwa. Are you there? Mr. Mbugwa, one. Mbugwa. All right. Engineer Bundi.
Great. KOT Socha and everybody else. Now, it's great that people are waking up to do something that is worth doing, being involved in spaces where people thought we couldn't be. Today, as a matter of fact, I'm joining a few of my colleagues in court as they go to file a few papers around this impeachment and pushing this guy out. Okay, it's not necessarily about the guy, but the system. And I think it's something that people need to be very clear about, that we may not necessarily be looking at, what do you call this? Ruto must go as a Ruto the person, but the system itself. That way, these minions and dimwits who go around talking about what if Ruto leaves, how are we going to survive with Gashagwa or Wetangula or whatever, we put that nonsense to rest. We want a reset of the systems, and we are starting from the head. And from the head going down, we are not going to spare anybody. I think our store has enough arrows to fix the entire system to the chief clan elder all the way down, but we want to sort it from the head. And because anyway, the head is what gives direction to the body. Now, second bit, something kidogo out, but which I think we need to take into account, and the wakilis in the group could also help us in that. I think as we do this, the lawyers should start thinking about how best can we sort the electoral commission. So I think that's where some nonsense also happens. I've been involved in elections for 3 cycles, in the tech aspect of it, the policy and strategy in different parties, and of course the IIC when it was IC before it became IBC. And I'm noticing there's a process going on now about getting the commissioners into office. And if we are not keen on that, we could be played on day one, and people keep telling us, follow the law, or that the time doesn't allow this, whatever nonsense comes in. I think Ndego and the team, Kibe Munga and everybody else, we need to put our foot down and be very clear about the kind of people we want in those roles. Number 2, we actually may need to push or probably even get a court order to actually audit or reset the entire IEBC from the sweeper all the way up. Can you imagine this? IEBC since inception has never run an election that was clean, that was uncontested. Okay, we may not put that on them, but when Maraga canceled this entire, an entire election, we should have pressed our reset buttons. We have the same faces leading the, most of these things happen at the secretariat level. We have the same faces running the tech. We have the same faces running the legal, the same faces running our county IBC offices. Literally nothing has changed. And I think that should be our next front. And as we go through the ups and downs of trying to do everything legally, I'm thinking we actually have an option of going extra constitutional if they keep giving us headache along the way. And hata hao judges tunaanza kuwasalimia in due course. Thank you. Have a good day.
Okay, thank you so much. I think the other co-host just dropped. I'm trying to reconnect him back. So I see Afro is here. Afro, good morning, bro.
Good morning, good morning. Hope you're well. Hope
I'm
the
good.
space is okay. Uko aje?
Mimi niko poa. Sawa. So welcome Afro. Anytime you feel like you can jump in, just feel free.
Hey,
Who is speaking? Raymond?
yeah, I just want
Okay.
to put my 2 cents in, and I think it's time to go very radical. And we infiltrate each and every organization possible and try to leak all information online through either blogs. People should create blogs that we wholeheartedly kind of dedicated to any corruption, anything that we see that is out of line with either economically or corruption, like the JKIA scandal. We should infiltrate everywhere possible because this is the places they're hiding their loot. So any contracts that are awarded to these cronies or people who are connected to politicians, we need to expose that. Like, let's make sure that we put everything in the public domain. So we start from the inside because it seems that the police and people who are uneducated, mostly in the rural areas, they don't even know what's going on because it's very disheartening to see like people in Mombasa, people in Kisumu, or those environments cheering for somebody who literally has killed people in the last 48 hours. 60 people seem to have died for nothing. And people are saying, oh, and putting their fists up. Like, that is very disheartening, especially somebody like me who am in the diaspora and I sent quite a bit of money for t-shirts to be printed and all this and all that to facilitate this movement. But I'm just one person, but we all have to be hands on deck. If these people come to the Western world, we will really protest and make sure we expose them. By the time they land, they'll have nowhere to sit comfortably anywhere around the world. That's all I wanted to say. But now it's time to infiltrate from the inside, from the outside, everywhere. And we make sure we shame them 100%. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Okay. So, Abdul, you there?
Niko hapa. Morning Keti Sonko.
Okay, just proceed, bro.
Bana, mi nimeamka nimechoka bana. Nimeangalia hiyo video ya Ruto akiwa Changamwe bana. Na kanapo kaingia CBD Mombasa bana. Nashangaa bana, napigania watu aina gani hapa na wenye. Kaamka na feel discouraged, but on checking around nimesikiza kuna wasee walilipwa. Ujue sahii wasee wako desperate thoroughly. Wasee wako extremely desperate, wako njaa, wakipata mahali wanapata 500 kwenda kushangilia hivyo kidogo. Msee anatokea tu ndo apate unga, so in some way I'm not judging them. So I think tuko na decisions to make as a movement concerning the way forward we want to go, na ni vizuri naona some progress we are making in our discussions. Mimi nimekuwa around for some time nikisikiza vile wasee wana argue, vile wasee wana desire, vile wasee wana aspire ama ndoto zao, na ni sisi tutaamua if we want to have an all inclusive teamwork to bring around that is the first thing, all inclusive teamwork. All inclusive teamwork inamaanisha working with allied like-minded people, wenye wako kwa manufacturing, wenye wako kwa governance, wenye wako kwa politics, wenye wako kwa law, wenye wako kwa medicine, wenye wako kwa economics, kwa sababu we need their expertise na their inputs when it comes to the reforms zenye tunataka. Secondly, we need to decide whether we want to go for strong institutions ama strong individuals amongst ourselves. If we want to build a strong movement ama a strong political party ama a strong resistance force ama we want to raise a strong KOT Sonko, a strong Kasmuel, a strong Afrocentric, a strong Degoa, basi sasa mjue tukiraise a strong Ndegoa akigongwa tutakuwa tumerudi nyuma 100%. Inabidi sasa to raise another Ndegwa ndo kureplace ile part ya Ndegwa alikuwa na play. So for me naweza waambia example ya Trump 2019 November going up to January 6th yenye walienda milisha yake ika-attack Capitol Hill. Because of strong institutions that they have, Trump alianza kusema kimeibiwa, ile design ya baba kimeibiwa, and he was almost resisting kutoka kwa kiti. What helped the US, na nyinyi especially mnaishi huko US kina Afronyi mnajua na waseme travel kidogo, ni strong institutions. Kutoka hapo hivyo the DOD, Department of Defense, wakaanza kusema hapana, sisi we will stand for the rule of law. Hii side nyingine the FBI, the CIA wakasema the same. Hii side nyingine Mike Pence ndo alikuwa the deputy president, akasema mimi I will go to the handover ceremony ya kupeana hii chama hii power. Akasema it is bigger than the rest of us, the country is bigger than one person ama nini. So Trump akakuwa weekend, so tukaamua ku raise strong institutions. Tutahave kuanza kufikiria around a strong movement, a strong media, a strong EACC, a strong DCI, a strong judiciary na independent commissions zenye ziko strong, zenye zinaweza withstand any strong individuals. Ndo sasa in case one of us is attacked, judiciary inaweza mdefend the way mnaona through the Law Society of Kenya and all that. So it's our decisions to make. Mimi tunawa highlight zile points zinakuja kwa kichwa changu, that we need the point yenye mahali tumefika, si point sasa ya kulia, ni point ya to come up na decisions na tuamue. Finally, we want to decide kama tutameka ikuwe ni Gen Z movement peke yake ama we want everyone including millennials, including our like-minded, tuseme generation zote. As long as you are young at heart and you are Kenya is in your heart, as long as you want Kenya to change, as long as you want the best interest. But tukifanya hii ni movement ya Gen Z peke yake, kuna wase wana feel left out, wase wenye miaka imesonga kidogo wana feel hii ni nini, and then hata wase politician wanaitumia kutugawa wakisema hawa watoto wetu, hata condescending language yenye wanatumia, wanataka kusema my daughters and nini. But ukiangalia some of them wenye wako ni kama Sakaja ni a brother to us, mtu kama nani Ruto pia akiwa 50 something years, sieti ni mzee sana kuliko wase wengine pia wenye wana clamor for change. For example, mtu kama Professor Githuza Kibwana vile ako part of us, haezi feel comfortable wakati ako part of the movement na anaitwa my daughter and my son. So we might need to decide whether we want to do it. Lastly kabisa, we want to think whether we want to bring this as an alternative voice to the people, whether we want to think we need to offer solutions to the problems zenye zina vile wasee wame join hands, both the opposition na government wa Kenya wakabaki bila mtu yeyote, whether we want to come out as offering alternative voices, alternative solutions. Because I do not believe that Mbadi bila ameappointiwa CS for finance, hajawekwa pale ndo aweze kucompensate for the victims wenye tumepoteza. Hajawekwa pale ndo aweze kucompensate the victims wenye kuwabuildia mausoleum, kuwa immortalize wale wase wamekufa along the way. Amewekwa pale kudefend interest ya wale wase wenye wamemweka pale. Secondly, sidhani Opiyo Wandayi akiwekwa petroleum energy nini, sidhani ameenda kushukishia mama mboga 6 kg cylinder ikuwe 300 ama 600 vile tuliambiwa. If anything, hawa say hata hawajui bottom up economic agenda inamaanisha nini, na wanaenda wamekuwa amongst watu wamekuwa wakioppose. And thirdly, sidhani Joho ameenda pale as mtu mwenye mimi natoka Coast, sidhani Joho ako pale ndo aweze kuinvestigate hizi issue. Polo Kimani amekuwa akisema kwamba minerals zetu zinaibiwa, that Kenya sisi ni tuko na minerals, we are worth trillions of dollars, zile mineral tuko nazo. Sidhani ameenda pale kuinvestigate hiyo expose na tuweze kupata, ako pale kuprotect interest the big boys. Na Waparanya akiwekwa cooperatives na SMEs, sidhani ameenda pale kulift mama mboga na mama salon na vijana wa bodaboda. Ameenda pale ndo aweze kuprotect interest ya the big boys. So kama tuna come out as an alternative voice, na kama tuna come as a Wanjiko's representatives, unity na hii division yenye tumekuwa nayo attacking each other, lazima tuache. Na washukuru na nawapea all my gratitude nyinyi wenye mnatupea platforms, kina Sonko, kina Afro, Kibe, kina Amerix, asanteni sana. Because with your platforms and everyone else mentioned kina Kimunyi, with your platforms wananchi wanaweza kuweza kuarticulate their issues. Also the professionals wenye wako kwa law, medicine, kina Ndegwa, kina Japrado, kina nani wote, niwashukuru kwa sababu it is through your opinions na professional inputs tunaweza kusupport the revolution na the movement. So kindly I would love that hizo issues nimewauliza, what you guys want, kama we want to work with like-minded people, kama tunataka tukue to build strong individuals versus strong institutions, kama tunataka support across all the tribes na age groups, kama tunataka to present ourselves as alternative voices, ningeomba kama tunaweza argue around those points so that tusikae tu kulia peke yake. By the time tunatoka hapa, tuko na solutions moving forward. Asanteni sana, my heart is full and I'm now more encouraged kuwaona amja give up the way nilikuwa nime give up kuona wasee wametokea Mombasa kupokea huyu mse. Asanteni.
Okay, OT.
Asante sana Abdul. Give up for who? Give up for
Okay,
where?
OT.
We are not giving up. We are more, by the way, I don't know. We are unbowed, we are uncowed, we are not giving up. This country is
Afro.
ours and one of us has to give. Someone said we are about to see whose enough is enough. Kwa sababu Gen Zs, the youth, kila mtu amesema wa Kenya, enough is enough with this
Afro.
corrupt government. Na Ruto amesema enough is enough. Sasa tunapimana nguvu. We want to see who will be the last person left standing. And
Afro.
I am confident that the people of Kenya will be triumphant, in my view.
Afro.
Will be triumphant. Yes, Motherland Kenya, you can't hear me speak?
Yes, I can hear you, Afro.
Yeah. Hold on. I'll call upon you. But Abdul, your question about institutions and personality, we want strong institutions, of course. That should be number one. We want institutions that are independent, that are fully funded. We don't want a personality-based kind of system. Like you said, like it's not about building individuals, although both of them are mutually inclusive, that if we have strong institutions, also we will vote in men of character and men who have a track record, of development, men and women in that regard. So it is both. We need both. And I think right now Kenya is at crossroads and our consciousness is awakened to that fact. So moving ahead,
Afro.
I'm telling you, we're going to see changes in Kenya. I'll give the microphone to Kinyanjui. Karibu kwenye space. How you doing?
Asante, mnanisikia? Can you hear me?
Kinyanjui.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Kinyanjui.
Okay. So I'd like to
I
talk
can't hear
about.
Kinyanjui. So Kioti unamsikia?
Yeah, namsikia, sijui maybe wewe ndio uko na issue na connection yako.
Okay. Niambie kimaliza.
I'd like to talk about structure because I think it's very important and has been mentioned just before. Revolts with structure become revolutions because structures help ossify and give permanence to these changes that we are demanding. I'll give a few examples, even in the case of the oppressor, the president. Ruto is using structure against us. Sindio? Like yesterday, for example, he can't come out and overwrite his initial proposal to have budget cuts for the first lady and second lady and whatever these other trash offices that they had put. So parliament anatumia the structure of parliament to reject hizo budget cuts so that aseme institutions have decided independently. Sindio? Ruto is using structure to oppress us. One of the most structured organizations, and it looks like it is anarchical. It is meant to look anarchical. The police service is being used to oppress us. Now, I want to talk a bit about the ANC. The ANC, when dealing with the apartheid government, came together and built something called the Freedom Charter. Wengine wenyu wa history mnajua. This Freedom Charter 60, 70, 80 years ago was used as a guiding principle for 80 years to structure the demands of the African people in South Africa. Now, I would recommend that everybody ajaribu kuwatch hii movie inaitwa Nelson Mandela Long Walk to Freedom. He makes this point very clearly, that you alone are strong, but together, the movement goes on. They take out one of us, they take out two, but the movement will go on because the Freedom Charter is very clear what the ANC needs to achieve. They imprison, the movement still goes on. They do whatever, the movement still goes on because it is structured. You can't kill a structure. I'll give another example closer home. One of the greatest political events, and my mother, because I was very young, my mother was on the other side, alikuwa side ya Ndizi. But one of the greatest political events in Kenya is actually Mwai Kibaki losing the referendum on the proposed constitution. That was a movement. It was an emotion. Watu walikuwa wamechoka na the NAC government. It was not delivering as much as they had expected. And then they were forcing a constitution down the throats of Kenyans. And people resisted and rejected it and won. Now, the political class, and Raila understands this painfully clear. Ruto understands this painfully clear. Once you do not structure emotions, the impermanence of it will allow just government to very slowly, very quietly roll on you. So they created the ODM party. And the ODM party, through its structures, for all its failures, again, has been able to drive fundamental changes in Kenya. Devolution, all these other things. Structures contextualize revolts. Structures achieve result. So I would like us to consider this point. The point is not to have leaders, but the point is to have structures. If we don't structure the revolution, it will remain a revolt. Juu mi ni Smallwig, nimeona niongelei, mabigwig hawataki kuongelea juu watakani kama wanatafuta power, but this is important. Asanteni.
Sawa Kinyanjui. Afro. Maliza.
Oh, thank you. I'll give the microphone to Tribeless.
Thank you so much for this time. Thank you, Afro, for the mic. Thank you, KOT. Thank you. I've seen Advocate Ndegwa here. I'm very happy you're here. I've seen Mashirema here, Kaponde from Citizen TV. So, guys, I will start by reading to you a quote from Martin Luther King. And the quote says, "Those who love peace must learn to organize as effectively as those who love war." He goes on to say that change does not roll on the wheels of inevitability, but comes through continuous struggle. Underline the keywords continuous struggle. Who are we dealing with? We are dealing with those who were born and bred up, born during the time of Kenyatta and bred up during the time of Moi. He became part of YK92, and they have now regrouped to rain mayhem and torture us. Good people, we need to focus on how are we going to tackle this person, because as this person is dynamic, he has now changed. He's back on top of cars. And yesterday he was in Tarakaniti. In the next 1 minute, he has flown to Mombasa. What is he doing? He is trying to solidify. He wants us to take us back to normal, where he was before the events of the 25th June, so that he can come back and sack this plastic CSS he has employed, so that he can go back to his norm. We have to resist this person, and to deal with him is, from what I think, and this is what I've said from yesterday when we were in the space up to today, I will continue preaching it. If we are organizing to have a rally on the 8th of August, let us go to Uhuru Park. Let us organize the mother of all rallies. Let us notify the police. No problem. Let us notify the police. Let them now provoke us. Let's go to Uhuru Park. Because why am I saying this? Ruto dealt with the Uhuru through legal means and through political means. Legal means in that he was able to suppress the BBI through legal processes, and at the same time, politically, he was every weekend in churches in Mount Kenya, every weekend in churches in Western. So he was doing it in a political way and also doing it legal way. Let us, the advocate Ndegwa said, let us consolidate petitions. We never know where our luck is. This is a changing world. Let us do petitions. At the same time, let us suppress him. Let us put pressure on him politically. Let us organize at least after every 2 weekends, we have a rally. Me, I am ready to be part of those who will fundraise. Why? Because I have been fundraising a lot to pay school fees for students. My age is between a millennial and a Gen Z. I have been fundraising a lot to pay. If fundraising to agitate for change, to ensure that bursaries reach everyone, every child in this country, is what will make me stop doing this harambes, I am ready for it, so that we can able to sustain political pressure on this man. Let him come. Let him bring the police to arrest us in Uhuru Park. You people don't fear arrest. I have been arrested before severally during the time of Babu Owino and Mike Jacobs when I was a student leader, and we were doing politics or supporting Babu Owino. Don't fear to be arrested. Arresting is part of a human being. Being taken to police cells and spending there a few days is part of life. You should not fear. A man with two balls should not fear being arrested. As long as you know you are being arrested, not because you have stolen someone's property, but you are agitating for the future of your generations to come. Let us go there. If EACC is not doing their job, corruption is now being budgeted. Let us go there. Salimia them. Let us go there. Tunasema we want to occupy EACC. We go there, we put pressure on them. We tell them, you are the weak link here. Let us look at how the countries, look at the education sector. The ministry, our own ministry can issue a circular, a memo on fees and recall it. That is how messy and noisy our country has become. Look at how many children do we have in schools now? Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So I'm finishing 1 minute, Afro. So what am I saying? Let us follow this thing through legal means and political means. Let us call for rallies. Let us push through through petitions, and at the same time, let us push this person online. Let us not give him any place to breathe. Because when you fear, and you think the government will not find you because you are hiding, this government, the way this if the president was interested in finding a clean candidate to lead treasury and these ministries, he would have found this person the way he normally his officers are fishing out of our homes every night and arresting us. Otherwise, if we don't be careful, if we don't fight this man politically and legally, he is going to subdue us. Let us rise up and use whatever we have, money-wise, voice-wise, mobile phones, unity, and fight this man through thick and nail. Thank you, Afro.
Thank you so much, Tribeless. Guys, we are still looking for Shad. Shad hasn't been located or found. So please shoot out a tweet in that support. Free Shad has been warned that if he doesn't, I think I read some communication to that effect, that if he doesn't stop being anti-government and stop supporting the movement, the next time they get him will be his last time. And we take those threats as seriously as they are, like he said. Hashtag Ruto must go. Let's keep shooting the tweets on the timeline. Let's go. Motherland, Kenya. Karibu kwenye space. Crocodile, are you there, Crocodile? Crocodile, can you hear me? Power Wizard, hebu Kioti cheki kama wasi wananisikia.
Power Wizard.
Power Wizard. Haya, Fred Mukua.
Morning, everybody. I think you hear me. Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you.
So we will not sit down and see Ruto and Raila rooting resources from the poor Kenyans. We will not allow that. Haiwezekani. So Raila has joined the Ruto for him to benefit from AU post. Hii kiti ya AU yenye anawania. Hii kiti ya AU yenye anawania iko na manufaa gani kwa Wakenya? Raila anauza Wakenya kwa hiyo kiti. Ameweka Opiyo Wandayi na akina Joe to mobilize resources ndio aende kule AU afanye campaign na pesa ya Wakenya, hiyo kiti yenye hawezi pata. So we will not allow that. Haiwezekani. So we need to clean the system. A system which will help we as Kenyans to live in a way other countries will recognize us. It is impractical kuona kuwa wapunge wetu wanasema ati ile there will be no budget cut kwa hii kwa mke wa Ruto na mke wa Gachagua. Sisi wa Kenya ndio tunasema, si wao wanasema. They are our servants. Hawa wapunge ni watumishi wetu, lakini wamefika kule bungeni wako na kiburi. They don't want to listen to the people. Wanataka sisi tuwe watumwa wao. Haiwezekani wa Kenya. So mimi nilikuwa naonelea hivi, huyo Raila ndiye ametuuza. We want to do this. Tuende tumusalimie kule Karen. We make a plan. Tuende kule Karen tuweke kambi huko, so he will listen to us. Na wala ambao wanapiga makofi, we need to educate our people. Let us not go to the kule mahali ambapo wameweka mikutano yao. Wakiita mikutano yao, let us not go. tuambie watu wetu, hakuna haja unaenda mahali mpunge ameitisha mkutano wake. Hiyo ndio suluhu. Hawa watu wajue, we know more about them. Those people are corrupt. They don't want others wapene tusome we educate our children, so they are killing our future. Kenya is a rich country and we are suffering. Ruto anatuambia ati ametenga, ameweka in 2 months time ako na mpango gani? Until when? While people are suffering. Imagine mtoto wa mwezi moja hawezi pata vaccine kwa a public hospital. Hiyo ni nchi gani yenye tunaishi? We are bitter. The majority of Kenyans, the big percentage of Kenyans, we don't like Ruto. Ruto has made us to be sufferers. We are sufferers in our own country. We cannot allow that.
Okay, thank you so much, Fred. So let me give this chance to Maureen. Maureen, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah, sure, you can hear you. Just proceed, please.
Yeah. Let me start by saying that Ruto must go. And the second thing is shame on Raila, working on dead bodies to go get nusu mkate. Enyewe, shame. Ni kama shame imeisha Kenya. And also, the other thing is, we must start asking, why are we paying taxes? Why are we paying taxes so that those praying mantis wapewe pesa zetu wajifanye wanatuombea? Kwani sisi hatuwezi jiombea? We must start saying, kama ni kulipa tax, ziende to the right things. If it's education, if it's healthcare, si kulipa tax zinaenda for useless takataka kama hao wamama wawili. They are so annoying. They're saying that if they're not given money to pay the workers, ati kutakuwa na cases. First of all, the offices are unconstitutional. What do you mean there will be cases? From where? The offices already are unconstitutional. So I don't know why they're being added more money for nonsense work. And also, Raila has really set us back. You've seen that Ruto has gone back to juu ya magari, kuongea tutatenga, tutafanya, sijui tukue na peace. What do you mean tukue na peace? Who is killing people? Are we the ones who are killing ourselves? Since the police. So why is he telling us that we should have peace? Yeye mwenyewe, he's the one who should stop killing us and listen to what Kenyans are saying. What else? Something that I'm forgetting. I think I'll stop there. Thank you, guys.
My
Okay,
friend Afrocentric, it is nice to see you.
just a minute, Alex. Alex, just time. Okay, you can proceed because Maureen, her microphone was still on. So Alex, just proceed, please.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing me to speak on your space. It is truly an honor. And I will speak on the perspective of an American. So if I say something wrong, or you can correct me if I'm wrong. So this is just on a perspective of a Gen Z American. So please, if I say something, you can correct me anytime you want. I'm an American at the end of the day. When it comes to Kenya, Kenya is rich of natural resources. You have gold deposits. You have you have a substantial amount of minerals within the nation, and many foreign entities and many companies across the world, including in the West, they go to Kenya and they extract these natural resources, but they are supposed to pay some sort of tax towards the Kenyan government, which they do, and the Kenyan government collects it, and it's supposed to go towards the schools and other types of infrastructure which are necessary for the country to be able to continue to prosper. But instead, the politicians are taking the money and they're spending it on themselves. They're living lavish lifestyles. They're flying on a private jet. They live in a nice house, rather than giving it to the Kenyan people, or at least using that money to invest in, like I said, certain infrastructure such as roads, schools, hospitals, and anything that is necessary in order for a country to be able to continue to prosper. So therefore, it is essential that we raise awareness, and I appreciate what you guys are doing. You are protesting against corruption, and that is why I support your movement. But on top of that, when it comes to this idea of Pan-Africanism, As an American, and as a conservative American, as you can see, I have a picture of President Trump. I'm 50-50 on the Pan-Africanist movement, since there's some good and then there's some bad. You have Mugabe, when he took office in the 1980s during his ZANU-PF, I believe it's the ZANU-PF movement, where in 1980 Zimbabwe was able to gain independence from Rhodesia, which was a former British colony, and instead it was more given back towards the African people. But instead of working alongside the white people who were in Zimbabwe, they didn't. They chased out the Boers. If the Boers didn't leave their farms, then they would be massacred, they would be killed. So many Boers ended up leaving. And what ended up happening was 10, 20 years later, you had Mugabe, who was pretty much demanding for these people to come back, but they said, no, why should we come back to Zimbabwe if you force this out just because of our skin tone? So in some ways, I believe in the idea of Pan-Africanism, which is the idea that the African people should be able to maintain control of their natural resources, maintain control of government, and lead the country without foreign influence. But at the same time, this idea of ethnic nationalism, and again, just like it's the same ideology where I have it with Europe, where it's when in regards to Europe, since the vast majority of people are European, it should remain as European. And the same idea goes with Africa, since the vast majority of Africans are African, and therefore the main culture, the main religion, the main race. Well, religion is divided within Africa, but what I'm trying to say is that within each country, they should continue to instill their culture, instill their race, as well as their religion. So in that aspect, I'm a cultural as well as an ethnic nationalist. So in that aspect, I agree with the Pan-Africanist movement, but I do not agree with some of their tactics, which, call on the genocide of white people and forced removal. Since again, I'll give you a tale of two nations. You have South Africa and then you have Singapore. During the time of decolonization, South Africa was richer than Singapore, even though both nations were colonized by the British and both nations were decolonized around the same time. But Singapore in the 1980s, it's a city-state. It's a very, very small city. Well, yeah, it's a very, very small nation and the city. And there were many different ethnicities living in Singapore. You had Chinese people, you had Malays, you had Indonesians, and you had Indians as well. And during the 1970s, they were building ethnic enclaves, and the people from different backgrounds weren't really working together. So in the 1980s, the Singaporean government mandated where everybody who lives in an apartment building, that there would be 25% of each ethnicity would live in an apartment building in order for people to be able to learn about each other's cultures and to work together, so people will be able to innovate together and continue the prosperation of Singapore. So fast forward 40 years later, Singapore is one of the most neutral, most stable, and one of the richest nations in the world, since they adopted the idea of working together despite people being from different backgrounds. And meanwhile, in South Africa, partially the reason why South Africa is going downhill is due to the ethnic conflict between the Zulu and the Xhosas, as well as the Afrikaners. And instead of working together and trying to maintain this idea of being prosperous for their nation, instead they are dividing themselves. And whenever you divide a nation, whether it's economically or socially, you will notice the decline of a nation. And when it comes to South Africa, in some ways, I approve of Julius Malema. I know some of his tactics are a little bit harsh and a little bit aggressive, but I agree with him on two things. South Africa is currently enduring a high crime rate, and therefore Julius Malema has imposed an idea where he would impose harsher sentences on criminals instead of just letting them outright back on the streets. So therefore, the crime issue would be under control under his leadership. And on top of that, he's condemned the ANC on numerous occasions about being bought out by China, since the ANC, which is currently led by Ramaphosa, is one of the most corrupt, if not the most corrupt parties in the world, but they're certainly the most corrupt party within South Africa, since they allow China to continuously extract natural resources within their nation, but in exchange, China is building infrastructure within their nation, such as hospitals, schools, and roads, and any other type of infrastructure that is beneficial for the prosperity of a nation. But at the same time, once China is done extracting the natural resources, they will leave their nation to be in
Just wind up, because the discussion here, you are discussing about our country matters, and we currently not discussing about other countries like South Africa or the US. So we are mainly focusing on what is currently happening here in our country. And of course, you've touched on matters, the natural resources. Yeah, we have the natural resources, And mostly these resources have been being run by other people from other countries. But at the moment, we as the Gen Zs from Kenya, we feel like these natural resources, they should be processed and be managed by the Kenyans. So we currently are worried about our country and not other countries. So
if I could
kindly,
if I can say
Alex,
this if I can say
yeah,
this in regards to Kenya, this is about Kenya. So I know somebody. I was actually just talking with them. His name is hold on, let me see what his name is. Tom Maboya. You know who that is, right? Tom Maboya, Doctor Maboya. So I was talking with him, and he was telling me that he grew up in a village, and there was plenty of gold. There was plenty of gold deposits, but they did not have the materials to extract these gold out of these deposits. So what happened was there was these foreign entities that would come into Kenya, and they would extract the natural resources for them, but in exchange they would pay a tax towards the Kenyan government, which theoretically it should benefit the Kenyan people since taxes goes towards useful things such as schools, roads, hospitals, like I previously had mentioned. But at the same time, this money did not go towards the Kenyan people. This money went towards the politicians, and the politicians, as you know, are living in lavish lifestyles, eating 5-course meals every day, living in mansions and living in all and flying private jets, living in mansions, and driving very nice cars, rather than giving the resources to the people. So it's really a corruption issue, and that is why I support your movement. But the reason why I made a comparison between South Africa and Singapore is because I wanted to show you what division does. When you have ethnic division, and I know some of you are Pan-Africanist, and I fully support that, but some Pan-Africanists at the same time are anti working together with other, races and ethnicities and whatnot. But as long as they don't become the predominant race and culture within your country, I don't have an issue with it, as long as they assimilate into your nation. Thank you.
okay. Thank you so much, Alex. And I also want to address any other person who will be coming here on the speakers panel, probably who might not be in Kenya, but really supports this movement. At the moment, we are having a very solid discussion about what is happening in our country. So on matters, minerals and natural resources, we can organize for such a forum later, then we can discuss about that.
Yes, I
Thank you so much,
apologize if I
Alex.
went on a
Alex,
if I went
Alex,
on a
Alex,
long rant.
Alex, kindly. Thank you so much, and say hi to President Trump. Maureen, I saw your hand as well.
Yeah, I was just wondering what his point was.
Well, my point is that
But
people should work.
yeah,
Oh, go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead.
Oh, thank you. Sorry, I did not mean to cut you off if you were trying to say something. But my point is this, is that people should work together. And at the same time, yes, your nation should embrace ethnic nationalism, because in South Africa, that is currently a huge movement that is transpiring. But at the same time, some of these tactics are aggressive, and if there's immigrants that want to move to your nation and they want to work and they want to assimilate to your culture, there's no problem with that. But the issue is that what is going
Well,
on in Western Europe is that you're having millions of people that are moving into Western Europe, and they're not assimilating, and they're not being prosperous towards their nation either, since they are not working. That was my
oh,
point.
so your point is immigration and assimilation.
Well, my point is that I'm pro-immigration, but at the same time, people who move into a nation, they should assimilate to that nation's culture as well as be productive within that nation as well. That is my
Okay,
point.
fair enough.
Okay,
And
fine.
and I
Alex,
also
bye. I'll welcome
Guys,
you on
I
another place.
my last point is before I
Maureen,
drop the mic. Yeah.
oh, you want to say something, Maureen?
Yeah. If the
Okay.
lawyers can assist us in petitioning, in presenting the cases in court, I think from the case with Baby Pendo case, it has set a precedence that the seniors can be tried for crimes that are committed by the juniors. I think that is one good thing that can be done so that these people can be held responsible for killing us and abducting us.
Okay, thank you so much. We have Wakili Ndegwa up here, so he'll probably respond to that. But before that, I think let's give Anthony the chance, then we'll go back to Wakili Ndegwa to respond on your question, Maureen, or on your concern.
Okay.
Anto, are you there?
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, just proceed, Anthony. I can hear you. Your 3 minutes starts now.
Okay. For me, I'm trying to put across something about how we can make sure that is our unit is being like permanent as a youth. Is it okay if we can look for these guys who are very, very strong in coming up with this move of the Gen Zs, like Shadi, Khalifa, Cairo, and the other one is, I think, Camus, the other guy. So I'm thinking, is it okay if we can look for all these guys, then we can still make this unity to be strong and come up with if we can come up with a unity like a party, so that if this unity comes to be strong, then again we shall be protected by the law, because right now this movement is not being protected by the law. So I'm thinking if there is a way we can come up with a party so that we can make all the country, like countrywide, make this party to be a party of a youth, and to show them that what we were fighting is not like a bad thing. We are fighting for the transparency and accountability in our government and the future. Because right now we have been scattered by our leaders. Right now, as you can see, we have no strength like before, because everybody is now fearing to come out. But if we had a party, then our party was going to be the one protecting us, because we are protected by the law also. If we say we are coming for demonstration, we are coming as a party. And what are we going to demonstrate about is about the transparency and accountability. As you know now, I think nobody knows about there is so much. I heard you stopped the guy who came up with the idea about the minerals. Do you know that there is a new minerals which is in Kenya right now called coltan? These minerals is used to manufacture battery, car battery, all the mobile phones, and these minerals is so expensive. It's called coltan. It's been now invented in right now. So the issue about the minerals has to come in forward. For me, I'm talking about the reality and what we are going through right now as youths. We have so many resources, and there is a new minerals which has been discovered in Kenya, and nobody is telling us what these minerals are doing and how are we going to benefit about these minerals. So I think what youth need to do is to come up with a party. Then we come up with all these issues that we have, we talk as a party. Because if we are not going to come up with a party, then we are going to be destroyed. Because these people will be coming to pick each and every one by one. But if we have a party, then we are going to discuss as a leaders, not as a leaderless. We are discussing as a leaders. So we form a party, we bring all these issues together, it will be countrywide. If we come with a party, then we shall be having a different youth leaders from a different counties. We have who will be standing for the MPs, governors, senators, MCS, all this. And what we are going to present is that we need transparency and accountability. And from there onwards, I think we shall
Wind up. Anthony, wind up.
Okay, I'm done with that, and thank you for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Anthony. As you were speaking and addressing us on that matters, the party and the minerals, I was going through your profile, and I can say that you are not part of the Gen Z. You have been supporting the government, and you really in bed with the government. So personally, I've been going through your profile, and I can testify why you are saying about that. So imagine ODM has been in existence it has been existing for the last 19 years, and it was folded within 24 hours. So imagine Gen Z that has existed for barely 1 month. If we are going to have a party now and lead us, how will it take the UDA to fold this Chama into UDA, just like the ANC from Davadi was folded? Anyway, Thank you so much for your sentiment, and thank you so much for sharing with us. We'll put that into consideration. Maureen, back to you.
Yeah, I wanted to interject on the party issue. Anybody talking about parties is either an opportunist or a government propagandist, because they know parties won't work. Parties are the easiest thing to kumaliza kabisa. Mwana venye ODM imemalizwa. So anybody talking about party, either opportunist ama propagandist. Because if you are for a better Kenya, you don't need a party. Sisi young people, we are for a better Kenya. Hatuhitaji party kujua Ruto wanatufanyia makosa. Hatuhitaji party kujua Ruto wanatuibia. Hatuhitaji party kuambia MPs watufanyie kazi. All we need is a good conscience and accountability from the leaders. We don't need a party to hold these people accountable.
Hey, thank you so much, Maureen. Takunywa soda kwa hayo. We don't need a party. Yeah? Saizi we don't need a party. Honestly, yeah? We don't need a party. Mtu kama anataka party, we have a lot of parties. Tuko na Roots party, sijui tuko na ANC, sijui tuko na DAPK. You can join one of them, yeah? Sio must Gen Z wakuwe na party, join the Gen Z party. No. We are here advocating for a better Kenya. We are not here advocating for so many parties in Kenya so that we can be opportunists like those people. Look at Mudavadi. Mudavadi has been in politics since his in his late 20s. What has he been doing? I doubt. Anyway.
Yeah, mnono pia the government bloggers, they're talking about parties because they know parties won't do anything. Wanajua parties zitavunjwa. Hata Gen Z wakija na party yao, so what? Watanunua leaders. Ndio hiyo Raila amewalk over dead bodies kuendea viti. They know party ni leader. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Asante. Nani ako hapa? Siwai. Unasema ama ni Boniface?
Okay, sawa.
Who is speaking? Siwai, are you there?
Yeah, to skim to what's happening.
Okay. Dida, so you can go on. Umekuwa hapa sana.
Okay. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Guys, me, I want to be real and raw with you guys. Saizi kwenye vitu zimefika, mazee, sahi tunachezewa bila gloves, man. Nakwambia, it's all out war. Na kwenye saizi vitu zimefika, politically, I know mmekemea, there's a guy amekuja hapa before me, he was talking about a party. Another guy came before me, he was talking about structures. Na wengine hapa hivi mko against that. But guys, it's time we evaluate and re-evaluate. Because if we are indeed guided by principles, having a party or not should not be an issue. And by this, I don't mean a group of people who are out to like self-benefit or line their pockets. I mean a group of people with a particular set of principles, like guiding principles. Whichever party inaweza kakua, you can't lie to yourself that we can be partyless in 2027 ikifika, when it's gonna be time for elections, and then all of a sudden now we want to fold into an identity that is recognizable to like get a uniform to get into the elections. That's not how it's supposed to be. If indeed saizi tumeona venye gava imekuwa, watu kaa kina Boniface Mwangi wameshikwa, we don't know who else us watakujia. The government doesn't even recognize us. It is only important to come on, like we stand straight as an opposition, such that when we will be walking around 47 counties tukiuza our principles, tukicivil educate, the government inajua in opposition inafanya shughuli yao. And guys, in any war, whatever wins is the smartest and the most strategic commander. Tukianza kusema like now we are going to the battleground just by virtue of numbers, we don't have a strategy, we don't know where to hit, we don't know where to hide, we don't know where to fight. Tutaumizwa any day. We already 60 men down. We are already 60 men down and it's just a month. Atujui going forward nini ita happen. So it's only good, my guys, nadai tu mazee mfikirie twice about this thing ya go formal. Formal in a way that we are recognized as Gen Zs that have a movement. It's not a party, it's a movement called Gen Z, and it can stand in the name of a political party and vie for elective positions countrywide. We don't need to have leaders. We only need to have representatives. And I need you to understand the difference between these. Whoever, mse kama Casmuel has been a representative. That guy is not a leader. But every time akiwa huko in those newsrooms, he talks for us. Does that mean he's a leader? No, he is a representative. Those are the departments we need. We even need like a central communication spot, as a central communication, like a central communication spot yenye we know which direction we are following, what word to trust and what not to trust. Saizi everyone is just everyone depends on maybe feed zake za Twitter, aone kenye imeandikwa, asome chini and then a self analyze kwa akili ajue what's going on. We need a central communication spot yenye tunajua if it is communicated from hapa, at least we know that is the position of the movement. Guys, think about it, and I know you all are gonna get on memes, leaderless, partyless, ODM ilifold in a day after 24 years. Guys, we need to take form. Thank you for listening to me.
Okay, kama kila mtu hapa ananisikia.
Just a minute, bro. Just a minute. Hey, Dida, I don't want to retaliate. Anyway, thank you so much for sharing with us. And that's what I can say. I'm not a spokesperson of this movement. I'm just here to provide a platform. So guys, wenye mnasikia hiyo mambo ya Dida and other speakers, you can always respond, yeah? You can always respond. So Boni, uko?
Kofiti. Okay, I want to say this, if movement yetu, if we don't have a plan of getting the inside the government, we might be fighting for nothing. If we are not recognized by the law, sisi wenyewe sheria inatutambua that these people, hawa ni watu wa aina hii, mipango yao ni hii, we might end up losing everything.
Oh, you are done, Boni. Boni, personally mimi sikusikii. Ama kuna mtu anasikia Boni?
Tumusikii.
I doubt. Daktari Ombati, karibu kwenye mic.
Thank you so much. Good evening. My name is Zombati. This is like the second time. Of course, nimekuwa nikifuatilia what has been happening, but this is the second time I am getting engaged one-on-one. First and foremost, I want to say thank you for the chance. Number two, I want to, of course, pass condolences to the lives that we've lost. And number three, here that we are at a very high disadvantage. The fact that Raila, higher advantage, not disadvantage, higher advantage. The fact that Raila has officially shifted away from being the opposition leader to sitting and working with government. Um, there are so many factors that are contributing to our struggles today. Lack of proper education because of the challenges in matters of finances from our people. Our political systems have not put things in the right path, and so our people are not getting what they are supposed to get, especially the young people. Most of our young people feel disillusioned by the political corruption that is ongoing and unfulfilled promises which are making us feel that we are going around circles and circles, and we feel we are not well represented. um, as youth we are financially unstable, and we don't have job security, and that makes us start now prioritizing the political involvement so that we find a way of getting to the table. Because they say if you're not at the table, you should be careful because you might be the menu. And that is the challenge I'm seeing with our people currently in Kenya. And of course, the economic pressure, that is what I've spoken about. And our level of unemployment as the youth in Kenya is very high. It's over, from, I think, I don't have the current data, but I believe it should be from KNBS, it should be hitting above 30% of level of unemployment as youth. So putting all these things together, we have a role to play. And one of the roles that we need to play is to set our own path and direction on what we are supposed to achieve at the end of the day. But the main one is on mentorship. Are there people we can look up to in Kenya today? The top leadership that we have? Well, I don't think so. But there are people out here who may not be at the top leadership of our country, whom we can look up to, and those can give us guidance. One of those people is those who have been giving us quite uh, proper guidance, especially when we started this program of revolting against the government. Miguna is one of them, well-learned man. We have the former governor of Makueni, a very learned man and ready to teach and guide. And of course, many other people who can give us. And above all is getting political participation. That, like most people have mentioned here, it's time we need to now begin preparing to Aje. If things don't work our way, I know on 8th we are going to to Tatembea, to Ingeuko. We shall have one of the biggest rallies or whatever that it will be. But if things don't work our way now, what will 2027 bring on board? So this is where our participation is very key, that we run for office, support youth candidates, so that we can increase the presentation. However, some of these youth who've been elected, look at the chairman of finance committee at the county assembly, a very disappointing young man. People whom we should have looked up to, people who came in very fresh, learning the system, getting to know what is supposed to be done, then you see what has happened to them. So it's important, the unity that we are having, the unity. Somebody spoke about bringing all those people who are the heads behind the space meetings that we've been having, bringing them together, kuwaleta pamoja, tuone how we can now forge a way forward. Not really a party, but somebody said about structures, which is very important. But also we also need a unity of purpose, so that tunapokuwa na space. I love the way space kama ya Amerix inafanywa, that we have quite everybody, and shut their spaces. We come together, we give a direction, and we forge a way forward on whatever that we are supposed to achieve. I am so proud of what has been happening in the country, and I'm very happy that I'm alive when our country is getting direction, not from the political bigwigs we've had for years, but from people who have been seen to be novices on matters politics. The challenges we are facing as a country are quite enormous, and one of the main one, of course, is leadership. And that leadership need to be given. The direction needs to be sought and given. And I really appreciate Afrocentric KOT for the guidance and the direction that you're giving. And I pray that as a youth of our nation, we can come together, hold our hands, and not look at the people like Raila Odinga, whom we've been watching and listening to, looking up to for years, and has ended up disappointing us the last minute. I want to thank you so much, and thank you for the chance you've given me, but I'll be around just in case there's something I may want to add. Otherwise, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Daktari. And also big thanks to all the doctors who have been with us during these trying moments. Priscilla, are you there?
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Are you hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you. Just jump in.
Yes, I'm first timer here and I have been following you and also supporting. I just want to tell you I'm a mother of Gen Z and a mother of Millennium and tell you we are behind you. We are also mobilizing so that this becomes a reality. Let me tell you, my children, I know it is not good to call you that, but we are behind you. We'll give you all the resources. On my side, I have been giving my daughter and my son resources to go to the field and to protest because it's good for everyone. I was really touched when I saw the medical interns, how they were treated. Not because the country didn't have money, because money was diverted for other purpose. That is how even I started being very active and realized things are not the same. What I would advise you is, many people have talked about structures. I think from my point of view, I work as an international staff, and that's why I have a bit of exposure. I would really think it's not necessarily have top leadership, but to have a web that if there is a communication, because what I have seen, there's a lot of miscommunication. One talks this so that there is a web that is relying the right message. And also what I feel is you need to start targeting structures and institution. For me, the first one should be the parliament. Parliament it's the one that has brought this far. And I think the best thing is, how can we fight to remove CDF from counties and put education free? CDF is the one that is used by parliamentarian to make people feel that they are helpless. So for me, I think those are the things that we need to target parliament seriously, to weaken, so that when they are even coming to talk about their development, it is not them, it is taxpayers' money. And this one should also go to the counties, that people should not use development as a dragging carrot. So for me, I wish you well. And remember, even us, wherever we are also mobilizing our fellow Gen X's. You are not alone. It's only that there are so many quiet people, silent majority, that are supporting you without knowing. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you so much, Priscilla. So guys, I now understand where the problem is. Nyinyi shida yenu sio kukuwa na leader. Shida yenu ni communication, yeah? The channel of communication. So, I feel like that matters ya communication and hizo other stuff za ku give what directions should be sorted. That matter should be sorted. Hapo ndio nimeona mko na shida, because mostly mna revolve tu hapo, kila mtu anakuja na information yake, so you people want a centralized information. So having a centralized information center doesn't mean that we have to choose someone. Yeah, we have people on these spaces when you work on a lot of following who can give directions. So hao watu wanaweza jisanya pamoja siku moja, alafu waseme information itakuwa inatoka mahali fulani, hata kama sio kwa specific person, but maybe we can consider having a dedicated account, yeah, yenye itakuwa inapeana information kwamba today we are going to do this at this time, at this point of time, na itaisha saa ngapi, itaanza saa ngapi. So I feel like that's the only problem you people are having, unless you're also ready to have a round table with the oppressors. Anyway, acha tuendelee. So Daktari Jackton, nilikuwa nimeona mkono wako ukiwa juu, karibu.
Thanks so much, Keoti, are you safe? I think the last time we were talking was 2 weeks ago when I told you I would pick you somewhere. You didn't even appear. And Afro. Now, I am really in support of what Priscilla and Dr. Mbati have said. The question is, you look at I know for so many people who have lived in our country, you understand how the political class behave. Now you can see people are getting abducted, and a majority of activists are also getting arrested. You know, I don't know if Shad is. I don't know where Shad is, because the whole night we have not heard about where Shad is. So that is the situation we are in. That in a situation where someone has been noticed to be taking active part in this movement, then is a target, or she's a target from the political class. Actually, it is not even the government alone. It is the political class with a vested interest in the government. So it can be people from the opposition. These politicians are just in one class, you know, in this all animal kingdom. They're actually in one class. So they can do anything to anybody so long as their interests are being served, you know. So that said, mi nilikuwa nataka kusema kidogo tu kwamba we got to need, even my mom, we got to need to understand that our parents are actually the only thing they need is communication. So if we have a clear communication to them, and we can be in a position to tell them what we are doing, and they can be able to see there are so many children who do not have jobs. Majority of degree holders in majority of the households actually hawana kazi. Majority of them are in the house. So that is something that is felt by parents, and I think the proper channel of communication, we had said here before that we need to have one-on-one meeting, be in a position to guide our parents appropriately, give them evidence on how looting and different brutalities and a range of things, bad things are happening in this government, for them to be able to understand literally what we are fighting for. That said, the last bit I wanted to say is the issue of who commands us. By the way, let me tell you for free. You saw what was happening in Uganda. There was no structure, and I can tell you Kenyan youth are very much ahead compared to any African countries when it comes to coordination of issues. You saw this during the finance bill protest. You have seen this along the way. I think it is outstanding that majority of Kenyan youths as a whole have very good structure of mobilizing themselves. But that said, KOT has said that the problem could be actually communication, because in any war, communication is very key, and information has to come from somewhere. Before then, people find themselves giving different opinion on the same cause, on one cause. So I am in a position, or I am having an opinion that if we can, we are also trying to balance a situation where we don't want this government to start arresting people because they know the communication is coming from KOT or from Afro or from Amerix, or from, any other person. So we need to have a way in which, even if we have a formless leadership means it is a enigma, it is mysterious. You cannot be able to know who is giving the information. And for this to happen, KOT and Afro, I was thinking that there is need. This is something that doesn't need to, so long as people have agreed, and this is very important, because where two or more people gathers, there will always be someone who can end up betraying the whole plans. And this is why I was saying that you can meet silently. Those people with silently means that you know how to control the population, the movement team, the youth, and of course you meet silently without anyone knowing. You share ideas so that we can have communication structures getting from somebody after a range of discussion among the people, among all of you as people who are directing this. So I am voting for a strategy where the people with the, I don't want to mention names, but if there is need, I don't want to say that people with the very high followers. No, we know ourselves. We have been here for some time, so we know we can mobilize one another. We meet people with let me say high followers, and then you discuss a range of issues. Then agenda is brought in a space like this, but in a way that then does not make, because even here, I'm very sure we have government CIDs and all that. They should not be in a position to know where the information is coming from, because they will come for you. But then I was also having a suggestion. If we have to have a structure, because I'm very sure as we move towards 2027 during elections, we need to have a well-defined structure, a well-defined electoral management system where our opinions shapes the system when it comes to election. That means from how votes is being done, how they are being transmitted, how they are being announced, and evidence-based results that can be seen, and is something that is, you can be accountable. Results that are accountable, not results that are being manufactured in cloud, and then all of a sudden you get someone being from nowhere becoming president or being announced as president. These discussions needs to have structures, and I'm having an opinion that if we have to have structures, then let's vote for people who can be in leadership to be living outside Kenya. So they coordinate with this team that I was talking about. Then this team communicate to us in such a way that this government will never know who is the leader, despite the fact we are having leadership. They will never know until 2027, when we are now coming on board and we now have proper systems. So now we coordinate everything. So I was watching that if there is anything to be structured, then the leadership should come from outside. The command should come from outside. Remember, we also need finances in some of these things. KOT cannot be printing, designing and printing posters every day using his own money. There is need for having the people with high followers in Kenya who, the communication cannot be know is coming from who, but at least all of a sudden people realize that we have a proper one communication that is communicated to everyone. But then the leadership, the leadership needs to come. People living outside, people living in UK, people living in US, people living in Canada. We don't need people, we don't need command coming from Kenya, because we will be killed. Tutauliwa. Thanks so much, KOT and Afro. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Just as I said, communication is the problem, na hapo ndio naona
we are revolving. So I think that one should be looked in, should be put into consideration to see how we can resolve that. So yeah, web 3. Niaje.
Before Web3 goes ahead, guys, number one, you need to understand a lot of chat I've been hearing for the past 3 days. Leaders. Number one, you guys are the leaders. You are the leader. Manze, Jitume, this movement where we are, Jitume, there's a place for everyone in this movement. I'm telling you, the way we've been able to sustain this momentum is kila mtu kujituma. Shad ameshikwa sai. Kwa nini? Why is Shad in anashikwa? Because alienda akachukua do zake akaprint ma pamphlet. That's how it started, and he started passing it around. That's what is confusing this government, the security agencies. They can't put a pin on it. Now, people going to town, watu kuingia town, watu paying for themselves, going to joining the maandamano. Artists wanaingia kwa booth, wanza kurecord, doing it out of free. Artists wanaenda wanachora murals, wanachora magraffiti. Kila mtu kina Sonko wana host ma spaces, keeping the conversation going. That is leadership. So how do you mean we're not leaders? We're after our leaders, but my leaders. No, we are our own leaders, and listeners are the leaders. Everyone is a listener. Everyone is a leader in this movement. And tunajituma. So that we're asking everyone, jitume, do what you can for this movement. Let's keep the pressure. Let's keep injecting. We're not giving up. We're not giving them anyone to negotiate with right now. As far as we are very concerned, Ruto doesn't need a leader from the Gen Zs to step down. Ruto must go. Ruto doesn't need anyone from the Gen Zs for constitutionalism, the rule of law, to stop abducting us, to stop killing us. Those policemen are supposed to be there to protect us, to protect our rights as we march. He's just afraid. He's afraid of the world seeing how dissatisfied and the vote of no confidence the Kenyan people have passed against him. And that's why these tactics, these Nyayo era tactics, these abductions, these killings, these finding bodies in dump sites, that's what he's using to cling on to power. But we shall not lose our resolve. But anyway, as for now, guys, Jitume from a scale of 1 to Kasamuel, naitwa Kasamuel, unajituma aje? Oh boy, anatafuta camera paliko and he articulates very well our talking points, our whatever we as a movement want. He articulates it. No one is paying him. He's doing it out of his own volition, and that is where we are supposed to be. Do not be a spectator, be a participator in this movement. That's where we all need you. Web 3.0, karibu.
Yes, asante sana KOT for this opportunity. Mimi yangu ile najituma ni mimi na wale wase wako kwa industry. Basically tunafanya na technology, tunaangalia vile tunaweza create the prerequisite platforms za such that future tukifika place tuna accountability na transparency, inakuwa raia ndo wako involved into the day-to-day auditing of the government in real time, ama bi-weekly on large project, na maactivist wako kwa ground wanapiga picha, tuna compare hizo na budgets, na so kuna kuwa na trackable way. So that's basic ya kile najaribu kuileta ikuwe kwa masses. But leo nataka just track down a bit from hiyo na niongea about kuna time nilikuwa naongea na msee fulani, I think it was in one of these spaces, na nikasema shida moja tuko nayo kama nchi ni hatujiangalii sana sisi kama wananchi, na tuelewe ile shida iko na vile masomo imekosa kwa watu wazee na pia hawa watu wadogo. So even if you don't catch much from me, kitu ya kwanza hawa watu wazee na hawa watu wajaelimika, ukipatana nao tu waulize kitu moja tu. Juu hii ni kitu inakaa ni common sense kwetu Gen Z na millennials, but kwa wengi na huko maushago hata hawajui. Waulize what makes up a million. Alafu waulize what makes up a billion. Alafu waulize what makes up a trillion. 70% will fail.
nilifanya hii ilikuwa survey, nilikuwa nafanyia kampuni, nauliza, so nilikuwa nafanya basically survey on the side, but I was involved in political activism on the economic na technology side of it kama ka working group. So nilikuwa nauliza wase, what makes up a billion? 7 out of 10 failed, na wakati hao walifail, wengi walikuwa wananiambia 20 million, wengine wananiambia 50 million, wengine 70, wengine 100, wengine 200. Hawakuenda beyond 200 million makes up a billion. So kitu moja, kwa nini kila mtu ana hasira kwa hii nchi? Ni si peke yetu, ni si tunaelewa ile pesa inaibiwa. Hawa watu wengi hawajui, hawana idea. Ukisema ati bilioni 10 zimepotea, watu wengi kwa hawa wazee, enda uulize budget ya nchi, unaona kama ni pesa ngapi. Wengi walikuwa wananiambia 50 billion, wengine 300 billion, wengine 250 billion, yani figures all over. Lakini ule mse alienda juu sana, alienda bilioni 800 kati ya hiyo class. Na hawa ni watu walikuwa mama mboga, tu shops to kuuza soda, mikate, nini. Mse ako na kahoteli kake. Imagine watu ndo blood of the economy, lakini hata hawajaelimika kwa the skills zile tuna deal nazo za corruption. So mi naweza sema hivi, elimisha watu what makes up a million, what a billion can do for the village, for the local town. Waelimishe na ubreak down hizo vitu into understandable language ya maelfu. Utasaidia sana in terms of educating people. That's the first thing I would urge anyone in this forum as idea. Na mi najaribu, I do my best. The second thing ni, last week we hosted a space na tulikuwa tunapata maoni ya kila mtu. We had invited watu wa define what do they think is a transparency na accountability in Kenyan government and game yake, na hiyo maoni tuna compile na tuta increase kwa ile document ilikuwa original, like ka template ya page 2 tu ya manifesto, and then we'll continue sharing that one, na nitaendelea mbele ku contribute on that one. Na kuna watu wa technology wanataka ku contribute, and also kuna mse anaitwa Chaulevi, he is very good in code analytics. Alianalyze some of the code projects ilikuwa zinaambia, na kaniambia the negative side, the drawdown ya cyber security, although I was also into kwenda huko, alienda akajituma. So tujitume hii mambo so that tuweze ku contribute kile tuko nacho. The other one ninaweza sema ni, I'm just like would like to educate Kenyans what we are dealing with. Na hii ni self critique, na pia tujicritique si wenyewe. Kuna watu usema ignore your enemies capabilities at your own peril. I think watu wengi hawaelewi hii Ruto is, watu wanaona Ruto kama tu ni mse ametokea hivi, ati anajifanya hustler, See, I don't understand. Everybody has their own understanding, but I'll give you a small image through watu kama kina Jirongo, watu walikuwa karibu naye. Jamaa alicommit his first murder with his own hands 1992. Then later kunasemekana ako involved na story ya Juma sana, na then tunajua ile story aliyo watoto kwa church na nini. Then mse amerudi anaenda kwa church analia kama ati mtu anapenda Mungu kuliko kila mtu mwingine. So we are dealing with a psychopath, kitu ya kwanza. The second thing ni the amount of money hawa jamaa wana target kuiba. Wana target kuiba in the trillions. Hata si ati wanataka kuiba bilioni 100, 200. So anajisurround na wase wote amerudisha kwa gava, so that he continues with his original mission. So in 2013, I'll give you a simple story of why and how to understand Ruto's mission. Ruto alisema ili uweze kuwa king Kenya, like watu wa kuletea ujinga tena kwa political sphere ile yake ya tribalism, that's that kind of view, mpaka ukue rich kulikuwa kina Uhuru family na Kenyatta family na the entire Kiambu mafia. That was his statement and his view. Na ukieka hiyo wealth wote kama moja, the Kenyatta family wa worth in the tens of billions of dollars. Unaangalia mse mpaka ibe karibu 5-6 trillion in the 10 years that he may succeed being a dictator. Now, he's already in 1 trillion plus. And now my properties all over the planet. So mse ukijaribu kuelewa kwa nini ameweka wase wajinga karibu naye, na wase ma psychophant, na wase waizi tu karibu naye kila kitu, na amecorruptisha upinzani pia. Akona pesa enough ya kununua thousands of people na waingie side yake ili endelee na original mission yake. So ako ina place anaishi maisha yake, yani kicho yake. But at the same time, mse ni kile naitanga genius, albeit an evil genius. So tusimdharau. Tukimdharau ni zitu kama zaidi ana form squad za kumaliza watu ona level mbaya sana. So mtu tusimwendee polepole, na Hii story hata mnasema centralization of communication, hiyo tupeleke offshore. Wale wasi wanaishi majuu wa Kenya ambao wanasupport hii movement, wanaishi ma Germany, wanaishi UK, wanaishi ma Sweden, mpate wasi wako center of hosting hub huko foreign, juu they at a lower risk wa kuenda center za communication. Mimi naweza sema hivi, just for the safety of the activists kwa ground, tuko careful sana. Juu mse, kitu ya kwanza ni mse ana operating through militia. Kama sasa unaona just by paying crowds na wase wengine wanajifanya waboda, ameweza kucause chaos, then amerudi akadivide back kuchukua wasaliti, ameingiza kwa gava. So mimi nasema hivi, tukue strategic in terms of thinking. Secondly, the other thing, sasa historia kukinapo watu na kuwa watu, we must ask ourselves, what's the next iteration? Let's say I end up ameua seka 2,000 2,500 juu Ruto ni mtu anaweza fika hapo hata 10,000. Do we continue talking about politics na democracy, ama do we go hot sauce on him also? Juu uzalendo na revolution saa zingine zinakuanga zinahitaji watu wafikirie vizuri sana. Well, revolution zote za the past zilikuwa na damu ya thousands of watu. So hiyo ni kitu mpaka tujiulize, juu mse ni maniac akienda mbali sana, nini kitahitajika kufanyika? Hiyo long term vile anajaribu kufikiria anaweza control Kenya for the next 10-20 years, juu hiyo ndo agenda yake. Mpaka watu wafikirie mbali, na wale watu wana participate, wala ma CID wako kwa hii kitu saizi wanasikiza. Swali yangu to you is this: unataka ma grand kids wako waishi Kenya inakaaje? So as much as tunajaribu kudeal na democracy you know, like structures, vile tutamcounter legally, vile tutamcounter politically, tunadeal na msi anataka kurule Kenya by umse amekam na hii agenda. If I can't have you Kenya my girl, no one will have you. So let's be very careful. Umse anafikiria in those terms na ako willing commit murder. Hizi vitu zote unasikia kionga kama makarau, ati ni makarau ameauthorize ama nini. Order zote utoka kwa umse anakuanga control freak. So I'm just telling people, mpaka tufikirie long term, na at the same time mpaka tufikirie sai kama civil people. But if the push comes to shove, wazalendo mpaka wafaitie nchi yao. Hivyo tu ndo nasema. Asante sana.
Thank you 3.0. Powerful points. We need to count the cost and need to know what is at stake and what will the person we are dealing with. And I do appreciate you there that we are really Ruto is literally at the top of his game in terms of political strategy. He's a very seasoned politician, and right now amekuja kwa ground, and he's going to, for the next 1 week, he'll be painting the picture. Alikuwa Tharaka Nithi, kumeshika ndege, and this guy, he doesn't sleep. You can see your work rate yake iko very high. Sasa ameingia Mombasa, Changamwe. Kesho tutaona atakuwa wapi juu ya magari, akionyesha dunia I'm still popular. Akimaliza hizi raundi zake za campaign, sasa vile umesema, guys, be very very careful. Hiyo milisha yake inaanza kuwatafuta moja kwa moja awamalize any dissident voice. Vile ODM imeenda, vile Raila ameingia, right now hakuna mtu kutetea. We are all by our own. We are on our own, guys. So we can't let this go. Especially for everyone who has been vocal and put their head out there and have been, calling this government to account. I'm telling you, these are really trying times. CY, are you there? CY, can you hear me?
Yeah. Morning.
Yeah, Shika, morning. 2 to 3 minutes. Endelea, Shika mic.
Okay. Sawa, thank you very much. Kwanza nataka kusupport sana the guy who was just on the mic few minutes ago. Ule msee ameongea point za maana sana. But my main concern is this issue, hii topic ambayo mmeweka hapo, hired gun shape opinions. Bana, niliangalia story ya Tharaka Nithi na Mombasa jana. Nakwambia Ruto is a genius. Lazima tukue very 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 careful because msee unajua ameanza kupaint picture kwamba unajua he's going around the country trying to portray that ati watu wanampenda. After amemaliza na hizo trips, unajua atafanyaje? Atakuja kuambia watu, mnaona is just a small clique of youths who are trying to destabilize my country, na hapo ndiye ataanza kudeal na wasee. Kwa hivyo lazima tukue very very careful. Alafu kuna hii kitu ambayo sijui mbona watu hawaongelei. On Tuesday mimi nilikuwa hiyo side ya Mirema na niliona kuna these I think they are Subarus, these unmarked vehicles, and I saw that cop who has been trending, huyo you know that killer cop, nilimwona vizuri sana na nikamuidentify. It seems like these guys are not they're unbowed. Unaona, wanaendelea tu na hizi stories zao because they were walking on feet but magari ziko nyuma zinawafuata. Unaona, then they were like shooting just aimlessly. Unapata tu wanafika mahali wanapata ka group of guys, hata wenye wako kwa maandamano unapata wana shoot. So I was even surprised. Maybe wakili Ndegwa atatuambia, is it allowed hawa makarao kuendelea kutembea na these unmarked vehicles? Alafu wamejifunika, hata huwezi jua huu mtu ni nani, wamejifunika kabisa, huwezi identify anyone. So ukiona Ruto na come up na strategies kama hizo, my friend, let me tell you, huyu mtu si mtu mpoa kabisa, lazima tukue very very careful. Nilisikia msee fulani akisema ati tukue na leaders ambao ati Ruto hataweza kujua. Ni nini Ruto hawezi kujua kweli? Unajua government is a monster. Hakuna kitu mnaweza fanya bila gava kujua. Wanaweza jua but maybe wakose the better solution ya kudeal nayo, but kukosa kujua hiyo tutoe kwa akili. Watajua tu, hata tukikuwa na leaders watajua this and this is the leader of this movement. Then kuna nimeona unaona hii design yenye anaenda Mombasa. So unaona jana alikuwa anauliza wasee, mnataka kunipea huyu Joe niende naye Nairobi akuwe minister? Unaona sasa, huyu jamaa ana playing na mind of Kenyans kabisa. Let me tell you, anataka ile aonyeshe kwamba he is very much acceptable all over. So the moment ata realize kwamba watu wameanza kubuy into his schemes, huyu jamaa nawaambia, sijui tutakimbilia wapi. Is just one very dangerous crook ambayo lazima tu watu tu tujitokezee, hata kama ni hiyo tarehe 8 kila mtu ajitokeze. Na ninapenda sana somebody just said each one of us is a leader in his own right. Let's just take it upon ourselves. Tusikue tunaangalia ati so and so tupatie direction. Hapana, we malu kama mimi where I am, I know very well ikifika ile time I'll just mobilize my guys, unaona. Alafu ikifika time pia ya registration of voters, I'll just mobilize guys. Hata wale hawana fare, I'll just look for some coins niwapatie waenda waregister, unaona. So each one of us should just take it upon himself. Ajue it's all about the future of this country. It's not about me, you or the other person, but just the future of this country. We need to persist in our calling, because if we tukienda chini kidogo I'm telling you it will be very very bad. That so unaona sasa Raila amejoin umse. Raila all through has been with this guy, unaona. Nimekuwa nikiobserve sana stronghold zake. Unaona Mathare, mmewahi sikia kumekuwa na protest in Mathare tangu tuanze hii nini yetu in June? Mmewahi sikia Mathare wasawa wameandamana? Mmewahi ona Kibira wasawa wakiandamana? So mmeona kumetulia. So this guy has been in government all through. I think from that time wali demonstrate the other time hawa watu wa Azimio, that the time the guy was bought. Ile time ulikuwa unasikia wasawa wanasema wamekutana Mombasa na Ruto, wakaenda UG tena wakakutana na Ruto. That is the time this man was bought, because all through tumekuwa tukiona kunaitwa nini kule Kisumu Kondele, kumekuanga na zile deadly protest. Tumekuwa tukiona Mathare, tumekuwa tukiona Kibira, but this time round these places have been so quiet. So I'm telling you guys, ni sisi tu ndio opposition, sisi tu ndio tutapigania this thing, because tukijaribu kuangalia hawa wase tutapotea tu. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Tapatia mic kwa Boniface Choro.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Right. First of all, it's unfortunate that up to now Shad hajakuwa released, and guys, they need to push on the hashtag free Shad before anything. Sahi kila mse mwenye
Has he
anakuwa-
been found? Do we know where he is before we say him to be released?
we do not know where he is. The last
That's a
time I
more even dire
was
situation.
JKIA.
We don't know where
He
he
was doing
is.
this for JKIA DCI, and I don't know what went ahead. So guys, if you can just push the hashtag, it will be really helpful. And secondly, this issue of hired goons, hired crowds that this guy is using. We saw yesterday in Mombasa and Tharaka Nithi. And this is what this guy thrives on. propaganda, nothing else. Politicking on top of cars and lying to people, mobilizing through money and intimidating people. And this is how this guy garnered numbers. And we need to put a stop and try and counter this. And I feel since ile time tuliachivingi Occupy Parliament, it was a month ago, we have been kind of inconsistent in communication and mobilizing and organization. And this is where we've really failed. And I feel that we need to kind of restructure and find some few ways that we can try and be organized. And I refer to a tweet that this morning was made by Okia. He said, determined and organized people make very, very clear demands. We have been very clear in our demands, but again, we've not been completely disorganized, but we need to fine tune it and try and organize at least our communication through the posters we're making. If we were making posters for the next course of action after yesterday, it should be communicated, and everyone mwenye ako kwa hii movement ana communicate the same thing, because ni unfortunate kama jana, I think it was yesterday, niliona KOT amecome up na very clear plan of the next course of action from yesterday to the 8th of August, where we're going to have a rally. But again, I see someone else with a very huge following saying that even if I am left alone, I'll keep fighting for this movement. I will not give up. I think, and that guy is addressing a following of more than 400,000 followers. So it's quite unfortunate. I think we need to organize our communication, if not anything else. And lastly, I think we need to, people have spoken a lot about political organization and having leaders, but I think it's, someone else said that everyone is a leader here, and it's true. If at all you're going to have a political organization, it must happen. It's the ultimate thing. It's the only way we're going to bring change into this country. And if it's a party we need to form, it should not be now, because I think if we form a party right now, we don't have the structures on communication. These guys will be coerced. These guys will be forced into falling into the status quo and getting into these positions, and that will not help us, because we're all pushing for good governance. So I think we need to organize first. If between now and 8th of August we're going to do something, it should be consistent in how we communicate. And this is something I'm urging KOT. You guys have a huge following. Please communicate amongst yourselves and let's say the same thing at all times. And lastly, about this political organization, I feel we have a chance to make a statement. And a political statement is really something very important. If at all this MP from Gunja is approved by Parliament, we'll have a by-election in that place, however long it takes to get there. But if we can mobilize and fund even our own candidate, he doesn't have to have a party, but he has to represent our values and he has to get our support. If we can arrange for that, I feel it will be a very, very huge statement. But that's all I had to say. Just let's organize well, communicate, and push all in one direction. Let's not be diverted. That's all I had to say. Thank you so much, KOT and Afro and everyone.
Thank you so much, Boniface, for that powerful points. Yes, I do concur with you that we have to be one in the messaging, especially when it comes to messaging. We cannot have different opinions calling for different things. But so far, I've been engaging the spaces, especially those spaces which are not paid for and are pushing the government, are pro-government and pushing the government's agenda. We have been really one on the messaging that Ruto must go and coming out on the streets on Tuesdays and Thursdays and giving out the same location. So far, it has been good, but it could get better. We could do more better with more fine tuning, because you can see the political class has literally, these guys are moneyed. These guys are organized. They have goons. They can say we're going to be in Kakamega, and they know to go to which neighborhood. They know to go to which people to pay to bring people to surround their cars and to shout whatever they're going to shout. So guys, we need that level of organization, and once again, like we are being reiterated, kila mtu ajitume. Wale wanatengeneza maposters, wale graphic designers, wale wanaunda ma websites, even just retweeting free shot, you're being a leader, you're influencing your circle and letting your people know that, hey, we are still talking on this topic, the conversation is still on, and you just can't take us, abduct us, and kill us. We are still in this for the long haul. It's a battle of attrition, manze. It is whoever will get tired first. Yule atachoka wa kwanza ndo atashindwa. And Ruto is messing with youth, and we have nothing but time and energy, and we can do this till kingdom come. That chick, karibu kwenye mic.
Hello, good morning, everyone. So I have listened a lot to everyone's submissions, and I especially aligned with Web 3.0. Sorry, I was just eating. But there's something that I have really been thinking about, that part of leadership. Because for me, the whole time this movement started, even before it started, I was feeling like Africa is going through a spiritual awakening, and I feel like spirituality has led to us being where we are. I feel like more so than not, we might decide to make all the plans, we might decide to make parties, we might decide to do a lot of things, but I always feel like if we're able to be led spiritually by God and feel like we are walking in faith, start to walk in faith wherever you are, start impacting the wisdom that you have, because I feel like it is beyond Kenya, and it's beyond these specific people that you see. It is about principles, and I feel like this battle here we have is actually a very spiritual battle. I feel like it goes beyond us why people will be shot at and continue moving through what we saw through the parliamentarian occupation. I feel like we must find the truth within ourselves, and we must find a way to infect other people. When I was young, I'm not so old right now, I'm a millennial, and I feel like when I was young, all I used to ask myself, how do I change the world? Because I am just a grain of sand in a very big ocean. If we can be able to figure out, because for me, what I realized was that the only way that I can impact change is changing the grain of sand next to me. And I don't feel like it should be through hate, because I've seen a lot of people say, oh, we need to identify this police and I don't know, not sell to them if they come to our shops, mama mboga shops in the village. I feel like it must be through love, because right now we are fighting hate, and you can't fight hate with hate. You must fight hate with love. If you can be able to find a way to talk to people, like talk to them, because your energy, let me tell you something that I learned also in my spiritual journey. Your energy is your currency. If you can use it accordingly towards the people you're around, because all these people who are here, there's people who are here who are against us, but the only way to impact them is through love. Because the minute people love themselves, because the only way people are able to fight and kill other people is because first they don't like themselves or they don't know who they are. So if we can be able to propagate, I know it sounds like maybe in a sound kama ni hula baloo, but for whoever is understanding what I'm saying, if you can be able to impact the knowledge of love and guidance and freedom and kindness, because this is what has actually been winning the battle for us. It is because of love of our country, of each other, of seeing other people suffering, that we don't want other people to suffer. Because it's not like, I won't say that we have no jobs and that's why we are out in the streets. I will say it's because we see where the problem is that we are trying to address it. If we needed to figure out how to to bring together money. We've already found that it is so easy for us. We don't have a very big issue when it comes to money. It's just the principles that we are fighting. We are fighting the system that was brought to us by the colonizers that is still so deeply entrenched within us. Because now it is a personal battle. We don't need, I don't know what barazas to start with our villagers. We just need you yourself as an individual to spark the change within your brother, your sister, your mother, your father, your auntie, your grandma, because those people are the ones we need for the next election, for the next change, for the next evolution. Because right now we are in a, you know how the cogs twist. It is a friction right now you're feeling. And it is unfortunate, but it must happen for the cogs to move forward. And now, in terms of leadership, I do feel like we are a leaderless movement. I mean, we are a leaderful movement. And it's just that we don't have that one supreme leader. Every one of us, each of the individual, even when you're a small wig, don't see like you're valueless. Like right now, me, I want to call up to you guys. Me, I don't know a lot about mathematics and the numbers. So if we can be able to come up with a presentation, because Mimi, that's what I would like to use. Because I go home a lot and I go to meet my parents and tell them all these things. I would love to share the presentation with them. Our family WhatsApp group, that is where I'm going to put it the first place. And then next in my village when I go, where we usually meet with the people at the bar, at the club, wherever I'm going to meet people, I'm going to be able to share this thing. If we can be able to have a place where there's a resource, that's what we need. We need a resource center. Because like right now, I was part of this WhatsApp group on WhatsApp. It's a big channel for Gen Z. But honestly, I didn't feel like the quality of representation there is something that is changing. I don't know, it's not impacting me in terms of the quality. I don't know whether it's that Kina Cyprian Nyakundi, Kina Afrocentric, Kina whoever have been sharing information with the masses. If there's a way we can increase the quality of that platform, because it's already been created, but it needs to have another level of impact. If it's education, have education, because right now, those are the tools that we are using as a people. Those are the tools that have unified us. So the people who are economists, the people who are lawyers, the people who are IT people, kama isikuwe ni kuongea tu tunasema tutafanya. If you can just do it, because now even me, I've tried. Like I even wanted to go and put down, because this journey also needs to become a very personal one. You understand that Ruto owns Weston Hotel. There was an issue with Weston Hotel before. Nothing was done about it. Why is no one going to occupy Weston Hotel? You get me? Why is no one going to occupy all of these properties that he has wherever they are? Like, why can't we just do that? So that it's a personal attack. And it's also like infecting him directly, you know, like let's do things zenye za kuisha. Tusionge sana. Yes, talking is important. Communication is very important, as it was said. But if we can find a way to always do the thing, if you feel yourself God amekuita, because sahi si watu wanakuita. Hata nimekuwa nikiambia wase usilazimishe mtu kwenda kwa street. Kama msee haizi enda kwa street, asaidie in another way. So however you see, you know, inside yourself, inside your heart, this is what I am seeing every day, and this is something that I can do to change. Actually, that's the best thing about Twitter. You can just message anyone you want. Message them, tell them, by the way, mimi niko na hii kitu na feel inaweza saidia. Huyu msee anaitwaje, Mike Mushiri. Huyo msee alikame up na awe ku-educate wasee wa huko ushago. If we can be able to just take it upon ourselves, it's your own vendetta. For me, that is my main call. Just you yourself, whatever you can around yourself, sio ati mbali. And that's another reason I even called out my friends Juzi. A lot of people were calling out Palestine ati, oh, free Palestine, oh, free Palestine. I stand with Palestine. Na saa zile Kenya inachomeka, or where you can help and you're not doing it. So I'm going to land. And my main agenda for this conversation is just to spread the message of love. If you can find a way to just love yourself, find love, whatever you do that makes you happy. I love to dance. I always go out and dance because that feeds and fuels my spirit. If you can find whatever it is that makes you happy, do it when saa zile ni time ya kulamba glucose, hii time ya weekend. If you can find a way to just show love to yourself and show love to other people. Awase wenye kina Eric Omondi wamekuwa kipata, if you can find a way unawasaidia directly mazi. Mse wa Hawkman, hata sijui jina yake, but me I would love to help that guy. I don't know, I feel like the way those birds love him, there's something about him that is special. And there's something that we need to guard and protect within him. Our ancestors used to talk to animals and us we are unable to. You know, like that is some next level shit, you know. So if you can find a way for you yourself, find it within yourself, because this, as I said, is a spiritual warfare. So find a way to do something and do it. So kama kuna mse anaweza ni DM hapa presentation ya like money za hiyo, like all the money that mimi nitaifanya as soon as possible.
Much.
My biggest question is, why do people keep it being leaders less thus far? Because the main intention, says here, Ruto, is controlling the masses. Because I think if there was a chance for dialogue, ilikuwa way like kitambo sana. Because if we are going to sit down with this person, we have to see, like, you're meeting us halfway. What have you done about the things we are complaining about so far? What have you done about police brutality? What have you done about all the people who died? Like, even the bodies inquiry, as a president, you don't give a fuck about that. Bodies are still floating, and trust me, in a few days we are going to find bodies of all the lives we've lost in Roysambu, in Uko Githurai, because the president is going to target these places. Ataangalia where exactly masses zinatoka wapi. How do we control the masses? How do we stop them from coming to the streets every day? Intimidate them, kill them, because right now, trust me, hata zile numbers itatoka Githurai, they won't be that much, because that's his intention. And right now, if we pick a leader, he's either going to control him so that masses itulie, or they're going to pay him, ama they're just going to intimidate the leader. We do not want that, because when the time comes they are choosing a leader, we are going to choose a leader. But right now, we want our demands heard. We want to see the president actually understands where the youth is coming from. But he's very tone deaf, and you're telling us you want us to go sit with the same man who ameskia our complaints. Trust me, Ruto knows everything the youth want. Lakini he's like, nope, I am going to choose the best way that is going to benefit me and the people around me. Because you cannot tell me they don't want to drop the office of the first lady. I went through the staff list. Imagine job role too. You don't even have a job specification. Your role is just staff, and you're getting paid for that. How is that fair? You're reducing your limit. Una reduce the amount, the budget. Yeah, this health sector. Like, are you serious? But you're the same people who, when they get sick, watakimbia. We don't have the money to go to other countries to get treatment. Yani, you're taking away the pay. What's her teachers? So the minority can like, are you serious? How does it benefit a few people? Because if we scrap off office of the first lady and all the employees, trust me, all these budget cuts unaweka in the health sector, we can cover them with the money that is covering the first lady. But no, you do not care about the common mwananchi. Unaangalia how much you can take from us. as a leader, like this is the leader you want us to have a sit down with. Imagine a man getting home begging, nifungulia mlango or they'll kill me. And they just shoot him mercilessly. And this is a man you want us to have dialogue with. This is a man you want us, like us actually picking a leader right now is actually putting them at risk. Because trust me, if you put someone forward, this is who we are electing as our leader. This person has no future. Atakuwa puppet. It's either you're going to be a puppet or he will be eliminated. We are not going to pick a leader right now until our demands are met. And imagine picking someone like Joho. Like nilikuwa nasikiza an interview today. What qualifications does Joho have? To be honest, too. Guys, wake up. They will not suppress us. They will not suppress our voices. This is the time we need to be vocal. I know it is tiresome. Personally, I've been to almost all mandamanos, and that I can assure you of that. And I'm not going to give up anytime soon, because this is the future generations I'm fighting for. Imagine our weakest link ni boomers, because right now, after you don't we did need to do that. I think we need to set up structures that actually work for common mwananchi, because right now these structures are only benefiting the few. Kenyans, we need to wake up, please. It is not the time to give up. It is not the time to relax, because right now, if we keep quiet, they are going to single out the people who have been very vocal about this movement. And trust me, kesho itakuwa wewe. So just because it's not affecting you right now, it doesn't mean it's not going to affect you in the future. Tafadhali, do not relent. Thank you, Afrocentric, for having me. Thank you, KOT, for having me.
Thank you so much, Pineapple. Awesome delivery, awesome points. Ben Keeps, are you there? Ben Keeps. James Ndikwa.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Coyote. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Guys, I want us to relate with the two wars that were fought during the liberation. One was the Mau Mau rebellion, and the other one was the Maji Maji rebellion. One was very successful, the other one was not very successful. We need to tweak our strategies towards the Mau Mau rebellion. We need to have a way of communication, and this is my proposal. During that time, there were no communication channels. Now we have communication channels. We have ICT gurus who can be able to code a system for us for membership registration, where people can register and we can get contacts. And instead of having an open forum where we communicate what we are going to do, we have a closed SMS circuit, a tunnel, whereby we can be able to tell people what we are doing, when we are doing it, so that these people who are masquerading in our spaces as sympathizers, yet they are government operatives, they don't get a chance to get our information. And that way also, when we use that channel, we can also register using USSD, whereby even this person with a Kambabe phone can be able to get the information directly from the movement, such that hata ule madhi ako ushago anapata information. Then we can have regional spokesmen, county government, county sectored spokesman, whereby a spokesman wa county fulani anaweza tuma communication kwa membership ya hiyo county peke yake, and we have a national spokesman ule anatuma the communication to everyone. The other issue I wanted to ask, if there's a lawyer inside here, the constitution talks about parliamentary political parties, and there's a petition that I'm working on to present to Parliament, to the National Assembly, whereby I want to separate the executive political parties and the national, the legislative political parties. I need the definition of what is a parliamentary political party, so that I can be able to have that petition tabled in the National Assembly by next week. Then the other thing is that I understand there's a citizen forum going on at Catholic University. Let us be there. Let us be there so that we can be able to support each other in the movement. Thank you.
Thank you, Anjira, Njeri.
Hi, thank you for thanking and thank you, God, for giving me an opportunity to speak. My name is Jerry, and
We can't hear you. Your mic is not clear.
okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, better.
Yes. Thank you, Afrocentric, and
wakosto wanafanya ugege tena, tuanze kusema vile mtu you recruit tugege na tugege tu kuja regret in the future. You get, we start communicating through memes because people love memes and people are always screenshotting memes and sharing them and taking them to everyone. Number 2 ni hiyo ya siasa. Let's break into their camps, you guys. For example, hawa watu wako divided. Martha, Wamalwa na Korozao respectively, Kalonzo, Jeremiah, those people have people. Those people, let's break into their camps. The same way wana break into our camps, wanaanza kukuja wanapea watu do, wanaanza kucompromise watu, wanaenda kucompromise my youth. Let's start appeasing these other people pia wao, vile wanaweza kuwa more courageous, pia sisi hatu understand why they're not being courageous. Let's bring them on board. Niliona leo hiyo story ya on August 8th tuko na mkutano kidogo na president about 2 million youth. I don't know if you people have seen that video. It's a very nice one. But umse anasema tutakuja tu tukae chini atuambie chenye anasema. Of course this guy is staying Occupy State House. Alafu Jimmy Wanjigi hapo akasema ati tukutane wote tuende. Alafu unaona watu wameanza kumpiga ati wewe sijui umefanya nini. Wase, goal yetu ni kwenda State House. Kama Jimmy atakuja na kona bunduki kwa hao yake na tushaziona before, tuite wase, ni tuitane, like tuamshe wase. Kila mtu mwenye anaweza tembea na sisi, tushike. Hawa tunaona wakipiga Boni, sijui nani, hata wenye wanapiga Osama. Nini? Vuta hawa wase, the more the merrier. Hata kama Osama amelipwa punch na kona sisi hapo, bunduki pia inaweza mshika. Like sisi, the more the merrier. Let's get all these numbers. Let's disarm them. Like wacha tuwapate off guard kivitu hawajui. The other thing, I've been an ODM life member up until last year. To be honest, sija withdraw lakini sijalipa membership fee. So wanasema ngosipolipa membership fee watakutoa. So hopefully wamenitoa. Sina hiyo time ya kudeal na wao. However, according to the way I understand Rao, in case watu wamemruka juu, I know like ile time ya Men in Black, I will explain it briefly. Men in Black was all about Raila alikuwa anafanya nini, ilikuwa nini hiyo election ya kumpea party leader. And I remember I was there and I was a rapporteur. I was taking notes, so I am talking from experience. I was there. Alafu sasa nakumbuka tukiingia, I was with the membership team. Tukiingia, there were so many fucking foreign faces wenye hata hatujaiona. Na by the way, I used to be in Orange House 24/7, so we knew our people. Yani Ruto alikuwa ameshabaiwa say. Hapo ndio alibaia Ababu, hapo ndio Ababu alitokea ODM for forever. Joho pia alikuwa amelipwa. Like watu walikuwa nachukua chama kutoka Raila. That day it was going down. Na nakumbuka mimi sikuwa nashikanisha. Katikati tu niko na tu boxes zimeanza kufly. No election was done. That is how Raila kept his party. So kama hii amechezwa vile Sufuna naenda anaongea vitu hazi make sense. In case it has happened, he is good bait. Use him to further our agenda. Mpeni
when we are faced with a difficult situation like where we are right now. And then also, could you advise what can be done? The revolution achieved a lot, but I think the revolution, the gains that were made are likely to be lost because the enemy has regrouped, the enemy has strengthened themselves by bringing in people from the opposition. So what are we going to do? Are we going to stand and see the blood of these people we are fighting for go in vain? I tend to feel like at one point, the movement, as I already said, the fact that we refused to be organized, that movement, because this is a citizens' assembly, and many people attempted to make that point to them. Then, in as much as we are going on with the revolution, but a revolution needs several other wings. The revolutionary arm can be there, agitating in the streets. There is the legal arm, which was strongly supported by LSK and the civil society, pushing for the rights of the people. But we failed in how does the revolution fight an organized political system that now has gone and regrouped and brought in the opposition. Yesterday, we saw the president in Tarakanidhi, and you could see the crowds that were celebrating. You saw celebrations in Homa Bay. We saw celebrations at the coast, and those were the places where the revolution was strong. So is it still in order for us to keep advising the Gen Z movement that they only need to pursue their agenda on the streets? I think for far too long we have told them what their itching ears wanted to hear, but we forgot the mantra that while a great leader takes people to where they want to be, a leader, but a great leader needs to take people not necessarily where they want to be, but where they ought to be. Where the Gen Z movement ought to be was that while we were on the streets fighting, the revolutionary arm, very active, and the legal arm supported by LSK and our good lawyers, Akina Willis and everything, a tremendously good job they have done. While that was going on, we also needed to be strategic in terms of the political agenda. How do we also push forward a political or an organization that pursues the political agenda against an organized political system with state machinery and a lot of money stolen from us? So how do we achieve that? That is that is the painful truth that the movement did not want to hear, and that is why today, while the revolution is evidently going down, I was in the streets myself on Tuesday. Yesterday, you could see that there are just a few people. Even the revolution cannot succeed with a few people in the streets fighting, while the government has reorganized itself, has bought the opposition, and is now strong, talking tough, and willing to do anything to consolidate their power. The Gen Z, we were only looking at what is now. Ruto must go now, while the enemy is planning for how does it stay in power until 2032. The only way is to bring in the opposition and consolidate my ground. So I really think that we, in as much as we are pursuing these things, we know the country we are dealing with. We are dealing with a country where the government or the president can disobey court orders, and there's not much we can do about it. So how do we believe that all these battles that we were fighting through the Gen Z movement can simply be achieved through the legal arm and the revolutionary arm alone? Supposing, for example, the Gen Z movement said Ruto must go now. If Ruto went now, and elections are going to be held in 60 days, is it 60 or 90, whichever, what then would the Gen Z movement do to ensure that we clean up and replace 70% of the current parliament? Would they constitute a political party within 2 months, register, mobilize for resources, sponsor Gen Zs and millennials and people of good integrity? Or did we think that if Ruto fell now, you will go to ODM and ODM will give you a ticket because you are a person of integrity that is going to do the right thing in parliament? Did we think that you would go to UDA and UDA would give you a ticket, and then you because you are a young person and a person of integrity and the right qualifications to lead us in parliament? What would have happened even if Ruto goes now and we have elections in 60 days? This same crop of people will go back to parliament. Ruto may come back to power because they have money. Remember, the elite of this Gen Z movement are mostly in towns, in Nairobi. Nairobi is the epicenter of the Gen Z movement. When you go down to Nyatike constituency, where I come from, is there who I think the Gen Zs there might have not even known that there's something called an X space. And these politicians, we have elections in 60 days, and these politicians go back there with the money. Who would go back to parliament in 60 days? So we need now to tell the Gen Z movement not necessarily what their itching ears want to hear, but what they need to hear. I was sad the other day when I was in after the new CSs were announced, the second batch, and there was a quick X-Space, I think hosted by Kimuzi, and Professor Kibuza Kibwana struggled to make that point because he knew what the Gen Zs wanted to hear. Part of this is not that you need to be organized and ask yourself, what next? Yes, so that difficult question is what now the movement needed to ask itself. What next? Yes, we don't have a now. And that position was prosecuted very well by my friend Kasmuel Oure on the media. You can't ask me for what next when I don't have a now. But what if Ruto falls now and we have elections in 60 days? You're going to have not a very limited time to ask yourself what next. So let us, in as much as we are pursuing these things legally and following the constitutional means, let us encourage this movement. Let us give them the right advice, not only the right legal advice, but let people who are conscious politically also give them the right political advice, because the battle we are fighting is not only legal, is not only revolutionary, but it is strongly political. Politics, we have come to see, is too important to be left to the politicians alone. We have realized as professionals that if we don't get ourselves into it, if we don't speak about it, then we are there to be roasted by these people who only look at their interests. And that is why from the education sector, I really, really pity a government that when we have an education sector that is ailing, is in ICU, CBC is confused, we don't know what is happening. JSS, we don't know what is happening in those classrooms for a year. This is the second year. Our education, university education, higher education is confused. Lecturers are not being paid. You teach part-time, you teach for universities, and sometimes you have to submit results just out of sympathy for your students because you have never been paid. Yet we are bringing in a lawyer, and I don't have a problem with lawyers. We are bringing in someone who has zero background in education. He might be a very distinguished lawyer, but why don't we have many educationists who would not take a little time, who already understand their problems and can quickly move in to consolidate what needs to be done and try to give us a direction as far as our education system is concerned. So I'm really, really disappointed. The lawyer could have done something else. We had many places where we needed lawyer. We had the AG and all these other portfolios. So let us really, we are in a bad situation in as much while we are fighting the battle in all these fronts, we also need to think of what really can give us results. We are now in a de facto one-party system. I saw my good friend, the bad girl, already trying to occupy the minority leadership position. My last question to LSK is, can ODM be forced legally to cross the floor and become part of the majority so that we give room for a clear opposition? We don't get ourselves in a situation like what we found ourselves in during the handshake of 2018, where we had no opposition in parliament and several things happened. Most of our problems now that we're fighting for now were cooked during that time. Is it possible legally to tell ODM if they have crossed the floor, two deputy party leaders and a chairman are in government? Isn't that enough reason to say that you now just cross the floor, become part of the government, then give room for a fresh opposition that can do the work of the opposition in parliament? Thank you.
Hello, are you giving me time to
Thank you,
speak,
Daktari,
Bwana Mano?
for those contributions. Madam President is here, Faith Odhiambo. Kindly, if you can hear me, Madam President, you can proceed. Madam President, are you there?
Of course, today we have seen the ongoings in our country and we are here to be heard. Tuko hapa kusikika, si ndio? And to talk about what has been going on, why are we on the streets, and what kind of justice is this that we want? Ni haki ya aina gani ambayo tunataka, si ndio? Na kabla tuanze rasmi kwa kuimba wimbo wetu wa kitaifa kwanza, ningependa kuinvite Reverend Father kutufungulia kwa maombi, alafu tutaimba wimbo wetu wa taifa. Karibu sana. Welcome. If you're coming, kindly take the front seats. Those who have occupied there, we thank you for occupying. Now I'm just asking you to occupy a few steps ahead of you. Those who are on my right, which is your left, this side, kindly move 2 steps. Viva. Okay, we will start with a word of prayer from the Reverend Father, then we will stand for the national anthem.
Let us pray. Let's stand, please. In the name of the Father, and of the Son, and of the Holy Spirit, Almighty and ever-living God, we thank you for your goodness and love. We thank you for our country, Kenya. We thank you for our people. We thank you for everything that you have been to us, the opportunities, and all the efforts that have been put to bring our country into order, in constitutionalism, in justice, in fairness. We thank you for our youth that have stood up to bring up the change that we want. We pray that you continue to bless them. We pray for those who have lost their lives, those who have been injured. We pray for their families, for their fellow friends among the youth, that you are going to grant them the resolve. We also pray for our government, that we may have an amicable resolution, that we may have a listening ear, that it may continue to respond to the needs of our nation, so as to avert any further confrontation among our youth. We pray for today's discussions. Almighty God, we thank you for the LSK, for all those who are here, the groups that are concerned, and those who want the good of our nation, so that as we verbalize and we articulate the needs that we have to bring to the government, we may be guided by your wisdom and love and care for our nation. We pray that you be with us, the good beginning of this event and the good ending, so that our country may move forward. We ask this through Christ our Lord. Amen. Thank you.
Raise up. Number one. Number one is up. Reach and shot. Check your focus. Somewhere 3. 3 is up. Somewhere 2. Thank you. 3 is up. Nice on 3. Stand by. 3 is up. Number 1. Reach and shot. Stand by. 3 is up. And go. Director for Mateo. Go for Mateo. Auditorium hapo kuna auditorium ndio nataka tu akiangalia kidogo tusogee. Haya sawa. PC hapo rada.
Asante sana. I think now we can take our seats. And even as we come in, I would like to request all the people who are coming in now, kindly take the seats at the front. Tafadhali kujeni mkae huku mbele, ili tuweze kuoccupy na tuweze kuzungumza na sauti yetu iweze kusikika katika bunge hili la mashinani ambalo ni Citizens Assembly. Karibuni sana. Nikisema Citizens Assembly, mnasema Voice of the People. Citizens Assembly. Citizens Assembly. Voice of the People. Voice of the People. My name is Fusani, and I will be taking you through today's process. And we have such an incredible panelists who will be coming, but also we are engaging all of us who are here in the crowd today. So it's not about the people who will be coming here to speak. It's also about us and our voice and what we have to say about what is happening in the country. As we have seen in Article 1 of the Constitution of Kenya, it says, all sovereign power, and the people shall be able to practice this sovereign power either directly or indirectly. And it's because of this that we are here today, to be able to speak out. We have seen from the 18th of June, young people in this country who are able to go out on the streets to be able to speak out about governance, to speak out about the ongoings of this country and where we should be going. And even us as young people, as we were out on the streets, we have seen some reforms, at least when it came to the repeal of the finance bill and other things that the young people asked for. But there were other things that we also did not ask for. We have seen abductions of a lot of young people who are on the streets. We have seen people who have died. Tumeona ama tujaona? Tumeona ama tujaona? Na hao watu wako kati yetu ama hawako kati yetu? Ndio, tumeona watu ambao, people who have been sick in the hospitals, those who have died, those who have been and continue to be abducted, the laws that you are fighting for in this country. Did we get them or did we not get them? Tuko na sauti? Did we get them? Citizens Assembly? Tulipata? Citizens Assembly? Citizens Assembly? Voice of the people. Citizens Assembly. Voice of the people. Here today because Voice of the people. So we are here today because what is it that took us out to the streets? Have we achieved it? And what is happening today? But more than that, where do we want to go? So if you are here and you have somebody mwenye ako katika police station, somebody who is lost, you don't know where they are, somebody who has died, how has it affected you? Where do you want us to go? This is the voice of the people that we want to hear today. And even as I finish my opening remark, I would like to say that there can be nothing about us without us. And that is why we are here today. Kwa sababu inatuhusu, si ndio? Hakuwezi kuwa na jambo ambalo linatuhusu bila sisi kuhusishwa. Na ndio maana tuko hapa kuhusishwa na kujihusisha katika mambo ambayo yanaendelea katika nchi hii. Tukiongea kuhusu mambo ya uchumi, tukiongea kuhusu mambo ya kisiasa, tuko hapa leo kuzungumza na kusema kwamba sisi kama Wakenya, kama vijana, kama wamama, tunataka kwenda wapi. Lakini pia tuko wapi sahi? Citizens Assembly. Voice of the people. Haya. Na pia tunataka kuuliza maswali nyeti leo kuhusu usanii. Tumesikia kwamba sanaa ni kioo cha jamii. Watu wangapi walifanya anguka nayo challenge? Nani alifanya anguka nayo? One person. At least kuna mtu alianguka kidogo. Reverend Father, haukuanguka nayo? Kaskazini, ulianguka au la? Madam President LSK, ulianguka nayo? kabisa. Kwa hivyo tumeona what is the role of art. Art inatusaidia aje katika hii mapambano ambayo tuko nayo. Na swali tunataka kuuliza leo pia, is art neutral? Is art neutral? Kwa hivyo haya ni maswali ambayo tunataka kuzungumzia leo. Tukizungumzia mambo ya teknolojia. Teknolojia inasaidia vipi katika mapambano? Tumeona watu wengi ambao wameweza kuenda katika social media na kutumia social media kuweza kuadvance mambo ya teknolojia. Kwa hivyo tunauliza, what is the role of technology? Pia tumeona Reverend Father amekuja hapa. Tunataka kuuliza kanisa kama civil society, si ndio? Tuko na maswali kwa kanisa. Tunataka kusikiliza kanisa. We want to hear the voice of the church. Where do you stand? We saw the church coming in a lot when it came to the time of electing our leaders. The church had a voice. So now that we are having this, first of all, does the church have a role? So those are the things we want to hear today. And if they have a role, what is it? When it comes to the young people, naona tuko na kaskazini hapa, najua mmemwona sana. What is the role of the young people, both as Gen Z, as millennials, as the people who are going on the streets? Kazi yetu tu ni kuenda kuimba hapo reject finance bill. Kazi yetu ni nini? What is our mandate and where do we want to go from here? But also, how do we get justice? How do we get justice for what has happened? And how do we move on? I have seen that some people who are saying we cannot look at our future if we have not looked at our now. Kweli si kweli? Kweli si kweli? Kwa hivyo, hayo ndo maswali ambayo tuko hapa kujibu leo. Na vile nilivyosema, it is not about us listening to people giving input. We listen, but it is also about us giving our voice. Citizens Assembly, voice of the people. My voice, voice of the people. My voice, voice of the people. Viva, comrades, viva. Viva, comrades, viva. Now I would like to invite the Vice Chancellor of the Catholic University to be able to welcome us and to say something. Karibu sana. Makofi as he comes.
Thank you very much for inviting me to say a few things. Ms. Faith Odhiambo, President of the Law Society of Kenya, the representatives from International Commission of Justice, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, Independent Medical Legal Unit, Amnesty International, Defenders Coalition, all protocols observed. Good morning. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to the Catholic University of Eastern Africa on behalf of the management, the staff, and the students fraternity, some of them who are here. I wish to welcome you to this institution and to ask you to feel much at home. I am also grateful for your invitation to address this Citizens' Assembly. I am in awe and humbled by the Law Society of Kenya for organizing the assembly and grateful to the LSK President, Ms. Faith Odhiambo, for her stand for justice, especially in the wake of recent protests in our country, Kenya. We are deeply impressed that you, an alumni of our university here, are living the values that we inculcated to you when you are a student of law in our esteemed university. We are forever grateful that you have chosen the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, Pope Paul VI Learning Resource Center, to hold this event. Allow us as a university to take this opportunity to condole with the families that have lost their loved ones during the ongoing protests. Please be assured that CUEA stands for constitutionalism, entrenchment of the rule of law, and justice. We also wish those who have been injured and maimed a quick recovery so that they may join the nation in building a nation of justice and peace. Our commitment to these values is emphasized by the fact that our university hosts the Center for Social Justice and Ethics, where undergraduate and postgraduate programs in justice and peace are offered. We firmly believe in the word of our national anthem that says, "Let justice be our shield." Allow me also to say that the recent events have brought a lot of transformation in our country, and we see a lot of happening and a lot yet to happen in our nation. Let me say that the church has been very much voicing their concerns in these issues. You have seen the statements from various religious leaders, from the Kenya Conference of Catholic Bishops, condemning what is going on against the citizens, the killings, the abductions, and the lack of constitutionalism in what is happening today. Allow me also to condemn those who have been moving under the goons that have been trying to weaken the voice of our young people by doing what is not right. Last week, I was a victim of the goons. I was coming from Mombasa and reaching Motito-Andei. From Motito-Andei to Emali, I passed through 7 roadblocks of drunks who were literally smashing the windshields of vehicles. Maybe God protected me. You could not pass there without paying them some money. It was a very serious issue. So I am a first-hand victim of the unlawlessness that is being also funded by part of our citizens or leadership to ensure that the process is disrupted. I also wish to let you know that we pray for you as a church. We also discuss these events with our students. We teach them the values, the constitutionalism at the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, so that they may continue to champion what is good for us. Even our president of the Students' Union is here. He's seated someplace. He can wave at the family that is here this morning. So I wish you well, and may these discussions be candid. Let them articulate the things that the assembly would like to present, and I'm sure that the church is also going to listen and to take them up and to join in the hands to ensure that the right governance, the right practices, the death of corruption is experienced during this time. So again, I wish you a wonderful day. May God bless you. May God protect you. And may God give you the courage that it takes to express yourselves so that the LSK and the other bodies here present might have something that forms the agenda for the transformation of our nation. Again, thank you very much, Madam President and your team. We are very proud that you are our alumni, And thank you very much for championing this just cause. We stand with you as a university, and anytime you need our resources, we'll give them to you. Thank you. God bless you. Asante.
Thank you so much for being with us here on the second edition of the Citizen Assembly. In just a few moments, we're going to be speaking to somebody who went through pain and agony that was absolutely unnecessary. We'll be getting her story shortly, but for now, I'd like to paint the context of why we're here today. So allow me a few minutes to set the tone. The plight of Kenyan youth remains uncertain. The wave of the deaths of dozens of young people as law enforcement officers crack down on protests countrywide have left the citizen broken and divided. Extrajudicial executions continue unabated. Shooting of unarmed young peaceful protesters is the new norm during youth-led protests. From deaths resulting from torture and police brutality on the streets to enforced disappearances and police abductions, the rule of law has been dealt a major blow by an arbitrarian and authoritarian regime that has managed to weaponize the police and officers from the Kenya Defense Forces against its own citizens, eroding any trust that locals had in the security agencies to maintain law and order. Whereas the right to picket remains enshrined in Article 37 of the Kenyan Constitution, there are concerns over how security forces respond to demonstrations led by Gen Z and millennials. News about a section of the opposition politicians going to bed with the ruling coalition has sent mixed reactions in a country polarized along tribe, ethnicity, race, religion, and social class. As national and county leaders spend time on politics, the Kenyan youth feel largely ignored and undermined on issues public interest and legislation. The Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo has, on the other hand, waged a steadfast justice quest for the victims of police brutality. LSK, in conjunction with Amnesty International, Independent Medical Legal Unit, Defenders Coalition, Kenya National Commission on Human Rights, International Commission of Jurists, Haki Africa, and other human rights defenders have consistently been the first responders to citizens in distress. The youthful activists gradually feel accepted and accommodated by such groups and accommodations and organizations. Now, a number of the young people who keep demonstrating every Tuesday and Thursday have been captured by both local and international media, crying out for a listening ear. Most of the protesters vent their anger and frustration over a regime that has remained tone deaf. Yet, the protesters need a listening and empathetic platform with ability to convert their frustrations encapsulated in their non-negotiables to pragmatic and implementable solutions. The first steps of finding solutions must be directly derived from direct engagement with the relevant parties across the country. The need to seek justice for all victims remains paramount, and the first step towards peace is first justice for all victims and affected persons. And to realize any meaningful change, the youth must be given a platform to talk and be allowed to vent and be listened to. Now, Citizen Assembly seeks to act as a bridge towards a better, safe, and peaceful Kenya. So welcome to this edition. I'm Janet Mbogwa, and today we convene amidst profound sorrow and righteous anger as our city streets, once symbols of democracy, have turned into battlegrounds where many protesters have been met with hostility and even death. Our government has failed us, resorting to political maneuvers instead of genuine leadership, with inept ministers leaving our nation adrift. Yet, we refuse to be silenced. We're here to uphold the dream of a just society through civic education, public participation in policy making, and holding our leaders accountable. We also pledge to report and remember those who are missing, abducted, or injured. Our unity, voices, and actions will reclaim our nation. And today we will hear from survivors, human rights defenders, citizen journalists, and more. We encourage you to continue to share this conversation online and engage with us. And this can be across the Citizen Assembly platforms, on YouTube and other platforms. So make sure you're also using the hashtag Citizen Assembly and continue to share your own thoughts on all the happenings unfolding in our country. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we're joined by somebody who had to see firsthand loss and death. This is Mama Rex, and we're going to have a short conversation with her just to walk us through what it really means when we say that we need fairness and justice on our streets. Mama Rex, asante sana kwa kuwa nasi. tuanze na kukuuliza, tuelezee vile unasikia.
Okay, kwa sasa sijakubali kama ukweli. Huyo ni mtoto wangu, aliuliwa kwa street akiwa bila kosa lolote. Na kuwa serikali haijachukua hatua yoyote hata kumshika ule mwenye ambaye alimpiga hiyo risasi. Nina huzuni bado moyoni.
Pole sana.
Asante.
Asante pia kwa kutuongelesha juu ni muhimu tusikie juu watu wengi wanaongea juu ya extrajudicial killings. Tumeona watu wengi wamekufa. Kabla tuongee kuhusu hiyo support unapata. Tell us a bit about Rex. Rex alikuwa, what was he like as a boy?
Rex ni mtoto ambaye nimemlea kwa njia ya tuseme ya wokovu. Rex ni mtu ambaye alikuwa kijana mpole sana. Kwa wale ambao walimjua wanaweza sema Rex alikuwa mtu mzuri, alikuwa mtoto mtiifu. Hakuwa na ile tunaweza sema ati ana uchokozi wowote. Ni mtu alikaa na watu vizuri. Na hata hiyo jambo imenifanya nikafurahi kwa roho kiasi kwa ile upendo nilionyeshwa na wananchi wakati wa kifo chake. Hakuwahi gombana na mtu yoyote, na angekukosea angekuja straight akwambia, sitaki kukubeba rohoni, umenikosea hivi na hivi, akuombe msamaha kama ni amekukosea. Sijaisikia jambo mbaya na Rex, na hajai kuwa ati ameshikwa wakati wote ati na mkono wa serikali ati ana makosa yoyote. So hiyo ya risasi ilinishtua sana.
Haku deserve, na hata wenye watu ambao wamekuwa affected ni kitu mbaya sana. Tunakuongelesha juu when ni mom umekuwa part of this movement sana. Hiyo siku Rex alienda kwa maandamano. Tuelezee kama mlikuwa umeongea, na kama mlikuwa umeongea alikuwa amesemaje?
Okay, Rex hatukuwa tumeongea juu kwa umri wake alikuwa ashatoka kwangu tayari. Ni mtu anajikalisha, ana kazi yake. So tulikuwa tumeongea like 3 days ago. Akatuambia, mam, kuna kitu napata, nataka nikuboostie biashara yako, naona iko chini. So alikuwa na ile roho, akikuja pale dukani kwangu, mami, duka ikai poa, nataka kufanyia kitu atakani kidogo. So hiyo Thursday rafiki yake nilipokea simu ile yake. So nilikuwa tu najua huyu ni mtoto wangu. Nikamwambia, sema Rex. Sauti nilipokea pale, mam si Rex, mam si Rex. Nikamuuliza ni nani? Mam ni George. Ni nini mbaya? Mam ni Rex. Nikamwambia, hapana, hebu niambie kuna nini? Ni mgonjwa? Ati hapana mam, si mgonjwa. Na mbona sauti yako iko mbaya hivyo? Mam, sijui venye nitaanza kuelezea, but mam si kuzuri. Nikamuuliza kuna shida gani? Rex ameshutiwa town. Nikamuuliza mlikuwa mnafanya nini town? Ati mam, tulitoka kazini, tulikuwa tunaelekea afya center. So walishuka 680. Sasa ile wanakuja kwa mguu waende afya center. So wakapatana nayo maandamano. Ati tulikuwa tumeambiana in case kuwe kubaya tukutane wapi? Afya center. But wakati tukifika place tukaona watu wanakimbia. Kwanza wakapigwa tear gas. Sasa ile kukimbia wanateremka waende afya center. Wakaachania kwa sababu mwenzake kuangalia nyuma, naona Rex ana limp. Sasa ile anataka kujaribu kurudi nyuma, wakapigwa tear gas nyingine. Yeye akakimbia. Obvious hata wewe ni wewe haungerudi. So akakimbia akaenda mbele, but roho yake iko nyuma. Akaenda akajificha mahali. Akaona Rex amelimpa, amekaa wapi? Chini. akajua maybe ameanguka akaumia, ile watu wanakimbia. Akatafuta njia ya kurudi nyuma. So wakati akirudi nyuma akapata Rex amebleed kabisa. Akaambia watu walikuwa karibu, "Oh, tusaidieni. Huyu mwenzangu ameumia." Watu walikuwa wanapita tu. So polisi ndio walikuja akaambia, "Tusaidieni, huyu ameumia." Ile jibu walipokea, "Mwacha kufe huko. Wacha huyu akufe na tunataka wengine." So kuna wasamaria tu wale wema, vijana wetu roju wakaenda. Wakabeba Rex. Wakamfikisha barabara. Kuna hiyo hospitali inajiita Bliss, wakamuingiza hapo ndani. Wale askari wakamfuata hapo kwa mlango ya hospitali, tear gas tena ndani. Sasa madaktari wakafunga mlango, but mzuri already walikuwa ndani. So ile kwenda kumpe first aid, akamwambia huyu hayuko, huyu ashaenda. So I think hapo ndio kijana akachukua simu kunipigia. Akaniambia, "Mom, Rex amepigwa risasi na ametuacha." Nilikuwa na ule mdogo. Mimi huwa na pressure. Kuna nguvu kuendelea kuongea? Nilichoka. Nikakaa chini. Nikamwambia ule mdogo, nikamwambia funga duka. Akaniambia, "Mama, ni nini?" Nikamwambia, "Mama, si umesikia? Rex ameshutiwa." Akaniambia, "Amekufa?" Nikamwambia, mtoto akafunga duka. Nikapigia babake. Nikamwambia, "Mtoto ameshutiwa. Ako kwa kliniki fulani town. Tukimbie, maybe hajakufa." Unajua ile mzazi, maybe ako unconscious, maybe hajakufa. Akaniambia, "Basi harakisha twende." Nikapigia ndugu yake mdogo. Akaniambia, "Mama, kaa hapo, najua shida yako. Kaa hapo usitoke." Nikamwambia, "Niko na nguvu, acha nifike kwa nyumba." Tukaenda tukakutana, tukaenda hospitali hapo. Tukaingia hapo Bliss, tukampata kwa hapo tu chini. Daktari akaniambia, "Huyu aliletwa hapa tayari kama ashafariki." Kaambia, "Daktari, fanya jambo. Mimi naona mtoto wangu hajaenda." Sasa ile kumguza alikuwa shakuwa baridi kabisa. Kaambia, "Daktari, mimi sioni kama ameenda. Huyu hajaenda." Akaniambia, "Mama, huyu hayuko." So next nikauliza, "What next?" Ati hata kuna askari wametoka hapa, wamesema wanarudi. Nikauliza walikuwa wamekuja kufanya nini kama wenyewe ndio wamemuua? Ati walikuja kuconfirm kama amekufa. Nikamwambia, "Sawa, tunaweza beba mtoto wangu?" Ya kwanza wakaniambia yes. Unasikia? Hata mimi na organize venye mtoto wangu tutamtoa hapo chini. Unajua it's so painful kuna mtoto wako kwa tiles. Mimi nilikaa hapo chini na yeye. Nikamwambia ile uchungu wa mzazi, acha nikaenda mtoto wangu hapa. So nimekubaliwa nibebe mtoto. Kidogo daktari anakuja ananiambia, "Hii ni police case, hizi bebwa." Nikamwambia, "Nataka kumpeleka wapi?" Jua wamekuja na jua ndio wamemuua, nataka kumpeleka wapi? Ati unajua since ameuliwa kwa street, lazima kuandikwe statement. Tukakaa hapo like 3 hours hawakukuja. Sasa ile naambia mtu hapo, "Mkaripoti tubebe mwili juu sisikii vizuri kwa na mtoto wangu hapa chini." Senye wanatoka pia polisi walikuwa hapo nje. Hatu wamekujia mwili. Nikauliza, "Surely huyu ninyi mmemuua na singependa mpeleke City Mortuary. Mnaweza kubali ni mbebe? Hata haiwezekani. Nikauliza kwa nini? Hati maybe wewe utufuate, lazima ingie tu City Mortuary. So kabla wa mbebe nikamwambia daktari, ngoja. Alikuwa amebeba kabag. Nikamwambia nitolee hii bag. Nikamwambia hapana, nataka kwanza kuona hiyo risasi imepita wapi. Wakamvua trouser, wakanyonyesha pali risasi yuko. Nikamwambia daktari, mbona huku nyuma ako tu sawa? Akaniambia risasi bado iko ndani. Unasikia? Kuniambia risasi iko ndani, akafinya the thigh. Akaniambia unaona hii kitu ngumu iko hapa? Hiyo ni risasi. Nikamwambia haiwezi toka. Akaniambia hapana, hiyo ni police case, lazima apelekwe mortuary, City Mortuary. Asubuhi mrauke by 8 mko hapo, afanywe postmortem ndio mtoe mpeleke kwenye mnataka. Nikamwambia sawa. So hapo tukaandikiwa report. Nikaona askari wameingia wanaongea nao madaktari. Mimi kitu nilipoa ni ID ya mtoto wangu. Nikamwambia daktari, kwani hakuna barua? Akaniambia wacha nikuandikie. Janet, nilipoa barua ati alikuwa na deep wound.
Sio gunshot.
Kasema tu kwa wakati huo nikachukua tu nikaenda. Tukaenda City Mortuary kumweka huko. So mimi kwa roho yangu nilijua mtoto ako na risasi pale. So asubuhi tunafaa kufika hapo by 2:00 itolewe tukiwa hapo. Tulifika asubuhi. Hakuna government pathologist, hakuna sijui nani, tungoje. So tukingoja pale, Mheshimiwa Ketera akafika wa kwanza. Akaniuliza wewe ndio mzazi wa Rex? Akaambia nasikia mnataka kufanya postmortem. Nikamwambia ndio. Akaniambia mnangoja? Akaambia kuna government pathologist na kuna private pathologist. Nasikia government pathologist hajafika. Tukiongea hapo Mheshimiwa Sifuna akafika. Kaambia pole mama nini? Nikamwambia mtoto alishutiwa pale town. Tukamleta na singependa kae hapa. Niambia basi tungoje afanywe postmortem ndio atolewe. Kidogo Mheshimiwa Babu Wino sasa ndiye amesimamia huko kwetu. Akafika. Akatuuliza kuna kitu mnangoja? Tukaambia yes. Tunangojea government pathologist hajafika. Pia wakatusaidia kungoja. So by midday hakuwa amefika. Wakaulizwa shida ni wenye walibeba mwili askari hawapatikani. Aje sasa, na tulikuwa hapa tukiandikisha statement wote. Akasema tutangoja. So kama sio ile push ya Mheshimiwa Sifuna, nafikiri hata wangefika. Alipusha akamwambia sasa this is too much. Kuanzia 2:00, sasa ni 7:00, 8:00 naelekea. Kidogo tukaambiwa wamefika, wamepitia wapi? Na tulikuwa kwa gate. Kumaanisha walikuwa ndani. Tukasema sawa, tukaitwa aende afanywe hiyo postmortem. Ola long mtoto alikuwa tu hapo kwa hiyo bed yao. Kufika ndani Janet hakuna risasi. Ilitolewa saa ngapi? Ati unajua mtu akishutiwa inapita nyuma inatokea mbele. Hiyo ni kaili anguka kwa street. Aje na kijana wangu mwenye anamfuata alirudi mpaka hiyo spot alishutiwa. Akaokota miwani zake na wallet yake hapo. Tukaambia na kwani ule daktari wa Bliss alikuwa mjinga? Akafinya mpaka tukaona kitu sharp imejichora. Akatuambia hiyo hamkuona kitu, maybe hiyo ni blood clot. Nikaambia Mungu ashaenda. Wakafanya hizo mashughuli zao. Tukatoa mtoto. Na usaidizi wa Mr. Sifuna. Tukampeleka Lee Funeral. Before tufike Lee Funeral, Mheshimiwa Vinya Ndeti akasema yeye ndiye atasimamia hiyo biliali funeral.
Okay.
Nikaambia asante mam, tunashukuru.
Watu walianza kusupport.
Walianza kusupport hapo. Tukifika Lifino ukweli tulimpata, tukaongea 2-3. From there akatuambia anything inatakikana hapa, msikuwe na shida, ni mimi. Bill zote za hapa ni mimi. Kupeleka mwili nyumbani ni mimi, kila kitu nitawasimamia.
Na ilikuwa hivyo mpaka
hakuna mtu wa kucomply. MCA wa mtaani walitusaidia
mpaka ulimzika. Yeah. Okay. Mama Rex, unajua unatuelezea na ni kama vile tu watu wameanza kusikia hiyo frustration na watu kuwa harass na kuuliwa. Tukiwind up, kwanza nataka utupeleke from ulimzika, si ndio? Alafu nataka uongee kuhusu hii mambo bado inaendelea. Rex ni yule mtu ambao alileta hii kitu to the limelight, yeah? But I think tuelezee what needs to happen, Mama Rex. Unataka kuambia vijana nini juu watu bado wanaendelea kwenda kwa streets kuprotest, wanasumbuliwa, wanauliwa. Ungependa kuambia vijana nini na serikali nini?
Okay. Kulingana na kifo cha Rex, maybe alileta mwanga kwa wale maybe wengine walikuwa washauliwa na wenye hawakujulikana. Rex wakati ameaga, nimepokea simu mingi. Rex alikuwa mwizi. Nikamwambia mwizi kuja mpaka mali alianzia utotoni mpaka pale amegrow, mpaka pale alikuwa anaishi kama kuna kesi yoyote. Rex alikuwa mmoja wa kuandamana. Nikamwambia hapana, alitoka job on that fateful day na walikuwa na shughuli zao. Nasikia walikuwa wamepanga ka birthday, so maybe walikuwa nakujia hizo vitu zao za vijana town. Ilikuwaje akapatikana kwa maandamano? Nikamwambia hata mimi sasa nitoke kwangu naenda town nipatikane na maandamano, sijaenda kuandamana, nimeenda shughuli zangu. So kuna vikundi zimeniitisha mashahidi. Aipoa. Nikamwambia aipoa, kuna huyu kijana alinipigia simu anaitwa George. Anaogopa kutoa inaitwa ushahidi kulingana na venye kuko sahi. Unaenda unatoa ushahidi unakuwa abducted. So mamake amemwambia asimpate akitoa hizo ushahidi. Sasa inakuwa ni kama mimi nitaforce mtoto wenyewe, alafu akipata shida itakuwa ni mimi. So hajakuwa able kutoa ile ushahidi. But ushahidi ni gani tunataka sasa hizi? Footage ziko pale town. Mpaka venye polisi alikuwa anashoot, mpaka venye Rex pale alilemewa. Kuna ushahidi mwingine gani tunaweza taka? Kwa wazazi ambao watoto wamedhulumiwa, kifo, majeraha, ulemavu wa maisha, at least wanafaa waongee. Juu kuna mtu kama mimi sijaikuwa kwa media, nimekuwa kwa media na kifo ya mtoto wangu. Kuna wale wazazi ni wanyonge. Unapata mzazi mtoto wake amepatikana ameuliwa, anasema ni ya Mungu. Mtoto atupwe Lang'ata, sababu ya nini? Hana uwezo. Hata ukijua fulani ndiye ameua mtoto wako, huyo fulani ako covered na serikali, atapatikana kivipi? Wewe mwananchi mdogo utabishana na serikali? Uwezi. Na kwa tuseme mimi at least ule askari alionekana na wanamjua na bado alishutwa na vya media group, si ndio? Hakuna kitu amefanywa. Mtu kama huyo akuja ni threaten, nitaongea? Sitaongea. Nitajikunja kama maji kwa mtungi ni nyamaze. Ingekuwa mzuri venye vijana wamejitokeza, walete ule mwanga, waseme hatutaki kuuliwa tena. Ndio hakuna mzazi uzaa mtoto asubuhi kesho useme mtoto wangu ameuliwa, ni sawa. hakuna. Na hakuna mtoto tuseme hata sasa niseme nataka kuzaa, sita replace Rex. Nitaishi na ile uchungu. Na hakuna haja mzazi mwingine apitie kitu yenye nimepitia. Juu nakuja kwa media, Mama Rex juu yako hivi, Baba Rex ako hivi. Hakuna mtu ananijua. Maybe mtu ananijua ni watu wa estate. But ukikuja huku nje, Mama Rex alifanya. Si mzuri. I'm still mourning.
Yeah.
Okay, nimesikia ushahidi hakuna. But bado najua mtoto wangu atapata justice. Ule Mungu naomba, nijua nitapata justice.
Asante Mama Rex. Na pole sana. Pole sana. Asante kwa kutuelezea. Tutaendelea tu kucarry hiyo legacy ya Rex.
Asante.
And just like you said, we need justice for Rex and for so many others.
Nao wengine wote. Yeah. Jua kuna Rex sio special, nao wengine. Wote ni watoto wa watu.
For now we honor your son.
Asante.
Asante sana kwa kutuongelesha. Tunaomba utapata consolation, uendelee kuheal. Asante sana Mama Rex.
Nashukuru.
Tunashukuru sana.
Nashukuru pia.
I think it's hard to process this lived reality that so many people are going through. Mama Rex has been brave enough to share her her lived reality, her lived truth. And when we talk about the extrajudicial killings, when you talk about abductions and harassment, it's not just data. There are people behind these issues, and there's still a huge list of injustices that continue to happen. And so we are going to focus on that a little bit today, and perhaps continuing to do that throughout the remainder of these conversations that we'll continue to have. Where is the justice, and where does the push for justice begin? We're continuing here at Citizen Assembly. We now cross over for spoken word, perhaps to take us through the storytelling of the day.
Yajeni wase, ninge request kidogo tusimame tu dakika moja kwa victims wote. Asanteni. So mimi naitwa Cricket Rights ni poet. So leo hata kichain my body lazima nita free my mind kama misere. Sita betray hii motherland kwa kusubmit cooperation. Kwa hii country imejaa patriots kwa jails na prisons. Economy ni colonialist na hii regime na create poverty na kufanya ama youths wanakuwa criminals. Nimekataa kunyamaza kuona tunaoga mikono kuserve bullets. Leo hata kama history haitaandikwa na pen, waambieni basi waiandike na rifle. Sina fear imprisonment kwa regime na treat citizens kama slaves. Inatudina human rights na bado kwa public holidays tunaimba love, peace and unity. So niaje hii country ni most democratic time others wanakufa kwa detention cells na torture chambers. Niaje hii country ni most democratic time others wanakufa na njaa. So country ni prison, home you're oppressed, alafu a small minority ina enjoy privileges. Exam papers zimechelewa kufika Turkana, ati transport ni ya udu, na ballot papers so gunshots na sauti za tinga hata kwa speaker kwa mwananchi amenyeshewa inafanya hats zao even more wetter. Alafu kuna sauti ina ring kwa mind, mukinichagua hakuna mwananchi atabomolewa tena. Mukinichagua hakuna kijana atapigwa risasi. Hebu nione wale wanasema tuanze na ile jamaa ya bottom up. Lakini Mkenya, soma story ya Jaramogi, utagundua Kenya bado hakuna. Wrong history kwa classes ndio maana youths legacy ya mseka Steve wajui. Kazi tu ni biko. December 12 tuna celebrate Jamhuri debate story ya December 12 movement. Nani anainarrate? Mkenya. Pambana! Time ina fly na daily nation ni propaganda za orezo kwa flights kujaribu kuland jobs kwa youths. Nation is sick, hata doctors wako mgomo. Hakuna budget ya kufeed citizens but kuna budget ya unconstitutional CASs at a cost. The Star News Bulletin, Mwakenya ririkej kina Karemi wanatumia kupass exams za history yenye stories za kina Karari. Ndudhu zimepigwa njama na kuerase kama role ya women kwa Maumau. Guy Mwadhani wa Igoro, hata wale walikuwa kwa scandal ya NYS bado wako kwa government offices wana earn. Meru alichagua governor wakidhani atapiga Kawera lakini sahi bado hakuna mwangaza. Nairobi Johnson bado anasaka ja kwa government inanua curtains za 10 million. Niambieni akina nani wanabebwa mapasia Zakayo. Shuka. So ni kanisa ilitumika kuomba kura. Wakaswea na Biblia but sahi wanatumia kifua kuongoza. Time constitution ilifaa kukaa tiba. Zakayo. Shuka. So tutaunganisha stima, tutaunda barabara, tutajenga serikali na vijana ya bodaboda na mama mboga. So aka slogan ikagasha goa goa. Mr. President ni Ruto gani unatupeleka? Kusema education ni free na vile books ni expensive ni ku-exercise our minds. Kusema education ni free na jana kuna mtu yalisare shule juu alikosa uniform ni ku-exercise our minds. So wewe unafilaje? Unafilaje sasa zenye urezo wako wanakuongoza national anthem na tujenge taifa? Alafu Korogosho kwa jenga Madhare wanabomolewa. So wewe unafilaje sasa zenye urezo wako wanakuongoza national anthem na tujenge taifa? Alafu Korogosho Mukuru kwa jenga wanabomolewa. So policies walitaipa alafu zikasainiwa na ball pen na hapo ndio tulichezwa. Koti wakapiga perfume na expectaji wataheshimu court order. 21st century bado gava inatumia unga kubribe nation kuvote. Mkulima wa kahawa ana go loss after sales juu hakutoa chai. So nani haoni Kenya taa? Bado hakuna. Nani hata articulate article ya constitution vifiti? All sovereign power. All sovereign power. All sovereign power. The people ni set flani ya rulers of protect wealth kwao. Sunday wamekram apostles creed, alafu Monday greed inawa drive na testimonies za vile 7 days without prayer inawafanya weak. Wao hujasikia kiongozi wa Wanga alikuwa na bongo na bado alikuwa deceived na sweets. Mambo leo still new colony. Believe me, hata Mugabe angekuwa Kenyan hangetaka anyone amuite roba ama ni roba. So tunaishi na country where the president anapenda the youth but most strategic jobs anapea the old, na kwa hiyo mood still awari country yenye ina constitution. Kama ni leadership nachagua humanity kwa leader wangu juu kama leadership ni school degrees na certificates basi hadi zile karatasi za Waititu zilikuwa true. Ni Ferdinand Misinta Pret. So pieces mob za peace wasanii wanaandika lakini bado hana amani. Kiongozi mwananchi alichagua already anamfichia white. Already ana stock ya ngano ya kubandika posters time ya campaign na Turkana tunakufanja. Wanjiku haezi afford kawairimo mkulima wa roskoko na majani chai. Analia njaa toka time ya Nyayo. Afya center ni kama base flani ya viongozi waendea snacks. Docs ni less, hospitals ni less na zenye ziko hazina madawa. Doka na complain of protective gears ndio ana texture ya 4M na last time nurses wali strikes ni jana. Si wages zinafanya mwalimu kuata kidato. Si wages zina donatives kwa evicted Kariobangi, Mokuru na Ruai. Unanyomokerua Ruai ginya hakiri. So equality iko wapi time kuna mwenye nchikare na kona aneka ya parking na neka smoking zone na parking large kuliko cho fulani iko Dandora, Korogosho na Madhare? Equality iko wapi time kuna mwenye nchikare na kona aneka ya parking na neka smoking zone na parking large kuliko cho fulani iko Korogosho, Madhare na Dandora? So tunataka police service ya police force. Utumishi kwa wote, si utumisi kwa kara wengine. Juu kara wengine ni same na photographers kila time they've got a clear shot. Makara wengine ni kama kwa class waliitwa sura viatu vile wamekuwa sharp shooters. Tulienda recruitment za makarao alafu tukaambiwa tuko na shida ya macho. Alafu after kutembea station tukapata afande amevaa miwani. So niambieni nani alifunga mwingine macho ama tulifungwa macho juu tulikosa za macho? So niambieni nani alifunga mwingine macho ama tulifungwa macho juu tulikosa za macho. So mimi naitwa Cricket Rights. Unaweza ni follow kila platform at Cricket Rights. Unajua nikikuja hapa nilikuwa nafikiria tuliambiwa Yesu anakuja juu ya sisi wanyonge waliodhulumiwa. Alafu tukaambiwa atakuja kama mwizi. Alafu nakaa nafikiria if kama anakuja kama mwizi na vile Kenya imekuwa a police state, then anaweza kosa kutufikia. Anaweza kuwa maybe hata anaweza kuwa kwa mkuru kwa jenga mahali kwa gunia. The government sucks that way. Si ndio? Ni kubaya leo kuliko jana, lakini tuendelee na mapambano, si ndio? All sovereign power belongs to the people of Kenya. Alafu nimekuwa nominated kwa African Rising kama Artistic Activist of the Year. Unaweza ingia kwa website yao, register, then hapo cheza kama wewe, si ndio? Sitacheza kizakayo, sitaomba kura alafu niwatoke. Wacha bana.
Sawa. Okay. Thank you. Sawa. Cricket. Am I live? Okay. Cricket, thank you very much for that. Mpe makofi tena bwana. Asante sana. We're still live here at the Citizen Assembly, and I know we had to start that way. We had to start by setting the tone for why we are here today, why we are constantly asking for truth, for change, for justice. So we thank Mama Rex once again. We thank Cricket for speaking truth to power. And we're going to continue the conversation shortly. For now, though, we're going to cross over to X Space, where Manoa Hosea is going to be on standby to host the conversation online before we come back here and have a panel discussion again on the truth and justice that we seek. So for now, we're heading over to the X Space, and then I'm going to take a seat and be joined by my panelists shortly. So over to the X Space.
As she gave the ordeal that she went through, losing the son to a police bullet. And I think this is a critical conversation that we need to have as a country, whether we need to have more people die while exercising their rights to picket, to assemble, to peacefully demonstrate, and to exercise that which the Constitution of Kenya 2010 gave them. We are continuing the conversation. I think we have so many speakers who want to put in their contribution to this Citizen Assembly, both those at Catholic University physically and those of you who have joined on this space. Let's continue the conversation. I will invite a few interventions even as we continue the conversation. Tracy Owiti. Tracy Owiti, can you hear me? You have the microphone?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Kindly proceed.
Oh, thank you so much. It's quite unfortunate to hear Mama Rex's mother go through that. It's painful. This is coming from a mother's point of view. It's painful to lose your son in such a manner. And the fact that the police are not even confident enough to leave the bullet in Rex, they have to steal it in a bid to seal the evidence. It's such a shame to the police officers who did that. And I hope and pray that justice may prevail for Rex and all the other victims of police brutality. Now, I had a few questions for you, for the lawyers in the House. Earlier on, you said that you guys are only going to represent people who have been charged with picketing. But then I think the police sort of realized that, and then now they're charging people with robbery, and even though they were picketing. So I don't know how you guys are handling that. Do you guys trust what the police are telling you? I mean, the charge sheet, because the charge sheet, charge sheets are reading robbery, while in real sense they were picked from the streets while picketing. And another question I had for you guys was there's been this discussion about the odious debt. At what point do we invoke the doctrine, and who is in charge of that? I mean, who can help with that? Thank you.
Thank you, Tracy, for those questions and interventions. We'll pick more questions and interventions. Anonymous, kindly, you have the microphone. Anonymous, if you can hear me, kindly, you have the floor. Adrenaline.
Yes, good morning, Kenya. And first of all, I want to render my condolences to Mama Rex and everyone who has lost their loved ones during this period. It is absolutely heartbreaking to hear the account of what Mama Rex has gone through. And I just hope that we are going to come up with something that will help us to end this brutality. And my question goes to the lawyers here, and I don't know whether we have a legal framework where we can go to the courts and the High Court can be able to admonish this police service to stop, first of all, coming with cars which they have hidden the number plates. Number two, can the court be able to pronounce themselves and admonish the police service from sending people who are covered in their faces? Yesterday when they were picking Shad, who even right now no one knows where he is, these guys, they don't even have badges to identify themselves. So you don't even know whether it's the police, the police who are arresting you, or it's goons who are going to go and kill you. And in Pipeline the other day, we saw clearly a white person holding an assault rifle, shooting at people, covering his face. And this is someone who is not even a Kenyan, because you can see this is not a Kenyan. And I'm just asking the lawyers here, is it possible that we go to the High Court or the Supreme Court or wherever, where we need the courts, the judicial system to come out very strongly and condemn this act and put a stop to the police from doing these things? Because right now we are mourning 60 people that we know, but we know very well that the police have killed more people in this country. And if we do not stop this right now, from what is happening, from them picking people one by one, this is going to continue happening, and we don't even know where this ends. The other day when Paul Okimani was arrested, I was there, and being someone who has a very small following, we were huddling behind him like he's Achilles, because we knew if something happens, he's going to make noise. And you saw when he was arrested what happened. Everyone was up in arms. But we have so many people who have been arrested, but because they don't have a name and a big name here, no one knows where they are. So I'm just asking you guys, the lawyers here, what can we do? And personally, if we saw what happened with Hanifa, we were able to contribute. We can come together and contribute money so that this can be done to stop the police from harming any more people. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrenaline. I want to take you back to the Citizen Assembly at Catholic University shortly. We'll be able to respond to some of the questions that have been raised after the next panel discussion. Perhaps if you can hold on to those legal questions, I hand over the microphone to Faith Odhiambo, Madam President, if you can proceed.
Thank you very much for that, Manoa. We will be crossing over back to the X space intermittently, as we are also hosting here at Catholic University. And in just a few moments, the panelists are ready to give us their accounts, their perspective. Before that, though, I'd like to invite to the stage Stephen Bogwa, LSK Council member, who needs to give some remarks because he has to dash to the courtroom. So let's allow him that. And let's welcome him to the stage as he comes on to share some remarks with us in the room.
morning. Oh, sorry. Let me just hold the mic. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Is it loud enough?
Let's make sure we can hear him. Try again.
1, 2, 1, 2.
Are we good? Yes, please proceed. Yes, we can hear
Thank you very much. Good morning, comrades.
Good morning.
My name is Stephen Mbogwa Wanjiro. I'm a council member with the Law Society of Kenya.
Yes, we can hear you. You can go ahead.
Okay, thank you. And one thing I can say today, I was listening to Mama Rex's story, and I've had the pleasure of having met her at her place, and many other victims who have underwent this police brutality. It's very sad for a country when we watch this kind of atrocities taking place under the government's sponsorship and orchestration by the government to ensure that they oppress the common mwananchi for only doing one so-called mistake, to protest and demand for the respect of the rule of law and to demand for good governance and accountable governance. And for the last 1 month, where we have participated actively in this issue of protest and trying to provide legal support to most of the protesters across the country, I can tell you for a fact that the police force, let me use the word force, do not care, in essence, the respect of the rule of law or the respect of human rights when it comes to the persons who have been arrested. And yesterday I witnessed some of the police officers even being so brutal and using so much force on some of the peaceful protesters who are not using any form of violence towards them. I think, and I want to encourage us not to tire, not to keep quiet. I know they may try to gag some of us, they may try to gag some of our members, or use force to intimidate them to stop advocating for good governance and rule of law. But one thing we are strong at is picking up and pushing forward with this conversation and actively participating in all forms of demanding for accountability. So as we continue to have this citizen assembly, let us remember in the back of our minds that the main reason why we started this course is to change our country to become better. And we are not doing that just for ourselves. We are doing that even for our parents, for the older generation, and for even our children that are going to come after us. Because we all desire a better Kenya, and we all looking forward to have a better place we call home. So with all those few remarks, I want to welcome you once again and have a beautiful, beautiful day as we converse and discuss issues affecting our country. God bless you, and God bless Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Stephen Bogwa, LSK Council Member, for sharing those remarks and reiterating why we're here today, which is really to talk about this escalation of violence in the wake of protests that are largely and really led peacefully. I have my panelists with me, and I could introduce them, but I think I'd like them to do that themselves. Some are familiar faces, and some are, emerging as the people who are going to usher us into a new era. So I'll start here, just very briefly, your name and what you do, to the end before we begin the conversation.
Yes. Viva, comrades, viva.
Viva.
My name is Sefu Sani. I am an artivist. So I am a revolutionary artist and an activist.
Great.
Good morning.
Morning.
Aye. Comrades power. Comrades Ria. Yeah. Comrades Akchu. Comrades Ziggy Zaga. Awesome. My name is Casper Makoure, and I went to the Technical University of Kenya. I studied finance. I'm 26 years old, and I'm a music performer, but the government has called me a treasonous criminal, and I'm currently on the streets demanding for better governance, accountability, and an end to corruption. Asanteni.
Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Elizabeth Wangoi Wanjeri. I am an advocate. I am also the LSK Coast representative, and I practice in Mombasa. Good to be here with you all.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Irene Otto. I'm a council member and I represent Nairobi. And I'm glad to be here. Thank you.
We're glad to have all of you. You know, the council member just said something interesting. He urged us not to tire. And I think it's important because, and maybe I can get reflections from you, there's a sense that people get to a place where they say, how much more can we go? How much more can we sustain? Yet there is an importance in sustaining such a movement. So very quickly getting your reactions, because we are also going to talk about this escalation of police brutality. But starting with you, why can we not afford to tire?
We cannot afford to tire because we have come out to fight for our rights. When the young people on 18th of June went to the streets of Nairobi, they were going out to not only fight about the finance bill, but there were deeper issues that were addressed, that were being addressed. Issues of socio-economic rights of the people. If we look at our Article 45 of the Constitution, socio-economic rights such as the right to health care, the right to good education, the right to a good livelihood, to be able to access education, employment, all these issues that are supposed to be addressed by our government, by our leaders, whom we are the people who we give mandate to these people. We exercise our rights as citizens, either directly or indirectly. So when the people took to the streets, they were exercising their rights directly because the people whom they gave the mandate to do that indirectly have not done that. So we cannot afford to tire because we have not yet reached where we need to go. The Mau Mau fought for our country. They came out to fight against colonial injustices. And this is the reason why we were able to get our independence as Kenya. If the Mau Mau would have tired and said, oh no, it is too bad, we have so many people who have died, we have so many people who have been maimed, today we would not have the country of Kenya that we have. And so we have seen the Mau Mau in different places. We have seen Frelimo in Mozambique. We have seen the ANC in South Africa at that time, who came out to fight for their country. And we relieved ourselves from the shackles of colonialism. But unfortunately, we are still living under the guise of neocolonialism, where there were some black people with black skin who took over power, but they continued with those reigns. So this is the reason why we cannot stop. Us as the Mau Mau of today, the Gen Z of today, the millennials of today, the Kenyans of today, we need to fight until we reach to such a place where we have achieved justice, we have achieved our socio-economic rights, we have a place where people are not dying in Madare because of floods. Young people are not unemployed. We do not have to pay such high taxes. And when we elect our representatives in parliament or in any other capacity, they are able to actually amplify the voice of the people and not just their own voices for their own gain.
Right. So we cannot tire because we cannot go back on gains made. Kasmal, you've been, consistently at the forefront of really amplifying this unanimous voice around saying we need change. And like I said, there's this interesting point we find ourselves where people are starting to almost say, well, there's certain things that have been done. Perhaps we should now move to understanding that this is the best that can be done, or this is, this is a solution. Whereas I think a lot of us know it's not. It's in the guise of, but really, it's a massive tone-deaf approach to what people were asking. How can we sustain momentum? How can we sustain the activism to ensure that at the end of the day, the voices are heard, the people are heard? How can we continue to sustain it?
Thank you, Janet. One of the ways I see we can sustain the oomph and the zeal of this movement is in remembering how far we've come. And I say this because, just to bounce off what my sister, Comrade Sefu, has said, if we tire, we despise the blood of Rex. If we tire, we despise the blood of Shujaa Kennedy, a 12-year-old boy who was shot. If we tire, we are sanctioning that children should be tear-gassed in schools. If we tire and if we lose our momentum, we are enabling a corrupt regime. It is ensuring that all of you who are in pursuit of a better future will never get into a workforce. And if you do, you need to have the surname of a person currently sitting in government. I think the way we can sustain, and personally what drives me to be part of this movement, is the fact that there are people who once left home and will never go back. There are people who left home on the 25th and on the day we occupied Parliament who are going to exercise their democratic right to assembly and will never walk again. I think about these people and ask myself, what is so special about me that I should be tired? What makes me so special that I get the right to be tired? Does the mother of Rex, who has shared one of the most heartbreaking stories I've had, does she get the luxury of being tired? Her son was out to ask for better governance, to ask for a better future. For me, he lay his life down so that I might be able to make it for the Citizens' Assembly. I think it is only wise that I contribute that way. If I get tired, Evans Kiraito, who was shot by the police, because these are not victims of accidental happenings. They were not struck by acts of God. These are victims of police excesses and police brutality. We are living in a country that has a police force that is living in the guise of a police service. If I get tired, does the couple that raised Evans, that is now being detained at Central Police Station, have the luxury to be tired? And I think while it is exhausting, while we live in a world where you're supposed to be a student and this is not how we envisioned to spend our 20s, certainly not for me, in the gift of community, in knowing that I can look to the side and see my sister fighting, I can look to my side and see my brother fighting, I can look to you and see you reporting the facts as they are without being gagged. Those are some of the things we can do. There is most definitely going to be protest fatigue, as is the norm of any process that we undergo as human beings. But for the sake of the sanctity of their lives, of the comrades we lost, for the sake of the families they left behind, for the sake of the dreams and the brains that were splattered on Parliament Road, we cannot afford to get tired. It is okay to take some rest, but for the sake of the comrades who've gone before us, let us not tire.
Let us not tire. And I think just both what you and Sefu have alluded to is those before us didn't. So why should we? You have, though, very accurately talked about protest fatigue. And I think there's going to need to be conversations that reinvigorate people so that they don't feel like, oh, it's done. Right. Or maybe this is the change we need. Yeah. Because we're starting to see that. And unfortunately, it gets us back to why we started in the first place. Right. Elizabeth, again, from the perspective of legal, the escalation of brutality is something unlike many have seen before. Even just yesterday, people peacefully mourning with the parents and relatives of those who died, and then on video, just like grabbed, arrested. Where does the law come in? I know it's a complex question, and this is a complex matter. Sometimes it's not, but sometimes it is. But what rights are there to use that kind of excess force? And because people want to continue to agitate for change, what happens now? Because it's, in a sense, it's erasure, it's silencing. So from a legal perspective, what is this that we're seeing playing out? And how can we allow people to know that they should be safe when they go to protest peacefully?
In my view, what was happening, like what happened yesterday, is just a classic case of a government just battering its population into submission. That's just what it is. So you batter to a point that you cannot resist anymore. That's just it. So it is not legal, but it is just a tactic that they're using to beat us to submission. Now, what my view is, any government that is in place should have a humane face. Now, this has got nothing to do with legal or being it a legal perspective, but it has to be a humane face. Now, if someone, common sense dictates that if I'm burying, the much you can do is give me at least some time to just finish the ceremony, then you can come and barge in. That is just common human decency. But you see now what the government is doing, it is now engaging in psychological warfare. It is actually wrong. So what we are saying is, why can't the relevant authorities just follow the right procedure? It's not like someone is going to run away if they're already attending a funeral. Let them finish. Just give them the decency of mourning, and then you can continue. But we are also seeing a situation where they're even now going to estates now. They're taking those attacks to people in their own homes, you see. So we're slowly getting to a point where now the population is getting so battered, they don't know where it is safe anymore. You're not safe in the town, you're not safe in your own home, so where do you go now, you see? So it's just instilling that fear. But people need to know that nothing comes easy, and this government, actually what it is doing is actually very wrong. And in terms of protesters, they should actually, if the police were doing their work of actually giving protection to the protesters, just going along and ensuring that the protests are taking place as per the law, then all these things we are seeing are really unnecessary. I don't see why the government has to go into estates. If people are running away, why would they be running away if the proper procedure of a protest is actually being followed? So I think we need a humane face to the engagement that is there between the police, the relevant government authorities, and its own population. That's what I think.
Yeah, thank you for setting that tone and saying it's clearly, completely, it's unlawful, because it's important that that's highlighted. Irene, what happens now? Because the public trust is lost. It's broken. People are now looking at so many enemies arising, right? You know, you had first those who in the beginning forced people to go on the streets, and then those who are taking lives by force. How can you speak to people being able to, I don't know, I know trust again is a strange question to ask, but where can people take that trust that was broken? What can they do to motivate themselves to keep going out there to push for the change that they want?
First, let me go back to what Wanjeri had said. I think, personally, the Utu in Utumishi, kwa wote, is no longer there. And that's why they keep being brutal every time. Because why would you go and beat somebody who was just walking? Personally, I experienced police brutality. I was among the first casualties on the 18th because they hit me with a canister at the police station. You know, when you're at the police station, you think you're at the safest place, that nobody would actually come and attack you there. And that's where they hit me. And for a moment, I couldn't walk. Like, it was so painful. And I was wondering, now, what am I supposed to do? And they keep throwing their tear gas to people. Imagine we are at the station, and we are advocates. So I thought to myself, if this is something they can do to lawyers, how about other people, the common wananchi, who doesn't even know, has not even read about their rights? Because we're advocates, we know our rights, we can sing them to you, but they act this way with us. So how about other people? That's what I thought about every time I was there, until I was taken to the hospital for treatment. Now, in order to gain trust, I think we need to see bodies like IPOA working. That is how to gain public trust, because they are the ones who are charged with the oversight role. They are the ones who are supposed to come after these policemen. Have they started doing that? Based on the report that we saw, I think, a week ago, personally, I feel that is very inadequate. They have not even started doing the work. So how are we going to be able to trust them if they don't even do their mandates? And not to water down the sentiments of the IPOA lady who was here last time. I must have forgotten her name, I'm sorry. But people were not impressed with the kind of answers she was giving that day. It looked as though she was being evasive. She was not answering the questions. We want to know, what are you doing about it? What steps have you started taking about on these matters that are being reported? You cannot tell me that you cannot find the bullet that shot Rex, and that's why you can't do anything. Who is supposed to find the bullets? Who is supposed to do the what is it called when the examination? Is it us? Are we the ones supposed to bring the evidence? That's their job. So once they start doing their job, then the public will automatically give them the trust, yes.
Once they start doing their job.
Yes.
I'll come around for a second and final round of questions. And you know, you've all spoken from your perspective. You're also in different fields, but it's a very shared narrative. And the thing that I've also been trying to ask myself is, what happens next? Where do we go from here? Because I feel like it's just one of those moments in history when you wake up and you don't really know what's going to come tomorrow. But we have a chance here to rewrite history. And I often feel like sometimes Kenyans have been, somebody once said, Kenya is like Africa for beginners. Yeah. And the way they described it is that perhaps there's been so many difficult moments, and it's not devaluing what we've gone through. We have been on the brink of many unfortunate moments, you know, whether it was 2007, whether it was going all the way back to Mau Mau, whether it was COVID, whether it was the floods. There's been so many moments, and yet it's a month in, and people feel like, oh, maybe there's a solution on the periphery. Personally, I find that worrying, but I also get that maybe we've internalized that normalcy of where somebody says you're used to the crumbs you get, right? So we do need to continue the conversation, but how do we move this forward? You can answer from a personal perspective, from your space and your industry. How do you think we move forward today? Yesterday, there was really violent arrests. The intimidation, as Elizabeth has said, it's escalating in a really dangerous way. It's silencing, and there's a submission that's been enforced. So what happens next?
I want to just give an analogy for those of us who went to school and preschool or lived in any of the neighborhoods. There are some people, whenever we are growing up, that are always bullies. So when you find the narrative of a bully, it is always someone who they will come and look down on you. Maybe they think that they're the prettiest group of people in school, or they're the richest people in school, or they're the brightest people in school. So they always come, and there's this child who is always being bullied. And until that time that this child or this person stands up to any of these people, it never changes. So maybe people go through that cycle of bullying, and those people, it's either you're part of them or you keep avoiding them. And I'm sure for most of us, we've gone through such a situation. So it only takes one person who you're so backed at a corner. At some point when someone backs you at a corner, the only thing you can do is push out. When you reach rock bottom, there is nowhere else to go. So you can go down and go down and go down, but the moment you reach rock bottom, Janet, there is nowhere else to go but up. And I think this is where we are at as Kenyans at the moment. We are at a point where we are so pressed at a wall, so we are fighting back with all that we have. And the only thing we need to do is look at this monster that is harming us. We need to look at it and to address it and to confront it. This is the only way that we are going to win. So I don't think that people really are fatigued. It is just that people are being threatened. People are being someone is submitting you into silence. So, and we are being pushed to a wall, to such a place that now we are going to get to push back. When we look at the situation today and the conversations going on, even political conversations and around the scope, a lot of people are saying, okay, you know what, there's a lot of anarchy now, there's a lot of looting, there's a lot of, businesses that are losing their money. And I just want to say that money is not more important than lives. Money is not more important than justice. We can talk about peace, but we can have peace and hunger. They can coexist at the same time. We can have peace and have exploitation. They will coexist in the same space. We can have peace and we can have injustice. So having peace is not a prelude to having justice. What we are asking for is justice. What we are going out to get is justice. And in the words of one of our forefathers, known as Dedan Kimathi, he says, it is better to die on our feet than to live on our knees. So we cannot keep on living on our knees because we are scared. It is better to die on our feet, fighting and getting this justice that we want, than it is to live on our knees. And also I'll finish, before I finish, with Thomas Sankara, who says that any soldier who does not have an ideology is a potential criminal. So a soldier in this case does not just mean the military people or the police, people who are fighting for their rights and their justice. And all of us who are going out there are soldiers. So we need to have an ideology and see what is this that we really want to change. And really what we want, for example, it's not just Ruto to go. We want Ruto and Rutoism, whereby you're picking people because they're your friends, where we have people who are in cabinet and they are not really qualified, where we have the police using excessive force, which they should not be doing. So we want an overhaul of the system. And when we have this in our mind, then we should be able to get to where we're going. I want to finish with a song, because I said I was an artist, and this song speaks truth to power, and it goes out to all of us, for us to be able to be enhanced, to have power, to go out for...
Can you save your song for... I would love, because I want to give you the moment to... So once we finish, before we allow you to leave, just so that we can kind of end with that. Is that okay? Right. Yeah, because I'm looking forward to that, and I think it's... Kazmo, she said something interesting. Sometimes you're back to a corner, and you have two options. You fall down or you push back. Where can people find the courage, the conviction to push back, yet they feel they're faced with anarchy, with death, with threats, with intimidation? How can we collectively push back, and what happens next?
I'll start with a rather radical statement. There's this word that everybody is afraid of, the word anarchy. I don't know why you're playing safe around that word. Anarchy is a political ideology. And it is the political ideology that the government wants to push us to. And I say this because if you analyze what the word anarchy is, it's just basically anti-Rutoism. Because what the outgoing President Ruto is running is akin to what could be described as, and pardon my largesse, a kakistocratic tumbocracy. In the sense that the only way you can qualify for this government is if you're utterly corrupt, if you're utterly inept and uneducated, and if you have a name that has bedeviled this country for long. So sorry to break it to you, fellow comrades in the Catholic University of East Africa and all other school-going children, that you will never be in government because you're educated and you stand for something. Dimwits, all of you. That is what we are fighting. I need us to be alive to this reality, because that informs our now, and that will inform our what next. I used to be shy of this question, but Kenya is akin to, I would liken our beloved country to a beautiful woman in a narcissistic and abusive relationship. And asking that woman what next is after she bears her heart out to you and you tell her, wa, sauta do. It is imperative, it is incumbent upon us to, one, figure out how do we take our friend from this situation, because otherwise we run the risk of victim blaming. And a lot of the times the people who are asked what next are the victims. It has never been to the powerful people, because they know exactly what is now, and they know that up to 100 generations they will be sorted off the blood of your backs. And they use your blood to sign political deals. That's all that's needed. Kitambo, it used to be signatures. Nowadays, the more lucrative thing in my analysis is the blood of young men. Not even for rituals or anything, because you guys are not that important. I need to remind you, when you're walking around, don't you dare think that you're a human being. You're nothing in this country as a young person. We despise you and we hate you. And that is why when there are police excesses and we go on the streets, we are told, tone down. Between you and a headless chicken, I see no difference. This is how we push back. It is in the remembrance of the cruelty that this regime has meted upon us. When you remember that corruption is akin to genocide, when someone steals money that was meant for vaccines, when someone steals money that's meant for higher education, when someone steals money that's meant for food, it should anger you because there are millions who will never get to see the light of day. We push back because of the resolve we have while saying Daima Sisi wa Kenya. We will push back because what next looks like this. We will deal circumfoniously with this government. We will root it out. We will ensure that all these corrupt officials face the law. We will ensure that rogue policemen, and it has gotten to a point where we have to be very radical in our communication, in the sense that abnormal behavior during abnormal times is normal behavior. The state is trying to push young men and women to violence because they cannot reason. That is why the only way the state can deal with you is if they criminalize you, because they know they can manipulate criminal law. We push back by remembering the comrades that we have lost. We will push back because we are Kenyans, and as my sister and comrade Mercy Tarus would say, Kenya ni home.
Thank you for that. Powerful statements there. I know we're really short of time and there's still a song to be sung before we go, but I mean, such amazing sentiments from you both. Maybe as you wind up, Elizabeth, and I'll probably come to you as well, Irene, there is this sense of we need that conviction and resolve. How do we also move forward with heavy education? I think it was Irene who said, we know, like you know your rights, you know the law. So how do we then now move forward by emphasizing a lot on people being equipped with the knowledge on their rights? Because that's always been taken advantage of. That is the one thing that has been a constant. We can start with you. How do we move forward in terms of the civic education, in terms of education on policies, to allow us to use that to exercise our democratic rights? Very briefly.
Yeah, I'll be brief. Yeah. In fact, when you asked what next, I was going to say it's just not as simple as saying it is step 1, 2. Now I'll give a simple analogy. When you give birth to a baby, do you sit there and say what next? No, this is a process. Now you start a process of nurturing the life, and nurturing life has a process. You start when the baby can do nothing. They talk, they walk, they go to school, and finally they're independent. Now here we have already birthed a revolution. Now first and foremost, what people need to ask themselves, I don't think people are tired as such. It is just that the tactics that are being used to infiltrate the movement is what is making people lose interest in it. But I think they're very much into it. But number one is we need to constantly remind ourselves, why did it begin in the first place? Now, when you tell yourselves that, and then you come to answer your question, have you achieved what got you there in the first place? If the answer is no, then definitely you have to continue. And my view is, we are fighting for the soul of this country. We are fighting for our future, and we cannot afford to relent. They want us to relent so that they can continue with these shenanigans they're up to. So we need to remind ourselves, number one, why did we begin? And then number two, we need to do civic education. Now, I'll give you an example. You can see these border people who are being, okay, not all of them. There are people who are infiltrating as borders, other goons. We need to do a massive civic awareness among the population. Show them this is the problem. If you did not stick to these handouts you're being given, this is the better part that you can get when systems are working. Let us fight. I've always said, let us fight for systems that are working for each and everyone. Let the leaders put in place systems that are working, and everyone will be okay. It's not an issue that we all want to be crazily rich, but if you can meet your needs and you can live a decent life, most people would be comfortable with that. So we need to remind ourselves two elements. We need to remind ourselves why we began, and number two, we need massive civic education for the population.
Thank you. Very important. Finally, Irene.
Further to what my sister Wanjari has said. I believe that as LSK, we have been doing this and we continue doing it, creating awareness, educating the masses. We have legal aid clinics. We always host them at different court stations, and we are always urging people to come. And you can ask as many questions as you want. And because of the of the times that we are in, such avenues go ahead to help people understand how our country runs, what their rights are, what their duties are as citizens, and what they should expect from the government. I actually believe that we are not against taxes. Our problem is how are our taxes being used. That's the biggest problem, because why are you taxing people yet they don't see any benefits? We don't have roads, we don't have hospitals, we don't have proper working schools. Even higher education has become a problem. After Form 4, what's next? Are they going to, like they were saying, they give people boda boda? I'm not looking down on boda boda riders, but all of us cannot be boda boda riders. You see, so we need to have systems that work, and we need to have the NGOs and the civil society organizations partner up and hold this. We used to hold the legal awareness clinics. We used to go to the people. Even if you go to a market, you find so many people to educate, so many people to tell about their rights, and people are always willing. But even when they are not, you know, sometimes you go somewhere and they want something, wanakuuliza, umetuletea maziwa, umetuletea mkate. I say sometimes we don't have bread, but we have knowledge, and I urge people to actually show up for these things.
Thank you. Thank you for that emphasis on educating and enhancing the knowledge. Before we allow our song, quick announcement, and this is for those in the room, those who are watching. If you or your loved one has gone missing, been arrested, tortured, detained, injured, or died since the beginning of the protest on the 18th of June 2024, please feel free to record your complaint at room L4. So I believe that's now on site. Room L4, there's going to be a service there that will allow you to lodge your complaint, talk about who is missing or injured, and be able to be led to the right services that can hopefully get you the justice that you deserve. And I think a lot of those platforms exist as well around these platforms. So continue to look out for a lot of these organizations and platforms that are allowing you to lodge complaints, talk about those who are injured, also psychosocial support for a lot of people. Make sure you look out for that information. And so before we head over to the space in just a few moments, a huge thank you to all of you. I think a round of applause, as I know we're going to be led out with song. Thank you for the emphasis on resolve. Thank you for the emphasis on civic education. And thank you for the emphasis on knowing that it starts with us, you know, and that we can move that change. And so, please, over to you.
Kupigwa na kupokonywa maisha hakutatuzuia sisi wananchi kunyakua uhuru wetu na haki ya jasho letu. Tumekataa kupiga magoti mbele ya hawa wauaji. Bila shaka sisi pia ni watu, hali ya utumwa tumeikataa. Tutanyakua mashamba yetu, tupiganie uhuru wetu, tuikomboe elimu yetu, utamaduni na viwanda vyetu. Sisi hatutaki kudhulumiwa, hatutaki tena mauaji, ili kupetuli angushe haki na uhuru zichanue na uhuru wetu wa Kenya, uhuru wetu wa Kenya, tupigani. Let me see your face. Na katiba yetu, Kenya wa Kenya, katiba yetu wa Kenya, tutekeleze.
Asante sana. Asante sana. We cross over now to the X space. That was, and I love that song.
On the basis of exercising their Article 37 rights. I think there was a question in this forum early where individuals raised concerns to do with the charges and why the Law Society is specifically representing individuals who have been involved, who have been arrested with the offense, alleged offense of exercising that right under Article 37 of demonstrating, and not any other offense related to that. As a law society and as advocates representing the victims of these demonstrations in court, we have a way of ascertaining the charge sheet to find out whether that charge being leveled against any individual is outside the charge of demonstration. Because if you've been charged with robbery with violence, and you understand the gravity of such an offense, then obviously the Director of Public Prosecution must have gone through the evidence presented by the National Police Service before they approved that charge. Remember, the police officers no longer charge individuals. It's the Director of Public Prosecution who actually initiates the process of preparing a charge and actually arraigning individuals who have committed offenses in court. And so as a law society, we are keen every other time individuals are arrested with the offense of demonstrating, and we know there are charge sheets that we rejected before the accused persons took plea on the basis that they do not meet the threshold to actually initiate a criminal case against them. And of course, the DPP is aware that there is an intention by certain officers to trump up grave charges against members of the public who did not commit an offense. And so we are very specific on that charge, and I think we have mechanisms in place to ensure that we ascertain that whatever is contained in a charge sheet, especially what we've been demonstrating, is an offense that is legitimate, even if it goes outside the offense, the alleged offense of demonstrating. Someone asked a question whether we have a legal framework to address the concerns by police officers using unnamed motor vehicles, wearing masks, hiding their faces while committing atrocities. We indicated earlier, as the Law Society, so far we have filed constitutional petitions challenging this conduct of police officers within our country. The use of unnamed motor vehicles. There's a requirement any motor vehicle that is supposed to be on Kenyan streets must have a registration number, whether it's a government vehicle or a private vehicle. And so that violation of police officers running around with unnamed motor vehicles and abducting individuals is a subject of court proceedings. The police officers in our streets who have hoodies, who have hidden their identity from the members of the public while committing atrocities. We have that case in court, and I believe the court will make a pronouncement on those questions. I know for a fact that as a Law Society of Kenya, we have taken in those views. From the time we started the Citizen Assembly, we have been gathering information and the frustrations of the members of the public, and we have been documenting the same for purposes of challenging the several violations against the Kenyan people by our police officers in the streets while people are having peaceful demonstrations. I will allow the microphone to a few questions and concerns in line with the theme of today's assembly, of airing our grievances and also asking questions that essentially will assist us find a solution as to what next. I can see Janet. Janet, kindly, if you can hear me, you can take it from there. Janet Jamatia. Daktari, if you can take a minute, kindly, I can see you have the microphone.
Hello.
We
Hello,
can hear
can
you,
you hear
kindly
me?
proceed. Yes, yes, kindly
Thank you
proceed.
thank you so much. I want to take this opportunity to sympathize with Mama Rex and to appreciate the panelists that have been in the panel that's just coming to an end. I spoke earlier, and I have actually just entered the precincts of Catholic University. I'll be joining the rest of the programs physically. But
Thank you. So let's allow the individuals online who are not physically at Catholic University to make contributions. I'll invite
Yes, please.
Christine.
Thank you very much.
Are you there?
Yes, Christine is here.
Proceed.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all express my sincere condolences to the families that have been affected. My name is Christine Sadi. I'm a medical doctor, the national president for Kenya Medical Women's Association, and the founder of the same. When Mama Rex was talking, I was very moved by the trauma that she's going through. And I wanted perhaps just to mention that we may be able to provide some kind of counseling support if that is required for those who are going through very tremendous stress, if that has not yet been provided. The next thing that I wanted to find out if as a collective, I'm sure that one person talked about it, or professional association, we could coalesce and galvanize our response efforts. But more so, for me, this was a critical moment in our history in Kenya, and the momentum should not be lost. I know people have been dented, people are fatigued, but that was expected because of the mental rigors that people have gone through, even as a nation. So I think we need healing for this nation, but more so, Kenya Medical Women is trying to organize some candlelight so that we embrace the families, even our heroes, but also the Gen Z movement. I'm sure they are dealing with a lot of stresses. They feel let down. with the recent occurrences of regrouping. But that is something that we need to sit down and chart a path. Where is the path? Well, the legal team, we want to congratulate you because you've got out of your call of duty and done. You have done Kenyan proud. And Madam Faith, we have an accolade for you. We are organizing for a time we will be able to call you for your accolade together with your colleagues. But I would have wanted to call for a rethinking process where we sit down, chart out where are the spaces that the others can put in so that as you do the legal aspect, the others of like ourselves, our association, where do we hold and support you? I'm sure I heard somebody talk about the engineering, how they can come in. I think that is a space that you've occupied, you're the head of all of us, and perhaps if there's an opportunity of looking at like-mindedness and professional association, I would like to offer that this candlelight that we are putting right now is to begin to have a national peaceful coexistence, but with a social justice framework and getting justice to the likes of Mama Rex. And there are many, we can't mention all of them right now, but also for the nation. I've championed a lot of healing of peace processes in Angola, in South Sudan. I was in the Rwanda genocide. I was the moderator of the first bomb blast. So I know the huge trauma that people are going through. And the Gen Z, we want to applaud them. Let them not give up. Let us not drop our guard. It is the moment that we need to be up, because the enemy, when they are weakened, they want to be defeated, they will be bringing their last swords to hit at us. But that is not, we should not. I want to just encourage all of us that we need to breathe in, breathe out, but we will not drop the guard, because if we do not get the victory to where we needed to be, the Canaan where we wanted to be, my grandchildren, and I'm not a Gen Z, I think I'm a baby boomer, our grandchildren will not have a space in this country. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Christine, for your contributions. I will allow Shushu. Kindly, if you have the microphone, you can have 2 minutes,
Yes.
because we have to go back to, just a minute. We have to go back again for the next panel discussion. I request that you keep it brief. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante sana kwa kunialika kwa hii Citizen Assembly. First of all, nataka nirudishe rambirambi zangu kwa wale ambao vijana wali. Hello, may I speak? Yes. Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes.
Proceed.
So,
I am Benson Duo,
sorry,
public health officer.
Benson, kindly hold on. There's a speaker on the stage.
Yes.
Sure, it's okay.
So, mimi sio Gen Z, mimi ni boomer, but kitu ningetaka kuadvise Gen Z, ile move mmechukua is a good move, na at least mmeachieve something ambao sisi wakati yetu tukipigania multi-party tulidemonstrate hata sisi, lakini tulikuwa tunaogopa zaidi. Sheria ilikuwa sio kama saizi, tulikuwa tunawekwa, kulikuwa na ile detention without trial, tulikuwa watu wanapelekwa Nyayo House. Ukisikia president amekutaja au unatoroka nchi hii. But for now, nyinyi mko na nafasi mzuri, isipokuwa ni watu watataki kutumia hiyo sheria. So kitu ningetaka kuadvise ni tuachane na mambo ya baba aliimba wimbo mkiniita nitaitika. So he has been called na ameitika. Baba is gone. Kitu nataka tufundishe watu civic education. Civic education ya maana sana. Hata sisi boomers tunaweza saidia nyinyi. You remember during Moi time, watu walienda kitu ilikuwa inaitwa Freedom Corner. Mama ya Koigi wa Mwere, Mirugi Kariuki, walienda pale Freedom Corner hapo Uhuru Park. Waliishi hapo bila kukula. Jaramogi Odinga, kina Kitobi Manyara ndio walikuwa wanapelekea wa chakula kula. When Moi akakuja akasema toeni hawa mama hapo kwa nguvu, walitoa nguo. Askari walipokuja hawa mama walitoa nguo, they ran away. Sasa sisi kama Buma tuna njia nyingi ya kuweza kusaidia nyinyi. Tunaweza hata weka freedom corner kwa kila county so that tupiganie hii haki yetu tuweze kuipata. So sina mengi, asanteni sana.
Thank you, Shushu, very much. We have Benito.
Oh, yes, thank you for the opportunity. I am in the health sector, public health officer, and being vocal, nimekuwa nikitokea hii maandamano, but mostly nimetokea siku za fast. The main reason as to why mimi na feel hii mambo haiendelei fiti sana na niko kwa public service. Mostly nafanya kazi ya consultancy na consult na hao watu na services. Sisi kama mayouth ama millennial, zile services zenye tunatafuta kutoka kwa gava, from ID to medical, name it, anything that you want from the government. Hakuna kitu yoyote unapata free, nothing. Like you can't go ask for a service and then upate hiyo service venye unaitaka. You either have to know someone, ama uko na msee mbele yako, ama unatoa doo mahali. That is me actually, hiyo ndio inanipush sana kwa streets, kwa sababu services si zetu kabisa. My birth certificate ilibidi niende county kama 3 na nimezaliwa Nairobi, until one of the mpaka nikaingia kwa office of the registrar wa Machakos County. He had to write me a letter nikuje nilete hapa community. So if sasa unaweza imagine msee mwenye hana mbele wala nyuma, zile processes zenye anapita. Look at birth certificates for example. Angalia hizi issues za ID na passports. You just don't know, the government imeamua kujisabotage ama hawataki tuendelee. I really don't know. But if we can have systems that work for us, it doesn't matter who is going to lead us ama kabila yake ni gani, but kama tunaweza advocate tupate systems mzuri, systems zenye zinawakia kila msee wherever mahali yuko, hiyo kitu inaweza kuwa fiti sana. I've been to Garissa, I've been to Moyale, and sijui hata CDF inafanyanga kazi gani. Hawa wasee wanaishi kwa umaskini moja hata siwezi eleza. Nimepata chance ya kuvisit, and whatever I am seeing there, na ukiangalia ile pesa inapeanwa mpaka ya arid and semi-arid areas, where does this money go to? Who shall ever start put people to account? Hizo tu ndio zile concerns niko nazo. Thanks for the chance.
Thank you very much for your contribution. I think what I've picked is, if systems work, it doesn't matter who is in office, who's the president. If systems work, and that is the agitation we have now, and that is the reason why we are having this citizen assembly conversation. I will allow Pishon. Pishon, you have the microphone, kindly. Pishon, if you can hear me, if you have already spoken, kindly drop your microphone so that we can allow as many people as possible to make contributions.
Well, I hope you're having a beautiful moment wherever you are right now. I'd like to have a deep conversation about what's happening on Matters Art. We cannot have a revolution without the soundtracks of it through songs. We cannot have a revolution without films being recorded in order to tell the story. We also equally cannot have words to just express how deep we are as artists, to make sure that this revolution in particular is captured. And before that, before this amazing conversation, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Brian Aseli. I am a TV and radio host. And this time around, I'm just here on the capacity as a Kenyan to make sure that I also give my humble address at the Citizens Assembly. If you're joining us live, asanteni sana for joining us. We definitely would like to jump straight into this panel. But before that, I'd like to invite the Vice President, LSK, to kindly come and give us an address. Soon after, we'll invite the president of LSK. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali anapokuja. Asante sana.
Good afternoon, comrades. Good afternoon, comrades. My name is Maura Kabata. I am the Vice President of the Law Society of Kenya. I am extremely delighted to be here today, not only as a fellow comrade, but also as an alumni of the Catholic University of Eastern Africa. It's a nostalgic moment for me because the last time I was here, in fact,
1, 2, 3 test.
I was doing my exams in this very room, and today I did not foresee that we will be having an extremely delicate as well as an important moment in our country's history, or to describe and define a prospect of a future Kenya. But before I say anything in the context of what I purposely meant to say, allow me to just observe a 10-second moment of silence for our dearly departed Kenyans. Thank you. Colleagues and friends, and those who love what we call a state of nationalhood, allow me to first start by praising and congratulating all of you for making time, even those who are virtually connected with us in spirit, to be able to make these engagements together as a people. For those who have lost their loved ones or do not know where their loved ones are, I may not share your collective pain, but believe me that I understand what it means to lose someone or not to be able to do anything. And the feeling of helplessness is something that I believe none of us should go through. I want to make an emphasis that as the Law Society of Kenya, we have not only a statutory duty, but also a duty towards our fellow human beings to instill and continue to engage in offering support, both in terms of judicial interventions as well as legal representation to all those who are unfairly and illegally taken through the processes that we have been seeing. I say illegal because most of the activities that are being perpetuated by the National Police Service and those other organs of state are in fact illegal, but we will continue to press more. And even though we may have a political compromise between those who define themselves as political actors, we are not political actors. We are actors of the state, and we are actors to each other who believe that we can make Kenya a better place and the world, as we are also global citizens. I do not want to take a lot of your time. I believe that today we will have a better way of engaging, and we will share ideas on how to take this narrative forward. But in the course of the day, as we will be engaging, we will share the insights and our experiences, and even those who will be giving their own personal testimonies. We have already had linkages with various global actors who are very interested in what is happening in Kenya for purposes of documentation and bringing to account responsibility all those who have played a part in the injustices that are going on within and without our state of Kenya. Our greatest enemy usually are the people that we actually support. We have the power as a people to determine where we are heading. And there's an interesting narrative that is going on in terms of what we call corporate social responsibility to those business enterprises that continue to perpetuate and assist in the ongoing systemic injustices within Kenya. I am speaking about the corporate players that assist the state in tracking of individuals using technology and also in sharing private and sensitive personal data. So as a law society, we are also alive to that, and we will address that in due time, and we shall be mentioning the names of those business entities that are supporting the continued perpetuation of the injustices. Allow me now to just put a pause to that and invite the Law Society of Kenya President Faith Odhiambo, partly a champion of the rule of law, justice, as well as a sister in this struggle. Please, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause to the indomitable, the indefatigable Faith Moni Odhiambo. A round of applause, please.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I don't feel the energy. Good afternoon. Allow me to adopt the protocols. When the Vice Chancellor spoke this morning, he laid them out. And I thank him for welcoming us back to our roots. The Vice President and I have the privilege to have come through the halls of this institution. And so as proud alumni, we thank him for offering the Citizens Assembly a place that we can come and have a good discourse and chart the way forward as a nation, as a people. So it's my honor to be part of this event and this conversation, reflecting on the gathering of patriotic Kenyans. I feel a deep sense of pride and hope for Kenya and the youth of this country. But I'm also overwhelmed by the abuse of human rights, infringement of the rule of law, and destruction of property that we have witnessed in our motherland as a result of the ongoing protests that have us secured under Article 37 of the Constitution. The Law Society of Kenya is here today because of its mandate to protect and advance the rule of law and advocate for justice. Besides, the Law Society is part of this event because of over 60% of advocates are aged below 35 years. Once again, I salute all the advocates and students of law for standing up for human rights, justice, and for Kenya. It is heartbreaking that Kenyans are still being abducted to silence their voices, and we cannot allow that to continue. I'm sure that we all appreciate the living, that this kind of context that we're living in today, where the power of citizens in governance is more apparent than ever. The emergence of digital tools and spaces have revolutionized how we, as citizens, can engage with our elected leaders and each other. These tools have given birth to new avenues for nurturing conversations, cross-pollination of ideas, and mobilizing Kenyans for change. In the recent weeks, we have witnessed the remarkable impact of this digital revolution. The Gen Zs of our nation, led by an unprecedented push against the Finance Bill of 2024, a bill that many felt personally was going to weigh down heavily on them and was more exploitative and out of touch of the realities that they were living in today. And it was not just for the finance bill. It has morphed into a big agenda. It was a call and a cry for a country that works for us and not for a select few. Through digital activism, I strongly feel the youth have helped us reclaim our sovereignty, renew our commitment to our national flag, and galvanize our collective ambitions as Kenyans. I believe the political class now knows that the citizens are woke. We are vigilant and ready to demand accountability, transparency, and good governance. Digital spaces have truly become the new frontier of governance and opposition, a space where every voice can be heard and every concern addressed without fear or favor. Today, we must stand proud of what and who we are as a people and what has been achieved through digital activism. It has shown us that we can make our voices matter, and together we can drive the country into the direction that we want. Indeed, digital spaces are the fertile grounds in which we are able to impact, and we have witnessed the same. And a promising future lies ahead. And therefore, allow me to commend all of you with a special salute to the youth of this country. Your engagement, your passion, your commitment to a better Kenya are what has made this citizen assembly worth the while. I thank all of you. Yesterday, I found myself in a conversation where a number of millennials and Gen Zs were wondering why digital platforms are effective in bringing change and transformation in Kenya. And this is what I shared. Firstly, digital media is free and uncontrolled. Unlike traditional platforms like radio, television, and newspapers, this lack of government control makes it an ideal space for activism. There are no gatekeepers to filter or censor. This means citizens can speak their minds freely, share their thoughts and ideas without fear of repression. This freedom is the substrum of effective activism. Secondly, in the digital world, everyone is a source of information and news. Each one of us has the power to share stories, report events, and bring attention to issues that matter. This democratization of information means that important stories are less likely to be ignored or buried. Every tweet, every post, every blog can spark a movement, making each one of us a potential catalyst for change. Thirdly, digital media allows us to reach the masses instantly. In the blink of an eye, a message can go viral, spreading across the country and beyond our borders. This is crucial for mobilizing support, organizing peaceful protests, and creating a sense of urgency around pressing issues. Moreover, digital platforms provide a unique space where Kenyans can express themselves in their own way. Whether through words, images, videos, or memes, you have the freedom to communicate in ways that resonate with all of you. This diversity of expression enriches our activism and makes it more engaging and impactful. In the same meeting, I had someone say that to a large extent, people live online. I remember a meme that I saw once that in today's world, you sit in a table and everyone is bowed down looking at their phones. And I bet some of us are on our phones. It's said that more connections are now happening online first before we meet physically. Is it true? This makes digital activism the most potential tool for engagement and generating important conversations. By meeting people where they are, digital platforms ensure that messages are seen and heard by those who matter most, either organically or through tagging. Finally, digital media is now a major source of entertainment. This dual role as a hub for both information and entertainment makes it a powerful platform for driving conversations. But let us now reflect on what digital activism has achieved for Kenya so that we utilize it effectively. The recent Gen Z-led protests have demonstrated the irrefutable power of digital activism. Through coordinated online efforts, we saw how digital platforms played a central role in locating many of the abducted protesters. The pressure mounted by relentless social media campaigns forced the abductors to release some of those captives. The matter in issue now is that this act of solidarity and persistent online clamor not only saved lives, but also highlighted the effectiveness of digital activism in addressing urgent human rights issues. Digital activism was instrumental to the cry to the government to drop the contentious Financial Bill 2024, which initially triggered the protests. This victory was a clear indication that when citizens unite online, their collective voice can influence policy decisions at the highest level. It showed that digital activism can achieve more than raising awareness. It can achieve tangible outcomes. In an unprecedented move, digital activism persuaded the president to engage directly with citizens on Twitter Space. This trailblazing event marked the first time a sitting head of state in Africa participated in a live question and answer session with their citizens. It underscored the power of digital platforms in bridging the gap between leaders and the people that they serve, ushering a new era of transparency and direct communication. Should this be a new platform to engage with your leaders? Should it? The ripple effects of Kenyan digital activism are already being felt across the continent. The impact is evident as youth in other African countries are inspired by the success of the Kenyan youth and are now using digital platforms to advocate for change in their own nations. Can we call it Digital Africa Rising? A shift is happening in the continent towards greater civic engagement and accountability. Public participation in governance will never be the same. Digital activism has revolutionized the way Kenyans engage in national discourse. It has provided us with a forum to voice our opinions, give feedback, and hold our leaders accountable. The new forum of public participation will ensure that every citizen, regardless of their physical location, can have a say in how they're governed. How do we as a country move forward, particularly with the question of digital activism? I think this is what we need to take home, at least, if not for anything, from this event. As we look to the future, it is clear that digital activism has proven its effectiveness in advocating for change and accountability. This new form of engagement is a powerful tool for peaceful protest. It does provide the citizenry with an effective means to express demands and aspiration. I believe we must embrace more digital activism as a necessity for it ensures our voices are heard, our concerns are addressed, while minimizing loss of life and property. Given the successes that I've raised and talked about, we must adopt digital activism as a form or method of public participation. This will guarantee that Kenyans have a direct say to the management and future of our country by integrating digital platforms into our civic processes. We can drive a more inclusive and participatory democracy where every Kenyan, regardless of their age, gender, religion, or location, can contribute to the national decision-making process. Furthermore, digital activism should be a tool for promoting peace and unity. In a country often divided by physical barriers and social barriers, tribe and religion, digital spaces offer a unique opportunity to connect, collaborate, and build bridges among communities. By engaging with other users online as a tribeless citizens, we promote understanding, togetherness, and stimulate collective action towards common goals as Kenyans. In conclusion, I envision Kenya where every citizen actively participates in the decisions and management of our country, a nation where the rule of law is respected, justice prevails, and equity triumphs and accountability reigns. A country that works for every Kenyan and not just a few well-connected individuals. I'm strongly persuaded that digital activism can help us to march towards that dream. I encourage all Kenyans of goodwill to leverage these digital tools to make their voices heard, challenge injustices, and contribute to the betterment of our beloved motherland. To the young people of Kenya, I urge you to remain steadfast in your quest for a better Kenya. Your energy, creativity, and passion are driving forces behind this movement, and your continued engagement is vital for success. To our national government and county governments, I call on you to recognize the value of digital platforms as a tool for public engagement. Embrace these technologies to connect with citizens, gather feedback, and ensure that the governance is truly by the people and for the people. The Citizens Assembly will advocate for a national digital platform for public participation.
Will embrace
and I
this
hope
to get
the President of the nation will embrace
from
this
his people and feedback on services that are offered. As the Law Society of Kenya, we will also continue to engage justice for victims, improvement of some of the bare minimums that were raised through the Gen Z movement, changes in the healthcare and education system, better governance and accountability. That are open to, and we are open to bridging this conversation on what is next and how do we build our nation together. And finally, to all of us, I have a direct message. Engage with purpose, act with integrity, and use your voice. Drive positive change through digital activism. God bless you all, and God bless our country, Kenya.
Beautiful, and I hope I get information even deeper from, I had a chance to interview her earlier on this week. This lady has the right intentions for this country and of course for LSK. Right now, I'm just about to introduce my panel, but before tufanye, I'd like to remind you that we are on different platforms. Right. I'd like you to take a clever guess. Who do you think is my fourth panelist? Okay, sawa. Shake your neighbor. I want you to shake your neighbor. Tafadhali, shake your neighbor. Fair. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. If you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Sing it with me. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, clap your hands. Clap. If you're happy and you know, shake your neighbor, shake your neighbor. If you're happy and you know, shake your neighbor, shake your neighbor. If you're happy and you know, and you really want to show, if you're happy and you know, shake your neighbor, shake your neighbor. If you're happy and you know, ask for fair, ask for fair. If you're happy and you know, ask for fair, ask for... Watch and you when we're done with this, you'll be so confused. You're like, sasa mnaniacha hivyo. Where pia ni waronga. We're not going to do that. But ladies and gentlemen, allow me the privilege of welcoming my friend, my brother, national treasure. When it comes to music, he has an unstoppable voice. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for the one and only Iani.
Iani. Iani. Ipeperushwe juu, juu sana. Bendera, watu wangu bana, mimi siwasikii. Pull it up kwanza DJ. Ipeperushwe juu. Bendera yetu Kenya, ipeperushwe juu. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza. We can better ati tunaweza. One more time from the top, my DJ. Kwa majina ni Iane, Iane. 3, 2, 1. Ipeperushwe juu. Bendera yetu Kenya, ipeperushwe juu. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza, ati ni mkurugenzi mzalendo, black, red and green. Najivunia sina maneno, young, fresh and free. Niko huru, raia Pariang ni clean. Before Mariga Bebe Champions League. Kaza mlingoti, bendera zipepe huu mwaka. Nasikia ripoti pita juu. Moja ni nguvu, siuishi Harambee. Lazima magoti mapacha ndo upate mguu kaka. Ati Mkenya halisi, na sijaificha inaonekana kwa urahisi. Mboka inapigwa vile inafando. Are you guys ready me to sing. Ipeperushwe juu. Bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu. Sisi wa Kenya tunawe. Tuwe tuangu let's sing tunawe. Tulipata madaraka tulisele proud crowd hata siwezi eleza feel na ndo maana tulipiga shangwe na nderemo wazalendo tukasare vako juu ya freedom fighter niko free filanga cheki around vile wa Kenya tumejengana kama ndugu. We sing it one last time. Ipeperushwe juu. Bendera, let me see your hands up. Ipeperushwe juu. Sisi wa Kenya tunaweza, ati daima mimi Mkenya. Uhuru Kenya, Rais Moi atuletea maziwa ya Nyayo, Rais Kibaki bure maendeleo Kenya, Rais Uhuru atuletea ugatuzi Kenya. One last time. Ipeperushwe juu. Wote bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu. Sisi wa Kenya tunawe. Tunaweza. Pull it up DJ. Ipeperushwe juu. We can do better. Tunaweza fanya fiti zaidi. Ipeperushwe juu. Nini bendera yetu Kenya ipeperushwe juu. Sisi wa Kenya tunawe. Ikibamba sana wapi nduru wewe. Tuendelee ama tusiendelee? Tuendelee. DJ uko na ngoma nyingine? Aya, hii inaitwa Sauti ya Wanyonge. Ngoja acha niwafunze. It's a new song and I believe as a young person I'm meant to speak about anything that I feel is going to affect us. Nataka kuwafunza hii song, ikifika chorus tutaimba pamoja. You to sing with me? Yes. So chorus ni very simple. Mtakuwa mnasema sauti ya wanyonge, serikali sikia. Sauti ya wanyonge, wananchi wanalia. Sauti ya wanyonge, serikali sikia. Wananchi, msiogope kuimba. Ati sauti ya wanyonge, sauti ya wanyonge, Nice one. Mmeshika, twende kazi DJ. Power. Power. Comrades mko in the building kweli? Comrades power. Watu wangu power. Kila mtu power. Uongo. Tumezoea uongo. Ndogo. Kila siku tunabebwa ndogo. Mbunge wetu pia ni muongo. Pale kwa bunge tunaona ndogo. Ati mbunge wetu tulimpa kura, kumbe nia yake ni kukula. Gharama imepanda, mafuta imepanda, hata nduthi siwezi panda, sherehe haiwezi bamba, maisha haiwezi bamba, sanitary pads zimepanda, warembo wetu wako kwa. We sing it together. Sauti ya wanyonge, serikali sikia. Sauti ya wanyonge, wananchi wanalia. Let me hear you sing. Sauti ya wanyonge, serikali sikia. Wananchi wanalia. Mambo ya uongo kutuona wajinga. Mambo ya uongo kutuona wajinga. Tunakuajiri alafu naringa. Kukoka madeni na tuone maendeleo. Tumefanya nini? Tumekata. Tumekata tutaki. Tumekata. Tumekata tutaki. ati mbunge wetu tulimpa kura, kumbe nia yake ni kukula. Unga imepanda, fare imepanda, taxi imepanda, hata matatu siwezi panda, sherehe haiwezi manga, kate imepanda, nini ingine imepanda? Warembo pombe pia ni blanda, ati nini? Sauti ya wanyonge, serikali sikia. Sauti ya wanyonge, wananchi tunalia. Sauti ya wanyonge, serikali sikia. Sauti ya wanyonge, hebu ngoja tuimbe hii. Ati sauti ya wanyonge, sauti ya wanyonge, sauti ya wanyonge, serikali sikia. Sauti ya wanyonge, ati I am happy today. Wote sema I am happy today. Asanteni sana. I believe that's a good one. Tufanye moja ya mwisho. Moja ya mwisho. Sound it my DJ. Kwa majina ni Iane, Iane. 3, 2, 1, wote. Furaha ni kuwa na marafiki, furaha ayaya. Furaha ni kuwa na marafiki, furaha ayaya. Kulewa ati kwa sherehe let me hear you sing. Pull it up DJ. Ngoja kwanza. Hii wimbo tuwezi perform kama mmekaa. Are you guys happy to be here? Tuamke tafadhali. Tuamke, we do it one more time from the top my DJ. Unaweza kuja mbele. Na ikibamba sana pia unatoka, unalipa entrance, unaingia ndani. One more time from the top my DJ. Kwa majina ni Iane. Iane. Are you guys happy to be here tonight? Wote furaha ni kuwa na marafiki, furaha ni kulewa na marafiki, furaha ni kuwa na wapi makofi yake tafadhali? Ni kulewa na marafiki, ati kwa sherehe tumefika, kwa sherehe tumefika. Familia iko ndani, wote tunajibamba, marafiki majirani, rane. In 3, 2, 1, ati I am happy today. Wote sema I am happy today. Juu nini, juu sisi ni walevi na tunapenda kamnyweso. Sisi ni walevi na tunapenda kamnyweso. 3, 2, 1, wote furaha ni kuwa na marafiki, furaha ni kulewa na marafiki, furaha ni kuwa na full it up DJ. Furaha yetu ni kulewa na marafiki, ati pempereren, 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 pempereren. Watu wangu power, kila mtu power. Thank you so much.
Applause for Yani, ladies and gentlemen. Tumpigie makofi tafadhali. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being here. We definitely want to have this conversation. Lakini tutaka kuhave hii conversation without fear of doubt that we are just representing our rights as citizens, want to assemble. And of course, if there are things we do not agree with, we'll definitely use the Constitution as a form of defense. My name is Brian Aseli from Nation FM in the morning. I host the show alongside Mariam Bishar, and right now I'd like us to have a conversation about reason as to why art imekuwa ikitumika miaka zote as a form of revolution, or why art is necessary for a revolution. I have a panel right here, and I'll ask the gentlemen to make a precise submission of who they are and, of course, why they are here today. Talk to us.
My name is Steven Kinuthia Mwangi. I'm from the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theatre, but also part of the broader social justice movement. Today, I'd like to share about our work at the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theatre and how it has formed part of the tools that we've used to inspire this uprising. Yes.
Yes. On to the next one.
Thank you. Comrades power. Power. Comrades power. Power. My name is Dofanage. My grandmother calls me Mutuma. If my second name will betray me, let it betray me. Yeah, and I'm a performing artist, a poet, an active citizen, a revolutionary soul, a Pan-Africanist, a human being, and I'm here in all those capacities. Thank you.
Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Viva comrades, viva! Viva! Hey, my name is Willie Oeba, for those who know me. For those who don't know me, my name is still Willie Oeba, and I'm a proud Nax vegan. I come from Nakuru. I am a human rights defender, a spoken word artist, and a Ford Global Fellow Class of 2024. Thank you. Yes, and on to the gentleman. Ian, salimia watu tafadhali.
Mi kweli mnataka kusema mnijui? Si mnanijua? Okay, to all those who are here and they don't know me, I go by the name of Iani. I'm a singer, songwriter, recording, performing artist, and I use my art to educate and entertain people of my society. I'm happy to be here today.
Thank you so much for being here. Okay, I want us to play a little game. Na nataka kuona, if you want to know that art is very crucial, you'll definitely respond. Nanaishi kwa tumaini najitolea. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. And then of course, vijana msilale. Lale, lale, vijana msilale. Who can Bogomi? Who can Bogomi? Those songs are a fruit of anything we go through as Kenyans in general. Some have even attempted to actually be our second national anthem. For example, a song by Eric Wainaina, Daimam Kenya, is definitely pretty close to our national anthem. Right now, tunataka kujua, as wasanii, first of all, what do you think about the state of the country right now? And of course, what do you think arts can do for us to actually capture the moments, and of course as a response to our daily lives? I'll start with Willie Oeba. Kindly talk to us a little bit about what you think art is important for any form of revolution. Wow, thank you. Art is very important. One, art is just like the fourth estate. The work of art is to set the agenda, and also the other work of art is to spark a revolution of the mindset. I am a spoken word artist, and I started doing pieces on social justice in 2017. And in 2020, there's a piece I did called Dear Mr. President. We also did Wajinga Nyinyi back in 2019. And the conversation has been set over time, and what art has done, because I say we are not where we want to be, but we have to respect the fact that we are not where we used to be. So art has revolutionized mindset and sparked our consciousness over time. I say, just like Tupac, the idea of art and my idea, my philosophy of art is not to change the world, but to spark the mind that will change the world, because true leadership is in delegation. So I believe as a country, we are not going in the right direction in terms of leadership and governance, but the youth have taken up their space. Dofanis, what do you have to say about the same?
For me, art is the revolution itself, you know, like the essence of revolution. Because the reason we're here as artists is because there was Kamaru before us. There was Eric Wainaina before us. There was Kalama Shaka before us. There was Mashifta before us, you know. So when Mashifta told us, ini system ya majambazi, and they only used to say, majambazi ni maboi wa ghetto, then wanasema, sawa, maboi wa ghetto pia si ni majambazi, lakini kuna maloya pia majambazi. Kuna wanasiasa majambazi na pia si vijana wa ghetto ni majambazi. So na si ni majambazi juu kuna hao majambazi wengine, unaona? So essentially for me, art is the essence of revolution, and this might be the time when there's a generation that is answering the cause. But art has been ahead of this conversation. Like, because without the Kalama Shakas, I wouldn't have been politicized, because we weren't politicized in school. We were politicized by the arts, right? Without the Mashiftas, we wouldn't have, seen the Majambazis that are wearing suits, right? And now it's that consciousness that has been developing since that time that we are here. And finally, there's a substantial enough number of people who are saying, yeah, now we have to stand and reclaim this country, because this country has been dysfunctional since the colonial masters conjured it, right? That dysfunction is what now is getting to a point where it's unsustainable. And so all this is a build-up of decades, almost a century, right?
Yeah. Kinuthia, you're an actor, and hakuna mali utaenda kwa hii dunia ukose kuona msichana watch film. And in music also, yani, film is such a serious element. Yeah. Remember in Kenya, growing up, we would often make fun of Nigerians and how they shoot their films. And we definitely say, oh, bad quality, oh, story sound is a specific thing that's happening. But right now, Nigerians, they can tell their stories through films. I would like to just, I'd like you to help us shed some light and why it's important to also just tell our stories through films. And with the emergence of technology, we have reels, we have stories, and such platforms where we can share our struggle and revolution in motion. Kindly talk to us about why it's also important to use film, theater, and music to capture these moments in time.
Thank you so much. We like to think of the Social Justice Center Traveling Theater as films in the streets, films at your doorstep. And why we came up with the idea of the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theater was because our generation is a generation that has been disengaged a little bit from reading a lot. We, like the president of the Law Society of Kenya said, you'll find people more on their phones than they are on socializing physically. And the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theater ideally does street storms. We say a market that you like. We think about issues that affect that particular community. For example, in my community, Mathare, extrajudicial killings have been a huge problem. And dialogues like this sometimes work, but not always. And it's impossible to maintain consistently on a daily basis dialogues that make people understand means in which that they can liberate themselves. And within the Social Justice Center's Traveling Theater, it's a composition of young people drawn from different communities within Nairobi. And the idea is to show people the injustice that they go through and to think of ways with them through participation, ways in which that they can liberate themselves. For example, we've had issues of arbitrary arrests, and as human rights defenders, it becomes so difficult to respond to every case of arbitrary arrests. So when we go to these markets, when we go to churches, we demonstrate to them, when you're arrested, what do you do? Call somebody, talk to the police, and let them know that you have your rights, as enshrined under Article 49 of the Constitution of Kenya. Call a person who can come and follow up. When you go to the police station, ensure that you're booked on the OB. So when we do this, through ACT, people get to understand, people get to relate.
Through the piece, it's also through the follow-up, either meetings or maybe your submissions or maybe even petitions soon after, right?
Yes, yes.
So Yanni, would you like to talk to us a little bit about, especially your two new songs, eh?
Yeah.
They're actually off what you often write about.
Yeah, it's
so
true.
Like to know, why is it that you decided to go that direction? Mm-hmm. And is it just a response of you as a young man in Kenya today, or just as an artist who's just making an observation?
Personally, I believe my art is meant to educate and entertain at the same time. And at this point, tumeishi kusikia like, weka msanii, you are a reflection of the society, like when kioo cha jamii. And me believe like personally, me being a mirror of the society, I'm supposed to speak of each and everything that I feel is affecting those around me and also affecting me directly or indirectly. So through my art, it's so easy. Niko na mafans in so many different parts of the country. And mimi kutoka hapa, siwezi toka hapa sasa niseme naenda Mombasa kuongelesha msee ni get kusikia story yake like how life is going for that person. But through my art, neza communicate something, neza muelezea like generally this is how we feel and this is how things are moving. And mimi kama siko sawa and so many other young people are not okay, it's my responsibility as an artist to sit down and write something that will speak to so many other young people and give them some sort of direction, because I believe art, it's meant to spark something. Art iko meant to speak something into our lives. Now art iko meant to give us some sort of direction as a society na kutuonyesha like where we're heading to.
Let me ask you swali tu moja.
Yes.
And pia naweza penda kujua from the audience. Do you feel like the political class is listening to us through our pieces? Do you feel like they listen to the works of art produced by our artists? And if so, do you think wana respond positively towards the same? Will you ever, when you did Wajinga Nyinyi, kwanza nataka utugusie tu kidogo Wajinga Nyinyi part. Sijui kama ni part 1 ama 2 ama 3. But of course, I just want you to touch on it. Zile issues you spoke about years ago, they're still the same issues. Yeah. When Eric Wainaina did a song, Nchi ya Watu Wadogo, ni nchi ya kitu kidogo, ni watu wangapi wameshikwa hapa hivi na kwa gari na wakaambiwa watoe hongo so that gari yao isishikwe? Either kama uko na gari ama gari yenu imeshikwa, matatu, anyone by show of hands? Gari yenu ishaishikwa kwa na watu wakitoa hongo? Ni mara ngapi umeenda kwa ofisi za gava and you're told, hey, utacheza kama wewe? Kila siku unacheza kama wewe, si ndio? Wangapi by show of hands? Kuna watu hawachezi hapa, mko sawa? Amjaicheza kaa nyinyi. But I'd like to know, do you think that they listen to us?
Great.
And do they respond?
I'll do the piece as a parting shot when we are through. And before I answer, and as I answer that, I'd like to reiterate what Ianya said. Art is not only the reflection of the society, but also art is supposed to set the agenda. So there's a very thin line between artists being just reflection of the society and artists being leaders. And I think we are both. Artists are supposed to point us to a certain direction and spark what we've called the revolution of the mindset. Yeah.
Dolphin, what do you think about the same?
I think, you know, the experiment you did, right? The experiment we started with, you know, speaks for itself, right? And for me, even on top of those things that art is, you know, art is also therapy, sindio? Yes. Like saizi vile yani kila time ukiangalia news unaanza kumwona kichwa, right? Nini ndio inakutoa kwa hiyo zone? Art, right? Mziki, movies, unajua unaanguka nayo kidogo alafu una feel kwa re-energize, unasema Tuesday tuko ndani, si ndio? So it's not and not just that. The other important thing is art is memory. Yeah. Right? Because saizi kuna vitu most zina happen zenye tutasahau, right? Na hizo experiences zote zinakuwa captured too in different forms. Yeah. Kuna wasanii wataandika novels juu ya time. Kuna wasanii wanaandika songs juu ya time. So 10 years from now ukisikiza anguka nayo haitakuwa, it's not just going to be a song you're dancing to, it's going to be a time in history, right? It's going to be memory, and it might not be saying much in terms of breaking down in it, like, but the essence in a capture your momentary revolt, and it's gonna take you back to moments where young Kenyans decided enough was enough, you know, with bad governance. Enough is enough with, you know, blatant corruption. And we're going to reflect on how far we've come from that point.
I love how you're speaking. But the biggest fear has been, you see, like wakati in America when Obama was doing his campaign, he had artists support him. Yeah. He had Jay-Z, Beyonce. He had big names come and support and actually give an endorsement and say, Barack Obama tosha, or in their version in English, okay? In other countries, we've seen also DJs or individuals rise up to ranks and become presidents. Madagascar is a good example. Yeah. Is it only in Kenya whereby we are used as a tool for campaign? Then when the season is done, we are not seen in platforms where we can issue guidance on governance. If so, then we are seen as enemy number one. For example, in South Africa during their struggle, we saw people like Hugh Masekela, one great trumpeter. We saw people like Miriam Makeba, such an influential voice. She was not even living in a country by the time she was fighting for it through music. Do you feel like it's high time as artists we separate ourselves from the arts at times or use this as a tool to speak even louder when it comes to governance? Because munakumbuka Ruto tano tena akasema nini? Mesau anyo si usau haraka. Dani, you see, we were seen using such songs for campaign season, but as soon as that, do you feel that we also equally have space to bring any issue that we see, either to books or also to just fight against or speak for the people?
Yes. I was actually thinking of the way Ruto used Hatupangwingwi, and he used it in a bad way, because understanding the way people felt at that time, people felt that like we are still feeling right now. We were so suppressed. The economy was so tight for most Kenyans, and art. And Ruto understanding that art captures the feeling, captures the emotions of the masses. He used that Pangwingwi to more of to say to kina unye kwendeni huko na siwatambui. So as artists, I think it's time that the artistic world comes together as a collective and reflects on what future they can actually provide or what guidance they can give to the young people of this country. And there are good examples, like when the concert was done at Uhuru Park, the artists that we saw and the artists that we could not even expect them to be there because of the kind of art that they do. So it also goes back to what art do you do, what's the content of that art, and how does this reflect with the masses. So, and the masses can never be wrong. The masses know what they feel, the masses know what struggles they go through, and it's upon us as artists or individual artists to think of the future that they are going to be living with their music or with their art. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I think pretty much like anything else, there's always two sides, right? Where it's like when I tell you, it's on one end, if you ask the police what they're doing, they're going to tell you, we're enforcing law and order, right? Mm-hmm. But from this side, when I'm the one taking the baton, I don't feel very protected at that moment, right? And I think it's the same thing with art. And for a very long time, because of how, and you have to look at it in context, in history, right? Because Kenyan art didn't really start developing, as an art form until towards, early 90s going forward. Because for the first, since 1963, the first two presidents were very anti-dissent. By default, art is dissent, right? Mm-hmm. So, and because of that, they stifled. So any form of art that was encouraged is sycophancy, right? So if the president is coming and you guys can, form a choir and sing some Kenya nchi yetu tunaipenda, unajua, and raisi wetu, unajua, yeah. So if you can do that, right? Right? If you can do that, right? Then you're good, right? But then it's towards the time when now people are seriously demanding for multi-party, that art now starts as an art form, as a form of expression, not as a way of, pleasing the master, kind of, right? Mm-hmm. And so if you look at it in that way, because also that now, and looking at even the people like Ngugi wa Thiong'o, having to go to exile, because, we can give examples from South Africa, but we have examples here, right?
Yeah, literature.
Yeah.
Literature, yeah.
Yeah, because that's art as well. So, it's taken a long time for us to be here. But now we're at a point where I think there's oversaturation of all these, feelings of frustration and pent-up anger, pent-up hunger, and people are like, it's enough, right? And art has been reflecting that all the while. It's just that we had a convergence point, and now this is where they say you can either betray or honor your cause, and I feel like this generation is honoring its cause, right?
Proper. Yani, umenyamaza sana, lakini I'd like to know, what do you think we should do to up our game? Because most times you're used during campaigns, but then when it comes to kutekeleza na kueleza, and of course for civic education, it's rare that we see the same artists that were used for campaign coming to the forefront and making sure that our cry is actually heard as Kenyans. Talk to us.
I think it narrows down to the, first of all, principalities, personal principalities as a person, and what you stand for as a person. Then hizi vitu zingine zina come in later, because ukiangalia, like, it's the same issue. We've been speaking, hata ukiangalia, like, the songs that Bien, nilikuwa na interview fulani ya Bien, alikuwa nasema like ye amekuwa kiongelea about the same issue over and over again. And I believe it's about time that we as people, it's our own responsibilities, tuanze kusikiza hizi mangoma na tuanze kusikia, like, what's the message behind the song. Tusingoje ile time yenye things are getting critical for us to start going back to the songs and start listening to them. Because hizi ngoma zimekuwa hapa hivi and vitu zimekuwa zikihappen, but we don't have to wait for things to get worse. That's personally my take.
I'd like to say poets, artists, musicians, painters are modern day prophets, just as you say. And a country that doesn't listen to their artists perish. Because these things that we are advocating now, for now, zimekuwa kwa songs, zimekuwa kwa spoken word, zimekuwa kwa music. You share a poetry piece here 2019 and it resonates. And I think we need to come clean, CC audience, these people seated here, we need to respect their arts and respect their artists, because in Kenya we don't have structures that enables us to respect artists. Nimekuwa Broadway in New York, and artists are not just reflection of the society. We don't need to reflect. Anyone want to reflect society? Everyone can see. Artists are also leaders. Art is just a platform of a bigger cause. Art is just like politics is a platform to leadership, so is art. Art is just a platform. You have the platform, now do with it something, do with it something else. So kazi artist si kuitwa kuimba ku open session. Arts now you're creating a good precedence whereby we have a panel of artists. Artists kazi yake si on stage. We need to pick the mind of an artist and set the agenda with that. So we need to respect our artists more. The leaders need to respect. The leaders wanatusikia, just like this audience who are seated here, wanatusikia, but no one is acting. So we don't need to be listened to. We want people to act.
I'd like to pass the mic to our audience so that we get to have a conversation. If you have a question or a comment about art as a form of revolution, tunaweza penda kusikia kutoka kwenyu. I'd like a microphone passed around. Kama uko na swali unaweza inua mkono, kama uko na comment pia unaweza inua mkono pale, and so that we can have either questions or comments from the audience side. I don't know where my person is. Yeah, to pass the microphone around so that we can get to have a comprehensive conversation with you. And as we do that, also just a reminder, Citizen Assembly KE is how you can actually find us on different platforms as we interact. Citizen Assembly KE. Ukienda pale YouTube, Instagram, X, and of course on Facebook as well. We are also live. We'd like to interact on the same. Na pia as we continue, najua nitapatiana microphone pale before we get the question there, but I'd like to also understand how best you're capturing the moments right now. Is it inspiring you to write more? Is it taking you deeper and making you feel like we are hopeless right now? Simply because it started with Reject Finance Bill 2024. Sindio? Yeah. It moved from there na tukajipata kwa street through digital activism. Our brothers and sisters were on the street. Right now, everything
that we thought was actually going to favor us is not favoring us. An example, one is do away with the cabinet secretaries. It happened, right? But later on, reinstatement of most of them. If not, they didn't bring new faces. They brought about the same old faces that have been in politics for the longest time. And then soon after, we are also looking at a situation whereby kama ile ofisi ambayo tulikuwa tunasema hatutaki ya the first lady zimerudi tena because parliament has said hii ofisi it's actually going to be really expensive to do away with all the other stuff. We might have some legal issues. I don't know what you'd like or how you'd like to respond to that, just as as a Kenyan, not as an artist. Yani, talk to us about the same. And of course, there's been so many deaths as a result. So in as much as kumekuwa na vifo, hakuna mtu amekuja akaanza kuaddress. Leo asubuhi Mama Rex was around. And when she was talking about her son, she got to humanize Rex. And I felt like I knew or I have known Rex for the longest time. There's so many people who've died in the protest, but the government has not responded to that. And as much as we're responding with music, na kusaidiana wenzetu, do you think that there's a far more responsibility that one, the National Police Service should take, two, that the government should also take before we just move on swiftly?
Yeah, I think there's so much that needs to be aligned. And I feel, in as much as we feel like things are not working, that does not mean that we need to stop. Like, we just need to keep on applying the pressure. We need to keep on trying. We need to keep on pushing till we see change. For this country to get to this place that we've gotten so far, it's because kuna watu waliamua ku fight for this country, and they never stopped. And I feel pia sisi mali tumefika. Yes, we might not have everything, but we are somewhere, and we're moving. And me, I feel with the same energy, with the same voice, we just need to keep on pushing. We need, as a creative me, I'll keep on creating music that will speak to people, because that's my role personally. I'll keep on creating music that speaks to people. And Minta Ajwa to the same thing. We just need to speak. We as citizens, because when we are being taxed, when taxation inaendelea ikikuwa more and more, it's burdening us. Ni sisi ndo tunaumia. So once we decide to keep quiet, inamaanisha sisi ndo tuendelea kuumia. And even if we're not seeing change, mi ndasema the biggest change lies pale kwa ballot box. And me believe when the next general election comes, naomba sana tusisahau. Like let's not forget, tusisahau manze, because ikitu inashindiki to drain, like it keeps on draining us day in, day out. And I believe like this is the time. We just need to stay woke. We need to keep on applying pressure, and we need to keep on pushing. In as much as we feel like things are not working, they are slowly working. And I believe it's a journey. It's a journey, na ni pole pole. We keep on taking the baby steps till things shape up.
Does anyone want to add on something?
Yeah, I think for me, what this is an illustration of is that you think these people love you, right? We love this country. We love this country. And I know because of the people I interact with every day, right? People love their country. People love their lives. And I think there's a bigger flaw even in how we're socialized, right? Because if you look at our political class, you know, it's either you're coming from a privileged family or you are maybe an exceptional child that, you know, got treated in a special way all the way. And that kind of exceptionalism sometimes, it's a double-edged sword, because you treat somebody like they are out of the loop, out of the communal long enough, they're actually going to believe they're better than the community, right? They're actually going to believe that, you know, like I'm special, right?
Yeah.
And for me, I think the one thing I need us to normalize is, you know, like, okay, you're good. You should be conscious enough to know that you are unique, but also, you know, conscious enough to know that it's not like you're better than anybody else. Maybe you are gifted in a certain way. Doesn't make the other person less than you, right? Yeah. And in that regard, also, it means now we have to start thinking about what role does even the way we look at the hierarchy of life, you know, because what is it that makes somebody, you know, worth billions and somebody else like not in a position to afford the next meal, right? Yeah.
That's the biggest problem we have.
Yeah.
And just to pick up on what Dofar has said, it's true. And this will not end. It's ending now because we have our consciousness pricked, yeah? So we will only have a new generation of leaders who don't disregard our constitution and our laws and human rights and social justice if we have a new generation of voters. Let us not hide. Our leaders are the problem, but they are just a reflection of who we are. Even if we say ati kwa ballot our leaders wanaiba, but you people mnawapeanga support enough ya kujustify kuiba. So also as we are inside looking out, let us look in, so that vile Yani amesema tusisahau Kenya inafanya na kuwa happy right now ni that now conversation imekuja kwa citizens, because each and every time sisi tunakuanga na hizi conversation, but kuna kuanga na shetani fulani pale kwa ballot box, sijui anafanyanga nini. So citizens your design. So it starts, the conversation starts from the citizens.
Yes.
Yeah.
Maybe I could
make it short so that we go to the questions that we wanted to get from the audience.
I also think we need to add political education as part of our organizing. And so that people do not give up, people do not see that we've been pushed too far against the wall. Political education allows...
Civic education?
Yes, civic education, but also political education. Political education is understanding as an individual, what is your role in the society? How are you impacted by the factors that move the society? For example, right now, or as young people right now, we've understood that we have to come together, we have to organize ourselves as a collective so that we change the fate of our country. Yes.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We're going to be back with more, but nataka kusikia kutoka kwa audience yangu. Tafadhali, if you have a question, there's a lady over there who has a question. Kindly introduce yourself and give us your comment or just your expression on art as a form of revolution in the country or across the world.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Voice up kidogo tafadhali and pull the microphone closer to your mouth.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Afternoon.
My name is Lillian, and mine is not a question, it's a comment. In the years back, I don't know whether there's anyone who ever visited the Kenya National Theatre. Before, it was a space where you could go and find artists in one corner doing their thing. There's another group in another corner practicing. There are people acting. Yani, it was a safe space for artists, let me put it that way. Nowadays, it's so unfortunate that has become something else. Even creating content for TikTok, achana hata na YouTube. TikTok, it has become an issue to create content at the Kenya National Theatre. The name itself, Kenya National Theatre, it has changed to, I don't know what kind of space it has become. Sorry to say this, but the National Theatre today has become a parking lot. For the people who are maybe doing jobs around that area, they go park their vehicles there, wanaenda wanafanya kazi zao, jioni wanarudi, wanachukua gari zao, wanaenda. It has become a space where you can't go and shoot content without someone telling you are not allowed to do that here. Without someone telling you, if you want to, maybe for actors, for writers who write scripts, for you to go and practice whatever you've written, you can't do that at the National Theatre without having to pay some amount of money. And yet, it's been called the Kenya National Theatre. So, what I think should be done for the artists, for the leaders who are present here, as much as we are trying to grab back our country, that is also one part that we also need to grab back, because there are so many talents that have been sat on because people don't have a space to do that. Thank you.
Viva! Viva!
Occupy! Occupy!
Occupy! I think that guy should be my best friend. Thank you. After this, you see me, you're registering to be my best friend. There's more hands over here. The person passing the microphone, I don't know if you have one hand over there. And the person in charge of sound, kindly help us so that we can get to hear each other clearly. There's two hands over there. So, and also when you're making your submission, go straight to the point so that we have more responses to art as a form of revolution in the country.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Blue Smile Hassan. I'm an activist.
Kindly use your microphone.
Good.
We can hear you on this end.
Okay. So my name is Blue Smile Hassan. I'm a music activist from Kenyatta University. I'm also a media personality. My question, mine is a call to artists. You know, even after this revolution, we'll have maybe people will cool down, but people will be relying on music. Use those platforms that you have in music, create songs every time to remind us. You're the ones who will be waking us up. If we relent, you come, give us songs. If it is accountability we are calling, let's have songs about accountability. If it is corruption you're calling out, let's have songs about corruption. Yeah, that's my take. So just keep on reminding us. You are the ones who will be waking us up. Thank you.
Thank you. That's a good address. Just saying that it doesn't stop with the revolution, only when it's relevant to sing the songs and actually write things that capture this moment. It should be something continuous. There was one more hand over here. Just use the microphone. Continue using the microphone kindly.
Hello, everyone. My name is Evans Ouma, a student from the Technical University of Kenya. So my question is, as long as you, the artist, I know some of you have been in the forefront of this revolution, but I think some of you are also very embarrassing to us, because as we go on the street, we are going to fight for what is right. We are fighting for our future. What we are fighting for is for our future. Then when you come back, you go to the social media, you find some artist quoting himself or herself as the msanii wa serikali, abusing us, very serious, abusing you, discouraging you. I think even as now, we want to embark on the civil education of our citizens back at home, or maybe someone who doesn't understand what we are fighting for. Musicians were now supposed to be the core, the forefront of this thing that we are going to do. Local dialect musicians, local dialect and everything. But now we are in a point where musicians are divided. And if you observed keenly when you were on the streets, I was on the CBD, many artists only came there for the content. After coming there, posting photos, they disappear. They only live with this fight for us. So what I can say, if you are real with the citizens, come out, fight for us, and we'll win this game.
Thank you so much for that, and that's a good observation. I'll just have one more hand over there, and then we'll continue the conversation Badai because of time. I'm sorry, my guys, because of time. I'll make sure that we get to have more and more as we continue, but because of time, there's this gentleman over here on the last one, but kindly make your submission short, and then I'll allow the gentleman real quick as we do our final remarks and responses.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Samuel Ogechi, a student at the Technical University of Kenya. Mine is all about the civic education that should be a responsibility to almost all of us, because the other day I was listening about the CSs that have been appointed, and some of the youths were celebrating and saying that mtu wetu amechaguliwa. Those are some of the tribal politics we are playing as a youth. So it is good that we go and educate someone or a friend of yours who is not from your tribe, maybe, that tribal politics will not help us or will not make us go anywhere as a part of us trying to bring in a revolution. So please, let's go and ensure that we educate the youth, the importance of us being unified in an attempt to achieve freedom from what we are experiencing right now. So please, let do away from tribal politics and ensure that we educate our friends on the same. Thank you.
Thank you so much. To the final gentleman on the same line. Make it short, kindly.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Gerald Mwangi Olewoltafang. I'm delighted to be here. I purpose to be here with my good colleague here, who is Mike Memusi. The reason I've come here is because you did a very nice analogy and even presentation of art and music from a generation passed from baby boomer to where you are. First and foremost, we have come here to stand with you. I believe we are very few parents here, and we have come to say that we support what you're doing, and we're here because we are also touched. I also belong to a place that I'm sure when I say that, the gentleman who is singing at the back might start saying he'll occupy me. I also belong to the church. And I know that you have a lot to tell the church, especially the people who are seated here. And I came here to say that as we go through what we are going through, first and foremost, we want to say pole to the parents who lost their children. Secondly, we want to say that you have a message for this country and you're on the right track. Thirdly, I want to say that we support artists. I myself went through school, the National Theatre that she's mentioning, we went through there. In our schools at that time, we had what we used to call variety shows and would have opportunities to perform and opportunities to give a message. That seems to have died. In this journey that you are taking, my message to you as a father and also as a grandfather as I stand is one, do the right thing as the young man has said. Do something that is giving us the value, not for you to be devalued with what you're doing, but to get enough support, even from the elderly community and the older ones. What I need you to know is, like, for example, you did a very nice song. I love the beat. But the message that is there is not one that I can be encouraging young people to be out there. I cannot be encouraging them to be drunk. I cannot be encouraging them to get lost. But I want to encourage you as an artist because it's what you're also feeling. The thing that we beg is, tell us what you're feeling, but let it add value to what we are doing in this country. Finally, artists are gifted in sending a message in the quickest way. Eric Wainaina did it. I was from the generation of Kibaki's time, 2002. That's when I was now considered a Gen Z at that particular time. And it is the songs that were being used that were helping to galvanize us and to walk together. But art is not just about singing. It's not just about the spoken word. Art is also in the expression in terms of sports. I belong to a sport that was called a sport called bodybuilding. We used to go to the Kenya National Theatre and we were permitted to come there and express ourselves. So mine is to say, we are with you, we are encouraging you, but please, as you also do it, consider the message. And as far as what you're doing today, we stand with you. And we had to come to stand with you. Thank you. God bless.
I'll humbly end at that point, but thank you so much for your submissions. Just a response to you, the song by Iani, if you remove it out of context, then it's preaching a bad message. But in context, in that moment, wakati tunasema ni kuwa na marafiki, it changes the conversation because he has songs that actually respond to our day-to-day life, and there are songs that are party songs. So in a party song, you don't need to get education from there. You can't start saying drink responsibly in a club. Sindio? It's just like when you're saying anguka nayo sometimes, where's anguka kila mahali? You know, lakini when it's necessary for things to anguka, nazo zinaanguka, my friend. Huyo ni Gen Z wa kitambo, tunakusupport and thank you so much for the message. We really appreciate. Sindio? Alisema when we were Gen Z, sindio? Yeah, asante sana, but I really respect what you've said. And it's with that I'd like to come to the end of this conversation because of time, but just your parting shot, just 30 seconds as we respond. 30 seconds, kindly. From Liani, yes.
So first of all, I think to answer him,
I'll start by saying, nikianza hii conversation nilisema music is meant to entertain and educate. And I believe hapa sijafanya wimbo moja. I've done a couple of songs. It's upon you as a person to pick the one that suits you and go with it. If unafilia pombe ikufai, very well and good. I really respect that. I've done so many songs, and as an artist, just because mimi wimba ngoma za pombe, haimaanishi society yangu ikikuwa affected, I won't sing a song that speaks about that. I'll do that. So it's upon you as a person, pick whatever you feel is good and go with it. Secondly, na nikimalizia, ningependa kusema, I think what's happening at the Kenya National Theatre is a clear indication that art is not being respected in this country. Art is not being respected. Now, inaonyesha, if you pick people, uwekele kwa position yenye, if you pick people who don't respect art and understand the value of art, uwekele kwa such position to lead artists, those are the results that you'll get. National Theatre itakuwa turned into a parking lot, yet hii space iko meant ku encourage creatives to keep on being creative, wa interact, and wazidi tu kusupportiana manze. And as I finish, pia ningependa kuambia, let's keep on pressing. Kuna watu wanaweza kosa kuona the vision at the end of the day, but we are still going to get there. Kwa wale wenye wanaoneo vision, let's keep on pushing and let's keep on supporting. I'm so happy to be here, and thank you guys.
Let's make it shorter than that, kindly.
Thank you. Mimi, my parting shot, I'll do it as a spoken word. Yeah, 1 minute. And let's support our artists. Sawa sawa. So I perform in very unconventional places. Mi perform kwa matatu. Tukipatana kwa matatu, you say hi. There's a piece I performed kwa ndege. Ika do rounds. Inaitwa Wajinga Nyinyi. Sijuzi muliona. Small fish akibreak the law anakujiwa. Lakini big fish akibreak the law, Nurdin Haji. Pesa ya kisima waliiba, and that's the down. True. Truth. It's not about sagging. Kill sin to see God, atamtoe tithe ticket ya heaven na inunuliwi maimuk. Itakuwaje cry za tajiri ni intellectual, lakini cry za maskini kwa masikio ya justice ni kelele? Itakuwaje mna believe in me na nikicheza kimimi mnashikwa na kiwewe? Itakuwaje mnaninyima opportunity ya kupata kazi, lakini kwa club mnataka nipewe? Na effect ya nguvu ya thao inafika malinduru ya mnyonge iwezi fika. Ballot box na DSTV zinafika malidisha iwezi fika. Watoto wanalala njaa juu ulikunywa na pesa ya kula, na vizuri unajua pombe iwezi lika. Wanasiasa wanadanganya. Si movie peke yake ni kutriki. Ukisaidia rafiki yako pesa yako, unapoteza rafiki yako na pesa yako. Wonder why uko heartbroken, na ile hoteli yenye unaenda ukiwa na manzi yako ukiwa peke yako wewe huwezi jipeleka. Unatafuta mapenzi wapi na wewe mwenyewe umeshindwa kujipenda? Jesus alibetraywa na kiss. Nyinyi mko hapa mnajichocha juu mlipewa hug. Wajinga nyinyi. Na tuachane our girls wasome. Tuachane our girls wasome, si ndio? Juu utambiaje dem alishika bola akiwa high school? Education is the key, na alishajifungua.
Mimi naweza sema kitu moja, accountability I stop tu kwa wanasiasa. Unaona? Accountability inamaanisha kama wewe ni mfano wa msanii fulani na unafilu msanii na kuangusha design fulani, muulize maswali. Unaona? Ama unsubscribe. Ama unajua, because essentially hiyo view yako, hiyo like yako, hiyo comment yako ndio pesa ya msanii. Unaona? So ikifika mahali yenyewe tunaholdiana accountable kila kitu. Alafu hizo spaces tunahitaji kuziliberate. We don't have enough artistic spaces, na lazima na the few that ziko ndio hizo zimegeuzwa parking lots, ndio? Alafu waziri alisema uchumi umepanda. Uchumi umepanda kwa nani? Na serikali saidia. Ilishageuka national anthem. National anthem ni ombi. Ombi la nani kama raia Turkana wako fasting by force. By force na kungoja kwa traffic no rais apite. Rais apite akapumzike kwa ikulu. Ikulu imejengwa mbali na mwananchi. Mwananchi anataka kuongea na rais pa rais afiki. Rais afiki so imebidi ni nduru. Nduru kuko wenye walipiga kura ndo rais apite. Rais apite. Rais apite. Rais apite juu manifesto yake ilidai kupunguza bei. Bei za bidhaa zikipungua, mwananchi anaweza afford to buy rais apike. Rais apike. Anga tumbo itakuwa na kitu akijipata kwa traffic akingoja rais apite. Rais apite lakini kwanza assembly ifanyikie manifesto. Bado mwananchi hazi afford to buy rise apike. Rise apike ndo rise apite. Inakuwaje miaka 4 baadaye bado rise apiki. Rise apiki na hata baada ya miaka 4 ya nduru bado rise afiki. Rise afiki. Na ni mwaka moja, miwili, mitatu, minne, tano, sita, 7, 8, 10. Hata baada ya mwaka 10 bado mwananchi anangoja nini?
Rise apike.
Apike. Malizia.
Haya, na mimi ningependa kupika kutoka kwa Yani, na kwa the theater tunasemanga furaha ni kuwa kwa mapinduzi. Kwa hivyo repeat after me. Furaha ni kuwa kwa mapinduzi. Viva comrades, viva. Viva. Na mapinduzi ni nini? Mapinduzi ni kuorganize. Kuorganize ni kutafutana. Ukijua kuna students ambao wamemadwa, na uko na courage ya kwenda police station, wewe ni wakili ama ni student wa law, unaenda unawatafuta, unawaweka pamoja, unapatia information ambao wanahitaji. Mapinduzi ni kueducateana, kukaa pamoja chini, kuambiana historia correct ya Kenya ni gani, historia ambayo tunataka kuachia kivizazi ambavyo vinakuja ni gani. Mapinduzi ni liberation. Liberation ni kujipenda, kujitambua, kujikuza, kukuza wengine. Sindio? Asanteni.
Forward, social justice, forward.
Forward. Asante sana, ladies, gentlemen, boys, girls. That's all the time I had right now. Support me on my show on Nation FM in the morning. We often have such conversation. On Monday, huwa tunakuwa na conversations about siasa na sheria. On Tuesday, tunaongelea technology. Wednesday tunaongelea wellness, Thursday tunaongelea about hustle na sustainability. Na ningependa tujue vile sisi tunaweza jikimu as individuals. I am just as young as you are and I'm just as passionate as you are. But hii passion isikufe tukwe confused to digress from what is really coming from our hearts. How I pray that everyone in this room may become successful, but not because they are fighting to become successful. It's because the environment can sustain you enough and enable you to become successful. That's all the time we had. Thank you so much, gentlemen. And as we finish, tafadhali, follow us, Citizen Assembly KE. And of course, we'd like to also be in conversation with you on our X Spaces, on YouTube, on Instagram as well. Kama sahi mnaweza pata opportunity ya kutufuata, follow us there. And of course, follow each other so that we get to know the people who think alike as we do. Kama yule person ako next to you huku kuja naye, tafadhali follow them on social media right now. Muweze kujuana, because maybe, just maybe, tusikuwe tunaunganishwa na shida peke yake. Pia sherehe ni nzuri pia tukuwe tunaunganishwa nazo. Sasa, asanteni sana. And without much ado, I'd like to leave you with an artist who I love a lot. And I know it's a surprise to you as it is a surprise to me. Ladies and gentlemen, as the gentlemen leave the stage, I'd like to invite one amazing artist. When she sings love songs, mna fall in love. When she makes an announcement about what's happening in the country, you also follow suit. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as I welcome one amazing singer, songwriter, and my all-time favorite, Sanaipei Tande.
Hayai, tuko na mimi Sanaipei kwa mara ya pili. Mbona msimame? Pump it up for me, please. Ngoma inaitwa Simama Imara, sio? Sija kukataza kaka, kula kwa macho ukitaka, akilini mafikira jaza kini we, usidanganya na wala simalia mtu, chunga usije kafanya kutu, muda mrefu kisu huwa gutu kini we. Unapiga domo mitaani, wanijua tangu zamani, mimi nawe wapi kwa wapi we. Sinijaji hey, sinijaji hey, hunijui we, waujua we, wangu msimamo hey, simama imara, simama imara, simama imara, watu wote hey, wakuone papapapapara hey, papapapapara, papapapapara. Hii ni ya viongozi, mbiu ya mgambo, ikilia kuna jambo, matamshini mwako hamna moshi, kwani we unapaparaka tarumbeta kisha kinaga bila kusita, sambaza bala kila kukicha, huna haya, piga domo mitaani, wanijua tangu zamani, mimi nawe wapi kwa wapi we, sinijaji hey, sinijaji hey, hunijui we, waujua we, wangu msimamo hey, simama imara, simama imara, simama imara, watu wote hey, wakuone papapapapara, papapapapara, papapapapara. Una choko za nazo longo zako siyo hoja watakuja dondoa. Una choko za nazo longo zako siyo hoja watakuja. Hey! Ati wanijua tangu zamani, mimi nawe wapi kwa wapi we, sinijaji hey, sinijaji hey, hunijui we, waujua we, wangu msimamo hey, simama imara, simama imara, simama imara, watu wote hey, wakuone papapapapara, papapapapara, papapapapara. Slava. Ngoma inaitwa Simama Imara. Asanteni kwa wale mmesimama imara, asanteni sana. Lakini liandika kitambo kidogo. Ngoma yenyewe inazungumzia mambo yanaendelea hivi sasa, na on one side inaongelesha viongozi, uongo wao, cosmetic solutions, kila siku ni story za hapo sasa. So basically kwa watu wale tuliowapoteza kwenye maandamano, tunasimama imara na nyinyi. Kwa familia zilizopoteza watu wao, tunasimama imara na nyinyi. Kwa wale ambao wako katika maandamano tukipigania haki yetu, tunasimama imara na nyinyi. Sio kukosana naye, kutengana naye, kuachana. Oh, hapo imetosha kionjo. This next song, let's sing it for our brothers and sisters, those that we lost during this very, very difficult and trying time. Ngoma inaitwa Amina. Wangapi wanajua Amina? Sasa hii kwa heshima ya wale tuliwapoteza, kindly if you can stand, tuimbe ngoma pamoja, sio? Let's go. I love you too. Mkono moja hivi. If you know the lyrics, sing. Oh mama, panguza chozi, siyo tafakari vita vya juzi, sikupenda kwangu kukuudhi, ila tu jana haubagui. Dada, panguza chozi, sijilawama kwa uzushi, kwani vita ya mandugu siya wakati hauniruhusu mimi kurekebisha yangu madhambi. Kwa hivyo naomba siku hii nikumbukie, ninataka siwe mpweke, namshukuru Mola kwa kuwepo, nasema amina. Let's go. Amina, 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 amina. Oh mpenzi, panguza chozi, sijijaze chuki wewe moyoni, hasara yote ya Mwenyezi. Oh rafiki, panguza chozi, sijumize we kichwa na maswali, utasame bila mkono wakati hauniruhusu mimi kurekebisha yangu madhambi. Kwa hivyo naomba siku hii nikumbukie, Minataka mucheke siku ya mwisho siwe mpweke. Namshukuru Mola. Hey, nasema Amina, let's go. Amina, Amina. Amina, Amina. Amina, Amina. Oh, sina nafasi nyingine ya kuwa na wewe. Nasikitika, ninaumia, lakini nina siwasikii mwawaloni nzimi wakati hanisumi kurekebisha yangu madhambi. Kwa hivyo naomba siku hii nikumbukie, minataka mucheke siku ya mwisho siwe mpweke. Namshukuru Mola kwa kuwepo, nasema amina mara ya mwisho. Amina, amina. 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 Mbarikiwe sana. Thank you so much. You can have your seat now. Lakini kama kawaida, kabla niwaage lazima niimbe nyimbo ya hapo sasa. Nakuaga mikwaheri, nakutakia laheri. Jamani mpenzi, nakuaga mikwaheri nami kukupenda misi. Jamani mpenzi, tukiwa na wewe mambo yako enda kombo. Japoni. One more time. Nakuaga mikwaheri, nakutakia la kukupenda misi. Jamani mpenzi. Thank you very much. Mbarikiwe.
There we go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can we have another round of applause for the one and only Sanipe? Anyone else grew up listening to Sanipe? Yeah, I was too young to be singing Najuta. I don't know what I was jutaring at that age, but we'll move from art right now and we'll have a conversation on digital activism, and I would like my guests to join me on stage right now. Laura, we have Laura, who is she's a journalist, a celebrated journalist. We have James. Have a seat, Laura, please. We have James, who's a digital activist. We have Winnie, who is in the tech space, in policy making. And lastly, we have Maura, who is the vice president of LSK. So, we're trying to have a conversation on digital activism, and we know that digital activism has undergone a massive transformation, especially in the last couple of weeks during the protests, and it has changed where the manner in which we leverage policies. It has enabled us to, come up with social and political change. And the first question I have is for you, Laura. How has digital activism evolved in Kenya over the past decade, particularly in the light of the protest that has been happening?
Okay. Thanks for that. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but yes, go ahead.
Okay. So when it comes, I've been a journalist for more than 20 years. And the difference is that when we started out, Facebook had just started. So Facebook was about looking for your old friends from school. And there was nothing really about activism. It was about just social media. So over the years, we started getting celebrities on social who we didn't have access to before, but people that we admire, and then that's what it was all about. But now it became more than that, because organizations started seeing that if you go on social media with the influencer that you like, then you're able to sell whatever service you're selling. You can sell soap, you can sell a school, you can do anything you want to do. But now, because it's such a very natural way of us interacting with one another, when the protest started, it just got a life of its own. All of a sudden, now, if I want any information, I can actually get it online, because there's somebody who's taken the time to put together whatever is in the ICTA bill, whatever is in the, I don't know, digital, one of the digital bills, even with the finance bill itself, that's where it started. So now digital activism is basically, one, getting information at your fingertips that you didn't have access to before. So if you paint it that way, then that's really a powerful platform to use, that you can be able to get information, share the same information, consume the information, and make informed decisions based on that.
We know that digital platforms such as TikTok and X Spaces have played such a crucial role in these times, and more people want to understand how they can get into it. James, I know as a digital activist, could you perhaps let us know how someone can advocate for their rights as well as others through digitally? Yeah.
Pardon?
I'm asking how someone can get into digital activism, how they can advocate for their own rights as well as others.
Basically, if you are into tech, you would build an app or a website that puts out information out there, a kind of public participation, civil education kind of stuff that gives information to Kenyans out there about governance, about law, about constitutionalism, about the rule of law, about how an economy runs, and so on. Social media is easier because just involves getting into, for example, X, opening an account, same as TikTok or Facebook or any other platform that is popular. Then following up on should I say, the opinion makers and the drivers of these conversations, that would influence how you view governance, how you view law, how you view economics, and it would influence how someone expresses themselves in matters to do with governance and so on. But social media is easier than coming up with an app, coming up with a website, and so on.
Maura, I understand we have the freedom of speech, but to what extent can you say what you want online?
The limits on freedom of expression, because that's how it's denoted or quoted within the law, in fact, has to have an overarching effect on other people, because then why would you be expressing yourself to suit yourself? I mean, as I'm expressing myself, I should be able to actually affect the other person or the other group of persons. So to speak, that the limit should be, because not all rights are unlimited. There are those that can be limited, and freedom of expression is one of them. But the parameters through which that right can be limited is the observance of the effect of what happens when it is disseminated. So if I say, for instance, I don't like this space. Let me use this space. I don't like this space because I am an alumnus of the Catholic University, so I think I can say it. I really have an honest and a jovial feeling about this institution, but I'm using it as an example. I don't like this institution because it's a Catholic institution. That's my expression. It's an example, yeah? Just for the record. I see my very good dean and aunties here, so I have to qualify it. I have a right to say that expression because that is what I feel. Within the context and environment on the regime of human rights, you have to be able to take it out so that other people can understand what you're saying. And expression as a right, even though it can be limited, is something, or is a right that is transient. it has to exist, because then without the right to express yourself, then what society are we living in? Are we living in a cube? But because we don't live in a cube, and in the progressive regime of the Kenyan 2010 constitution and all other enabling legislations that surround that, then for instance, if I were to call you over the phone and say and insult you, then there is a regime of law that says, this is the Kenya Communication Amendment Act, that says it's a misuse of a telecommunication device, which now becomes a criminal offense. But there's another regime for it. I mean, there's another discussion for it. But you can see that the limitations, in fact, are extended to what is permissible by law. If I take my phone and probably I call the Inspector General of Police and I tell him or her that you are such a fool by allowing your police officers to shoot at innocent civilians, of course I have insulted him or her. And is it permissible within the law? It is an argument which is on a slippery slope, because I have actually told him the truth on one end, let's say, or her, but on another end, I have actually injured their personality. Between me and them, they are offended, or he or she is offended. But is it permissible? My correct answer is yes, because the extent or the measure to which the limitation operates is to permit that to be said. Because on one end, there is an injury that is permanent. What is that injury? There are police officers who have killed innocent, peaceful protesters. And it's a fact. So when you say you express yourself, if you are not allowed to express yourself, then you could imagine the explosion that will come when everyone is now tired of bottling up whatever they are supposed to express themselves. So it is a right which, in my opinion, is extremely important in the social democratization of a nation. If you cannot speak, if you cannot express yourself, I was just laughing about it the other day, that we were coming from a time when imagining the death of a president. Remember, imagination is partly transient expression. You are imagining, I'm imagining a nice lunch today. Now, imagining the death of a president was treasonous. I mean, like, how do you even prove that? So imagine that someone will imagine that you've imagined. So you see, the context of where we are right now in the progress. I don't want to say it because, I mean, I also don't want to test it, but you can actually say it,
right.
That which cannot be imagined, yes.
And perhaps, let's say someone actually does say it, and there are legal actions taken against them. How do you defend yourself when you're taken in front of a court?
There is a presumption, especially on the regime of expression, because then there is the offenses of libel and slander, defamation. But when you're a public officer and an officer of the caliber of His Excellency or the deputy president or a governor or a deputy governor and so on, there is an expectation that someone will take a jibe at you just for the office that you hold. So it is contextually permissible to actually say it, and no one will take you to court over that remark, and if they do, then they suffer that ridicule of trying to prosecute an expression, a right. When you say the office of the First Lady is illegal, they are withdrawing public funds and misusing public funds. I have said it here now. There is no context in which that can be illegal in any case, because one, it's true, but number two, there is a higher question of public funds that you're speaking to. It's a very sensitive and emotive area that, in a diaphragm of constitutional truth, must be said. I'm not saying that you can say anything. There are those who say anything. I mean, you see the bloggers, they say whatever they say. And I'm not saying that we can caution or limit that expression, but if you curtail that freedom, then you risk having a bottled, unexpressed emotions which can lead to something which is totally unexpected and something which cannot be predicted. And I mean, look at an example in the Arab world where these expressions are actually extremely limited. There is no historical context like what happened in the Arab Spring. It happens and everyone shoots up and everyone is, revolutions start because of one gentleman in Algeria setting himself ablaze.
because of that singular act. And in fact, wasn't that an expression in a digital world? And it was shared across the globe, and it sparked a revolution within the Arab world and ended in Egypt, went into the Middle East and ended in Egypt. I don't know if there is a better way, a better poetic way of making an expression than, you know, that self-immolation of a person, giving yourself as an ultimate sacrifice to express what you feel. Yeah.
As we've seen, platforms such as TikTok, X has contributed to so much in the way that people express themselves, but it comes with a lot of challenges. And Winnie, maybe if you can speak on data protection. What's actually there for someone's data to be protected? Someone is scared, might be scared that my information is out there, it's being tracked, I'm being watched. What are the outlines that are put in place for that?
Okay, thank you. We have the Data Protection Act in Kenya, which is a 2019 regulation. So as a natural person, or as we in the data protection space, we say as a data subject, you have certain rights under the Data Protection Act, including right to information that an organization has about you. So if you feel that a certain organization has information about you and they've shared this information with, say, a government agency for them to track you, then you have a right to request that information to be given to you, and they need to tell you who they share this information with, and you also have a right to complain to the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. But what I've seen happening is most of these politicians are now weaponizing the Data Protection Act as well as the Computer Misuse and Cyber Crimes Act, where you express yourself online and then you're targeted based on what you said. But then I don't understand why this is something that is happening. Yet the Data Protection Act is there to actually protect you as an individual and also safeguard your right to privacy and also promote other rights that you might have, including your right to freedom of expression, to express yourself, to say what you want to say about the organization without feeling scared. Will they come for me? Am I going to be next? What are they going to do about me? You know, and what will happen to my family? Such kind of things. So the Data Protection Act is a good place to start, as long as we do not weaponize it to go against the individuals that it is supposed to protect. For example, we saw the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner actually issuing a statement saying that the Salimia Yeye whatever campaign that was happening was against the rights of MPs to privacy. But then, where was the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner during electioneering period, where most of us received text messages telling us, vote for me for this and this position?
There's the issue of internet access as well. During the protests, we saw that spaces such as X were shut down. The internet was slow. How do you go about that? How can someone access the internet even when there's government censorship?
I think the issue of internet shutdowns has been there for the longest time. And especially in Africa, we've seen regimes trying to make sure that people do not express themselves online, because we can see the impact where now the protests are moving from online to the streets. So what I'd say would be the best place to start is have a VPN. So when you have VPN, it masks your IP address, so it is not very easy for them to track where you are. So that is one of the ways that you can do that. There's also communicating through encrypted technologies. For example, if you feel like when you're communicating on X, it is say a public platform, everyone knows what you're planning, what is the next step and all of that. Can we move this into a place where it is more, I say closed, say there's end-to-end encryption, we can discuss issues there, say something like Telegram or Signal, such kind of spaces. The other thing I'd say is we maybe need to have a law in this country that speaks to accountability of these platforms, where these platforms can be able to protect individuals from the information being, say, shared, or from governments throttling the internet so that you don't share this information outside. So we need laws on that particular aspect. The other aspect I'd say is we need laws on the extent of surveillance that a company or a national government can have over you. Because as long as we do not have a law that limits national surveillance, if you can say that anything that the government does is in the public interest, is in national security, and we're not very specific on what this is, then it means that any information that you share, anything that you do online can actually be used by the government, arguing that it is for public interest or it is for national security.
Right. I think right now we can move to the audience, probably take 1-2 questions for any of our panelists. Anyone with the mic? Okay. I think we can continue the conversation and then maybe towards the end. And we're also live on X. If there's anyone who has any question on X and would like to pose it to any of our panelists, kindly you can take the mic as well. We have Farah on X. Yes, Farah, go ahead. Farah, you can introduce yourself and tell us who your question is to. I think Farah's having an issue with the connection, but I would like to move our conversation forward. Laura, people are very passionate today. Everyone is aware of what's happening. Kenyans are more informed more than ever. And maybe as a journalist, you can let us know, how can someone thread around misinformation, disinformation, so that they are not doing an injustice to themselves as well as their audience?
Unfortunately, there are no shortcuts when it comes to misinformation and disinformation. It's also a tool, just the way digital activism is a tool. Those who are opposed to your message actually come at you with misinformation and disinformation. And the only way to counter that actually is by educating yourself. So you do have, I guess, platforms of people like Linda Katiba, even the LSK. They're actually organizations that make it their business to give you correct information. And so the best way is to go look at this information, see what the truth is, compare it to what is being accused, and then you take it from there. I like what the gentleman said from LSK. Basically, libel and defamation, those are two things as a journalist you just have to learn, because anything that you report, which is the truth, has to fall under certain guidelines. So even when you start speaking on the different platforms, you have to be well informed so that what you're saying is the truth. And if you do see somebody who's misinforming others, and we've seen it happening a lot, especially on the X platform, you can actually go against them and say, hey, these are the facts, what you're saying is a lie. That's the best way to counter disinformation. But then you also have to be really keen. I mean, now, of course, you have people juxtaposing pictures on other pictures, putting audio where it wasn't there before. So if you do play around with those kind of technologies, then you're able to see some of the things that are truth and some of the things that are not true. So you do have to do your homework. When you look at something on social platforms, you have to actually investigate it a bit thoroughly, because even an announcement from State House saying the president is speaking at 2 p.m., you could have disinformation about that as well. So you just have to have your eyes open, look at the information that you're consuming very keenly, and anytime you see somebody misinforming or disinforming others, then you need to counter it, even just as a responsible citizen.
I hear we have a participant on X by the name Esther. Esther, kindly introduce yourself and let us know what your question is and to who. I think there's an internet problem with the X space. However, we can continue with our conversation. James, as we can see right now, people are very passionate online and they want to advocate for their rights, they want to speak their mind, but there's a sense of people questioning their sincerity and authenticity. They're like, are you even really doing this for yourself, or there's another interest involved? How have you, as a digital activist, managed to stay on your ground throughout the years for what you stand for, and how can someone at home what can they take away from what you've practiced?
I think I would say that virtue is hard to come by, and that we've seen in the years before politicians and some activists take advantage. Actually, they are opportunists, take advantage of, say, social agitation to benefit from it. So if you genuinely want this from the heart, I guess virtue can be taught, but then it has to come from inside you. You have to push it, you have to want it, it has to be authentic, and it has to be from you. Do it not for the love of money, do it not for the love of favors or whatever benefits some NGOs are giving out there, because there are NGOs out there and civil societies that are paying out activists, and it has happened before and it is still happening even now.
There was also this conversation this morning that you can be a digital activist, but you also need funding. I mean, where is that person, I don't know, supposed to buy certain items to even go out there and protest? What's your opinion on that? I think this can go towards my entire panel. You can start, James.
Well, I would agree to a certain level. You need funds for activism, for example, for placards, for banners, for their flyers, and sometimes goes to fare and maybe lunch. But it is possible to still have activism without all that funding. Actually, most of what has happened in the past few months for the Gen Z protests have actually not received a lot of funding from out there as some people think. Some of us have been contributing our own money to print T-shirts, to print placards, to print banners, to print posters. It's possible to not receive funding, but still do authentic activism.
We need the same question.
For me, I'd say there's a place for funding, but how I'd phrase it is this way. If we are going to fund, we can fund within ourselves, within the movement, the same way we've done Mchanga to contribute to the hospital bills, the way we had Kenyans for Kenya. Such kind of initiatives can be a form of funding for such kind of movements. We don't have to rely on other third parties to fund the movements.
Maura?
The ultimate test in resource mobilization for any organization is the purpose to which the resources are being allocated for. And you see, the main question around whatever topical issue we are discussing is the influence of third-party, transnational or trans-international players who sponsor local and domestic activities for purposes of a larger global sphere. So the question that we ought to ask ourselves is the extent to which the state can actually support such movements, because it is a guarantee and a right. And then with each right means there's an obligation on someone. So instead of just giving you a notice that we want to peacefully picket and demonstrate, we are also writing to Treasury that we need an allocation of, say, 10 million Kenya shillings to buy T-shirts, as my brother is saying, because it is within the diaphragm of a democratic space. If you cannot mobilize, for instance, if you can't do Mchanga or you can't do what is happening right now in terms of the pay bill numbers and the normative collection methods, then there has to be a legal way to address it, because the law in itself is not a vacuum, and the constitutive Article 37 is not like a platitude, a mere, oh, by the way, we have some ink left, let's just write Article 37. It has a meaningful purpose, and the purpose has a historical context. So when we are talking about resource mobilization or funding, let's not be embarrassed about it. Let's engage openly and say, yes, we can't go for maandamano if you don't have water. You can't go for maandamano if you don't have a face mask. Now we've learned you can't go for maandamano if you don't have, say, protective gear. Maybe we'll get to a point where we say, and this is normative constitutional discourse, that we actually need to invest in firearms, in flak jackets. Because, I mean, all you are left with is a phone and a stone, and someone is carrying a live ammunition, which, by the way, and this is very important, many independent observers are saying even the ammunition that is being used is not traceable, is not something which is within a register that you can say, in the morning you left with firearm, serial number, blah, 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 with 47 rounds of ammunition. No, they cannot be traced. So it is a conversation that we must be able to talk about honestly, that, hey, look here, we need funds, not funds from, say, Ford Foundation, so to speak, or, the comical aspect of Tumetenga, 10 million Tumetenga. It's an honest conversation about a people-driven agenda, a people's-driven movement that actually requires serious funding, and this funding, in my opinion, does not necessarily have to come from within the movement. It can come from without, and especially government should be able to account for that resource mobilization, because it's the constitutional off button. You are switching off the system to switch it on again for a rebirth.
I think I agree to a certain extent. The biggest thing, though, is when it comes to funding, there has to be a way for it to be above reproach. So if you're getting funding, you should be able to say, this is how much we've gotten from here, so that it's not hiding as much as now that we can't trace the bullets even. But if you're open enough and say, okay, this is what we've received and this is what we're going to use it for. What has happened now, though, it's been good because just Kenyans collectively have been helping one another. Somebody brings water, somebody brings some Colgate that you put under your eyes, but there has to be some form of accountability. This is where it came from. There's even a lady whose kids wanted to join the protest at some points, like, you can't join me, but how you can help, just write this placard here, write what we're going to say on the streets. And that's their form of contribution to, letting themselves be expressed online on the streets. And as long as there's accountability, then I think funding should be an option. I mean, we have political parties being funded for their campaigns by the government. So why can't these activists be funded?
Final question. I think we'll make it short since we're headed to the next segment. But what trends do you foresee in the digital space moving forward? How can Kenyans use technology to not only speak their mind, but fight for their rights? Laura?
I think social media right now should be used as a tool of education, because you do have Good Samaritans putting all this information down, and we do not have an excuse as Kenyans not to be informed about what our rights are. So even when you are arrested by police, when you speak your rights, then they're also taken aback because they don't expect you to know. And I think civil education has been a big problem because we've always followed, going for the barazas in the different counties, going to talk to, people in the city halls. But then social media is such a powerful platform to be able to push civic education in the way that hasn't been there before. So I think going forward, it's going to be a tool for all the information that is needed. Like even right now, with some of the CSs being called back, you do have that opportunity to express your displeasure or your pleasure. But the fact that you know your rights now is the most important thing when it comes to the future of tech, when it comes to digital activism.
James?
I think I would agree with what she has said, that this here is a public participation. And it was not so prevalent in some years ago. And we are going to have more of this all through the country. And I have seen, there's a gentleman called Galmadido too. I think he does his stuff on TikTok, goes and talks to citizens, then broadcasts it, I think records it, then posts it on his TikTok account. I think we will have more Kenyans doing that. We'll have more Kenyans engaging in citizen assemblies all over the country. We are going to decentralize this to the 47 counties and to all sub-counties. And I think it's about time we start thinking about probably using, for example, blockchain in our election system. If we had a blockchain technology conduct our elections, we would have maybe more verifiable elections in the future. An election where you can actually confirm without doubt that this guy got this amount of votes, this particular MP got this amount of votes, and so on. You can actually trace the rejected votes, and so on.
Winnie?
For me, I'd say this is a space that is growing, and I think it would continue to grow into the future. I mean, right now we are seeing technologies that allow us to even search our members of parliament, what are the kind of corruption things they've been involved in. So the moment you're able to document these things, we can always come back and ensure that these people are accountable to us in the future. And also such forums like this, I'm sure they're going to continue into the future, where we have such kind of discussions that are affecting the nation and how best can we as citizens put our government to account.
Maura, final sentiment?
I believe that where we are heading to in terms of a global citizenry is that we will be able to use technology to even predict certain political outcomes. And with this, I mean, for instance, we could have technology that is AI-driven that will even predict grand corruption, will even predict effective use of public resources, will even predict certain outcomes in terms of budgetary processes that would be able to quickly make it easy or digestible to the larger public, so that these technologies will be used to assess, as my sister is saying, to assess and measure effectiveness of government. For instance, if a particular road was, set aside, some funds were set aside for its development, then it will be easier to use technology to measure whether there was effective use of public resources, and also to forecast a predictable way in which the political consciousness can be used. For instance, sadly to say that we have a vivid memory of what happened, say, in 1991, 1992, what happened in 1997, we are forgetting what happened in 2007, and there were small skirmishes in 2013, now culminating to 2017. But you see, when you have backup of technology, unlike the human mind that is susceptible to emotional healing, technologies don't have that form of therapeutic comfort, so that you can use the same technology, in fact, to heal yourself politically by constantly reminding you of where you are supposed to be heading to. And we are seeing this. In fact, you've even given a better example. There are guys on X right now who cannot speak, or they are unable to speak. And that in itself is a barrier of what we are talking about. And the panel itself is on, technological activism. We have guys who cannot express themselves in a topical issue that is so relevant to what we are saying. We will not be able to have members of parliament who just, for the sake of it, insult the consciousness of those who voted or those who employed them, and then use the same law to say that they are protected areas, you cannot come to parliament. It's a relationship like a bank and the customer. Between my bank and myself, I am the creditor, the bank is the debtor. It's not the other way around. The member of parliament or the elected representative cannot be the employer. The employer is the voter. So I've never seen a rather comical issue that there can be a problem when your employer comes to your place of work to say hi. I mean, it's a simple issue. It's a human resource issue. The voters went to say hi to the employees. So anyway, I may be sidestepping. But.
Thank you, Maura. I wouldn't want to be the person that stands between you and your lunch. However, we have an artist in the room with us. Oh, we have one question. All right. The mic.
We will hear. Yes.
All right. Kindly let someone bring you the mic so that, yes, also our viewers at home can listen. Go for it.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, good. As we get onto this digital space, activism, education, etc., do bodies like NCIC still have a role? And if they don't, Do we have any more justification to keep funding them out of public resources?
I think that question is towards Maura.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. I believe that even our historical context in why we have such constitutionally mandated bodies is for purposes of addressing a political as well as a social underpinning context that we find ourselves as a people. I don't want to say as a country, but as a people. As recent as 2 weeks ago, the legislator from, anyway, I know his name, Farah Maalim. For purposes of this context, I do not want to use the prefix Honorable Farah Maalim because there is no honor in that. It is important that they dig in more into the claw so that they can have the legitimacy and the purpose of why they are established. And this goes to all other oversight authorities, that the legal framework is there, but the goodwill may be lacking. And I agree with you, there is a larger call on why public resources are utilized and continue to fund them when they are ineffectively not doing what they ought to do. For instance, if you look at IPOA, and this is something that we must speak about, they have a statutory duty. In fact, as they sit as a board, one of their members is the Inspector General, one of their board members is the Inspector General of Police. The Inspector General of Police has a statutory mandate to report any human rights abuse that happens under the hands of the police. I am telling you with a lot of confidence that until now there has never been any time that the Inspector General of Police has ever reported to the board of IPOA that a Kenyan has been killed by a police officer, as ridiculous as it sounds, because we all know that Kenyans are not dying because of bullets from Al-Shabaab or God knows Mau Mau.
Yeah.
I mean, they're dying because of the National Police Service. And when we changed that name from the National, when we changed it from it used to be called the Kenya Police Force, the force was changed for a reason, not because of constitutional glossing, but it is now a service, utumishi. Same as for the National Cohesion and Integration Commission. Its mandate is to actually enforce that as a Kenyan people, we live within the harmony and the cohesion of a society, a people that is driven towards harnessing humanity and development. So I agree with you, in fact, to that conclusion where you say if they are not serving the mandate, but then if we remove it, then we'll be left with a vacuum where politicians used to say madoa doa, they would go and say wale watu wa uko, which, I mean, like for instance, the Gen Z, and I'm not saying in the context of what we are doing, but in another future, these guys do not look at each other as, they look at each other as, the concept of being a human being first, not the concept of being light-skinned, the concept of having curly hair, the concept of having big eyes or small noses, like me, broad bodies.
Maura, I think, yes. We have one more question on X so that we wrap up. Esther, kindly go ahead with your question.
The concept of having big eyes or small noses, like me, broad bodies.
Maura, I think, yes. We have one more question on X so that we wrap up. Esther, kindly go ahead with your question.
Can you hear me?
We have one more question on X so that we wrap up. Esther, kindly go ahead with your question.
Hello, can you hear me, please?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Esther.
Thank you very much. My question is, earlier I mentioned the travel budget for the president last year, which was 18 billion, can cover a lot
yes,
of...
Yes, go ahead, Esther.
Sorry. Thank you very much. I mentioned earlier in this case that the 18 billion shillings that the president spent on travel last year can cover all the health and education sectors that have been cut off from the last year's budget and this year's budget. Things like the food feeding program, the JSS teachers, Edu Afia, Linda Mama, matters pertaining to health and education that have been cut off from our budget, and we are being convinced that the country is too broke to fund. Yes, we can fund an 18 billion travel plan for the president in 1 year. My question is to the Law Society. Because education and health is a constitution guarantee, is guaranteed by the Constitution, can we go to court and challenge this budget? The deputy president had a 1.8 billion budget for luxury items. There's a confidential expenditure that is almost $1 billion as well in the office of the president. There's the 18 billion for the president alone to travel. There's money, but it's going to luxury, travel, renovations, things that really don't matter, the spouses' offices, things that do not matter and that are not enshrined in the Constitution. Education and health is enshrined, and I want us to find a way to challenge these constitutional malpractices that we are seeing in this government.
We had a hard time hearing Esther's question fully, but I think it was towards Maura, and I think she needs clarification on the Constitution and the limitations of freedom of speech. Kindly make it short.
The Constitution?
Yes, Esther was asking on the Constitution and the freedom of speech. What are the limitations that are there when it comes to digital activism?
And I think we had discussed this earlier on, but I think we can take it a notch higher. As a segmented right, the right to expression can be limited, and it can be limited within a legal framework. There are many regimes of law that limit the right to expression. You will realize that expression cannot only be verbal or textual. That's not the only. For instance, if I mock you, like I just take out my tongue out and, like, it's an expression. If I, do a signage, it's also an expression. So the limitation of the right to expression is dependent on where it is heading. For instance, there are some insignia that have been globally designated as being contrary to humanity. For instance, the swastika. It is an expression. As we are currently heading, and sorry to use this example, I know even my aunt is here, but the use of the middle finger has now found itself politically to be permissible. It is no longer offensive. In fact, it is an expression that is used even within political circles as an expression of dissatisfaction. I'm telling you progressively, yes. You look shocked.
Are
you sure? You look shocked. Yes. It is no longer offensive. To some it is, but it is no longer offensive. It is progressive. So nonetheless, you see even the slippery slope that the freedom of expression is, even to our own panel, is that we are disagreeing on it. But I felt as though we agreed on it when I said about the swastika. Everyone was, swastika is bad.
Right.
I mean, 6 million people died over that thing. That thing is not good. But when I expressed it in a different way, there was disagreement. So that even that test is not an objective one. It is a subjective one, depending on the applicability and usability of the expression itself. If I wink at you, some people take offense. Some find it as a gesture of flattery maybe. Some find it as a gesture of acknowledgement, like, that guy, whatever that guy said is good. But to certain quarters, it is not permissible as being, even the say the LGBTQ agenda and their signage may be and it's an expression. It is an expression. And you see expression.
Maura, I hate to cut you short.
You should.
But the conversation is continuing on X, and my name is Rukia Bule. From here on, I want to invite an artist whose song for the last 1 month has been trending everywhere. Can anyone guess?
Yes.
Go ahead. Anguka nayo. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone stand on your feet. Allow us to welcome Wadaglis to the stage. Don't be scared to break a little sweat. I'll be in the backstage doing the same. Thank you to my panelists.
Hello, DJ.
You want to dance?
Check.
Okay.
Shaskia. Nachoshaskia. Nachoshaskia. Check it. Hello.
Nachoshaskia. Wadaglis.
Check it. Well. Check.
Nachoshaskia tukiingia ni kublast. Huko ngabado unachukuliwa madaso. Anguka nayo tabaki umeflow na vibe. Ati anguka nayo koko single for now. Mdaki mteja patikani. Hadi late night saa 6 ndo taniwai. Nikupin location na nkofana na hii. Sukate call niko chombaya ji. Mimi najua utakuwa ilizo release. Hata nikushow kwanza form ya didon. Nishashika mpua na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mini. Sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free. Take a video na post pale NGC. Ni Kantel kurapsi ni talent. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo, twende down low now. Stand up to your feet, mikono juu alafu click. Tuliza pesa alafu one leg. Anguka nayo. One leg. Anguka nayo. Check it. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo kama uko na new cast.
Anguka nayo kona pati na magwata.
Anguka nayo round 2 kwa iba. Anguka nayo anguka nayo anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Check it.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Na katika mfuko banduka. Cheza chini ukikonezo maduta. Anguka nayo baby girl ushaitika. Dagi matisho za wadati babe. Ama dali Sabu serikali Juni serikali Tamka asali Sina jua ni nani Flow ni shati Ki Umedua hapo down Chi Awo
Mutekiwa poa deli mi Ti
Mana ho
Mana zogo
Anguka nayo
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 Anguka nayo msuku Anguka nayo kama uko na new cut. Anguka nayo kona pati na magwata. Anguka nayo round 2 kwa ibasha.
Anguka nayo. Check it. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo.
Check it. Anguka nayo kama uko na new cut. Anguka nayo kona pati na magwata. Anguka nayo round 2 kwa ibasha. Anguka nayo
Anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Hello. Check it. Nachoshaskia. Nachoshaskia. Ni wadaki. Hello.
Nachoshaskia. Wadaki.
Check it.
Nachoshaskia tukiingia ni kublast. Huko ngabado unachukuliwa madam. So anguka nayo itabaki umeflow na vibe. Anguka nayo koko single for now. Mdaki mteja patikani. Hadi night saa 6 ndo taniwai. Nikupin location na nkofana na hii. Sukate call niko chomba ya ji. Mimi najua utakuwa
ilizo release.
Acha nikushow kwanza form ya didon. Nishashika mpoa na twende chini kwa chini akiwa hadi na mini. Sasa tunasikiza Shin City tuna feel free. Take a video na post pale NGC. Jina ni Kantel kurapsi ni talent. Anguka nayo.
Check it. Anguka nayo twende down low now. Stand up on your feet mikono juu alafu click.
Tuliza pesa alafu one leg. Anguka nayo. One leg.
Anguka nayo. Check it. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo.
Anguka nayo.
Check it. Anguka nayo kama uko na new cut. Anguka nayo kona pati na magwash. Anguka nayo round 2 kwa ibas. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. anguka nayo. Cheki, anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Na katika msupa webanjuka, cheza chini ukikwendezo mazuta. Anguka nayo baby girl ushaitika. Mdagi matisho za wadagi is big. Ama dali, sabu serikali, juli serikali, tamka asali. Simnajua ni nani, flow ni shaki, umetuwa aweda umi, wewe. Deli mi, mana hu, mana zogo. Anguka nayo. Anguka nayo. Cheki, anguka nayo kama kona. Anguka nayo kama kona nyuka. Anguka.
Anguka nayo.
Yes, welcome back, everyone. We are going to be resuming the conversation on X, and I do see a few requests for speaker opportunities. So we're going to start with the ladies first. Over to you, Madam Esther. If you can hear me, go ahead, unmute your mic, and leave your contribution to this discussion. Yeah, I've gone ahead and the person using the handle checks only. Do you have any contribution to make? I'm going to be admitting a few more speakers. Stand by, give it a few minutes. Right, we have more speakers who've joined us. I think we can go with Mr. Jairus Musyoka. Do go ahead and share your contribution to this afternoon's discussion. Kim001, are you in a position to join in and share your contribution? Go ahead. Any of the speakers available? Go ahead, Minister Radak. If you want to speak, go ahead. The floor is open. Kenya for Kenya, do you have something to share? Go ahead.
Being that you're poor before because you don't work hard enough. And in fact, I've not met more hardworking people than poor people. You go to Madare at 4 in the morning, at 3 in the morning, people are literally moving. In fact, some kids don't even see their parents, and what do they even bring home? And then they tell you, some people come and say that I came from charcoal to gold, when all of us know that they stole from the poor to become rich. And even the president himself, remember the narrative, he went to State House with that I am one of you, I stole from you and became rich. But now he still thinks he's of course one of us. We living in a society that of course celebrates thieves, right? And Kasmuel has talked over individualism in the society we are living in. As far as a poor person is concerned, if you go to Madare and this person has public health care, this person has a high quality education system, and has all these public goods, then you see Samuel is struggling so hard so that when he gets sick, he can afford to go to a good private hospital. And if Samuel doesn't have money, he dies like a dog. Yeah. And now we can even shift that conversation, because it is very irritating to listen to someone talking, even talking about young people being bribed to go in the street and die. Because
it's because his imagination cannot imagine, because of his way of schooling and his way of thinking. You cannot imagine that humans can wake up and say, this is my country. I will set aside. If his brain doesn't have that kind of thinking.
And maybe historically, this is not new. What is happening historically? We've always had tipping points. At some point, when our people were being brutalized by British imperialism, what happened? They rose against British imperialism with their spears against the mighty empire, and fought against British imperialism. That did not stop. They lost. We got independence, but it was independence for a few people to continue stealing. Did Akina Kagia go to sleep? They continued with the struggle. In fact, Baimunge went back to the forest, and he was killed together with General Chui. Right. So the struggle continued. So there was an intergenerational inheritance of what? Of struggle. And the struggle takes different forms. At that time, the only way the forest, and he was killed together with General Chui. Right. So the struggle
continued. We're still called the same thing, and that tells you nothing much has. I mean, there's a lot that has changed. It's important for us to honor what has changed, because let me give you an example that actually it's Mama who was sharing with us. When they were fighting for independence, for multipartyism especially, Moi was so brutal that they couldn't sit four people in one table and talk. And then, in addition to that, we had this thing called provincial administration, PCs, DOs, and DCs that were reigning the country. Now, the reason those are important to name is it's important for us to understand that we've actually had some victories. Because if people don't name victories, it looks like we're always like doing the same thing. But actually,
I'm sorry
the society.
to be so rude, because you guys have radicalized me. I feel like I need to go to the streets right now. I need to go to the streets right now. Let me tell you why. Taking up of arms is the same as education.
Yes.
Because the colonialists called them Mau terrorists.
Yeah.
Our president, when we had roses, man, and water bottles, called us terrorists. So to the establishment, an educated mind, a mind that has a willingness to change. So change is equivalent to terrorism. And he also raised another point, which, and I'm sorry, I'm getting goosebumps because I'm too radicalized and censored. He has raised a problem which I think is the middle class problem. That bedevils the country in such a way that, as Kasmo, as Masitarus and we will sit down and say, instead of us changing the country, instead of us, because if I fall sick, I want to work hard and take cars or Masi to India or to other countries. I do not want Kenyatta Hospital to give me better services. And you see, it is a culture that's been ingrained in us such that we want, the middle class problem can be summarized as the need to privatize public programs. So, a deficit in education, because you know CBC is a very bad system, right? You know CBC is bad. Because you don't want, it's a bad system and you don't want your child, what do you want to do? Homeschool, you take them to international school instead of you us going to the streets and saying, down with this system. Healthcare is bad, I will take mine to other countries. So do you transport garbage? Let's contribute, let's crowdsource and have a little security council. And therefore, it shows that, and when you said a lot has changed, I'm like, no, it has always been the willingness of the people to say enough is enough. Enough is enough is a statement of treason. I dare say, if you say enough is enough, you could be equated to a terrorist. And so for me, that just hit me when you guys were spewing this. And it's mind blowing for me that insight comes.
And I totally see what you're saying. I totally agree with it. And I think it's sitting with the end of it.
Right.
If we don't see that we have made progress, these systems were built by humans. So when I talk about the PC is not there, the DU is not there, they may have evolved, but it's important for us to understand that we actually got multipartism. It's important for us to understand we actually got. So I'm part of a civic. Obama Foundation runs this thing where they select global civic innovators, and I'm privileged to be have been selected for it. I know, right? And I'm grateful for it. And what I hear is I chatted with Americans and the likes.
To ensure that we remove all of them from these positions of power, because they have done nothing but to destroy the nation, to eat the nation, and to manipulate the nation into poverty, illiteracy, and agony. That is what they've done to this nation. And to say that the youth, we have a new mindset and we are bringing up a new era. And it is usually said that chaos presents an opportunity. Some people view chaos as a bad thing, but I know chaos as an opportunity. So, for example, if we see that the media is starting to take the government side and being dependent on the government to survive, then it means that this is destiny or nature giving us an opportunity for our new media personalities to rise. It means that if anyone here has a passion in media production or even broadcasting, it means nature is giving you an opportunity to build your media brand. This is the time to take that risk and invest in your media brand and build it, so that we can take away these media that have been captured by the state. This means that we are providing an opportunity for artists to rise, revolutionary artists to rise, whether artists in photography, artists in music, artists in drawing, or even in poetry. We are giving that opportunity for these artists to rise. So mine is to say that let us continue being firm. And I want to point out something that I've observed. When these people were given the position of CSS, I am a Luo, and I've been very disappointed in my fellow Luos who have been celebrating that Luos tumepewa, and that made me realize that we have a lot of people in this movement, but some of them are not legitimate. We have maybe people who are just trying to create content or be relevant, but we don't have people who are really passionate or really have a vision of what the future holds for us. I can now even compare Nuru Okanga better than most of us here, most of my Luo friends who are congratulating and celebrating because a Luo has been given CS. We both know that this is a government that has failed, and there is nothing that these CSs are going to do in there. All they're going to do is try to find excuses for them to loot more. And it is only in Africa where youth celebrate when their future is being robbed from them. And I've seen my Luo friends, sad to say, saying that Ruto will be president until 2032. That is the most stupid thing I've ever heard in this country. Because right now, if I look at my fellow youths, I'm 23 right now. It means that I am eligible to vie for any position, governmental position in Kenya, except the president or maybe the governor, but I'm eligible to vie for these positions. So if I still don't believe in myself and still celebrating people, looters and thieves who are still going into government to continue looting more, then it means that I don't understand what the future holds for us. We know that this is a government that since independence has been either of two things, either lying to us or incompetent to know nation cannot survive just on jobs alone. You see a president where whatever campaign the president holds, he just talks about jobs, affordable housing, Saudi Arabia jobs. These are jobs where Kenyans suffer. I want to see a nation where youths can be able to build their own businesses that can be able to go and even dominate the global market. Right now, we have different businesses in Kenya. For example, you talk about KFC, Java. These are not businesses that are owned by Kenyans. These are businesses that are owned by people from the US. And in fact, they don't even provide opportunity for farmers in Kenya, because KFC doesn't even use potatoes from Kenya, doesn't use chicken from Kenya. So these are things that the government doesn't see. So all they think about is seeing how, for example, we can work for KFC, not us building our own KFC. So the youth, I'm trying to tell you that we should open our eyes and see the future, what the future holds for us. That blogger, you who is blogging for the government, you should be able to be in a position to see if you can also hire your own bloggers to blog for you when you go for those positions, because we know you have ideas, you have agendas of how we can develop our nation. I don't want to take a lot of time, because we had only 20 minutes. So let me dedicate the rest of my time to other people to also speak as I hear, so that we can have a balanced state. And one thing I want to say, let us try and push civic education so that people can know, because some of us are ignorant. Maybe you have been to university or college, you've learned just the studies, but you have not really enlightened your mind. So please, in any opportunity you have, push the civic education and tell these people that we hold more, and we are the people to push this nation forward. So I say confidently that Ruto must go, and we should continue pushing this agenda to when we will win. Revolution doesn't come on a single day. Change doesn't come on a single day, but it takes time and it takes effort. Thank you so much, and may God bless all of you.
Thank you very much, Wakili Sami. Waziri Sami. I can see some more speakers. Jairus Musyoka, are you ready to come in to speak? What about Kim 001?
Am I audible?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Jairus.
Yeah, thank you, host, Madam President Faith Odhiambo, other hosts, and the entire guys in the space. Mine first is to condole with the heroes who passed away. It is unfortunate that the country 60 years old can maim their own citizen. Basically, I congratulate the Gen Zs. Myself, I'm not Gen Z, I'm Gen X. But what the Gen Zs have done has put Kenya, has written a Kenyan map in the entire world. These are giving us a new liberation, which has been curtailed by the politician. We have seen politicians grouping themselves. Right now, Kenya has no opposition. And I think it's higher time now the Gen Zs and Kenyans at large to be the opposition. We are supposed to be the watchdog, because now we have seen what wanasiasa wamefanya. They have grouped themselves. They want now to block what the Gen Zs are doing. I think it is high time as Kenyans to say enough is enough. we have seen wastage in the public sector, starting from the top. Majority of our public offices have been allocated a lot of money at the expense of major institutions like the EBS, which right now is not giving university the money for the students. We have also seen the corruption being glorified by the top guys, and even what we have seen with the major politician, those who are in Kenya Kwanza. We have their history. There are those who have history of shooting. There are those who have shoot people. Not even in Kenya Kwanza, even in the opposition, we have record for those people who have done that. So I think it is high time as Kenyans to say enough is enough. And let me pose this to legal team in the space. Is it because we have seen the signing of IBC bill, and we are expecting the next month to reconstitute the IBC. Once we do once the IBC is reconstituted, is it possible? Is it possible to start recalling the MPs? Because basically, if we can do this, it will be easier for us now to be able to bring down the Kenya Kwanza and the opposition down, because I'm seeing if we don't do that, it will mean now we are giving them a lifeline. And what I have seen with the new nominees in the cabinet, this is a campaign team for the Kenya Kwanza in 2027. The list of all those who have been brought, both the recycled cabinet secretaries and the ODM nominees, those are all these are campaign team to continue past 2027. And I think it's our time as Kenyans to think and to support the Gen Zs. I think their movement should not be curtailed by the selfish politicians, because we have seen this movement was started by Gen Zs, but along the way we have seen the politicians who their work is to get opportunity. They have in charge the movement, and now they are calling themselves the liberators of Kenyans, which in my case it is not supposed to be like that. They should not talk for the Gen Zs. Gen Zs have actually given their conditions, and all those conditions we have seen, they have not been approved by the executive. What we have seen is a manipulation. We have seen the dissolvement of, they have dissolved the cabinet. I again pose this to the legal team. Is it in order when the cabinet has been dissolved to be brought back? And in the case of the parliament, when now they are going to be taken to parliament for to be passed by the parliament, can they be approved by the parliament? Because I believe these are, when the cabinet was dissolved, it means the cabinet, I mean, there were issues for them to be dissolved. Why then why then are they being brought back again? So those are things probably the legal team should advise us, because Kenyans have no faith with the entire, or rather the cabinet secretary which was dissolved. If we go back to our forefathers who fought for this country so that we can get independent, the reason for us to for our forefathers to fight for independence was for us to be equal. But right now, there are few people who are governing this country. Less than 1,000 people are owning this country. They have taken hostage for over 52 million Kenyans. And unless there is equity in this country, people will never relent, because we cannot get a few individuals riding on behalf of Kenyans. In 1992, the multi-party democracy wave started. And we have seen through history what has happened. The freedom we have right now is because of the fight our forefathers did to free us from the one-party system. In 2010, the promulgation of Katiba yetu actually has given us a good document, which we are proud of. But now there are those who did not even endorse this constitution, and they are fighting. That's why we are seeing government does not even the government does not even respect the rule of law. When people are going picketing, it is your right to go and picket. But you find when you're picketing, you have only a flag and water and a phone, but you are being a threat to the state. I think this is high time we say enough is enough, because we are Kenyans, and Kenya is our business, and we cannot be taken for ride when we are doing what is in the constitution, like picketing. We cannot be fought by the state. We have seen what is happening. People are being killed. We have seen our children being maimed. What has happened? What have they done to deserve this? I know there are many people. We have NSIS in this team, in this space. We have this here in this space. But what we are saying, this is our rights, regardless of and even you DCI and NSIS, you are fathers. These are your children. These are your sisters and brothers, and they are being maimed. Like now, I have had the ODPP office saying that they don't approve. They don't even have evidence of the victim Masai Rex was killed. What are they telling us? Surely that means uh, our children have been killed and the evidence is destroyed. That was what they want to tell us. So I think right now it's high time for Gen Zs. The movement should not die. You need to push on. This is your time. You need to write a history. The same history which was written by our forefathers during the Mau Mau. You need to write that history. And your children and children will remember you. The fight you have fought, they will remember you. I've seen there are many people guys who have been vocal. The opposition has been vocal. But now they are silent because they have grouped and they are eating together. This is very wrong. So I think I would like to take more time. Mine is to say thank you, the host and the entire team. I'll be listening.
Unaona sasa ile signal ulikuwa umesema ya house.
Thank you very much, Gerald. I can see King 001 wanted to share his sentiments or her sentiments. Go ahead.
So, hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, but there's a lot of interference.
I think somebody has the mic on. It's clear, eh?
Just go ahead. Go ahead now.
Yeah, thank you for the platform. Sorry, I wasn't able to unmute earlier when you called my name out. Sorry for that. Now, before I really try to put a few questions across, kindly allow me put this out there, especially to the Gen X or the so-called boomers. Many are platforms that they've used to try and advise the Gen Zs or do this and the one common message that comes out of their mouth is, it's time to say enough is enough. It's the high time we remind these boomers that by the time we hit the streets, it is because we had already had enough of the rubbish that is going on in this government. So they don't really have to take a lot of time telling us or advising us now it's the time to say enough is enough. We are already there. The fact that we are in the streets means we've had enough of everything. We saw this the only way to get our redress, and we went out there. Actually, they should not be telling us even to not to relent. They should be advising their fellows or even calling on their fellow boomers to actively join and participate like the Gen Xs or the early millennials, so that we make this movement a success. And this has been a common message across spaces hosted by the elder people, including whoever you call the senior council, Miguna, and some few others. Also, a common message that reverberates across spaces held by people who at some point were very sympathetic to the government of the time. They were not really part of our movement. They really dandiad later on. And by that, I would like to mention one, Andrew Kibe. He keeps giving us mixed signals. You can never tell on which side he is. In fact, he is really, really pro-dialogue. And by the time we hit the streets, we could tell we had no room for dialogue because they didn't even take that into consideration. We tried to air our voices then. They didn't listen. And for certain, based on what the way Ruto has been moving funny, I don't think he's ready to listen. So we should be calling out such characters. Now, one of the reasons why the former protests were very, but they were very successful, for me, would go down to a very simple bit of this, that the people who were driving the conversations back then were people like us. They were the Gen Zs or the very late millennials. Over time, most of the mic is given to those elderly people who keep on using the words, I caution you, I advise you. If really they don't have, they can't use the terms, I also want to give us solutions to the current problems you are facing, really, we would also caution them not to try keep on advising us. It's time for action. We would make no difference to the government that we are opposing if all we do is talk and very limited action, because we are really calling for action. Now, let me try to put a few things across also, including something that we may overlook, but it is always very important in times of war, whether such a peaceful protests or violent wars. It is what we call the role of propaganda. You'll come to realize whether in a physical war or in a peaceful protests, civil disobedience, the biggest weapon the government can have on its citizenry is propaganda. And at some point they tried that, and we matched their energy using what we are calling aura for aura. I remember those pro-government bloggers went silent for 2 days straight without posting a thing. Over time, we've lost that, and they've gained their mouths, and they are damn loud. Too loud for my liking, actually. It's something we really need to go back to, because if you cannot really win on the propaganda side, I can tell you, you cannot win on the streets, because they'll be using that propaganda to tarnish your name. So let's deplatform them. Let's get that propaganda platform off them, and then we'll be having some sort of a level playing field. Also, I would like to get some legal advice on some few problems we encounter in the streets, especially the problem of goons. Because we know for sure they are funded by politicians. Police are instructed actually to enable their activities. But we cannot sit down and watch them disrupt peaceful protests. In short, we'll be failing. So we would love some legal counsel around the rights, the do's and the don'ts of citizen arrests. Where do we take these people? Because the police is no longer an option. But one way or another, we need to deal with these goons in a very clear and send a very clear message that they should not even think about coming to disrupt protests. If we discourage those people, or if we send our message right, then we continue having it easier in the streets. Also, on this problem where the police are fabricating charges, very bogus things actually. They'd even go ahead and charge minors. I'll not act like I'm a legal counsel, but I believe there should be some legal way to address, especially the ODPPs who approve such charges. And also for the part of the charge sheet, because it also comes with the names of the arresting officer or the investigating officer, I think we need to follow up these people in their individual capacity. I think that's one way we beat all these trumped up charges and reduce their rights to arrest, unless they really have evidence you are doing contrary to what a peaceful protest should be. We should be really trying to weaken these powers that they are trying to gain, which are actually not even judicial for some reason. Also, this problem of cars without number plates. I would also need some legal advice around the arrests, the type of car to be used, how they handle you, and also the proper identification of whoever arrests you, including the identification of the vehicle that is used to ferry you, because they've been using that impunity around to make people disappear. And nobody, even your so-called MPs or the people with greater voices, nobody is raising such issues around. But we cannot continue having those cars continue instilling fear because that is their way, without actually trying to match that. If the courts cannot actually come out and say this is wrong, then as a citizenry, then we should also try not play by the same rules. Most of us have cars. We should get a day, maybe one way or another. It's just a traffic offense that cannot jail you. We should get a day and drive all our cars with our number plates at home and see how many people they charge in court. And then we'll get that platform in that same court to ask, why is the government playing the same? I think we should be looking at very, very direct solutions that have direct impact on the problems we are facing directly in the streets, because if we cannot sort those out, then we can always say this movement is as good as dead. So I would not like to take much more time. Thank you for the platform, and I also encourage those people who keep on sending messages of hope. Actually, continue doing it. It is really working magic outside here. Thank you very much.
Okay, can I continue from where I left? So, guys, good afternoon. My name is McDonald Mwenda. I'm a resident of Tarakaniti County. I'm a Gen Z, 21 years old. Yesterday, the president and his battalion was in Tarakaniti County, peddling lies, of course. Launch projects zenye zililaunchiwa long ago na PR. You know, these people are very good at PR na kudanganya wananchi. So there is one thing that I think LSK maybe and other we as Gen Zs can do. We can educate these people that have don't have the know-how of how the government is looting, of how the government is showing opulence, of how the government is oppressing people. I think we can bring that basic education so that the people can have enough energy and enough reasons to be out on the streets, not only Gen Zs, but every single person. Here in TNC, of course, we know a lot of incompetence happens here, and the president will always be here to try and maybe get closer to the electoral elite. Mnajua Tharaka-Nithi venye wanafanyanga kura, you guys know. So guys, I want you to imagine, just imagine a Kenya where every voice matters, a Kenya where justice and equality are not ideas but realities. This is the moment we break free from the chains of oppression and unite for a common cause. Because together, sisi kama Gen Z, we can dismantle these systems of inequality, we can rebuild our communities, maybe with a lot of compassion, a lot of fairness, and we can create a future yenye kila mtu, everybody is driving. It's very possible. Actually, we have sparked, the movement has been sparked, the revolution has already been sparked, and the power to change is in our hands. Let us not let these people, they are very clever. They introduce something so as to they can distract masses, and then now masses wanachana na hii, wana focus on this one.
Is it just me or did McDonald drop off?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, McDonald. We can hear you.
Okay, yes, nilikuwa nasema you can angalia kila mahali Kenya tuone watu wote wamekuja pamoja and we demand justice. For instance, I would also like the people with this legal knowledge to advise us on how we can impeach governors and recall senators, because for instance our county governments are the most rotten. County government assemblies zinakuanga rubber stamps, wanaenda wanaandika vitu kwa hoteli, wanazileta zinapigwa rubber stamp na MCAs, inapita ikiendaga. So I would like you guys to maybe advise, mtupatie advice venye tunafaa tufanye and recall these people. I would also like you guys to know that the time for passive acceptance is over. We have our collective action. We can topple the status quo and build a world under Kenya.
Did McDonald drop off again, or is just my end?
Okay, I'm saying Waku, let us envision a country that is based on unity, a country that is based on equality, because it is very, very possible. Do not back, do not get distractions. Kuna distractions zinakuja na tunazijua sana. So msitisho, by the way, another thing, NTSA najua wanafaa kufine gari yoyote ina number plate. So don't fear. This DCI and the CID ama au EACC wanajua these corrupt officials. They should come and take them. They should not pick innocent people. They should pick these goons. They should pick the people that are financing the goons. Remember tulisema ile kitu ina finance ama ile kitu ina fuel the demos we see is the incompetence and the arrogance we see in the government. Ina nini? For example, sasa I want you to tell me guys, you know very well the previous cabinet ilikuwa na kina Moses Kuria. Wale watu walikuwa wanakata Moses Kuria ama watu walikuwa wanalalamikia kuhusu Moses Kuria, most of them are the youths. And now the people that were choosing that cabinet have the guts ya kuleta msee kwa the same people wenye walimkataa. Surely that is mockery, by the way. That's mockery, and we should not continue like that. I think we should change for the better. I think we should have a series of very, very, very serious peaceful demonstrations so that we can at least they can come down, listen and reform. We need a reformation. We need a total change, because it's like our country is kind of rotten and we are not head.
Thank you very much, McDonald. I'm being informed that we shall transition back to the Citizens Assembly happening on the ground for the next session that's ready to kick off. Over to you, Madam President.
Good afternoon. Muko poa?
Yeah.
Muko wazima?
The Citizen Assembly is a forum
Nimefurahi
where
kuwaona.
we exchange
Thank you so
ideas
much. This is
and
a great
subject
pleasure to be
our
here.
thoughts to critical analysis in order to better our governance model. That's why you are all here today since morning, and I want to thank you for being part and parcel of this congregation here today, which is historic in many ways, since it's also a reflection of how young Kenyans are taking part in the governance of their country, Their main, of course, objective being holding their leaders to account, and that is in the quest for good governance and to have better service delivery, for since you are a critical party to our country. My name is Ayub Abdikadir. I'll be moderating the next session, which will be touching on the impact of citizen journalism in the contemporary Kenya and contemporary times, to be specific, because Kenya is just a representation of the community of nations across the world, the impact this has had in terms of Kenyans leveraging on technology to air out their grievances, make their voices heard, demanding accountability from their governments, both at the national and at the county level. And your presence thus here is important and key. And I want to thank you for the patience you have expressed since morning in bracing the cold weather here in the county of Nairobi. I'll be moderating the next session, which will be made by 4 fellow Kenyans, and I want to call them onto the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a round of applause for Jacob Mkuri, who represents the Media Council of Kenya. Jacob, may you walk to the stage? As he takes his seat, also with us will be William Okech. He is from the Media Complaints and the Chairperson Emeritus with us here. Also with us is Collins Masharia from the Grassroots and Community-Based Journalists. Also with us will be Joshua Okayo, who is the President of the KSL, that is the Kenya School of Law. So this conversation has been online since morning, ladies and gentlemen, where those who were not able to be present here today have been equally making their voices heard on the online platform on X. And that is the essence of using and leveraging on technology in the hearing of the grievances as expressed by Kenyans, and how this is unprecedented given the events of the last 1 month, the past 35 days, which were historic in many aspects. So therefore, we'll be focusing on this and how it's important, how it's significant, given many Kenyans who are able to access the internet, and its importance, how it can better our governance, how it can hold the leaders to account, how it can make our country better in terms of governance, because that is the demand that you Kenyans have in wanting proper services from your government. At any given time, there is a government. There can never be a vacuum at any given time. Getting healthcare, getting education, proper infrastructure, and can that be achieved with the pressure that comes with citizen journalism that you can all express, which delinks the mainstream media or the traditional media where we as professionals practice, and therefore that power at some point given or handed over to you in leveraging on technology, in holding your leaders to account and airing out your grievances. So we'll be hearing from the panel of 4 here with us, and later we'll be taking the question and answer session, the plenary, where we'll be having the roving microphone. We equally want to field questions from you where you want clarity on, where you want specification on. There are experienced personnel here who will be able to talk to you about that, in getting the answers which you deem right, which you have been crying for, yearning for from your government. And I thank you so much, gentlemen, much appreciated for your presence. Jacob, starting with you first, given the circumstances we are in at the moment, do you think citizen journalism is a perfect platform and an opportunity to demand for accountability and good governance from the administration of the day?
All right. Good afternoon, and maybe just a clarification. My name is Jacob Nyukuri, not Mkuria, but pleased to be here. And just to your question about citizen journalism, and I'll beg to differ with the definition of the citizen journalism, because again, we don't have citizen journalism. We just have journalists who perform that duty, and we have digital content creators who are able to use the space they have to articulate issues and be able to address an issue or hold the government to account. Mm-hmm. So just from the beginning, there's that need for us to differentiate between a trained journalist and a citizen, or someone who has a digital platform or space where they can be able to use that and articulate the issues. And whether that, again, is being used, to hold the government to account, yes. We've seen a lot of content coming from the general public that is being again, picked by the mainstream media and being aired, and that, again, helps the space, people having to express themselves and being able to help others understand what is happening in the day. So both the media, I'll say, and the public has played a big role to holding all leaders to account and even government to account.
But then where do you draw the line in terms of the framework that confines mainstream professional journalists and a citizen journalist, let me say, who has access to the internet, has a smartphone, can X, can Facebook, can put the information on other platforms with no regard for timeliness and the ethics that do govern the profession largely, if you look at the mainstream side of issues. Therefore, where do you draw the line that appears to be very thin in the eyes of many media practitioners?
For me, I look at it because a journalist, and Ayub, you're a trained journalist, you're accredited by the Media Council of Kenya, and by that, it means that you have a responsibility and you are held accountable by the Code of Conduct for the Practice of Journalism, in that your work, in whatever you're doing it professionally. And that, again, gives you the powers to do whatever you want to do. But for a person who just has a phone and has access to internet and can open up a WhatsApp or a Facebook page, again, they can do that. But you, who is a journalist, a trained one, you have a responsibility to ensure that whatever content you're sharing is credible, is fact-checked, it's researched well, as opposed to anybody who was just a phone. Because we've seen in the past, and even during the protests, people just picking content and sharing it, whether in total disregard of whether that info is factual or not. And that, again, becomes a problem. That was differentiates between a journalist and someone who's just using their phone and to create content and share it.
Yeah, which again brings us to the question of credibility and verifiability aspect. Mr. Masharia, given that you work with the grassroots mobilizers and young Kenyans appear to be now shifting attention away from the traditional media to now leveraging on the internet and citizen journalism, how has this played a key role in getting your voices heard, especially from an experienced point of view?
So, well, what I can say is that personally, hamna shida. So what I can say is that personally, that term citizen journalism is a very broad word, because personally, I'm a journalist who has gone through training from Aga Khan University, Africa Check for fact-checking. Understand, I've been given grants by Media Council of Kenya, and necessarily I've not gone for a diploma somewhere, yeah? It all took from a passion perspective, I was passionate about storytelling, I was passionate about articulating issues of the people of the community. And how it has played a role is that by me being able to articulate these voices, because the mainstream, we have very few mainstream medias in this country, if you look at it, yeah? Some are even firing people. People don't have that capacity. But when you are trained as a citizen journalist, as you are trained as a community media journalist, you're able to articulate the voices of those people who the mainstream cannot be able to cover, because the mainstream cannot be able to cover everybody, you understand? But people have a voice. They want to be heard. People want to be able to articulate their voices. But what the challenges comes in when now people who are not trained on how to be able to differentiate between this particular, what is real and what is fake. That's why I told you, I had to go through a training from the Africa Check on fact checking. I had to go to a training to Aga Khan University on mobile journalism, because that is the tool that people are using to create their voices. It's very easy right now to just take a phone, do a selfie, and just talk about propaganda or anything that you don't understand, yeah? But with these particular tools, people can be able to they can use them for positivity. And with these people who are trained and who are trained, like what the Media Council does, yeah? Training people and getting to people to be able to be able to be aware of what is fake and what is real can really be able to help, and it is able to amplify so many people's voices, because people have a lot to gather from. You know, when you have a lot of information, you can be able to pick what is true and what is fake. Not the way that the government wanted to control the media, the mainstream media, by saying, you know, you should not be able to cover this, you know, should not be able to cover this. This gives citizen a one perspective view. You know, you just have one perspective, and that is what you judge from. But with these particular tools and all these, it can be able to pick from various places and be able to come with your own judgment and on what is right and what is wrong.
Yeah. And then how about then sieving the information before you get it out?
Yeah.
And this is, as you have said, to loosen the government's grip on what the public sees, hears, and reads. But if you have 10 people and they are all putting out information on online platforms, then how about the trustworthiness, one, two, verifiability, and then three, the question of trust and credibility that comes with the mainstream traditional media. How can that be factored in, even as you want to put out that information out?
Well, people right now are using mainstream as a verification tool. They are not necessarily using it to get to get information. You know, they are just using it as a verification, because even before the news goes to the mainstream, people have already known about it. Yeah, they just want to verify that it happened. Yeah, you understand. But with the basics of having so much information, the beauty is there. Having so much information, not being restricted to the information, because having that information gives you that intellect to be able to decide on what I want and what I don't want. And that's where now accountability comes in. You can be able to hold your leaders accountable, because now I can be able to follow on. You understand? I saw you when you are poor as an MP. How come now you have become a member of parliament? Now I see you throwing in the car. You understand? And that's now where the beauty comes in, that you can be able to follow on. And that's what now, when you talk about the line between for verification, is that do your research, follow on. Do your research. Don't make your judgment out of one maybe video or one particular information that you get. And that's what I'm saying. The beauty is there in having a lot of information that you can be able to analyze and be able to come with a conclusion of your own decision.
Okay, William. Yes. The common word here, and which appears to be the theme, is information that the public wants. They want to know what's happening. They want to know how their money is spent. They want to know how their government is undertaking its responsibilities as the Constitution prescribes. But mobile journalism or citizen journalism is, in many aspects, a double-edged sword, is it?
Yes, certainly it is. And of course, just riding on the comments of my fellow panelists, it will be very important, not just for us, but also for the congregation, to specifically know how to distinguish between what has in theory been called citizen journalist and the formal journalist. Well, you'll first need to ask yourself, who is a journalist? A journalist is someone who gathers news, collects news, sorts them, categorizes them, and thereafter distributes this news. And it is news which is of value, touching on different things. It could be news touching on entertainment, education, informational. That is what a journalist does. Then the distinction now between a citizen journalist and the formal trained journalist is that whereas formal trained journalists, one, they subscribe to a code of ethics. Here in Kenya, we have it under the Media Council Act. That is a code of conduct for the practice of journalism. And then also, the trained journalists, they also associate with a media establishment, a media enterprise. That is what they associate with. Unlike a citizen journalist who is just a citizen, who is in possession of a digital tool, has access to internet, and they can be able to gather news, to share that news. So then, just as you have stated that it is a double-edged sword, the benefit is that whereas a citizen journalist, it has broadened the sphere of freedom of expression, because the Constitution under Article 33 grants all citizens the right to share ideas, to populate ideas, but then there's a rider. So long as you do not offend certain principles, one of them being hate speech, propaganda for war, ethnic incitement, those are the boundaries that one should not go against. So the sword will come in the sense that if you're a citizen journalist, whereas it will be very good that you share this information, you distribute it, you need to be cautious. Because the Constitution, as much as that right is given, the same Constitution also mandates us all citizens to also respect the privacy and the rights of other people. So if you're a citizen journalist, bloggers, for instance, if there's a matter that you really feel that it is of public interest, and of course public interest is where it touches on the welfare of the wananchi. If it's a matter of public revenue, if it's a matter of public expenditure, then that is a matter of public interest. Then you can be able to expose it. And it's normally a thin line, and that's where, and I agree with my colleague here, training will be very important. Because training will help both categories of journalists to know, how do I distinguish? What is the private life? For example, one debate that has always been there, if you are a public servant, a very good example is the Olympic sports. You are a public servant, you are the CS, you've been told that to choose a delegation to represent Kenya and its athletes in that specific sports. Then among that delegation, probably you have taken a relative, you have taken maybe a girlfriend who does not qualify to be there. Then of course, as much as this is a CS who is doing this, there's a distinction. As a public servant, they have a higher obligation to leadership and integrity. So if you're a blogger, you'll be very, very much protected if you blow or you expose such an exposure. He's using taxpayers' money, he's put people who ought not to be on that trip, yet there could be some other athletes who have been left behind. So of course, our constitution and the laws which are there protects every citizen. You can disseminate information, you can blog, yes. And you'll even realize that citizen journalists have been the people behind most of the major events in the world. When you look at the tsunami that happened in Aceh, Indonesia, the mainstream media had to rely on the first footage of citizen journalists. Mm-hmm. Even when you look at the Egypt, yeah. The revolution, yeah. Citizen journalists played a very critical role. So as much as the right is there, we can be citizen journalists, all of us here, yeah. But we need to be cautious. What does the Constitution say? We can distribute any information, but let us protect and respect the right yeah. of other people. Yeah. Let us not propagate ethnic incitement.
Yeah. Responsibility.
Yes.
That comes with that exercise of the right that the Constitution does enshrine. Joshua, do you think that with the media freedom that we have in our country, given the vast array of institutions that were born out of Katiba 2010, ever since its promulgation, and an environment that appears or is free more than the previous regimes that we have had, and the internet now coming up of age, the advent of applications that are so fast in the dissemination of information, do you think one complements the other, and is it a cause for good governance, a platform upon which the Kenyan people can hold their government to account?
Thank you, Ayub, and good evening, friends. Let me start by saying that I associate myself with what my fellow panelists have said. But to come to your question, maybe I start by a story. 3 weeks ago, when I went missing, and I just notified 2 people in my contacts whom I could reach very easily at that time. And then I could not be reached again. These 2 people went and reported to other people, reported to my counsel at the Kenya School of Law, and then the counsel picked it up, and they started amplifying the fact that I was in distress at some point, and then I could not be reached at that time. And they shared that information, and they started a hashtag that whoever was holding me to free me, at that point, then they thought that it would be better to have a presser. That is when they reached out to, the mainstream media yeah. to come forward and also be part of this amplification. So, look, the long and short of it is that, yes, citizen journalism and mainstream, or rather trained journalism, they they complement one another, each other, in the sense that, Ayub, we cannot have Citizen TV or Nation Media TV reporters everywhere in this country. We cannot have radio reporters everywhere. There are certain things that happen every day, and the mainstream media gets to know through clips that have been recorded using people's phones. We've had people being reported missing. The mainstream media gets this information from, say, X or Facebook or wherever it is. So again, it's the fact that the mainstream media has does not have the longest hands to cover everywhere. But it is through these people who are untrained, the citizen journalists, that they get to get their part of their story. Of course, we have stories where the mainstream media are called for pressers, and they are told, this is the thing, let us communicate. But at the same time, there are things that they cannot get in touch with. Again, I think the previous speaker has spoken to the rights granted in the Constitution, and of course, the institutions surrounding access to information and freedom of media. It is important that to note that citizen journalists really do not report authoritatively. But in most cases, I've seen people just recording what they've seen in real time, and they post that without commentating, without doing anything. They just record what we can see. I think for me, that is a very good beginning point for citizen journalism. Just record what you know, what you've seen, and what can be of interest to the general public, and let it out there. Now, whoever has the right training, whoever knows the ethics surrounding reporting and journalism now can pick it up, dig into the story, get what is happening, and then report authoritatively. So I think in another way, it's just a matter of people complementing one another and trying to fix in where the other can't reach. Because at the same time, there are those of us, and a majority of Kenyans who do not have access to smartphones. Yeah. So that means they are not on TikTok, they are not on X, they are not on Facebook or wherever. These people listen to radios. These people watch local TV stations. That is where they get the information. So again, just with the citizen journalism or with the digital journalism, we cannot get to reach everyone, especially in matters of national importance, like what we've seen in the past 3-4 weeks. So we also have to get the mainstream media have its space, so that we consider those that cannot get in touch with the digital journalism. Yeah.
Jacob, given the events that surrounded 18th June, 25th, and thereafter, which led to sudden turn of events, including the dismissal of the cabinet and the president making major decisions, and this largely out of the protests that had leveraged on the internet, young Kenyans born 97s and afterwards who had gathered their energy in calling for accountability from the government. I mean, we are not in the space where the Arab Spring was in 2010, because the event which happened in Tahrir Square, which saw out Mubarak after more than 30 years in power in Egypt, Zain Abidine Ben Ali in Tunisia, where it all began with Mohamed Bouazizi setting himself on fire, and spreading to Libya and largely to the Arab world, still active in some parts of Syria. We are not there because the Kenyan media seems to have the free environment to practice that, to stretch that freedom up to the extent guaranteed by the law. What we are yearning for is good governance. But can that be attained with the advantages that come with mobile journalism, citizen journalism, where had no one documented how Alfred Keter was abducted, today it will be a different story. Had Joshua's case not been amplified, today it will be another story. Is it aiding in the attainability of good governance, given the gross failure by successive governments in Kenya in failing to meet the expectations of the public?
Yeah, I totally agree with you, and it's helping a lot in terms of just highlighting issues. Digital and the digital space has provided a platform where people can express themselves freely. But of course, as the Mr. William said, it's very important for us to respect the freedoms and the privacy of each individual. But at the end of the day, that space has really grown, and everyone is using that space to agitate for what they want to agitate. And again, providing fodder and providing feed for the mainstream media to cover that. And I think going forward, as he mentioned, it's a complementary approach that one should look at, that yes, the public can provide that information, they can record that, they can be able to air that, but again, there is that need for the media again to play its role. As much as there's that freedom for them to be able to highlight issues, there is always that bit of professionalism, ensuring that the public is getting the right information. And again, just looking at objectivity, how objective is the media? Has the media been objective in the way it's airing its content? Has the media, been following the ethics that it ought to follow? And that helps, again, in just making sure that the space, again, as we continue to do our bit as journalists, also the public has a responsibility to be able to work in that space, to be able to enlighten the issues that are coming up in the public.
And William, coming to you, in the context of an operational newsroom, a story before it goes on air is subjected to editorial standards and decisions that are made to avoid a possible litigation. But here you have a mushrooming of mobile journalists who are not regulated, but they are putting out information with no regard for the content, whether graphic or not, whether it qualifies as a hatred message or one that can lead to incitement. Given the number keeps on growing then and technology keeps on advancing, how then can regulatory measures be put in place here? Though the advantages are many and numerous, there are also disadvantages on the flip side, aren't they?
Yes, certainly so. One thing that we really need to, first of all, to draw a broad outline is that it is a best practice, it's in international best practice that the internet ought not to be overregulated because there is greater benefit of not overregulating it than harm. But regulatory-wise, here in Kenya, of course, there is a mushrooming number of citizen journalists, bloggers, people who are within that space. All is not lost. Because in my time as the chairperson of the Media Complaints Commission, and also in partnership with the Media Council of Kenya, we have put in place several mechanisms to try to infuse both training and also an adherence to professional ethics. One example that I can give, there is a Bloggers Association of Kenya, the BLAC. It is an association that brings together people who practice within that space. So what we did is that we trained them on the essence of media ethics, and we came up with what is called a digital editor's code, something that will guide them. Issues of accuracy, issues of fairness, balance, and all that, the need to protect children. So once that code is there, what we made, we emphasize to them, there is a principle of self-regulation, and that is what we've been attaining to establish in Kenya. We told them these are the standards, this is the framework. It is very possible for you as an association to self-regulate. It is even a principle of peer review, such that if you know all these your members, if one member breaches, then you will be able to peer review and hold that member into account. And luckily, a great majority of those people have signed up. So it is only when a member breaches and there is no resolution, or that person who is affected is not satisfied, that is when you can escalate. But I emphasize again, there should not be over-regulation of the internet because there is more benefit and less harm than doing that.
Joshua, 25th of June will remain forever etched in the memories of many Kenyans, and this is largely as a result of mobilization of young Kenyans which happened through the online media. Has it forever changed Kenya's governance landscape from where you sit?
Definitely, Ayub. Actually, sometimes I sit down and I think to myself, if we didn't have these digital platforms, then mobilization in this era and times would have been very difficult. But the fact that the agitation started online, the agitation started in WhatsApp groups, The agitation started on X Spaces. The agitation started on TikTok, and people were actually speaking languages that their audience can understand. Those that understand Sheng best were spoken to in Sheng. Those that understand English best were spoken to in English. And those who understand every other language were spoken to in different languages. So really, I can say that what culminated into the win that the people of Kenya had on 25th of June was greatly contributed to by digital spaces. It was greatly contributed to by digital spaces because, look, we had people from every corner of the country, from every major town in Kenya coming out to say, look, we want an accountable government, we want a transparent government, we want a government that listens, we want a government that is ready and willing, all right, to progress the agenda that is going to improve the lives and livelihoods of the people of Kenya. That was done on Spaces. That was done on TikTok. That was done through videos. There are people who just watch a video, they were like, no, I think now I need to go to the streets. The people who just attended one space and they had people talking and with a lot of conviction that it is time that all of us come out to speak and say enough is enough. And that was enough to convince them to go to the streets. Okay. So had we not have the digital spaces, had we not have this, what we are loosely calling citizen journalism, honestly, it wouldn't have turned out as it turned out on the 25th of June. Okay. So yes, it greatly contributed, and we have seen change. Much as we are seeing our demands have not been met fully, but at least we've seen something. We've seen someone getting to a point they're like, no, I really need to rethink. Then I need to get my cabinet back, reorder my cabinet, which has not been done rightfully so, but at least there was something. Yeah. We have seen an inspector of general, inspector of police stepping down. That is something. We have seen changes. We have seen the government calling the opposition to the table and saying, look, it is time we get back together to unite the people of Kenya. It is not unity in itself, but at least that is an indication that what started as an online agitation is resulting to a change that we would want to see moving forward.
Thank you. Mashara, I have a specific question for you, but first, let's also pick this voice from the online platform. It's a conversation on X, and we have someone with a query, question, or observation that he or she has made regarding this topic that we are discussing here. We can listen in. Okay, at checks on X, that is the conversation which is equally online on X. If you can hear me, please, a question, a query, an observation. All right, as we do that, and we'll be getting that question. So the auditorium is also full of Kenyans who are here with us. The roving microphone will be coming to you. Anyone? Yes, the gentleman in the suit. Let's start from there. If it's a question, start by your name. The question, be precise and brief. Unaweza zungumza Kiswahili pia ukitaka. Tafadhali.
So good evening. My name is Dennis Juma. So my question actually is directed to you, Ayub. Mm-hmm. I think we've been on the streets for the longest time. And about the mainstream media, do you fully feel like you have the right to practice your justice on showing the nation and all the wananchi that this is what is happening? Because I mean, not apart from X or maybe other social media, there are some of the information that you're getting that are being, the government is like trying to hide it away from the people to know. So do you feel as a journalist that you have all the rights, or maybe you feel like all the things that you need to give to the community or the people is reaching out to them? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'll answer you. Yes, the gentleman in the suit here. And then I don't have ladies apparently. Yes, and then I'll come to you next. Yeah. We take the whole three.
Good evening.
My name is Eric Ajufle, and my question is directed to you, Ayub.
Okay.
Yeah, the role of journalism in the contemporary society.
Yes.
And the impartiality of the journalism. We've been having undocumented number of stories being undocumented, or rather there have been no reporting on the grassroots level. What are you doing to address those issues, particularly in the ground root level? Thank you.
Yeah, is there a specific case that you want us to zero in? Okay. Yes, the gentleman just behind you, yeah. And then...
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Good evening.
My name is Ondimo Atera. My question is directed to Mr. Okayo, my good friend. For the benefit of the Republic, kindly elucidate on what hate speech is, so that we may know, in the context of journalism, what hate speech entails. Thank you.
Yeah? You want to specify?
Yeah. My dad, actually, I have an issue with my dad has been, his right has been violated, and we reported the issue. Nothing has been done. The Standard Media Group. And it was about illegal deduction of his salary. And now I want the issue being reported, actually, because we've not gotten justice for his case.
He's an employee there?
Yeah. He was working at TSC.
At Teacher Service Commission?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, let's take the lady and then the gentleman.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My question is directed to you, Ayub. So I'm wondering, has the media been compromised in this season? Because most of the reporting looks like Fulani's child has allegedly been shot. Are you telling us that you think they've been shot, or are you reporting that they actually have been shot? The reporting is Fulani allegedly said that Fulani was allegedly shot. Whose job is it to tell us what's happening? Has the media been compromised? Please tell us the truth. Also, is the media able to act on its own? Is the media able to tell us what exactly is happening without fear of being silenced, without fear of being told, we'll shut down your TV station? Is it possible to get all the numbers? Because he's also mentioned something about we're not getting all the statistics. There are people who have been missing for the longest time. There are people who are shot. Then we're hearing that apparently BBC has said there was no massacre. But we live in this country and we see what's going on. So is the media going to tell us? Is the media with us? Is it against us? Has it been compromised? Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, the final one. Yeah, the last one, yeah. This gentleman, yeah.
Okay. Thank you so much for the insightful comments that we have had. My name is Duncan Onyango. I'm a lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya. And I want to draw my question from what happened in 2007-2008 during the 2007 election and then the subsequent post-election violence. We know the circumstances that happened, especially on the media. There was a media blackout. Then the national media, KBC, was called, and we had an announcement being made, Mimi Mwai Kibaki. How far are we from there? What gains have we made, and how sure are we that such a thing cannot happen in a mainstream media that is largely regulated by the government, licensed and regulated by the government? What is the strength of the line that separates us from the events of 2007? A quick one related to it is the digital media, the citizen journalism that we are talking about, that predominantly relies on the internet, that is controlled and monopolized by Safaricom and the government. so that what happens, one day we can just go into an internet blackout and anything happens. How safe are we, and what can we do? Maybe from a journalistic point of view, even from a legal point of view, what protects us as a nation if the government should decide just to send us into an internet blackout, similar to the media blackout that we have? Then lastly, the independence of the mainstream media. I'm not sure if Ayub Abdikadir will be able to comment about this authoritatively.
Yes.
When, for example, we know the chairman of the Royal Media Services in the last election took a partisan stand on one of the political sides. And we know that Citizen TV and the Royal Media stations are some of the media houses, the mainstream media houses that really rely. How as a citizen, from a citizen point of view, who was whichever political sides you are in, especially from 2022, if you are on the other side of the political divide, how then do I still trust the independence of Citizen TV or the Royal Media and be able to separate the chairman from Royal Media Services? Thank you.
Thank you. Then we have one question from Taleb at Taleb on X before we respond to. Yes, is it at Taleb on X, the online community which is following this discussion?
Yes, am I audible? Yes, good evening. My name is Taleb Ogola. So I wanted to ask this because the last interview that the likes of Latif had with the President William Ruto, I was a bit disappointed with the media conduct. You people kept on asking questions which actually seemed like you people were there to just corner the president with answering questions that were actually irrelevant. I mean, if you are interviewing the president, you should give him the chance to answer the questions before you chip in with another one. So I was just asking, how are you people as the media itself, how are you ensuring that there's accountability when you people send such kind of personalities to question the president? And how do you uphold professionalism? That's it. That's just it.
Okay, thank you. So much of the questions were directed to me. I won't respond to the final one, but I will respond to all the others. And Joshua, there's one for you. So allow me to exhaust the
Can I leave the stage for you?
Yeah, the questions. Yeah, you can chip in. No, not a problem.
Can I leave the stage and leave you answer the questions?
So the first question was on the role of journalism on contemporary issues. Yeah, so the profession is largely considered as an estate of its own, fourth. So ours is a complementary role in the sense that we act as an avenue between those you, the Kenyan people, have given the mandate to govern over you, and you, the people. So ours is now to create that channel of communication in this way, that there must be accountability for the taxes that you pay, for example. And this translates into good governance so that you can get better healthcare, you can get functional infrastructure, you can get good education, which isn't a privilege but a right for you as a Kenyan citizen under the Bill of Rights and our current constitutional order. Therefore, ours is to play that pivotal role, to act as the fulcrum between you, the taxpayer, and those who you have handed over power, who govern over you over a period of time before they get back to you, the people, and seek a fresh mandate. And then that is a responsibility which you have sovereign over, whether you want to extend their term for another 5 years or not, because you have that right under law to go to the ballot and vote. So in that essence, the consequence of journalism and the profession is then to create awareness amongst the people. Look, we have no powers to, for example, prosecute those who do bad with your taxes, those who steal, government officials. But what we can do is, by virtue of spotlighting their wrongs, we empower you. That translates into making a decision of getting people with integrity, people who will look after your resources in the next time when the election comes. And the beauty about it is that we have set our election times, the dates of our election, in the Constitution. We know after every 5 years, the Kenyan people will head to the ballot and exercise their right. That right grants them the opportunity to sieve amongst the many of those who are seeking leadership positions, both from at the MCA level up to the presidency. You sieve, you have the opportunity to listen to them and grant that power and mandate to the people who you deem or who you see as fit in looking after your resources, people with integrity and who largely align with Chapter 6 of the Constitution, which has the characterization of what the Constitution establishes. Therefore, ours is to act as that balancing point between you and those who are in power. Ours is timeliness, because the profession for many of us is a lifetime profession. It isn't set in time, but one generation after the other of the profession will help you get that information which empowers your thinking and empowers the society to make critical decisions that will get them good governance at the ballot. All right? The second question was on... you had a matter with the TSC, which you said the media hadn't reported. Did you reach out to specific media about the complaints for highlighting purposes? Because this is the point. Look, everyone within the society, we have no regard for class. We have no regard for status. Ours is to hear. Ours is to amplify the voices of the commoners. Because you are the constant factor in all this equation. I mean, you are the bearers of the powers. And any media house, any organization, always prioritizes to hear from the common person. There's no one day, if you get to the gates of any media organization, you'll be locked out. Because if we can hear you, then it means then that is unfair. Unfair in the sense that we are not getting your voices heard. And the platform that we offer to you or any other person or anyone seated here is critical, because we all aspire to have a functional system where everyone gets justice. It isn't only an issue that affects, for example, your kin or a friend or a relation, but all Kenyans. Therefore, our gates are not closed to any party. We have no specifications as to who to listen to and who not to listen to. In fact, the priority should be the common person whose voice is important and who is the common taxpayer that we all at the time focus on him, on her, or her to get their voices heard and amplify using our platforms. Because we are here for you, and we are here for you to get the information that you require in order to make informed decisions. Therefore, at no point will the gates of any media house be closed in hearing from a common person, whether it's your dad, it's your kin, relation, or any other party.
And then Ayub,
yes,
just a minute before we continue, because also he touched on grassroots. How do you get to tell about grassroots and community-based stories? Let me tell you, people don't understand the power of this particular form, because as I said when I was starting that, the mainstream cannot cover everybody. They only have like 1 hour, and these days they have reduced it to almost 30 minutes because people are already aware of what is going on. For example, like for your case where your father maybe didn't get justice in form of the TSC, do you have a smartphone? If you have a smartphone, that is enough tool to create awareness, because that's what I even say, that the role of the media is to create awareness, but not to prosecute, nor to be able to, it's just to give you information, and they say information is power. If you have this particular mobile phone, you can be able to articulate your issues. You can be able to put your issues out there so that you can be heard. And this is because of the notion that we had from forever and from way back, that the power of the mainstream. People forgetting that now with the internet, that's a platform by itself where you can be able to articulate your issues. Take that video, tag TSC. write your issues there. Say that this person has not been paid. And let me tell you, people who are associated with that particular TSC, they will see, they will hear, and they will maybe, if they're supposed, they will do what they're supposed to be doing. And that is what is called holding people to account. And that is what citizen journalism is here to do, to hold people into accountability. When you are there out there demonstrating, a police officer is arresting you, and you're seeing somebody being facing police brutality. This is your phone. This is your personal gadget. Take that video. A police should not intimidate you. As long as he's doing the right thing, he's not supposed to intimidate you with your phone. Take that, and that is what citizen journalism is here to do.
Yeah. And once you tag even TSC or the party that you're seeking solutions from, you can as well tag the media houses on X. I mean, that is picked up from, then follow-up can be done. If you're in a remote area, then our teams will be dispatched and your story should and must be heard. To the lady's question, has the media been compromised? No. Is the media able to act on its own? Yes. Have you been silenced? No. And if events of the 25th of June 2024 have been covered, which is unprecedented in many ways, when protesters partly breached the security fence of Parliament because they were aggrieved with the conduct of their parliamentarians, and many had argued that all sovereign power always belongs to the people of Kenya, as Article 1 enshrines. Therefore, if we had given limelight to such an event of momentous scale and the environment around the country that day, which was largely fearsome, it will be unfair if I say we have been compromised. But are there attempts to always, all the time, affect the operations of the media? Yes. Any government doesn't want a free media that allows its people to be made aware about events that happen. The Jubilee Party under President Uhuru Kenyatta had sponsored the Security Amendments Bill in December 2014, which had largely affected the media fraternity, and the stakeholders came out and decried about that. Some sections were scrapped out by a court of law. And the conduct of the present administration and how some officials have come out, the likes of Senator Senator Aaron Cheriot saying that the media is also a cartel that must be crushed and that something must be done by the current government. This tendency of animosity in wanting to cope the government's shortcomings and underwhelming performance in failing to meet the expectations of the public. Donald Trump had 4 years at the White House and he had a disastrous relationship with the media, calling them fake all the time. You stand up, you want to ask a question, he tells you, no, you're from the fake media, can you sit down? So these attempts are there, but they can't be practicalized under a modern Kenya. No, it can't happen. Maybe in some other countries in the region, I don't want to be specific. The gentleman there, you had a question about how are there safeguards for us not to pedal back to events of 2007-8 when President Mwai Kibaki was sworn by then Chief Justice Evans Gishero? Look, we got ourselves one of the most transformative, eloquent, and very expressive constitutions. We know that after every 5 years now we are going to the elections. The president-elect must be sworn in between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m., so it can't be done beyond 2 p.m. There will never be a Kenyan president who will be sworn in past 2 p.m., a president-elect. So we have said that in law, at a public place where you, I, millions of Kenyans and those across the world will witness
Good evening, serving savers and curious investors. Welcome to
and as it happened in 2022 in September. So getting back to those days, we are far much beyond that. And what informed that part or that portion of Katiba which lays that public is because our past also informed our current constitutional order, because we had to come up with solutions because of the dark past that we had under the Kanu government and also under the previous government. So that is set and done. And then he had a question, William, probably you can respond to this, or Jacob, I'll come to you, Macharia, of the possibility of foreseeing a doomsday scenario, a doomsday scenario where the internet can be shut down. Yes, Jacob, maybe you.
For me, I think where we are as a country, we can't get to the place where internet can be, there's a blackout in the internet. There was an attempt, I think in 2013 or 2017 there, where there was a blackout in the media. But again, we've moved away from that, and you cannot do that. As in the previous panel, there were discussions about just how one can be able to access content, whether there is internet blackout or restrictions, and people are aware about what they can do to be able to get information. So I think the government cannot get in that position because, again, as you rightly mentioned, the Constitution is very clear about freedom of expression and speech. Anyone can express themselves and also access to information. So no one can be able to do that in this time and age. And if that is tried again, I think the international community again is watching, and that again we can't get to that position. Yeah. And also from the questions that I've had, there's that feeling that the media is being muzzled or being controlled. And I think, just to put it very clear, the media has a responsibility to be independent in all content, in sharing and collecting of information. Whether there is a government interruption or government intrusion into it, the media has a responsibility to remain very independent and very objective in whatever they do. So in that aspect, I think we're in a better place as a country, and we want to say that the media has done a very good job in just highlighting issues that have been happening around us, and we can do better. We're just calling for the public to give us the support we need by giving us those information, as you mentioned, from your village. People can be able to follow up such stories as long as they're being highlighted, and also the media can pick it up and be able to give a very balanced approach to it. Yes.
Thank you. And we are absolutely out of time because we have run over due to how extensive this topic has been, but much appreciated, gentlemen. Your time is all appreciated, and this conversation will continue on the X platform, where Kenyans, the online community, have been having this conversation. Esther is yes, Arnold. Yep. Yes, Esther, you have a question.
Yes.
Yes,
hello,
Esther, please. Yeah, please. We're getting you loud and clear. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Faith Odhiambo. We have seen in the last few budgets the health sector and education being stripped from Linda Mama, Edu Afia, NHIF. We've seen the JSS teachers, 46,000 who are needed in schools, still not employed and not pensioned on a permanent and pensionable basis. We've seen the school feeding program being cut off. We've seen university fees hiked to unimaginable levels. A very small percentage of our population can afford those fees. And yet we've also seen the state blowing 18 billion on travel in 9 months. The president flew domestic in the domestic travel. He spent 12 billion, and in the foreign travel he spent 5.8 billion. 14 billion was recorded in a similar period, fiscal year 2022 to 2023. So there is money in Kenya. And my question to the panel and to Madam President is, the Constitution guarantees education and healthcare. Our children who are being born in poor families today are not guaranteed the two. Everything from Linda Mama, Edu Afia, the school feeding program, JSS, everything is being stripped away in those two areas which are guaranteed by the Constitution. Yet, the travel, the luxury that we're seeing, the largesse by government, that's not that's not constitutional. It does not live to the letter and spirit of the Constitution. It does not. In fact, it spits at our faces as Kenyans. And my question is, can we take the government to court when they bring us budgets such as these that literally go against the letter and spirit of our Constitution? We need a Constitution that reflects, we need a budget that reflects the letter and spirit of our Constitution, that guarantees healthcare, that guarantees education. We cannot allow this government or any other government to cut such essential services and then travel in 9 months and spend 18 billion shillings, and then come back to say we need to tax you more, we need to borrow more, but there's no money for education or healthcare. What can we do as citizens, and what can we do to support the Law Society of Kenya? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Esther. I think that was an opinion that she had put forward. And we thank the online community that had been following this conversation since morning here from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa, and to my panel here, to Jacob, to William, to Collins, and to Joshua, who I appreciate their time here. Many thanks for coming on board. It's a very broad topic that can take days, if not weeks, to discuss and even write about it extensively. But I want to thank you for your time. And for now, as I see them off, I'll welcome onto the stage Aroboy, who will be with us here shortly for a small entertainment. And then thereafter, the conversation continues on X at the Citizen Assembly. Thank you so much for following us here from the Catholic University of Eastern Africa.
Che. Boom. Si kama mzuke mekupanda kwanzia leo niite daddy. But when I hit that spot, hey baby call me honey. Hey yeah, asali nitatiririsha, utaipata kwa ndani. Vitendo na vibitisha, mambo yangu sifanyi gizani. Sitakunipa alama za chui, tabia za kifisi mistambui, napendo kifunga kwa buibui. Yeah, say, my baby go down low, go down low, go down low. My baby go down low, go down low, go down low. I make you ooh. Comrades power. Comrades power. Mbona mnakaa mko wanyonge? Musilale hapo shikilieni hapo, au sio? Milele mimi na wewe, staki mwingine baby. Yo, sound. Hey, yeah. Si, jamani mimi na baby wangu, kiukweli wanga si tunapendana sana. Mimi na baby wangu, kuna time na sisi tunagombana sana. Mwenzenu mimi na baby wangu. Jamani mimi na Kenya yangu, mambo haziwezi. Sometimes tunanuniana, sometimes tunachekeana, sometimes tunatishiana. Si, sometimes tunanuniana, sometimes tunachekeana, sometimes I want to say milele mimi na wewe, staki mwingine. Oh baby, si tuzeke mimi na wewe, staki mwingine baby. Si ae milele mimi na wewe, staki mwingine baby. Oh baby, si tuzeke mimi na wewe, staki mwingine baby. Oh baby, see, we fight here, we make up. I wanna see your face when we wake up, and I like it when you hold me forever, baby. You're my love. Haya mapenzi ya mwenyewe, nisharusha mikono mara kadhaa. Ama mwenzi umeniroga wewe, jukukuacha imekata. Sometimes tunanuniana, sometimes tunachekeana, sometimes milele mimi na wewe, staki mwingine baby. Hello, si tuzeke mimi na wewe, staki mwingine baby. Hello. Boo. So much my sana. Yeah man, I have a new EP out. Make sure you go stream. It's called Love and Vibes. Love, water and wine. Yeah, man.
We've had illustrious sessions from morning till now, and of course it does not stop today. It continues soon after my conversation with an amazing gentleman that I just met today. We're just about to have a conversation on protection of victims and of course not victims and third parties. If you haven't interacted with me before, my name is Brian Aseli. Citizen Assembly KE right now is doing proper representation of the ordinary Mwananchi, just trying to make sure that our stories are heard, and of course every victim is represented. In as much as you're joining us right now, we'd like you to interact with us even more on different platforms, that is YouTube, Instagram, Twitter, or Sisi Niwaze. X on X, and of course we'd like you to also be on Facebook. If you're on Facebook Live, you can actually share the link so we get in conversation even more. Right now, Aseso is a gentleman that I just met. Kidogo kuniambia haya, he's a learned friend, but my name is Brian Aseli. Right now, you just do a brief introduction. I hope you're well. Shake my hand. Uko salama? Good to see you. You're a great gentleman on and off air, but I'd like to know you. Just introduce yourself, tell us your name, and of course, further details of who you are and what you do.
Oh, thank you so much. My name is Aseso Omolo. I am an advocate by profession, and I'm in the LSK Council, led by our able president, Madam Faith Odhiambo.
Other than that, what do you like doing during your free time?
In terms of, I'm a fan of Arsenal Football Club.
What's happened? What Arsenal? We've really saved different parts of this world.
Team Kubwa. Yeah, Team Kubwa. I dabble a bit in poetry, one or two poems here and there, and I love reading as well.
Yeah, yes. That's really exciting. But the country has not been on these moments where we get to express ourselves as Kenyans. Yeah. Kenyans are known to be loving people. We're known to be loud. We're known to know ourselves. We are flamboyant. We are expressive. But most recently, expression has actually led us to interrogate a document. That is a Finance Bill 2024. And with that came protests and picketing. In the Constitution, it's legal to picket and protest. Why does it look as though when we picket and protest, it kind of rubs shoulders with different people? How comes? And especially with government agencies.
I think the main problem usually comes in because government as an entity fears devolving that power that it has been given by the people. We usually have something called the social contract. That's where we, the people, usually we donate our power to the government so that we are able to live in a society that is absent of anarchy. Absent of that, we'll be living in a jungle. So I think government feels that fear to control. And I think that fear is what makes it behave in a manner that is not proper against the ordinary citizen.
Well, I'd like to know, is it a manner of habits or by design that the political class has found a way to defend themselves? But this time around, with the promulgation of the new constitution, it favors the true Kenyan citizen, or rather it favors the citizen in this case. Does it also create a bridge in between us, the ordinary Mwananchi, and the political class?
I think the main issue is fear. The government tends to rule by fear instead of by cooperation and understanding its citizens. I think that is where the disconnect is. And if we remove fear from the conversation, then governments are able to organize themselves properly. Ideally, government should be as a family, if I may use that term. You know, in society, the family is the smallest unit of governance, so to speak, so that you have the parent and the children in a civilized manner. But now, instead of government behaving as if we are its children, so that we can be nurtured, government is attempting to lord over us. I think now, then, this conversation, the Gen Z protests, together with the conversations around the finance bill and accountability, are now telling us that it's now time to reset our thinking and in terms of how then do we move forward as a society that is able to listen to one another. Because the important thing to me is having conversations. Conversations lead to growth.
It's true. There's an attempt to have conversation, but every time Kenyans have tried to have a conversation with either the political class or the individuals who've been given the responsibility to govern, then it becomes more of, it's like they're hearing but they're not listening. How best can we bridge that as well?
Wow, that's a rather difficult question, because in terms of bridging, you can only bridge when two parties are willing to then sit at a table and negotiate and talk. If one party feels that they are superior, therefore they cannot come to the table, then there cannot be any bridges built, because bridges, by their very definition, is connecting two points. So if one point is moving further away from the other point, then it becomes very difficult to bridge that gap. I think then what then we need to do is then just have conversations. Once we start having conversations, government will definitely pick it up.
So it's conversation amongst the citizens to empower them and make sure that they're knowledgeable,
yes.
Or is it to have a conversation with government? Because every time we've had an attempt to speak with government, even with all legal matters constant, we've not had fruits of such conversations. And I think that's why Kenyans basically are really tired about, we talk day in, day out, we're done with the conversations, nothing is done.
Conversations are important. Conversations among the citizenry and with government agencies and government entities. Now, if the other party, government, is unwilling to listen, then this is what now leads to what we are now seeing in terms of the protests. We have to just make sure that we express ourselves loud enough for the government now to take a step back and say, okay, hold on, we actually need to listen to these people. That is what we now need to do. Yes.
Let's do chronology. Protests break. The nation is seized on a Tuesday. Everything goes to a standstill. Peaceful picketing and protests. Even the class that we never thought was actually going to be on ground is on ground. The landed individuals, the middle class, the assumed middle class, because I believe that we still don't have a very strong middle class. Then it goes on for 2 weeks. On the third week, there is hashtag Occupy Parliament. It happens. But with that, there is breach of Parliament. In that the security in Parliament, I don't know what's happened, but security was breached. And we had ordinary mwananchi and assumed goons breaking the not the walls, but breaking into Parliament. Then shootings happened, lives are lost, and the big outcry starts. I'd like you to just help me read the room. What do you think is going on in the minds of the mother who's lost their son? In as much as there is all these things happening, and on the other side, government is saying that they did this, these young men and women breached security, and there should be consequences. Was death the only way out?
Now, Occupy Parliament, so to speak, I think to me it was a threshold that as Kenyans, I think we needed that in terms of to realize how serious these issues are. The reasons why Occupy Parliament happened is because of lack of listening by our, I usually hesitate to call them leaders, I usually say politicians, because a leader is supposed to lead by first listening to what you say and then attempting to shepherd you in the proper path. Now, it's not the first time that we can say that Parliament or things like that have been breached. You see, for example, I told you that I'm generally I read and I enjoy also a good movie once in a while. There's this good movie, and encourage our people to go and watch it, V for Vendetta. There's this issue where there was an issue of occupying Parliament in terms of the Old Bailey in England. And it became a symbol. In fact, for example, the anonymous group, the hacker group, they usually use that mask, the Guy Fawkes mask, as their symbol. So occupying Parliament is symbolism that we are not being heard. Parliament are our representatives. They should be listening to us. So by occupying, we are saying we are taking that power among to ourselves and telling you that listen to us first. Now, in terms of those who, death is not the root. I usually say that I don't think that, no, not that even I don't think, I know, because we've seen the videos and the photos. Those people who breached the perimeter wall of Parliament, most of them were not armed. They were not armed. So why would you kill?
But there's been accusations that they were going for the armory in Parliament, and I'm asking myself, if it's a building that has not been accessed by not even one soul since '63, then how do they know where to get the ammunition from? If there is a safe zone for the like they say there's a special side where there is armory, then how could we be privy to such information? And that's a question that I'm asking, just as a layman and just as a Kenyan, because first of all, I've never been to Parliament, and the one time I tried going to Parliament, I was not wearing official clothes. Nikaambia utakaa wapi? Inje. Even as a journalist, I stay away from Parliament. But what do you think? What do you think we should like? It's just a moment where we just need to breathe within this space and get to understand.
I think at the end of the day, government wants to protect itself, and unfortunately, the question is protect itself from whom? Because you cannot say you are protecting yourself from unarmed young men and women who are in their late teens, early 20s. Really, those people are not even trained in the use of so that even if you're talking about armory, they're not even trained in the use of ammunition. It's a long shot, but I'm aware that there's a case in court about an alleged protester who broke into Parliament on the CCTV issue. We'll see how that case goes, but I'm sure even as LSK, we are looking at how to assist some of these issues. But I think the critical issue is, and you had asked that then, in terms of conversations, how then do we move the conversation? For me, in terms of moving the conversation, is having this kind of spaces. The Citizens Assembly, the Bunge la Mwananchi. Let us have them in all places. Let people speak. Let people. I usually say that one of the ways of then starting to cure things is let people vent. Let people vent, of course, in a constructive manner in terms of conversations, dialogue, and then we move on from there. We need to heal as a country. We need our institutions to start working, because even the conversations now need to go further into institutions. These institutions, the 2010 Constitution gave us very powerful and very good institutions that are meant to be a check on each other and a check on government excesses. For example, we have the IPOA.
Yeah, it should be monitoring the National Police Service and other agencies as well.
We have the Kenya Human Rights Commission. We have all this. We have the NCIC that is supposed to look at issues to do with cohesion and all that. These entities, these organizations, these institutions need to reclaim their space. For me, that's the important thing, because it's very sad that IPOA and ODPP can then attempt to behave in a manner that they are subservient to the executive.
Okay, I'd like to know how best do I protect myself as a victim, because kuna ile issue ya kusalimiana as we finish. Watu walisalimiana, yes, but of course there are other parties that are meant to actually be affected, the third parties. How best do I protect myself?
I think at the end of the day, we should be, even when we are agitating for digital, in terms of digital activism, we should be very careful to look at each other's rights. For example, hata tukisema tunasalimiana, let us do that in a respectable manner, in terms of just salimia, nikitumia that word, salimia that public officer, avoid moving into the issues of some of their family and their loved ones, because they're also human. Also human. Those parties are
it's dripping and raining right now. That's the only reason as to why we have an interference on our session or conversation. Aseso is no stranger to you. We'll definitely find him on social media. We'll share his details. But of course, Citizens Assembly KE does not. Citizen Assembly KE does not stop right now. You can follow me at Brian_Aseli. Follow us across all social media platforms. Citizen Assembly KE. Right now, we're going to have a live session on X. So Kimbia Pale Sai. The conversation is still on ground. Wheel is still rolling.
Welcome back, everyone. We do have our co-host, Wakili Manwa, who's going to take us through this session. Over to you, Wakili.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as you've heard now, we're coming back to this forum after having a long session since morning, both on this forum and at Catholic University. We have had several sessions, and I think we want to wind up through this space. We had received several questions in the morning, some of which we were not able to answer because we had the live sessions going on, the physical session going on, and a panel of speakers. I think this is the right time to raise your concerns, address your views, rage, and give your proposals as to how we should continue with this conversation going forward. I want at this point in time to invite, I can see we have several individuals who have requested for the microphone. We have quite a number of advocates on this forum. We have other professionals in this forum, and I think it's important that we allow each one of us to address any concern they have with regard to this process, raise concerns, make proposals, so that we are able to find and chart a way forward that is that will assist us to ensure that we hold our government accountable. I will invite Atheist. I think you requested the microphone. If you can hear me, to take over and ask, make your contribution and concerns. Thereafter, we'll have Geoffrey. Atheists.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Citizen Assembly. And I want to appreciate you for organizing this forum. My name is Harrison Mumia, the president of the Atheists in Kenya Society. I think I was here in the morning. There's a lot that has been said. I'm going to share my thoughts mainly to give context on what has been happening and also to suggest a way forward. So let me just begin by thanking those who have taken their time, both from the Law Society of Kenya, Manwa, and everybody else who is organizing these forums, Catholic University today. I was there online. A lot of conversations are taking place, not just on X, on quite a number of platforms, actually. So what is it that really is happening? And how do you distill this to make sense to a lot of Kenyans? You know, the question really is, what do Kenyans want? And a simple answer would be that Kenyans just want leaders who can make sense for them, leaders who can give them some dignity, I think when you talk about dignity, if you look at what we are fighting for, we're just fighting for dignity. And just to put it in some sort of context here, and this is to the Gen Zs, I'm not a Gen Z. I think when you talk about Gen Z it has two connotations. There's a connotation of the age you were born, because we have Gen X, we have Gen, so it's about the age you were born. The year you were born. But also, Gen Z has come to connote something bigger for me. Gen Z is a movement for change. And it includes everybody who yearns for change in Kenya. And I'd like Gen Z to really be seen in that context. Because if you look at people like Gitobu Imanyara is not Gen Z, but they support what the youth are doing. And I think it's fair to say that Gitobu Imanyara is actually Gen Z. Gen Z is our parents who are also supporting us. They may not be on the streets, but they are still there with us. There are people who are in hospital taking care of, when you go and you're shot by the police, you go to hospital, there's somebody who can even treat you for free. There are nurses there who are not Gen Z in terms of age, but they stand with us, all right? Gen Z has come to connote the movement for change. I would like us to look at Gen Z in terms of the wider scope of what every Kenyan wants. If you look at somebody who is a pensioner above 60 years, maybe they're not receiving their pension on time. That person is supporting the protest, but he's too old or she's too old to go on the streets. The fact that she is supporting that protest in her heart, that's a Gen Z. If you look at some of the politicians who have condemned the appointments by President William Ruto yesterday from the opposition, which effectively is a way of killing democracy in this country so that we have no opposition in parliament. Orengo gave a statement. A lot of Kenyans actually gave statements. Orengo is a governor for Siaya, but Orengo is really a Gen Z at heart. Orengo is saying this is not right, you know. Orengo wants justice for those who are killed. He's a Gen Z. And many, many other Gen Zs. So I just want us to understand what Gen Z has come to connote. So what is the way forward? Dignity for Kenyans means several things. Now, there is the issue of food. Really, if Kenyans cannot get food, if there are people in the country who are going hungry, if a country cannot feed its people, that is just not dignity. If you find that there's somebody who cannot have food, that's a basic need. Sorry, it's a basic need. So that is dignity. Kenyans want a country where at least we have food as a basic for everybody. Yeah, things like clean drinking water, that gives you dignity. Kenyans want jobs. You know, jobs are also important because a job gives you dignity. Think about a family where you have children, you have no job. You don't have dignity. You cannot bring anything on the table. That denies you dignity, you and your children and your family. A lot of young people want to start families. Without a job, there'll be no dignity. You want to go to a hospital and get medication. We hear about you go to a hospital, there's no medicine. That's not dignity. And many other things. So Kenyans want dignity for their lives. This is what we are fighting for. And that is why you find in developed countries, they ensure that even if you don't have a job, some of us who have traveled, they ensure that you have some money you can get, and you have housing, and you have food. In developed countries, they don't allow somebody to say, I don't have food. There's a place you can go and just be given food for free. There's money you get for the basics. You can be given a house. These are just basics. They understand without these things, the society will crumble. In Kenya, without a job, without a source of income, you're doomed. We all know that. Dignity is also about education. So how do we sort this out? Because we, again, just to give context, we've been having protests from 1970s during the time of Robert Ouko. We all know what happened. He was shot. We had protests in 1984. Some people died. We had protests in the late 1980s, in 1990s. When Orengo was Gen Z, people died. In 2000, people died. You know, people were actually detained. These things have not started the other day. Actually, the detentions there was Nyayo House, those of you who remember. So these things have been there. People are being detained in places we don't know. They were just vanishing and then they die. And then you don't even know where they have gone. At least today you know that they are in a police station somewhere. A while back during those old days, you would not know where somebody is. And even after he dies, you don't know where he has gone. So the need for change has been a long journey in this country. And this context is very important. When we're having this conversation, we have always wanted change. So the way I see it is that we need to look at our politics. Why? Because if you look at the cabinet today, the cabinet has been appointed by the president. It was fired by the president. Our constitutional framework gives him the powers to do that. When we go for an election, that is how our democracy is wired. We have to elect leaders. And by the way, this debate also is about politics. To me, our politics has to be right. Our politics to make sense. And the problem I think we have in Kenya is that we have our politics wrong. The first thing we don't have is a political party, an ideology-based political party, kind of environment. Our political parties. Do you remember the time of Uhuru? Uhuru came to power. I think they formed Jubilee, and Jubilee became largely the party that was Central Kenya and company. Then there was ODM, which has largely been Western Kenya and a few others, coming together. And then when Ruto came to power, before Jubilee, there was, I think, PNU, which is now dead, actually defunct. Jubilee is now defunct. If you look at UDA, it's going to be defunct. If you look at many other political parties, there's really no